Bai Mo has reincarnated back to the evening following the 2004 college entrance examination. Gazing at the intoxicated school belle Jiang Luohan, sprawled upon the bed, he dares not entertain any inappropriate thoughts this time. In his previous life, it was her father who caught him in a compromising situation, leading to his disgrace and failure to attend university. Having been granted a second chance, he has no desire to repeat past mistakes. He simply aims to focus on his entrepreneurial endeavors and accumulate wealth. Upon sensing Bai Mo's altered demeanor towards her, Jiang Luohan becomes agitated. If we cannot be more than friends, are we even to remain friends at all? Bai Mo replies, if you have come to inquire about that, then I shall take my leave. Jiang Luohan retorts, you were never so dismissive before. Bai Mo counters, thus, your rejection of my confession was indeed justified. Jiang Luohan exclaims, you scoundrel, come back. Those women are only after your money. They do not love you. Bai Mo responds, well, that is truly splendid. Otherwise, I would have nothing to offer them. He resolves not to be a mere sycophant any longer. Becoming a wealthy individual is the true path to happiness. Chapter 1. Am I reborn? Bai Mo supports himself on the wash basin, staring vacantly at his reflection in the mirror. He splashes cold water on his face repeatedly, feeling the icy droplets cascade down his skin. Ultimately, he resigns himself to reality. I've been reborn. It is not the year 2022, but rather 2004, the very year he completed his college entrance examination. The faucet is turned to its maximum, yet the cacophony of running water cannot drown out his heavy sigh. Alas, particularly upon seeing the girl lying on a large hotel bed, his brow furrows even deeper. One encounters numerous events throughout life. Some are forgotten with time, yet others are etched into memory for a lifetime. If all goes as expected, it will not be long before this girl's father comes knocking. He will burst in, only to find himself sharing a bed with his daughter, and he will have the audacity to attempt unspeakable acts with her. If the girl were a willing participant, it would be easier to explain. He could sob, Uncle, oh no, Father, I will take responsibility for her. Alas, she is not a willing participant. In fact, one could say she's exceedingly unwilling. The reason she lies there so obediently, without tears or protests, appearing ripe for the picking, is that she has been drugged, and even if she wished to resist, she cannot. Of course, it was not Bai Mo who administered the drug. Unfortunately, if he were to reveal this, no one would believe him. Back then, he was convinced that his confession had moved the goddess he had secretly adored for 3 years. At the party the night before the examination results were released, he deliberately drank to excess to create an opportunity for himself. In hindsight, he realizes he was truly bewitched. Having been so abruptly rejected, how could he ever hope for another chance? And so directly, Bai Mo slowly approaches the bed, gazing at the ethereal figure who had illuminated his entire high school experience. Once between them, there seemed to be some tender memories. At this moment, Jiang Luohan's complexion is flushed, her features exquisitely beautiful, perfectly accentuating her delicate oval face. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, her lips slightly parted, exuding an alluring charm. Even with 2 lifetimes behind him, Bai Mo cannot help but marvel at her beauty. Nevertheless, the fervor and affection once present in Bai Mo's gaze have long since dissipated. Had it not been for tonight's events, he would likely be living a splendid life, attending university, perhaps dating one or several girls, eventually marrying and having children. Such thoughts swirl in his mind. However, he quickly shakes his head, aware that now is not the time for lamentation. Heaven has granted him a second chance, not for him to repeat the past and find himself cornered once more, caught in disgrace. Bai Mo approaches Jiang Luohan, shaking her gently, but no matter how he tries to rouse her, she shows no signs of awakening. He resorts to wetting a towel and gently wiping her face, yet her eyes remain tightly closed. Bai Mo could easily walk away, but he knows that if he does, it will solidify the accusation of having drugged Jiang Luohan. After all, many witnessed her leaving with him. At that point, he would have no way to defend himself. Since she cannot be awakened, Bai Mo steels himself and makes a decisive move. He hoists her onto his back and strides out of the room. He does not bother with the checkout procedure, hailing a cab directly outside the door. In the past, he had just taken a shower and climbed into bed, yet had not even had the chance to act before being restrained. It seems likely that someone had tipped off Jiang Luohan's father, providing him with the address, which is why he arrived so swiftly. Since this location is known, it would be best to find a place where no one is aware of him. Surrender is an option, but he must avoid capture at all costs. Barely 5 minutes after Bai Mo's departure, a vehicle resembling a tiger's head screeched to a halt outside the hotel. A middle-aged man, strikingly similar to Jiang Luohan, rushed out of the car, neglecting to close the door as he dashed into the hotel. The receptionist, sensing the man's aggressive demeanor, was about to inquire about his purpose when Jiang just slammed his hand on the counter and bellowed, "Is there a student named Bai Mo registered here?" The receptionist, startled, trembled at Jiang's fierce presence, disregarding her professional decorum as she nodded grimly. Room 301. Upon receiving a response, Jiang did not wait for the elevator, but instead rushed up the stairs. Without knocking, he forcefully kicked the door open. With a loud bang, the door swung ajar, and Jiang was left dumbfounded. The room was completely devoid of any presence. This realization sent Jiang into a deeper state of panic, prompting him to make a call to Jiang Luohan, only to be met with the disheartening sound of her phone being powered off. Taking a deep breath, Jiang endeavored to maintain his composure. Ultimately, he dialed the phone number of Jiang Luohan's high school homeroom teacher. "Teacher Shu, I am Jiang Luohan's father, and I require your assistance regarding a matter. Could you please help me obtain the contact information for the parents of a student named Bai Mo in your class?" Bai Xingxue, upon receiving Jiang's call, was momentarily taken aback, his mind blank. As a lawyer with his own firm, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If substantiated, Bai Mo's future would be irrevocably shattered. Glancing at his wife, who was engrossed in watching television, Bai Xingxue resolved to withhold the truth from her for the time being. After hanging up, he feigned calmness and said to his wife, "Dear, I have to step out for a moment. I will return later. Please rest early." Mei, munching on sunflower seeds, shot him a sidelong glance and remarked sarcastically, "Your young one hasn't returned from a class reunion yet, and now you, the elder, are off to a gathering as well." Bai Xingxue dared not divulge the reality of the situation to her, as he was still in the dark about the particulars. Sharing it with her would only incite unnecessary anxiety. He could only feign nonchalance, saying, "I took on a troublesome case today. If they can't handle it well, I need to review the files." Mei was not unreasonable. She merely had a habit of venting her irritation. Upon realizing that Bai Xingxue genuinely had matters to attend to, she stood up to assist him in locating a pair of socks. "Come back early." Jiang, upon encountering Bai Xingxue, stormed up angrily. "You truly have raised an exceptional son." Bai Xingxue, aware of his own culpability, could only withstand Jiang's wrath. Once Jiang paused, he inquired, "Mr. Jiang, what is the current situation?" Jiang did not recognize Bai Xingxue. Yet Bai Xingxue was well aware of Jiang, the largest real estate developer in Hanjiang City, with assets amounting to billions, a figure whom many admired from afar. Bai Xingxue never anticipated that their acquaintance would unfold in such a manner. Jiang clearly wished to disregard Bai Xingxue, engrossed in his own thoughts while smoking silently. While awaiting Bai Xingxue, Jiang had already alerted the authorities. A police officer subsequently spoke. "We have just reviewed the surveillance footage. Bai Mo exited the hotel with Jiang Luohan and then entered taxi. His specific destination remains unclear. Unfortunately, the camera was positioned too far away to capture the license plate, but I have contacted the traffic police for assistance in the investigation. I believe we will have results soon." Bai Xingxue recognized the seriousness of the situation escalating, his mind racing as he pondered how to regain control. The most effective course of action would be to locate Bai Mo before any further indiscretions occurred, potentially mitigating the consequences. However, at present, there was not a shred of information. Just as everyone was engulfed in anxiety, Jiang's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID and seeing it was his daughter, he abruptly discarded the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground. "Luohan, where are you?" Chapter 2. Farewell. Perhaps never to meet again. "Greetings, Uncle Jiang. I am Bai Mo, a classmate of Jiang Luohan." Upon hearing that the voice on the other end was not Jiang Luohan's, Jiang's expression darkened. "Bai Montak, where's Luohan?" As Jiang called out Bai Mo's name. The police officer and Bai Xingxue exchanged glances, instinctively leaning closer to listen. Jiang, resigned, switched to speaker mode. "She had a few drinks and her phone is off, so I couldn't reach you. At first, I thought she could rest at the hotel for a while and return once she woke up. However, her condition deteriorated, so I brought her to the hospital." Hearing this, both Jiang and Bai Xingxue let out a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. Which hospital?" Bai Xingxue couldn't help but inquire. Recognizing the voice, Bai Mo felt a jolt of familiarity. "Oh Bai, what are you doing here?" Bai Xingxue, too anxious to respond, pressed on. "Forget that for now. Tell me, which hospital are you at?" "We're at the city hospital. I borrowed a charging cable and just powered up the phone to contact Uncle Jiang." Before Bai Mo could finish, a series of beeping tones interrupted him. In the final moments, he vaguely heard Jiang mention heading to the hospital. After the call ended, Bai Mo curiously fiddled with a Nokia from 2004, a coveted item from his past. Before long, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Luohan. Startled to find her staring intently at him with wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Oh, you're awake." Feeling a bit embarrassed, having been caught rifling through her phone, he quickly set it down. "I just called your father using your phone. He should be here soon." Jiang Luohan blinked but remained silent. Although she had been in a fog, unable to open her eyes, she was still aware of her surroundings. When she felt Bai Mo carry her into the hotel and lay her on the bed, her heart raced with anxiety. She had resigned herself to whatever might happen. Yet surprisingly, Bai Mo had not taken advantage of her vulnerability. In fact, he had even helped wash her face. "Thank you," she remarked, her voice melodious. Bai Mo shrugged. "It's nothing. Now that you're awake, I'll take my leave." As he stood to depart, Jiang Luohan felt a pang in her heart watching his retreating figure. In the past, when she had fallen ill and spent the day receiving 4 fluids in the school infirmary, Bai Mo had pretended to be sick just to accompany her. Now, his demeanor seemed so dismissive, all because she had turned down his confession. Bai Mo, hearing Jiang Luohan call his name, he paused and turned back, puzzled. "What is it? Can we still be friends like before?" Bai Mo was taken aback, sensing an unexpected hope in her gaze. He pondered deeply on their past friendship. Had he not poured out everything only to receive mere apologies and faint smiles in return? Back then, he had felt as if he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Now, reflecting on it, Bai Mo found the absurdity of it all overwhelming. Being so devoted had drained him, and in the end, he had nothing to show for it. He shook his head. Seeing him do so, Jiang Luohan felt an inexplicable twinge in her heart. Just as she was about to speak again, a nurse entered with a tray. "Is she awake? She'll need another dose of medication." The nurse, likely fresh out of school and youthful, spoke in a gentle tone, though she was a bit chatty. While changing the medication, she smiled at Bai Mo. "Your girlfriend is really beautiful." Jiang Luohan was momentarily taken aback, ready to refute, but Bai Mo interjected first. "Don't misunderstand. She is just a classmate, not my girlfriend." Jiang Luohan pursed her lips, turning her head away, seemingly upset for reasons unknown. "Oh," the nurse chuckled awkwardly. "I'm sorry. The way you carried her it made me think." Bai Mo waved dismissively. "It's fine." Afterward, with a mischievous grin, he leaned closer to the nurse. "Just so you know, I have a soft spot for girls in white coats. Ideally around 6 meters tall, so I don't have to stand on tiptoe." Though he spoke softly, Jiang Luohan was close enough to hear. She looked up at Bai Mo, her eyes reflecting an unnameable emotion, before pouting and muttering, "Pervert." The nurse giggled, amused. "With your charm, you must have had many girlfriends." Bai Mo replied playfully, "Not at all. I've always been a paragon of virtue for love. They say I'm foolish. I used to think so too, but since meeting you, I believe my steadfastness was rather wise." The more he spoke, the more outrageous his claims became, leaving the nurse feeling giddy. Once the medication was changed, the nurse had other duties and could only regretfully gaze at Bai Mo tentatively. She asked, "How about we exchange QQ?" Male nursing students are a rarity, and being in her youthful, naive years, she was eager to continue their conversation with someone as charming and engaging as him. "Sure. What's your QQ? I'll add you later," Bai Mo replied. The nurse quickly jotted down her QQ and handed it to him. "Don't forget to add me." "Of course." Watching the nurse leave, Bai Mo glanced at the note in his hand and smiled softly. Youth is truly wonderful. After a moment of reflection, it was time to depart. "Bai Montak, why didn't you ever mention that you liked nurses?" Jiang Luohan observed as he tucked the note into his shirt pocket, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Bai Mo merely smiled nonchalantly. "There are many things you don't know. Take care, then. Farewell." In a past life, due to the events of this night, Bai Mo had been detained for a time. This blemish on his record had prevented him from attending university, leaving it as a lifelong regret. He had never blamed Jiang Luohan. In fact, he was grateful to her. If it weren't for her signing the letter of understanding and persuading her family not to press charges, the consequences would have been far more severe than mere detention. But that was a tale from another life. Now, with no remnants of the past haunting him, he resolved to bid a proper farewell. With that thought, Bai Mo murmured softly, perhaps never to meet again. Jiang Luohan caught his words, and her eyes inexplicably felt wet. Today, Bai Mo seemed transformed, so distant that she scarcely recognized him. Could it truly be because she had turned down his confession? Jiang Luohan was perplexed. All she knew was that seeing Bai Mo chatting happily with other girls made her uncomfortable. However, Bai Mo did not stray far. He settled down just outside the hospital. Bai Mo found himself waiting for Lao Bai in Jiangzhou, as he had no means to return home on his own. It was not that he was particularly anxious to see his father. Rather, he was simply short on funds for transportation. In his mind, he was contemplating whether to request reimbursement for the medical expenses after meeting Jiangzhou. Although Jiangzhou, a prosperous entrepreneur, would likely not be concerned about such a trivial sum, for Bai Mo, it held significant importance. If possible, he might as well ask for the hotel expenses to be covered as well. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. Within 10 minutes, Jiangzhou arrived at the hospital entrance, driving his car. Following closely behind was Bai Xingxue's vehicle, trailed by a police car. The sight of the flashing police lights caused Bai Mo's heart to race. He silently thanked his quick thinking for escaping a potentially dire situation. Chapter 3. The thing he missed the most was a bowl of Yanshan noodles. Bai Montak, Bai Xingxue stepped out of his car and approached Bai Mo directly. What on earth happened? Jiang Zhe and his companions followed suit, their anxious hearts easing considerably upon seeing Bai Mo. During the gathering, Jiang Luohan had consumed a bit too much alcohol and had fallen unconscious, only waking up at the hospital, where it was confirmed that she was out of danger. For the specifics, you should consult the doctor, Bai Xingxue advised. Lao Bai, I'm a bit tired today. I'd like to go home. The police were understandably reluctant to let Bai Mo leave without clarifying the situation. By protocol, he was required to provide a statement before departing. Just as they were about to intervene, Jiang Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Officer Liu, it seems to be a misunderstanding. I apologize for the trouble. Jiang Zhe's rise to prominence was not merely a stroke of luck. It was also attributed to his resolute methods and keen intellect. The incident, entangled with Jiang Luohan, had caused a momentary lapse in judgment. Upon realizing she was safe, he regained his composure. He had heard Bai Mo's name from Jiang Luohan on several occasions and had inquired with others. All had spoken highly of him. It was unlikely that he would engage in any malevolent acts, and Jiang Zhe had no desire to tarnish his reputation. Besides, he was aware that the fault lay with him. Upon encountering Bai Xingxue, he had said some rather unkind words. Bai Mo, thank you. Lawyer Bai, today's incident was my fault. I'll come by to apologize another day. Bai Xingxue was visibly shaken by the events. He shook his head, indicating that he did not take offense. No need for apologies. Go check on the child. The heart of a parent is truly pitiable. With that, he patted Bai Mo on the shoulder. Let us go home. Jiang Zhe's thoughts were entirely focused on Jiang Luohan, and he had no time for pleasantries, intending to head straight to the hospital room. However, after only a couple of steps, he was halted by Bai Mo's voice. Uncle Jiang. Yes? Is there something else? Jiang Zhe turned to look at Bai Mo. With a smile, Bai Mo scratched his head and said, I paid $312 for the medical expenses, $128 for the hotel for Jiang Luohan to rest, and $6 for the taxi. That totals $446, just rounded up to $450, and that will suffice. He extended his hand toward Jiang Zhe. $450. At that time, in 2004, this represented a significant portion of his allowance for half a year. Jiang Zhe stood in shock, his eyes twitching involuntarily. Ahem. Bai Xingxue was also at a loss for words. At such a moment, Bai Mo was still thinking about money. After an awkward cough, he patted Bai Mo on the back of the head. What a shame. Apologies, Jiang Zhe. Bai Mo offered with a sheepish grin as Jiang Zhe regained his composure. It's my oversight. As he spoke, he retrieved his wallet and handed a thick stack of cash to Bai Mo. Just as Jiang Zhe intended to express that the additional amount was a token of gratitude, he noticed that Bai Mo only counted out $450 before returning the remainder. Goodbye. Uncle Jiang, please send my regards to Jiang Luohan. With that, he slung an arm around Bai Xingxue's shoulder and departed. Lao Bai, I know Mom hasn't given you any pocket money. If you want to smoke, just let me know and I'll buy some for you. Jiang Zhe watched the father and son leave until their taillights vanished around the street corner. Jiang Zhe, here, Luohan's test results. You should take a look. Jiang Zhe had been direct in letting Bai Mo leave because he had already dispatched someone to consult with the doctor. After receiving the test results and studying them, his brow furrowed deeply. Investigate where Luohan went tonight, who she interacted with, and the phone number that sent me a message. After issuing his orders, Jiang Zhe took a deep breath, suppressing all negative emotions, and entered the hospital room with an unprecedented gentleness. Luohan, are you feeling unwell? Dad. Jiang Luohan was delighted to see Jiang Zhe, but her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the door. After a moment, she could not help but ask, Where's Bai Mo? He went home. What on earth happened tonight? Meanwhile, Bai Mo was seated in Lao Bai's car, gazing out the window at the fleeting streetlights, lost in thought. He had dreamt countless times of returning to the age of 18, yet upon actually returning, everything felt so unfamiliar. While Bai Mo's family was not extraordinarily affluent, they were certainly well off. By 2004, they had already purchased a home in the city center developed by Jiang Zhe's company. When they bought the house, Bai Mo had jokingly remarked about supporting his father-in-law's business, considering that Jiang Luohan was an only child and it would eventually belong to her. Tonight's events must not be disclosed to your mother. At the foot of their apartment building, the father and son squatted side by the flower bed, smoking. While other families might have a strict father and a gentle mother, Lao Bai, with his scholarly demeanor, lacked the sternness to be a strict parent and could only act as a loving father. On the other hand, Hime, the strict mother, was no pushover. When she became fierce, both Bai Mo and Bai Xingxue were intimidated. As Bai Mo watched the curtains on the third floor being drawn open, he quickly extinguished a half-smoked cigarette and stood up, muttering disdainfully, I know, stop being so nagging. A grown man, afraid of a woman. What a joke. Bai Xingxue shot Bai Mo a glance, perplexed as to how he and Hime, both honest and upright individuals, could produce such a reckless son. Aren't you afraid of your mother? Should I tell her that you've learned to smoke? In response to Bai Xingshue's inquiry, Bai Mo raised a finger and shook his head. You're the one smoking. Don't drag me into this. Also, his voice trailed off as he lowered it. You better take care of yourself. Mom, Lao Bai is smoking again. It's suffocating me. Only then did Lao Bai realize the situation and looked up to see Hime glaring at him with a piercing gaze. Even in June, the chill she emanated was palpable. Bai Mo made a run for it. In the distance, he could faintly hear Bai Xingxue cursing in frustration at his son. Upon returning home, Bai Mo plopped down on the sofa, grabbed an apple from the coffee table, wiped it on his clothes, and took a hearty bite. Hime continued to admonish Bai Xingxue not to lead their son astray. Ultimately, Bai Mo felt a pang of sympathy for his father. Mom, let us not criticize Lao Bai. He is just worried about the case. I'm hungry. Could you please make me a bowl of yancha noodles? In his previous life, Bai Mo had struggled in a foreign city, building a modest fortune. He would only return to visit his parents during the holidays. What I miss the most is a bowl of plain noodles made by my mother. In the past, I attempted to bring them closer to me, yet they simply could not adapt to the change. Within a few days, they would be clamoring to leave. Over time, I relinquished that notion. Their absence is perhaps for the best. After all, who could endure the presence of two individuals whose ages together exceed a century? Spending their days engrossed in watching Calabash Brothers, hearing them call out Grandpa, I find it amusing that they occasionally respond with a few sounds. Chapter 4. Bai Mo takes the school bell away. The class group chat is ablaze. Upon hearing Bai Mo express a desire for plain noodles, Hime initially teased him, commenting on how late it was to disturb someone. Nevertheless, she set aside her tasks and made her way to the kitchen. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Didn't you go to a gathering? Why do you look like a starving ghost reincarnated? Observing Bai Mo devour the noodles ravenously, Hime couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Bai Mo, while eating, occasionally lifted the bowl to sip the soup. After dining out, he ultimately realized that his mother's plain noodles were the most delectable. The 18-year-old Bai Mo could hardly articulate such a sentiment filled with nostalgia. Hime and Bai Xingxue were momentarily taken aback, their gazes softening as they pondered something. Slow down while eating. After finishing, Bai Mo, shedding his usual laziness, went to the kitchen to wash his bowl. I'm heading back to my room to sleep. You two carry on. Upon exiting, he noticed his parents still engrossed in watching television, greeted them briefly, and departed. Hearing the door close, he may move closer to Bai Xingxue. Hey, can I ask you something? What did you do tonight? Bai Xingxue's heart skipped a beat as he took a sip from his cup. Just making things up. You always shift your eyes around when you're about to lie and then take a drink. When will you change that? Bai Xingxue's expression turned awkward. He had refrained from disclosing the truth to prevent worrying Hime, but now that there was no longer a concern, he felt it unnecessary to keep hiding. Once Bai Xingxue finished speaking, Hime felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, glaring at him fiercely. I believe our son is not that kind of person. From now on, you mustn't keep anything from us. After receiving Bai Xingxue's affirmative response, Hime softened her tone. Their son was soon to embark on his university journey, and the times he would return home would only dwindle. Sighing, she reflected on how she had often chided him when he was around, but the thought of his imminent departure left her feeling unsettled. Initially, she felt indifferent, but upon hearing Bai Mo's tone just moments ago, a sense of loss crept in. While Bai Xingxue was still comforting Hime, Bai Mo returned to his room, quickly freshened up, and seated himself before the computer. The 2004 model was woefully outdated, struggling even with a game of Legend. After a few clicks, he lost interest and opened QQ. Upon logging in, the sound of notifications echoed incessantly. His privileged upbringing, coupled with his striking looks, had made him quite popular during high school. Today marked the end of the college entrance examination, and everyone understood that they might never see each other again. At the graduation gathering, buoyed by the atmosphere, they had all shared a few drinks, and under the influence of alcohol, some unspoken words had emerged, akin to Bai Mo mustering the courage to confess his feelings. The outcome mattered little. What was significant was marking the conclusion of that chapter of youth. After closing all pop-up windows, Bai Mo opened the class chat group. With the exams just concluded, many had flocked to internet cafes to unwind. The number of online members in the QQ group had reached a new high. Messages flooded in, and aside from various heartfelt farewells, the most fervent discussions revolved around whether Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan had gone to a hotel together. Upon noticing Bai Mo's avatar light up, someone quickly tagged him. Bai Mo, I saw you helping the school bell walk out. Another chimed in. Did you really go to a hotel? The once lively QQ group fell silent in anticipation of Bai Mo's reply. He did not keep them waiting long. Not to be elaborated. He responded ambiguously, accompanied by a mischievous smiley. As soon as he pressed send, the group erupted with messages. Dude, where are you? I'm coming for you. My goddess. No way. Spill the details. Bai Mo grinned, typing a few more words. We'll talk next time. Just as he sent that, the QQ group exploded with chatter once more. Though it did not last long. Thanks for your concern, everyone. I'm at home. Jiang Luohan must have received a call from a classmate. Bealitzing by Montauk was stirring rumors. She quickly logged onto QQ to dispel them. I told you. How could Luohan possibly like him? Thank goodness. Bai Mo come out. Seeing the excitement dissipate, Bai Mo decided to exit the conversation. To his surprise, Jiang Luohan reached out to him, sending a private message. Why did you say that in the group? Jiang Luohan, always polite, maintained her decorum even while texting. Her tone was accusatory, indicating she was genuinely upset. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Who wouldn't care about their reputation? What did I say? Bei Montag feignet Confusion. Jiang Luohan, sitting in her room, clutching a SpongeBob SquarePants pillow, found herself at a loss for words. It seemed he truly hadn't said anything. After regaining her composure and being discharged from the hospital, she sat in her room, repeatedly typing and deleting messages, eventually sighing in resignation. Thank you for tonight. After sending the message, she anticipated Bai Mo's prompt reply, as was his usual habit. However, this time, her message sank into silence. Minutes passed without a response. Where are you? Growing impatient, she sent another message, but just as she hit send, Bai Mo's avatar turned gray, indicating he had gone offline. In truth, Bai Mo remained at his computer, merely set to invisible mode. The influx of messages had become overwhelming. At that moment, a discussion sparked in the group, with someone suggesting they all go out for a few days. Bai Mo found little interest in the idea, as most of the individuals present were mere acquaintances. Even if they met, few would be able to recall each other's names, rendering any forced camaraderie unnecessary. Although he was not particularly invested, he cast a glance at the messages, noting discussions about camping trips. The air was thick with the unmistakable scent of youthful hormones. The following day, as the sun rose high, Bai Mo awoke to the sound of the landline ringing in the living room. Rubbing his eyes, he climbed out of bed, noticing that everything around him remained unchanged. He accepted the reality of his rebirth. Who is it? Bai Mo yawned as he spoke. What time is it? Still sleeping. I left some money on the table. Go eat something. The call was from He Mei, who had left for work early that morning. The purpose of her call was merely to remind Bai Mo to eat on time. At that moment, Bai Mo also noticed the 100 yuan on the table. His parents had never been stingy when it came to money. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after hanging up, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Who is it? Bai Mo stood at the door, toothbrush clutched between his teeth, momentarily stunned as he opened it. Jiang Luohan, adorned in a pristine white dress that gracefully skimmed her knees, revealing her fair and slender calves, stood at the threshold with her hands clasped behind her back, peering timidly into the room. Are Uncle and Aunt home? She inquired, glancing nervously around. They've gone to work. Is there something you need? Bai Mo replied, still brushing his teeth, his voice muffled and hoarse. It's quite late. Why are you still brushing your teeth? Chimed in Lu Chong, a classmate and one of the suitors vying for Jiang Luohan's affection, along with a girl whose name Bai Mo struggled to recall, though she seemed vaguely familiar. The girl, with her neat bangs, exuded a gentle demeanor and swiftly interjected to diffuse the tension. We plan to visit Teacher Shu today, and Luohan suggested we invite you along. Would you like to join us? Her voice was soft and sweet, accompanied by two adorable dimples when she smiled. Bai Mo finally remembered her name, Su Wan, the top student of their cohort, the only one admitted to a prestigious university in the capital. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Mo nodded. Wait for me. Chapter 5. My youth devoured by dogs. Under different circumstances, Bai Mo might have conjured an excuse to dismiss them, compared to the carefree exuberance of youth shared with friends. He yearned to earn some money and indulge in the joys of university life. He was well acquainted with the pleasures of wealth, particularly during the university years. However, visiting Teacher Shu was a worthy endeavor that warranted his time. Last night, you spread rumors in the group chat. What was your intention? Lu Chong continued to provoke Bai Mo during their walk. Was it merely because Luohan rejected you? Must you tarnish her reputation? So one, having heard Lu Chong mention the previous night's events, turned her curious gaze towards Bai Mo. She was close friends with Jiang Luohan and had been the one to call her the night before. Despite having inquired about what transpired, she had received no answers. Spread rumors? What did I say? Bai Mo feigned ignorance, his tone laced with arrogance. You tell me, Lu Chong retorted, but Jiang Luohan interrupted him. Enough. There's a fruit shop over there. Let us buy some fruit. Blushing, she turned to leave. How could she articulate the events of the previous night? Should she confess that she had been left on the bed by Bai Mo, who had done nothing. Luohan, wait for me. Lu Chang glared at Bai Mo before hastily pursuing her, leaving Su Wan deep in thought. Jiang Luohan's demeanor suggested that something had indeed transpired. Suddenly, Bai Montak, having taken a cigarette from his pocket, was about to light it when he noticed Su Wan's gaze. You don't mind, do you? After she smiled and shook her head, he proceeded to ignite the cigarette. In his previous life, Bai Mo had picked up smoking after being released from detention. And over the years, the habit had intensified. Even in this new life, he had been unable to rid himself of it. As Jiang Luohan went to buy fruit, Lu Chang trailed behind, eager to please her. Bai Mo ambled along, smoking leisurely, while Su Wan walked quietly beside him. Bai Montak, do you think we should buy anything else? Jiang Luohan, realizing she hadn't heard his voice for a while, turned to call him, just in time to catch a glimpse of him smoking. Her delicate brow furrowed slightly, and she was unsure why she felt a twinge of irritation at that moment. She opened her mouth to question him about his smoking, but found herself lacking the justification to do so, letting out a faint sigh instead. Smoking is bad. Lu Chang interjected, having noticed Bai Mo's behavior, mistakenly believing he was trying to impress Jiang Luohan. Even though Luohan rejected you, you shouldn't let yourself go. Smoking one change anything. Why bother? Despite his feigned concern, a sense of glee bubbled within him. Jiang Luohan despised smokers. Bai Mo cast a bemused glance at Lu Chang and retorted softly, mind your own business. Lu Chang froze, his face flushed with embarrassment. Their exchanges in high school had been filled with sharp banter, but there had always been a semblance of civility. Bai Mo, however, now emanated a roughness that belied the innocence of their high school days. Lu Chang found himself at a loss for words, his face reddening as he pointed at Bai Mo. You can't speak like that. Jiang Luohan frowned. Not because she found Bai Mo's words offensive, but because she felt he had changed since last night, becoming a stranger to her. Was it true, as they said, that once one rejected a confession, they could no longer remain friends? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a pang of sorrow. She opened her mouth several times, yet no words emerged, leaving her with a sigh that encapsulated her turmoil. I just don't want to fall in love so soon, she murmured softly, laced with a hint of guilt. Others around them heard her. Lu Chang glared at Bai Mo, seemingly blaming him for upsetting his goddess. Meanwhile, Su Wan regarded Jiang Luohan with a newfound intrigue. Bai Mo, however, nodded enthusiastically. Yes, this is a good thing. A wise person shuns love. You're in your prime. You should aspire to great heights, study diligently, and serve your country instead of wasting time on frivolous romantic pursuits. At this, even Su Wan could not hold back. Us? What about you? Bai Mo paused, scratching his chin and realizing he no longer felt the stubble he had grown accustomed to. After a moment, he extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. As for me, my youth has been squandered, he continued. Besides, I'm an ordinary person without lofty ideals or ambitions. I just want to earn some money and enjoy the company of several girlfriends. Before he could finish, Jiang Luohan erupted Bai Montak. Her usual calm demeanor had transformed into rare anger. Do you mean to say I'm a dog? In high school, it was common knowledge that Bai Mo's youth revolved around Jiang Luohan. After her outburst, she lunged at Bai Mo. I'll show you a dog. The others stood wide-eyed, taken aback by this unexpected display. You really bit me, Bai Mo exclaimed, astonished that Jiang Luohan would truly act on her words. Gazing at the deep imprints of teeth on her forearm, a frown flickered across Jiang Luohan's brow. The crux of the matter was that although she had been the one bitten, she wore an expression of profound grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him. Has the anger subsided? If it has, then perhaps you should take your leave. Bai Mo found the situation inexplicably baffling. After simply wiping his arm, he turned to walk away. They had come together today to pay a visit to Old Shu. If this commotion continued, who knew if they would even make it in time for lunch? Missing that would be a considerable loss. As Bai Mo's figure receded, Jiang Luohan remained rooted in place. Su Wan tugged at her hand, prompting her to snap back to reality. Why was I angry just now? Su Wan blinked, her expression a mix of curiosity and confusion. Was it because he called you a dog? Jiang Luohan pouted, gently shaking her head. She suddenly realized that her true ire stemmed not from that remark, but rather from another comment made by Bai Mo. Yet, unwilling to admit it, she could only echo Su Wan's words. Exactly. It was that very statement. How could he say I'm a dog? Su Wan cast her a puzzled glance. And seeing her reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Shall we depart as well? Yes, indeed. Lu Chang still seemed to be recovering from the shock. In the past, Bai Mo had often teased Jiang Luohan, provoking her anger, yet she had never retaliated verbally. Nevertheless, he now consoled himself internally, convinced that Luohan would not be drawn to this type of behavior. Bai Mo's reckless demeanor was merely a sign of self-abandonment. I still have a chance. Chapter 6. The pure Old Shu and the unexpected gift. The visit to Old Shu had been a collective decision made in advance. It wasn't just Jiang Luohan and her companions. There were around 10 others who would join them. However, since their paths did not align, they had agreed to gather at the foot of Teacher Shu's building. By the time Bai Mo and the others arrived, a considerable number of people were already waiting there, each holding various items, some even bearing gifts of cigarettes and alcohol. Bai Mo, empty-handed, felt somewhat out of place. Luohan is here. Jiang Luohan had always been the focal point of the crowd, a figure of attention wherever she went. A few more classmates are on their way. Let us wait a bit longer. The speaker was a short-haired girl who, upon spotting Jiang Luohan, dashed over to link arms with her. Seeing Bai Mo standing nearby elicited a hint of surprise. She leaned closer to Jiang Luohan and whispered, "Didn't you reject him? Why is he still following you?" Jiang Luohan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was not that he was following her. Rather, she had called him to join. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "We're here to see Teacher Shu. We are all classmates." The girl assumed that Bai Mo was merely persistent, and Jiang Luohan was reluctant to admit it, thus donning an expression that suggested understanding. Clearly, he came along hoping to be with you. Jiang Luohan shot a glance at Bai Mo during their journey. She had reminded him to bring a gift, but he had dismissed her suggestion. Initially, she thought he might be short on funds, and even offered to assist him in purchasing something, but he had still refused. According to Bai Mo, Old Shu preferred not to accept gifts purchased with their parents' money before they achieve financial independence. The more you give, the less he appreciates it. Just wait to be scolded. There was a reason Old Shu was cherished by so many students. 3 feet of podium, 2 sleeves of fresh air, a piece of chalk. Bai Mo had encountered many individuals later in life, yet none matched the purity of Old Shu. Alas, fate is often unkind to the gifted. He succumbed to lung cancer before reaching 60. During the funeral, Bai Mo learned from Old Shu's family that his lung issues had already begun while he was their homeroom teacher, yet he had kept it to himself. In 2004, most schools still lacked dust-free chalk, and Old Shu's fondness for smoking exacerbated his condition. "Everyone is here. Let us proceed." After about 10 minutes, the group had gathered, and they surged into the apartment building. Old Shu resided in a teacher's apartment constructed in the 1980s, which bore the wear of over 2 decades of weathering. The hallway was somewhat narrow and dim, making the presence of over a dozen individuals feel particularly cramped. Unaware of their impending visit, Old Shu was pleasantly surprised when his wife opened the door to reveal the throng of students. Come in, take a seat. Old Shu, come out. Your students have come to see you." "Mrs. Shu, where should we place these fruits?" A student bearing gifts asked with a smile. "If you bring gifts next time, I might not open the door." Old Shu's voice wafted over, and the once boisterous living room fell into sudden silence. Even after graduation, Old Shu's authority remained palpable. He had just crossed 50, his hair flecked with gray, yet his posture remained impeccably straight. While others hesitated to respond, Bai Mo's voice emerged, calm and deliberate. "Teacher Shu, this is for you. Please keep it." The noise resumed, with students exchanging words and laughter. Although Old Shu was stern, the warmth in his gaze, when looking at his students, was unmistakable. Yet, he clearly had no intention of yielding on this matter. "So much fruit. I could never consume it all. If left too long, it will spoil. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept it." As Old Shu spoke, Bai Mo selected a banana from the pile of fruit, peeling it and taking a bite. Having skipped breakfast, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. "Bai Montak." That asked for the teacher. Lu Chang, who had always harbored a dislike for Bai Mo, was now incensed to see him pilfering from the offerings. His outburst drew everyone's attention. The recently graduated youth, adhering to his sense of justice, began pointing fingers at Bai Mo. "You didn't bring anything, yet you dare eat the fruit meant for our teacher." "Exactly. No wonder Jiang Luohan dislikes you. How could you behave like this?" Bai Mo displayed no signs of shame. Continuing to munch as he remarked, "The teacher said he couldn't finish it. As students, it is only right we help lighten his load." The short-haired girl who had linked arms with Jiang Luohan earlier, named Han Xiao, had never encountered someone so brazen. She directed a scolding glare at Bai Mo. "I've never seen someone so thick-skinned." Cough, cough. Old Shu cleared his throat, prompting an immediate hush among the group. Nevertheless, they continued to glare at Bai Mo with indignation. "If you didn't bring anything, that's fine. Why must you touch someone else's?" "Xiao Qing, go wash these fruits and let the children enjoy them." Upon hearing this, Bai Mo shrugged at Lu Chang and the others. See, he accepted them after all. After Old Shu spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Bai Mo. Old Shu had always held a favorable impression of Bai Mo, while his grades were not stellar. He caused no trouble in class and occasionally contributed to class activities. It was said that his reputation outside the school was formidable. Few dared to bully those who bore his name. After speaking, Old Shu instinctively reached for a cigarette, but stopped when he realized students were present. Placing the cigarette back down. Yet, Bai Mo interjected, "Teacher Shu, smoking is detrimental to your health. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain." Old Shu was momentarily taken aback. When did students begin to speak of him so freely? Just as he was preparing to admonish them, Bai Mo interjected. "Dr. Ho Ming from the provincial hospital will be visiting our city hospital tomorrow for a day of consultations. I've managed to secure an appointment for you. You have no pressing matters at hand, so you should go and have a look. If everything is fine, you can always withdraw." There were many people around, and everyone overheard Bai Mo's words. They recognized his good intentions, but felt his remarks were rather abrupt. "Bai Mo, what on earth are you saying? What issues could the teacher possibly have? Really, have you lost your sense of propriety?" The housekeeper, busy washing fruit, rushed out without even turning off the tap after Bai Mo spoke. Navigating through the crowd, she approached Bai Mo directly. Bai Mo quickly apologized to the teacher. "Look, even the housekeeper is upset." Bai Mo Jiang Luohan anxiously called out to him in a hushed tone. To unilaterally secure an appointment at the hospital is utterly unprecedented. In truth, Bai Mo was aware that he had acted somewhat rashly, but he felt compelled to act. He had inquired with Yi Mei, who informed him that Dr. Ho was a leading figure in the field of pulmonary disease in the country. His appointments were virtually impossible to obtain, and by the time he came to the city for consultations, all slots were typically filled. However, since Yi Mei was Dr. Ho's student and the hospital where he would be consulting was her workplace, Dr. Ho had graciously agreed to allocate an additional appointment out of consideration for their teacher-student bond. Bai Mo had only learned this early that morning and had not yet had the chance to inform Old Shu. "Are you referring to Dr. Ho Ming from the provincial hospital?" The housekeeper, disregarding the murmurs of the crowd, fixed her gaze on Bai Mo, uncertainty evident in her voice. Old Shu had been a teacher for decades and had cultivated countless students. However, years of chalk dust and smoking had left his lungs with significant ailments. She had consulted numerous doctors without finding an effective remedy. Only one had suggested she seek out Dr. Ho. If Dr. Ho could not provide a solution, then hope was indeed lost. The housekeeper had made several trips to the provincial capital specifically for this purpose. Yet every time, Dr. Ho's appointments were released, they were snatched up before she could secure one for herself. She had heard that Dr. Ho would be coming to the hospital for consultations and had initially thought there might be a chance, but she had underestimated his prominence. Wherever he went, patients flocked to him, making it exceedingly difficult to schedule an appointment. Some had pursued this for 4 or 5 years without success. Old Shu could not bear to see her make fruitless efforts, so he had advised her against continuing. The housekeeper had lost hope, and yet she never expected to hear Dr. Ho's name again from Bai Mo, and to hear that he had already secured an appointment for Old Shu. Seeing Bai Mo nod, her voice trembled with gratitude. Thank you. As Chapter 7 unfolds, it reveals the isolation often felt in science-oriented institutions. The surrounding crowd, uncertain of the situation, could only glean from Bai Mo and the housekeeper's conversation that Old Shu might be unwell, perhaps quite seriously. A palpable weight of anxiety filled the air. The housekeeper took Old Shu into a room to discuss matters privately. In a vast living room, despite the presence of many, an unusual silence prevailed, with varying shades of concern etched on everyone's faces. The youth, with emotions so transparent, wore their anxiety openly. Only Bai Mo remained unfazed, munching on fruit while watching the television broadcast of My Fair Princess, occasionally critiquing the foolishness of the fifth prince for failing to grasp the notion of wanting everything. After a prolonged period of speaking to an unresponsive audience, Bai Mo could no longer contain himself. Old Shu has said there's nothing serious. What are you all so worried about? If he walks out and sees you like this, what do you think he'll think? If you're going to be sad, at least go home and cry under the covers instead of here. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, the tension in the room began to dissipate. Bai Montak, how do you know Teacher Shu? Jiang Luohan inquired quietly from the side. I don't know, he replied. Well, sending cigarettes and liquor is too cliché, and giving fruit seems wasteful. I just thought I'd bring something different. Besides, Old Shu is fine now, so why not go? Is that really all there is to it? Jiang Luohan seemed skeptical, and so did the others around her. Bai Mo shrugged. All right, let me be honest with you. I can read fortunes. Lu Chang and the others pondered for a moment before dismissing it as improbable. Perhaps it was just a lucky guess. However, as Old Shu's proud protege, Lu Chang expressed his gratitude. As a class monitor, Lu Chang already had commendable grades and came from a decent background. Being called a prodigy was not an exaggeration. Unfortunately, his overly cautious nature limited his potential. In a previous life, After graduating from a prestigious university and toiling for over a decade, he found himself merely a department manager in a newly listed company. When he encountered Bai Mo, he had to smile and bow, addressing him as President Bai. That very company had been founded by Bai Mo. By then, Bai Mo had already been tempered by society, lacking the vigor he now possessed. Under Bai Mo's influence, the atmosphere gradually lightened, returning to its usual lively banter. After discussing the plot of My Fair Princess with Han Xiao, she could no longer hold back her thoughts. The fifth prince forsook the throne, abandoned Jihua, and chose to roam the world with Xiao Yanzi. That S called deep affection, not foolishness. That S the kind of love we idealize. Bai Mo looked at her, as if she were a simpleton while munching on sunflower seeds. Another victim of Aunt Xiong Yao's brainwashing. The character who abandoned his wife and children could somehow be redeemed. He wondered whose fault that was. Bai Mo felt that engaging in a debate with her would be an affront to his dignity. All right, I'm the foolish one. If given the choice, I would certainly want it all. Oh, Bai Mo's words drew a chorus of disdain from the girls. The boys, though agreeing, were too timid to voice their thoughts. Luohan, thank goodness you rejected him. His ideas are a bit dangerous. Han Xiao remarked, intertwining her arm with Jiang Luohan's. During the confession, he had declared with fervor that he loved only her. Although that confession had long since passed, hearing Bai Mo's name brought a twinge of embarrassment, especially as it reminded her of how overly dramatic her own words had been. All right, let us drop it. Jiang Luohan, more bashful, blushed as she silenced Chen Xiao. After that, she glanced at Bai Mo. Last night, he had boldly asked for a nurse's QQ, and now he seemed utterly at ease, joking around with other girls. It appeared he truly did not regard her as significant. As this thought crossed her mind, her discomfort grew. By the way, Bai Mo, which school are you planning to apply to? Su Wan, sitting beside Bai Mo, attempted to engage in light conversation out of boredom. Jiang Luohan, upon hearing this, instinctively paused her activity, curious to know. Bai Mo pondered for a moment before responding. My mom wants me to apply to a medical university or a teacher training college for a stable career. My dad prefers an engineering school. However, my thoughts differ from theirs. Old Bai and He Mei had suggested popular majors, which were widely chosen in this era. Most individuals here would follow that path. Bai Montauk, however, had his own perspective, piquing Su Wan's curiosity. Oh, what are your thoughts? Bai Mo, with a serious demeanor, led the group to believe he had profound insights, only to start counting off on his fingers, delineating his thoughts one by one. The University of Science and Technology resembles a monastery, a place of solitude for the unattached. I shall certainly not attend. Upon hearing this, those around rolled their eyes, yet refrained from interrupting him. Although there are many girls at teacher training colleges, the prospect of becoming a teacher seems exceedingly tedious. I am accustomed to a carefree life and would not want to mislead future generations. After Bai Mo finished speaking, Lu Chong nodded in agreement, acknowledging his self-awareness. At this point, Su Wan stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. What about the medical university? Aren't you considering it? There are quite a few girls there as well. Bai Mo shook his head decisively, stating that he could not afford to offend those two. Having a doctor as a girlfriend could be even more daunting. Should I provoke her, she might stab me dozens of times, each thrust avoiding vital organs, resulting in pain that is merely a minor injury. It wouldn't hinder her from wielding the knife again next time. That sounds overly dramatic, Su Wan chuckled, her eyes sparkling. While others select majors based on employment opportunities and career prospects, Bai Mo's consideration for his field was solely to find a girlfriend. With your line of thought, let me ponder for a moment. You would be thinking of attending a finance school, would you? There are many attractive girls. They are not rigid, and the career prospects are quite promising. Bai Mo regarded Su Wan with admiration. Truly, she is the only high achiever from Capital University in our class. He promptly gave her a thumbs up. Clever. No way. Did Su Wan genuinely guess correctly? Observing Bai Mo's candid acknowledgement, those around him were quite astonished. Is this even possible? In his previous life, Bai Mo did not attend university. After starting a business, he enrolled in several business schools at his own expense to keep pace with the company's growth. This time around, he had no intention of drifting through life. He must establish a business that is at least as substantial as the one he had before. Hence, a finance school became his top choice. It offers flexible schedules, lacks cumbersome practical courses, provides generous entrepreneurial subsidies, and boasts a plethora of talented individuals. The most crucial point he did not mention is that his scores just met the threshold for the finance university in the neighboring Jiangsu Zhejiang province. Institutions like the University of Science and Technology or the Political Law University demand excessively high scores, which he cannot reach. This is something he is aware of and feels no need to broadcast. Well then, I apologize for taking up everyone's time. My home is too small, and dining is inconvenient. Let me treat everyone to a restaurant. After finishing their conversation, Shermu and Lao Shu called everyone to head out for a meal. Phew! Bai Mo let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was time to eat. I was starving. I didn't even have breakfast. Serves you right. Who told you to wake up so late? The speaker was Jiang Luohan, to whom Bai Mo cast a glance. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination or something else, but he always sensed a hint of melancholy in her tone. Chapter 8. Jiang Luohan's Secret Thoughts. Her first rejection. After Lao Shu led everyone to a restaurant downstairs and distributed the menus for the students to order, a group of them hesitated for quite some time. Bai Mo, unable to bear it any longer, took the initiative to grab the menu. Although Lao Shu's salary was modest, he could afford this meal, especially since their class had performed commendably on the college entrance examination, which meant he would receive a considerable bonus. Sour soup with beef, steam base. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Bai Mo, ordering so much, can you finish it all? A dozen people were seated around a large round table, with Chun Xiao beside Jiang Luohan, sitting directly across from Bai Mo. Upon hearing Bai Mo order over 10 dishes, he couldn't help but voice his concern. If I can't finish, can't I just pack it up for dinner? Well, that should be enough for now. After glancing around, feeling satisfied with his order, Bai Mo returned the menu to the waiter. After completing this task, he surveyed his surroundings. Everyone was engaged in cheerful conversation. Alas, the joys seemed to belong to others. Their discussions revolved around topics such as F4, Meteor Garden, and 18S Sky, and Bai Mo found himself unable to interject. At that moment, he felt a tinge of nostalgia for 2022. Gatherings were supposed to involve everyone engrossed in their phones, and after the meal, they would disperse. If there were any after-dinner entertainment, it should have been karaoke, seeking out a few young ladies to sing with. Perhaps a few hundred yuan could lead to romance. Nowadays, gatherings still felt rather restrained. Jiang Luohan also sat in silence, equally uncommunicative. Chun Xiao noticed her unusual demeanor and discreetly patted her hand under the table. Luohan, what is wrong? Ever since leaving the teacher's house, you've appeared burdened with thoughts. Jiang Luohan pouted, glancing at Bai Mo before lowering her head once more. It's nothing. In the past, Bai Mo would always vie to sit beside her during meals, but today he deliberately kept his distance. This was not only a current occurrence, but also during their time at teacher Shu's home. Chun Xiao, unaware of Jiang Luohan's innermost feelings, could only pour her a glass of water and pat her back in silent consolation. Bai Mo, you're really making teacher Shu splurge. Everyone laughed and chided him upon seeing the table laden with lavish dishes. With what you ordered, teacher Shu's monthly allowance is surely gone. Teacher Shu and Shermu exchanged smiles, appearing content. Although they were usually frugal, they treated their students well. It was indeed rare for this group of students to visit them after the college entrance exams, so a meal was naturally nothing to fret over. No waities. As long as everyone enjoys the meal, let us see what else you might want to order. Feel free. Shermu encouraged everyone, and one could see she was particularly cheerful today. Since Shermu didn't express any objections, you all needn't worry so much. Bai Mo mumbled before rising to place a piece of base into his bowl. After taking a bite, he continued, this time, everyone should have done well. Perhaps the top scorer in the city is from our class. Teacher Shu's bonus will surely be substantial, so don't feel sorry for him. After the exams, everyone had a sense of their performance and had discussed it in their group chat. Hearing Bai Mo say this, they felt comfortable enough to indulge. Lu Chong, sitting not far from Jiang Luohan, was quite pleased that Bai Mo had not shamelessly positioned himself next to her today. His attitude towards Bai Mo had improved considerably. While eating, he inquired Bai Mo, who do you think is the most likely to be the top scorer in the city if someone from our class were to achieve it? His grades were excellent, consistently ranking among the top in the class. If someone were to indeed become the top scorer, he stood a good chance. He asked this, hoping to hear Bai Mo praise him. Bai Mo, well aware of his ulterior motives, shot him a sidelong glance before slowly replying, rest assured. It definitely won TBU. Bai Mo only remembered that the collective grades of their class were outstanding, setting a record for the school in nearly a decade. Honor rolls were plastered across streets and alleys, and fireworks were set off for several hours on the day the results were released. He didn't recall each person's specific score, only the identity of the top scorer. Then who could it possibly be? Lu Chong asked, visibly dissatisfied. After the exams, he had immediately compared answers and was quite pleased with the outcome. If they based it on last year's results, then the identity of the top scorer was virtually a certainty. Su Wan. Bai Mo answered confidently, which took Su Wan, seated next to him, by surprise. Me? She was sipping a bowl of millet porridge, and upon hearing the topic shift to her, she was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, thank you. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Su Wan pursed her lips, elegantly dabbing her mouth with a napkin. No one was particularly surprised by this answer. Even Lu Chong fell silent. Su-won undoubtedly possesses that level of capability. Expressing gratitude feels somewhat excessive in this context. Should she truly claim the title of city champion, the school's rewards would be quite substantial indeed. Bai Mo, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked on this. Su-won, with her large, expressive eyes, gazed at Bai Mo, eagerly awaiting his continuation. I reckon, at that point, you ought to treat me to a meal or something, so I can bask in your glory. Su-won, with her gentle and sweet appearance, exuded an air of sophistication befitting a refined young lady from a scholarly family. Many in the class admired her. Yet upon sensing their affections, she would deliberately maintain a distance, subtly discouraging their advances. Numerous invitations to dine had been extended to her, yet none had ever succeeded. Bai Mo was merely jesting and hadn't anticipated she would acquiesce. After all, a top student from the capital's university is indeed a remarkable individual. All right. Su-won's voice rang out, crystal clear, leaving many in stunned silence, questioning whether they had misheard. Then it's settled. If I truly become the champion, I shall treat you to a meal. You can choose what we eat. This took Bai Mo by surprise, prompting him to ponder profoundly. That indeed requires some serious consideration. Su-won smiled slightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chun Xiao tugged at Jiang Luohan, whispering conspiratorially, Luohan, is Bai Mo perhaps pursuing you? Or has he turned his affections to Su-won? Truly, he is a scoundrel, a disgrace. Yet, you should take a good look in the mirror. Does he truly believe he is worthy of Su-won? Just yesterday, he was professing his love, and today he is already seeking new interests. Such capriciousness disgusted Chun Xiao. Little did Bai Mo know of Chun Xiao's sentiments. Otherwise, he would have engaged her in earnest discourse. What does yesterday or today matter? That spans decades. Jiang Luohan had already been troubled by Bai Mo's shifting affections, and Chun Xiao's remarks only exacerbated her irritation. A sudden, intense feeling emerged within her, akin to the sensation of losing something that had once belonged to her. As this feeling intensified, her mind felt clouded, and she found herself directly inquiring of Bai Mo. Bai Mo, my father suggested we have dinner together tonight. If you are free? Jiang had previously expressed a desire to thank Bai Mo in person, but the timing had yet to be arranged. In this moment, Jiang Luohan felt compelled to mention her father, perhaps subconsciously wishing to signal to everyone that her relationship with Bai Mo had grown significant. Indeed, as soon as the words left her lips, astonishment spread across the faces of those around her. Jiang Luohan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Lu Chong, holding a chicken leg, let fall back into his bowl, the flavor of his meal completely forgotten. Bai Mo, too, was taken aback. Yet truth be told, he was quite eager to dine alone with Jiang Jia. It had nothing to do with Jiang Luohan, but was purely for the sake of securing investment. As for Su-won, she exhibited little discernible reaction. Her demeanor was typically unflappable. Is that agreeable? Jiang Luohan reiterated, her voice now noticeably tinged with anxiety. She gazed at Bai Mo, her eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Regrettably, Bai Mo shook his head. Perhaps another time. I'm not free tonight. His assertion of being occupied was merely a polite refusal. He desired to meet Jiang Jia for investment discussions, and given that he currently had no projects at hand, simply dining together seemed impractical. Rejected, Jiang Luohan wore a slightly dazed expression. This was her first invitation to Bai Mo, and it had ended in refusal. It seemed others began to sense the awkward atmosphere, and after finishing their meals, several chose to depart. This farewell might very well be their last. What are your plans for the afternoon? Old Chu inquired of those remaining. How about coming over to my place for a game? A few agreed to visit the teacher's home for chess and cards. When Bai Mo was asked about joining, he shook his head, expressing disinterest. Their activities seemed rather tedious to him. This afternoon, I plan to amuse myself. Enjoy your time. Old Chu, just bring your ID to the city hospital tomorrow. Bai Mo stated, rising to bid farewell to those around him before departing. I intend to visit the arcade this afternoon. Care to join? As Bai Mo exited the restaurant, he heard Su-won's voice calling from behind. The arcade? Are you certain? In Bai Mo's recollection, the place Su-won ought to frequent was a bookstore, not an arcade, which seemed an unlikely venue for a diligent student like her. At that moment, Su-won unveiled a side of herself that others had never witnessed before. Her mischievous smile radiated with a hint of playfulness. I've long wished to go. I just never had the opportunity. Chapter 9. What I fondly remember most are those 3 years with you. Old Chu's teacher's apartment was conveniently located beside the school, with an arcade not far off. The environment was less than ideal, bordering on chaotic. With the recent conclusion of the college entrance exams, the arcade was bustling with activity. Upon entering, Bai Mo was quickly recognized. Mo, good, you're here. Planning to play billiards? A young man with dyed hair set aside his cue and approached. Upon noticing Su-won, he paused, uncertainly asking, "Who is this? Your sister-in-law?" Su-won, deeply reticent, was at a loss for how to respond when Bai Mo playfully ruffled the young man's hair. "Sister-in-law? This is my classmate." "Oh, my apologies." The young man, unfazed by Bai Mo's gesture, laughed and offered, "What would you like to drink? I'll fetch it for you. Just mineral water will suffice. And you?" Bai Mo inquired of Su-won. "The same. Thank you." As the young man went to retrieve the drinks, Su-won quietly asked, "Are you very familiar with him?" Watching the young man's retreating figure, Bai Mo was engulfed in memories. This young man was someone who had once stood up for him. Without his support, he was uncertain if he would have lived to see rebirth. "We've known each other since childhood. His father encountered some trouble, and my family's lawyer helped him pro bono, winning a considerable compensation." Bai Mo kept his explanation brief as the young man returned with the drinks. "Montak ge. You can grab game tokens at the bar. Play whatever you like." "All right, you continue with your game. Don't mind us." Afterward, Bai Mo approached the bar, where a young woman, sucking on a lollipop, was engrossed in a rhythm game on the computer. The keyboard clattered under her fingers, shaking the table. "Ahem, boss. I'd like 20 tokens. That LLB 10 yuan." She suddenly recognized his voice and, disregarding her game, turned to look at him, her face lighting up with excitement. "Montak ge. Don't mind me. Just give me the tokens." The young woman promptly produced a box of game tokens. "Have fun. No need to pay," she said, returning to her game. Bai Mo, feeling quite at ease, accepted the tokens and began searching for a machine. In this nostalgic venue, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentimentality. "What do you wish to play? King of Fighters? Three Kingdoms Chronicles? Fatal Fury?" Sitting down at a moonlight box machine, Bai Mo inquired of Su-won, who, like an inquisitive child, eagerly manipulated the joystick and pressed the buttons. "Were they playing?" Su-won inquired, gesturing towards the two individuals beside her. "It looks quite entertaining." Bai Mo glanced over. "It's Metal Slug. Indeed, it is quite impressive." A spark of excitement flickered in Su-won's eyes. "Let's play this. Hurry, insert the coins." Initially, Su-won struggled a bit and died several times. However, a genius is indeed a genius. She adapted remarkably quickly. By the time she used her third coin, she had not met her demise again. At first, Bai Mo could guide her, but soon he realized he was the one lagging behind. "Monster." After dying once more, Bai Mo set down the joystick, intending to smoke a cigarette and gather his thoughts. Yet, after placing the cigarette between his lips and searching for a lighter for quite some time, he found none. Just as he was about to ask Huang Mao to bring him a lighter, a flicker of flame appeared right beside the tip of his cigarette. "You left it on the table during dinner." Su-won's voice was gentle and soothing, yet Bai Mo felt a long-dormant emotion within him stir. This was, after all, the first time a girl had lit a cigarette for him. After igniting the cigarette, he turned to glance at her. The arcade benches were long, and the two had unconsciously moved quite close to each other. Jiang Luohan's beauty struck one as breathtaking, exuding an aura of nobility that made one hesitate to approach. Conversely, Su-won radiated a gentle and serene beauty, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" After lighting Bai Mo's cigarette, Su-won resumed her gaming as if nothing had transpired. However, Bai Mo's prolonged gaze began to make her feel somewhat uncomfortable. "No, it's just that you are too good-looking." Su-won smiled subtly, a refreshing spring breeze enveloping them. "Unfortunately, you're not as beautiful as Jiang Luohan." Bai Mo was about to argue that the two were different, but Su-won did not grant him the opportunity to speak. She stretched lazily, inadvertently showcasing her graceful figure, then stood up to adjust her clothing. "Thank you. I had a wonderful time today. I must take my leave now. Until next time." With that, she skipped away, hand behind her back, leaving no chance for Bai Mo to respond. Once outside, Su-won took a deep breath. It was too stuffy inside, and she preferred the fresh air outside. She smiled at the old streets and alleys surrounding the school. "I should have long forgotten, but I still remember. However, I may never come back again." Bai Mo appeared behind her unexpectedly, commenting inappropriately. "Even if you go to another city, I believe you can still return." "Aren't you done playing?" Su-won's first reaction was surprisingly this. Bai Mo shrugged. "I'm too inexperienced. I don't want to play anymore." Hee hee. Su-won did not refute this, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly, completely unconcerned by Bai Mo's sullen expression. "Bai Montak, do you have time to walk me home?" After laughing enough, Su-won tentatively asked. "Let us go." Su-won's home was not far from the school. A 20-minute walk would suffice. Their conversation was sparse, filled with casual banter along the way. "Are you so certain I'm the top student in our city?" Throughout their walk, Bai Mo remained convinced that he had secured that meal, which puzzled Su-won somewhat. Although she was aware she had performed well on the exam, She lacked the confidence to assume that the title belonged solely to her. Just consider me a prophet. Su-won shot him a glance before asking, what do you think? If I truly am the top student, can I get into Capital University? The admission quota for Capital University in the province was limited. Sometimes, even the city's top student might not gain entry. Getting into Capital University was also Su-won's dream. You can fill out your application with confidence. Your name will undoubtedly be on the admission list. MHM, Su-won Nadif. If it turns out to be as you say, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. That is a promise. MHM. All right. Thank you for walking me home. I'll head back now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Upon reaching Su-won's building, she bid farewell and ascended without the slightest indication of looking back. Bai Mo observed her figure vanish at the stairwell before he too departed. Unbeknownst to him, once home, Su-won immediately opened her window. She sat down at her computer only after she could no longer see him. She logged into her social media and pinned her first post. What I miss the most is the morning sunlight streaming through the window and falling upon you. I have admired it for 3 years and cherished it for 3 years. Chapter 10. In the past, I was rather naive. Bai Mo had long surpassed the age where one could fall in love with someone due to a moment of inspiration. After escorting Su-won home, he returned to his own abode. For him now, Su-won felt too distant. After entering university, one would be in Su-hang and the other in the capital. They should not have any further connections. Long-distance relationships were never within his realm of consideration. He was uncertain whether distance could indeed breed beauty, but he firmly believed it could lead to complications. It wasn't that he didn't trust others. Rather, he didn't trust himself. He could not guarantee that in the throes of youth, he would remain faithful to anyone. Not Jiang Luohan, nor Su-won. I'm back. May had prepared the meal and was awaiting his return. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. By the way, Jiang Luohan called you several times. You should return her call later, just in case there is something important. I have a day off the day after tomorrow. Let us go to the phone store to get you a phone. You're about to enter university, and having a phone would be quite convenient. In 2004, phones were considered luxury items, often costing several thousand yuan. If the 18-year-old Bai Mo had heard this, he would have been overjoyed, as it would have been a matter of pride for him at that time. Yet for the current Bai Mo, this was not something to be particularly pleased about. Without apps like Momo, or beautiful live streams, or short videos, a phone was merely a communication tool, a means for May to reach him at any time. I don't need to buy a phone for now. May appeared incredulous. What did you say? Bai Mo shrugged, casually offering an excuse. Having a phone may increase the chances of early romantic relationships. You wouldn't want to become a grandmother at a young age, would you? May was taken aback, visibly conflicted. After pondering for a long moment, she finally gritted her teeth and said fiercely, if I find out you dare to harm any girl, I'll break your legs. After the threat, she added, but you still need to buy a phone. Otherwise, once you go off to university, I might not hear from you for days. Who knows what you might be up to? But I haven't even gone to university yet. Bai Mo remained indifferent, continuing before May could speak. I'll buy my own phone. You needn't worry about it. Setting down his chopsticks, he quietly gazed at Bai Mo. It is often said that children only remember their parents when they are in need of money during their university years. What does it mean when this young man declares that he no longer intends to use his own funds? May, despite her constant efforts to maintain the image of a stern mother, had never resorted to scolding or punishing Bai Mo. The thought that the child she had raised single-handedly would claim he no longer needed her was overwhelming, ushering in an unprecedented sense of loss. By Montauk, May raised her head to look at him, her voice icy enough to send shivers down one's spine. What's going on? Is your father seeing someone else? Bai Mo, bewildered, responded with a frown. What? Dad isn't that kind of person. You must be mistaken. May gazed at him with a melancholic expression. Then why do you no longer want me as your mother? Bai Mo began to comprehend that sometimes a child's need for their parents serves as a form of self-satisfaction for the parents. His declaration of no longer wishing to spend their money may have led her to misunderstand his intentions. Mom, eat more vegetables and stop overthinking, he said, hastily placing food into her bowl. I simply want to try my hand at starting a business. It does not mean I am rejecting you as my mother. Upon hearing this, May sighed in relief, but soon resumed her nagging. You should enjoy your summer vacation, focus on your studies during university, and not get caught up in trivial schemes. It would be even better if you could find a girlfriend in college. By the way, what exactly is your relationship with Jiang Luohan? As May's remarks grew increasingly absurd, Bai Mo, still eating, weakly suggested, why don't you concern yourself with whether Dad has a mistress instead? Look, it's already so late and he hasn't returned. Something must be amiss. May recognized that Bai Mo was attempting to divert the conversation and shot him a glare. Enough. You always jest when it comes to serious matters. With that attitude, how you expect to succeed in business. Don't let someone deceive you and end up counting their money. After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth, Bai Mo nonchalantly replied, well, if I fail, you can support me. I'll just be a freeloader. Just as Mei was about to scold him further, the phone rang. Go answer it. It's probably Jiang Luohan calling. She's a good kid. If you have time, invite her over to our home. Bai Montak, with a mischievous grin, remarked, you and Dad are rarely home. Do you really want me to bring her over? Mei, exasperated, was cut off as Bai Mo leaped onto the sofa and grabbed the receiver. Hello, who is this? Bai Mo, where did you go this afternoon? Someone told Jiang Luohan that you left with Su Wan. At first, she didn't believe it. In her mind, the two were worlds apart. However, where calls to Bai Mo went unanswered and she learned from Su Wan's family that she hadn't returned home yet, she started to panic. For reasons she could not articulate, she feared that Bai Mo might actually be with Su Wan. This afternoon, I was at the arcade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luohan inexplicably felt relieved. Bai Mo had no reason to deceive her. If he had been at the arcade, it meant he was not with Su Wan. She would never frequent such places. Why go to the arcade when you have a computer at home? Those places are too chaotic. You should avoid them in the future. Although she meant well, Jiang Luohan's manner of speaking was ultimately discomforting. But what did it matter to her? Thanks for the reminder. Is there anything else? Bai Mo's coldness caught Jiang Luohan off guard. In the past, their phone conversations would last half an hour. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Luohan softly inquired, Bai Mo, can we go back to how things were? Back then, I was just a nuisance to you. I apologize. The fleeting memory of high school, where Bai Mo was merely a fleeting infatuation for Jiang Luohan, lingered in the air. After all that had transpired, Bai Mo had never placed blame on Jiang Luohan. They were both victims of circumstance. However, after that incident, Bai Mo seemed to mature overnight. No longer the boy who trailed after Jiang Luohan, seeking her approval. Reflecting on it, Bai Mo didn't even know who had ensnared him in such a predicament. He had intended to investigate, but ultimately let it go, feeling powerless. Now, having been granted a second chance, he was determined not to let it slip away. After Bai Mo's words hung in the air, he waited in vain for Jiang Luohan to respond. When she did not, he decided to end the call. Just before hanging up, he thought he heard her sobbing, but the call had already disconnected. Perhaps he had misheard. Why would she be crying? Bai Mo muttered to himself, shaking his head and dismissing the thought. Chapter 11. Could it be Bai Mo? Mom, what on earth is Dad up to? Why hasn't he come home yet? Aren't you worried? Bai Mo reclined on the sofa watching television, glancing at the clock which read past 9, and asked Mei. He had already called Dad at 8, but his father had said he was busy and hastily hung up. Though Dad's business was thriving, he always prioritized family and rarely stayed out so late. Your uncle encountered an issue and asked your father for help. He might be late getting back. Mention of his uncle conjured an image in Bai Mo's mind of a burly man with a buzz cut and gold chains, initially wealthy, but now fallen from grace. The only thing Bai Mo remembered about him was his penchant for indulging Bai Mo. Even in his 30s, Bai Mo still received red envelopes from his uncle during the new year, despite having little money to his name. Upon reflection, it seemed that his uncle's business had begun to decline shortly after Bai Mo's release from detention. What happened to Uncle? Mei's face, seldom serious, revealed a rare gravity. Not wishing to burden Bai Mo with worry, she casually dismissed it. It's nothing major. Your father is helping to resolve it. Bai Mo sensed that Mei was unwilling to divulge more and, with a huff, retreated to his room. In 2000, his uncle had opened a clothing factory, and business had flourished. Within a few short years, profits soared and the factory expanded significantly. Logically, it should have continued to prosper, but in 2004, during Bai Mo's detention, a calamity befell the business, leading to its bankruptcy. Bai Mo had inquired numerous times, but they never disclosed the specifics. Viewing him as a child unburdened by adult concerns, Bai Mo understood that his current self could be of no assistance, rather than fret. He resolved to wait until tomorrow to glean more information. There was still time before the bankruptcy occurred. In 2004, there were no live broadcasts or trendy distractions. Nightlife was rather dull. Bai Mo opened his computer out of boredom, ultimately logging into QQ Space, where a cacophony of non-mainstream, angst-ridden posts filled the screen, adorned with monochrome, flashing images that they believed to be cool. Amidst the chaos, he unexpectedly spotted something refreshing. The simplicity of the text stands out remarkably. Back in 2004, QQ lacked the feature of notes, and it was only through the comments below that Bai Mo realized who it was. Truly a scholar. Even a mere status update exudes such an artistic flair. Beneath Su Wan's status, numerous comments had already accumulated. Some inquired whether she preferred the sunshine or the one who basked in it. Su Wan offered no reply. Others marveled at the notion that a top student could harbor a crush, all curious about who could possibly capture her affection. Yet, regardless of how they asked, Suwandiman Saidant. Among the dozens of comments, Bai Mo surprisingly spotted his own name. Could it be referring to him? The subsequent threads were filled with a resounding impossible. The nickname seemed somewhat familiar to Bai Mo, though he could not immediately recall who it belonged to. However, a sudden spark of mischief compelled him to copy the comment and post it below. Could it be referring to me? Bai Mo did not expect a response. After commenting, he opened the class group chat. Lu Chang was organizing a camping trip, the location perched on a mountain not far from the city. One could witness the sunrise and sunset from there, and, at night, the stars would blanket the sky. Rumor had it that fireflies would also grace the scene. Many were eager to participate, while others hesitated, primarily uncertain whether their beloved goddess would attend. If she did not go, the allure of even the most breathtaking scenery would be diminished. Is Jiang Luohan going? Someone tagged her in the group. Her QQ avatar was lit, indicating she was online. At that moment, Bai Mo realized that it was she who commented beneath Su Wan's status. No wonder the nickname felt so familiar. Jiang Luohan did not engage in a group chat. Instead, she directly reached out to Bai Mo. Are you going camping? At that moment, Jiang Luohan squatted before her computer. Her eyes slightly reddened, clearly having cried earlier. Despite having resolved to ignore Bai Mo, she could not resist the urge to message him upon seeing his QQ avatar glow. Unsure of what to say, she typed and deleted several times before finally settling on a topic. I want to go see. Over the coming decades, Hannan City would undergo rapid development, inevitably sacrificing its natural environment. The mountains and rivers surrounding the city would soon be replaced by towering edifices. Nighttime would be swallowed by light pollution, rendering the starry sky a distant memory. Bai Mo knew the mountain Lu Chang spoke of. From its heights, one could overlook the entirety of Hannan City. Soon, it would be the first mountain level for the construction of the new Hannan City. Bai Mo had even purchased a property there. Alas, after his rebirth, that house had proven to be a futile investment. After toiling so hard, he had inexplicably returned to square one, which was disheartening. However, the silver lining was that he had gained a few extra years of youth. If you want to go, I'll help you sign up, Jiang Luohan typed, her heart inexplicably racing after pressing the spacebar. She fixated on the computer screen, awaiting Bai Mo's reply. Offering to sign up for Bai Mo meant they would go together. If Bai Mo chose not to attend, she would likely forego the trip as well. This time, Bai Mo did not decline. Sure, he sensed Jiang Luohan's sudden interest in him, but dismissed it, thinking it was merely her gratitude for having accompanied her to the hospital the previous night. Upon receiving Bai Mo's response, Jiang Luohan quickly chimed in the group chat. I'm going. Her words rippled through the calm waters of the chat, prompting many lurkers to surface. They eagerly expressed their intention to participate. Lu Chang was equally thrilled. He had asked Jiang Luohan several times before, only to receive no reply, and had assumed she would not join. Is anyone else going? Tonight, we'll set up tents on a mountain, cook, and enjoy a bonfire. Knowing Jiang Luohan would attend spurred Lu Chang to promote the event even more vigorously. Setting aside his character, his abilities were commendable. Otherwise, Bai Mo would not have agreed to his position as department head. Yet at this juncture, he was in a phase of youthful arrogance, believing himself superior to everyone else. Aside from being somewhat infuriating, he had no significant flaws. Just as Lu Chang reveled in his excitement, Jiang Luohan posted again in a group. Bai Mo is going too. It was common knowledge that Bai Mo harbored feelings for Jiang Luohan, yet she had explicitly rejected him. The sight of her aiding in Bai Mo's registration left everyone momentarily stunned. However, it was not long before another longtime lurker finally spoke up. I'm going too. The message was from Su Wan. Chapter 12. The marketplace is a battlefield. Jiang Luohan gazed incredulously at the messages in the QQ chat, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Reflecting on the past 3 years of high school, she was certain that Bai Mo liked her, and his relationships with other girls were entirely platonic. There was little connection between him and Su Wan. After all, one was a diligent scholar, while the other was a mischievous troublemaker with little ambition. No matter how she considered it, there should not be much of a connection between the two. Frowning, Jiang Luohan decided to message Su Wan. Xiao Wan, where did you go this afternoon? I wanted to accompany you to the library, but I lost sight of you after leaving the restaurant. Su Wan's reply came more swiftly than Bai Mo's, and soon the sound of beeping filled her headphones. The arcade. It's really fun. A sudden pang of pain shot through Jiang Luohan's heart. She trembled as she typed. Were you with Bai Mo? Deep down, she clung to a shred of hope. Alas, reality proved harsh. Yes, indeed. Jiang Luohan felt abandoned, her mind clouded with a single lingering question. If she had rejected him, was it truly impossible now? Throughout high school, she had grown accustomed to Bai Mo trailing behind her. Yet, it seemed as though she had lost him. Jiang Luohan opted not to continue the conversation. After closing the chat window, she opened QQ Space and scrolled to Suwon's status, where she also found Bai Mo's comment. Beneath his remark, Suwon had replied with a simple two-word response. Guess what? Among the multitude of comments, the singular reply to his might have already hinted at the truth. This one do. After contemplating for a long while, a glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Luohan's eyes. You jerk, I will definitely find you again. Bai Mo, oblivious to Jiang Luohan's thoughts, had long since drifted into a deep slumber. Nothing seemed capable of disturbing his blissful dreams. The following morning, the sun shone brightly outside. As Bai Mo stepped out of his room, he noticed someone sleeping on the living room sofa. The cushions visibly sagged under the weight, truly a testament to the situation. Xiao Mo is awake. Before Bai Mo could approach the sofa, the sound of footsteps roused the sleeper. Uncle, why aren't you sleeping in the room? There is an empty room available. When relatives visit, they usually rest there. Hitsung sat up, looking quite fatigued, and pinched his temples. Have some water first. Bai Mo poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Hitsung, displaying no signs of reservation, seized a cup of water and took a sip. The temperature just right. I mentioned I would continue reviewing the documents, only to find myself unexpectedly succumbing to slumber. Hitsung, upon noticing the time, exclaimed, Goodness, it's already 10 o'clock. I must make another trip to the factory. His eyes were bloodshot, his complexion pale, and he appeared especially haggard. Xiao Montak, I must take my leave. Here, this is your pocket money from your uncle. Hitsung rose, intending to depart, but not before retrieving his wallet and handing over 200 yuan notes. Such as Hitsung, lacking in education, yet exceedingly kind to Bai Mo uncle. Do take a moment to rest before you leave, Bai Mo urged, accepting the money, well aware of his uncle's temperament. He would be displeased if refused. Nonetheless, concern for his current state lingered in Bai Mo's mind. Should he neglect his health, the consequences could be dire. Yet Hitsung managed a strained smile, insisting, I'm fine. When your father wakes up, please let him know I have departed. I've troubled him too much during this time. With that, Hitsung donned his coat and stepped out. Perhaps still groggy from sleep, he had forgotten to take the document from the coffee table. Bai Montak, recognizing that he would not heed further advice until the issue was resolved, refrained from urging him again. Gazing at the file on the coffee table, he had no qualms about opening it. As he perused the documents, his brow gradually furrowed. It took him half an hour to digest all the contents. Upon completion, he finally comprehended the reason behind his uncle's grim expression. If he were in the same predicament, he would likely feel equally tormented. The betrayal by a trusted individual is a wound that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Bai Mo approached the windowsill and lit a cigarette, smoking half while allowing the breeze to carry the other half away. According to the details within the documents, his uncle was indeed at a dead end. The financial chain had fractured, with only a week remaining until payday. Besides the employees' wages, there were outstanding payments to suppliers and bank loans to consider. Over 1 million yuan in debt loomed ahead. If not managed properly, the garment factory that had absorbed all his uncle's efforts would be doomed. However, a glimmer of hope remained. Over 60,000 finished garments awaited orders. Securing a contract could resolve the issue. Yet, acquiring an order for 60,000 pieces was no trivial feat. Moreover, it was precisely this surplus that had led to the current crisis. 60,000 pieces, with a cost control of 20 yuan each, that amounted to over 1 million. Have you reviewed the documents? What are your thoughts? Bai Xingxue, unbeknownst to Bai Mo, had already awakened. Dressed in pajamas, he sat on the sofa, continuing to examine the materials. His condition was hardly better than Hitsung's, having toiled throughout the night. It was evident that his uncle had fallen into a trap. But who had orchestrated this? Bai Mo found himself puzzled. From the documents, he learned that a few months prior, through a friend's introduction, his uncle had secured an order. It was a modest one, merely a few thousand pieces. However, the other party was generous, transferring funds immediately after the contract was signed. Hitsung preferred to engage with straightforward individuals, and, as their interactions increased, familiarity blossomed. Subsequently, he received several orders from his client, each one larger than the last, gradually surpassing the factory's production capacity. Naturally, Hitsung was reluctant to let go of such lucrative contracts, especially having learned that future orders would only increase. To secure this bounty, he sought a bank loan, investing heavily in new equipment and expanding the factory. Initially, Hitsung had been cautious, keeping all costs within acceptable limits. Even if issues arose, they could be resolved. Yet, the other party seemed intent on assuaging his concerns, consistently placing larger orders and maintaining their previous honesty with payments. Gradually, Hitsung relaxed his vigilance. Last month, the client placed a staggering order for 100,000 pieces. Upon receiving this order, Song was ecstatic, as the profit from this single contract equaled his previous year's income. However, complications arose during the contract signing. The client was only willing to pay a 10% deposit, with the remainder to be disbursed in installments. Song found this troubling, but recalling the client's past reliability, he ultimately acquiesced out of trust. When the time for the agreed-upon delivery approached, the client claimed their accountant was ill and would need time before payment could be made, asserting that the goods could wait. Though Song sensed something amiss, he did not dwell on it, merely reducing production speed. Yet, subsequent attempts to contact the client were met with silence, as if they had vanished from existence. By then, he had accumulated 50,000 pieces in stock. The investments in upgrading equipment and procuring raw materials had exhausted all his cash reserves. Additionally, he had taken out considerable secured loans from the bank. For the sake of that 100,000-piece order, he had even turned down other contracts. If this order fell through, it would spell disaster. This was precisely the point that perplexed Bai Mo the most. While Song faced ruin, it appeared that the other party had gained nothing from their escape. Bai Mo furrowed his brow, glancing at Bai Xingxue, uncertainly inquiring, could it be malicious competition from a rival? Lao Bai Zipli, Gu Den Di. There is no direct evidence pointing to competitors, but there is something worth noting. What is it? An international sportswear brand, Kappa, is seeking a factory representative here in our city. During their investigation, they visited your uncle's factory and expressed interest in collaboration. Kappa, by Montak Momowat. Back in 2004, the brand was quite popular. However, it later faltered due to an inability to meet domestic consumer demands and a failed transition. Now, if they were indeed seeking a processing factory in Hanjian City, it would undoubtedly be a boon for local garment factories. So, you suspect someone orchestrated his uncle's financial collapse to acquire the factory, thereby eliminating a competitor and enhancing their own standing? Lao Bai nodded. That's the most likely scenario. Only someone within the industry could easily manage the previous orders. The business world is akin to a battlefield. In the face of profit, all individuals may resort to unscrupulous means. Bai Mo was not particularly surprised by this revelation. Throughout his previous entrepreneurial endeavors, he had encountered numerous challenges, each time managing to avert disaster. Lao Bai, do you think that if we resolve the inventory issue and recover sufficient funds, all problems will be resolved? Indeed, but it's not as simple as it sounds. Bai Mo stretched, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. He had not anticipated that, after being reborn, he would once again be thrust into the treacherous world of business intrigue before enjoying a moment of respite. Contact my uncle and tell him I can assist in recovering the funds. Chapter 13. Then let's give it a try. Xiao Mo, do you truly have a plan? Song inquired, urgency lacing his voice. In just 1 week, we need to gather 1 million. Upon receiving Bai Xingxue's call, Song rushed over. He found himself with no retreat left, resorting to desperate measures. Bai Mo, however, remained composed. In his previous life, his uncle had survived bankruptcy, even emerging healthier and slimmer. Upon considering this, there remains little to fret about. Is it not merely 1 million? You still have over 60,000 garments piled in your warehouse, do you not? Selling them would suffice. Song wore a grim expression, his cheeks sagging with the weight of his concerns. Xiao Mo, I am but a simple man, lacking in culture. Your father mentioned you possess a solution. Therefore, I trust you do. Please refrain from disparaging your uncle. If it were so easy to sell 60,000 garments, I would not be so anxious. Bai Mo smiled gently and replied to Song, Uncle, if there are no other alternatives, allow me to handle those 60,000 garments. I will strive to raise 1 million within a week. Song was uncertain whether Bai Mo was jesting or sincere, glancing quickly at Bai Xingxue for confirmation. Bai Xingxue suggested, let Xiao Mo articulate his thoughts. If you find them viable, permit him to attempt it. If not, we shall contemplate other solutions. After a moment of contemplation, Song nodded. He had exhausted all conceivable options, all of which had proven unfeasible. Rather than await doom, it would be prudent to hear how Bai Mo intended to proceed. Upon receiving Song's consent, Bai Mo produced paper and pen to elucidate his plan. At that moment, he longed for the convenience of modern computer projectors, far superior to mere paper and pen. The difficulty in selling the 60,000 garments lies in perceiving them as a singular entity. It is indeed challenging for anyone to place such a substantial order all at once. But what if we were to break those 60,000 down for retail? Song sighed, initially believing Bai Mo had conceived a brilliant strategy, only to be disappointed by this suggestion. He could only shake his head in resignation. The retail volume was too small. It would take an eternity to sell 60,000 pieces. Just as he voiced his thoughts, he observed Bai Mo drawing a bold line across the paper. If one or a few individuals would find it arduous, What if there were hundreds or thousands? Heatsung remarked, but there isn't such a vast market. Bai Mo shrugged, countering, why do I need a market? I am not selling in a marketplace. Relying on the market to recover 1 million within a week is fundamentally implausible. This revelation not only bewildered Heatsung, but also left Bai Xingxue perplexed. What do you mean? Bai Mo continued to clarify. Have you heard of the street vendor economy? It involves setting up a stall. Heatsung nodded in acknowledgement, urging Bai Mo to proceed. Bai Mo sketched a flowchart and handed it over. Many aspire to venture into business, but hesitate due to fears of loss. Our objective is to alleviate their concerns. Street vendors incur no rent or utility expenses. Their sole apprehension is whether their stock will sell. What if we assured them that should their goods fail to sell, we would repurchase them at the original price, or even at a higher rate? What reaction do you think they would have? Once Bai Xingxue comprehended the concept, he eagerly seized Bai Mo's notes, his face a tableau of incredulity. Yet, he refrained from interrupting Bai Mo, allowing him to continue. We shall allow those who wish to engage in the clothing business to procure stock from us, providing them with operational security. For instance, if someone takes 100 garments from us and fails to sell them within half a month, we shall repurchase those 100 at the original price. Should they sell 50, we will buy back the remaining 50 at a 5 yuan increase per piece. The fewer they retain, the higher our repurchase price. Considered a short-term financial product, would they not be inclined to source stock from us? Heatsung grasped the concept and nodded. This effectively transferred the operational risk directly onto themselves, alleviating the distributor's worries. However, Heatsung still had lingering uncertainties. Shaking his head, he queried Bai Mo, but if they cannot sell anything, we would not profit either. Bai Montag sighed. How has my uncle managed to persist in business for so many years? But, considering he is my uncle, I shall patiently explain, even if he sells nothing. The funds he expends to procure stock from us must be entrusted to us for half a month, correct? The profits generated from that sum within those 2 weeks would rightfully belong to us. Bai Xingxue and Heatsung fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, Bai Xingxue finally spoke. So, your intention from the outset was not to sell off this inventory, but rather to rapidly recover funds through this method? Upon receiving a nod from Bai Mo, Bai Xingxue furrowed his brow. However, this is merely a temporary measure. What if, after half a month, they all return their goods, and we lack the funds to reimburse them? Bai Mo did not rush to respond, instead lifting his teacup for a sip. After a moment, he spoke with a calm demeanor. If everyone were to withdraw their deposits from the bank would undoubtedly lack the cash. Yet, banks never fret over this issue, as there are always individuals depositing funds. Those withdrawing are simply taking out what others have previously deposited. Bai Xingxue, having interacted with many wealthy individuals, understood certain financial principles, but was surprised to hear them articulated by Bai Mo today. His expression grew complex. Heatsung, too, grasped the essence of the situation, his complexion brightening with newfound hope. Uncle, in exceptional times, we must employ exceptional methods. The foremost task now is to identify a means to attract a multitude to procure stock from us. Heatsung eagerly nodded. At that moment, he found himself admiring his nephew, recognizing that someone who could think to profit using a banking mindset was destined for remarkable achievements. Bai Mo continued, I propose we prioritize promoting this to factory workers and university students. Workers from modest backgrounds are likely eager to earn more, while students, with their abundant time and aspirations, are often driven and proactive. Both demographics share a common concern, the fear of losses. By alleviating their anxieties, their enthusiasm will undoubtedly soar. Additionally, Bai Montag paused briefly. If we find ourselves lacking in numbers, we might consider a referral incentive. For every person introduced, we could offer a commission. It's akin to a brokerage service, something they should be familiar with. Heatsung scrutinized Bai Mo's notes for an extended period before finally rising slowly. Mo, I believe we should give this a try. You shall determine the specifics of implementation. As long as we can navigate this challenge, your uncle will surely reward you handsomely. After a moment of silence, Heatsung added, even if it fails, it matters not. Consider it practice for you. Your uncle has faith in you. Bai Mo, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of emotion at his uncle's earnest expression. The likelihood of failure seemed minimal, and even in the event of a setback, opportunities to earn would surely abound in the future. Heatsung nodded affirmatively. Chapter 14. Jiang Luohan's decision. Heatsung departed with Bai Mo's proposal in hand to arrange various handover matters. In the room, only Lao Bai and Xiao Bai remained, exchanging silent glances. It was Lao Bai who first broke the silence. Care for smoke? Initially, Bai Mo's smoking habit unsettled him, but upon reflection, he felt he lacked the standing to admonish him. After all, he was the one who had raised him. Your cigarettes are too hard to draw. Let us stick to mine. Bai Mo cast a disdainful glance at Lao Bai's Yushi and took out his own Hantian. Lao Bai say about Dwight, and he attempted to speak several times, only to swallow his words in the end. Concerned that Lao Bai might become overly agitated, Bai Mo hastily interjected. I neither stole nor snatched. I purchased everything with the pocket money you provided. Moreover, the things I just mentioned to my uncle were merely gleaned from books and television. Upon hearing this, Lao Bai exhaled deeply. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked, I heard from your mother that you aspire to start a business? Indeed. I can't rely on your money forever, can I? Lao Bai nodded in agreement. Unlike Hime, who tended to overthink and fret excessively, he recognized the merit in a child having their own ambitions. When Hime first broached this subject, he felt a twinge of concern, worried that Bai Mo might falter in his entrepreneurial endeavors and become despondent. Yet, it appeared he had been overly cautious. If you wish to pursue it, then do so. I may not be able to provide you with much, but I offer you 2 words. Keep going. With that, Lao Bai patted his backside and stood to leave. Bai Mo was left dumbfounded. Was that it? Shouldn't there be some tangible support? However, all he received in response was Lao Bai's yawn. As the door closed behind him, Bai Mo, as defiance faded. He had not expected Lao Bai to offer substantial sponsorship, especially since Hime managed the family's finances. Extracting even a small amount from her would prove exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, it was time to devise a solid plan. The year was 2004. Although opportunities abounded, so too did lurking perils. Much like his uncle's garment factory, where various covert conflicts raged, those who thrived in such times invariably possessed either formidable means or substantial backing. As for himself, he was empty-handed, lacking even the capital to sell fish. Yet, Bai Mo understood that now was not the moment for lamentation. The pressing issue was to dispose of the 60,000 garments. Where could he find help? Suddenly, he thought his high school class group. With the college entrance examination behind them, this cohort had both time and energy to spare. Most importantly, they had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. It was time to expose them to the treachery of human nature. Yes, I'm talking about Lu Chong. Bai Mo resolved to act. Dashing back to his room to log into QQ. The group, once lively, had returned to a state of tranquility after a flurry of messages. The last post was from several hours prior. Bai Mo began typing, inquiring, is anyone interested in earning some money during the summer vacation? I am, came a swift reply. What kind of summer job do you recommend? It's not going to involve factory work or serving tables. Is it? It may be tiring, but if the pay is right, I might consider it. Yes, share the details. If it sounds good, I'll join too. With 3 months of summer stretching ahead, many were eager to find something to occupy their time. If they could earn enough for college tuition, that would be even better. Observing the growing excitement in the group, Bai Mo continued, you are soon-to-be university students. Shouldn't you aspire to something greater? Is working in a factory or serving tables really the best you can do? At that moment, Lu Chong emerged, seizing the opportunity to ridicule Bai Mo. There is no shame in any profession. Only by experiencing the toil of labor can we truly strive for academic excellence. His words elicited cheers from the group. Even Bai Mo sent him a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Pray tell, class leader, which hotel are you working at? I might come by to support you. Lu Chong seized the moment to flaunt his superiority. I've taken on a tutoring gig, earning 20 yuan an hour, working 4 hours a week. If anyone's interested, I can keep an eye out for you. But if your grades are lacking, don't bother. If you can't comprehend the material, don't mislead others. His remarks were clearly aimed at Bai Mo. Bai Mo's high school was the best in the city, and their class was the creme de la creme. Although he barely scraped by with his scores, he was indeed the lowest achiever in the class. 80, is that a lot? Bai Mo could vividly picture Lu Chong gloating at his computer. This only solidified Bai Mo's determination to recruit him for some under-the-table work. After a nonchalant response, Bai Mo declared, I plan to set up a stall at the night market to sell clothes. Anyone interested? You can take the clothes directly from me. They cost 30 yuan each. If you haven't sold them or decide not to continue within half a month, you can return them to me at the original price. After his message, many in the group expressed interest, though most remained hesitant. After all, 30 yuan each meant a considerable investment, 300 for 10. To set up a stall, one would need at least dozens of garments, a burden not easily borne by a group of fresh high school graduates. However, a few individuals ventured to inquire. If I don't sell them or change my mind, can I really return them? Of course. Is there a minimum purchase requirement? When I got them from the factory, there was one, but since you're all classmates, I won't impose any such limit. Take as many as you feel you can manage. Those eager to earn more should put in the effort. After Bai Mo's persuasive pitch, several agreed to participate. Compared to traditional summer jobs, setting up a stall was undoubtedly a better option, especially since there was no risk involved. Bai Mo sighed in relief. It had been a while since he had successfully persuaded anyone. It seemed his skills had not dulled. The fact that people were willing to join in was promising. Once others in the group saw these individuals genuinely making money, they would likely follow suit. Bai Mo resolved that even if the few who had agreed were somewhat clueless, he would ensure they earn a profit. Just as Bai Mo was privately messaging those individuals to finalize the stall location and strategy, Jiang Luohan suddenly sent a message. "Where do you plan to set up your stall? I want to come help." Bai Mo initially thought he had misread, double-checking the conversation to confirm it was indeed Jiang Luohan before replying. "Why are you getting involved? You don't need the money. If you want to gain experience, you could intern at your father's company. He has such a large business waiting for you to take over." As Jiang Zhe only had Jiang Luohan as his daughter, all of his wealth would eventually belong to her. Thus, Bai Mo couldn't fathom why she would want to participate. Jiang Luohan offered no explanation. "That's none of your business. Where are you now? I'll come over to discuss how we can proceed." After considering it, Bai Mo concluded that regardless of her motives, her involvement could only be beneficial. Perhaps he could persuade her to convince her father to help register a clothing brand for him. That would resolve all issues. "I'm home. Come over." Chapter 15. We'll discuss it in another life. Today, Jiang Luohan clearly put effort into her appearance. Dressed in a cream-colored French-style fitted dress, the hem barely grazed her knees, revealing her fair, slender legs. The neckline was adorned with a black silk ribbon tied into a bow. Her smooth, long hair was simply tied back in a low ponytail, cascading naturally down her back. And up close, one could detect a faint, delicate fragrance. So, starting today, we need to recover 1 million in funds over the next 7 days, correct? Upon learning of Bai Mo's objective, Jiang Luohan exhibited an exuberant demeanor. After receiving Bai Mo's affirmative response, she pondered deeply while delicately pinching her rounded chin. After a brief pause, she stated, 1 million in 7 days means we must achieve approximately 150,000 each day. Bai Mo, what is your plan? Relying solely on our classmates will undoubtedly prove insufficient, as we are merely students. Bai Mo shrugged his shoulders, admitting there are no other alternatives. We must engage an agency for promotion and recruitment. I have an idea, though I'm uncertain of its feasibility, Jiang Luohan tentatively proposed. "Oh, do share," Bai Mo encouraged, noticing the spark of enthusiasm in her eyes. "May I use the computer?" she requested eagerly. Bai Mo swiftly pushed his chair aside to grant her access. With remarkable fluidity, Jiang Luohan logged into her QQ account, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she typed rapidly. The title of her post was striking, empowering every dreamer to achieve financial freedom. After a concise introduction to the business, she concluded with her phone number for inquiries. For detailed consultation, 13. Once she finished editing, she promptly clicked the confirmation button. At that moment, Bai Mo began to grasp Jiang Luohan's intent, smacking his forehead in realization. "It must have been the confusion from my transmigration. New media promotion indeed. How fortunate that my previous life was founded upon new media." After posting her message, Jiang Luohan did not stop there. She opened her QQ group list and began sending messages. "Friends, you can check out my first post. And if you help me by sharing it, you can claim a reward of 1 Q coin." Having completed this, she stretched languidly and turned to Bai Mo, only to be startled by his unexpected proximity. "Ah," she exclaimed, her cheeks quickly adorned with a rosy blush, enhancing her already captivating features. Bai Mo, sensing the awkwardness, instinctively stepped back, yet he could not help but acknowledge her beauty. Regaining her composure, Jiang Luohan inquired, "Do you think this plan is viable?" Bai Mo gave her a thumbs up, affirming, "Absolutely." At that moment, Bai Mo's gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Luohan's QQ interface, where he noticed her meticulous categorization of friends into various groups, including several for classmates. One group, however, stood out with the name Bastard, containing only a single individual. Regrettably, the group was closed, leaving Bai Mo curious about who this significant person might be. After sending her message in the group, Jiang Luohan was quickly inundated with private messages. Her beauty was undoubtedly an advantage. Most messages simply requested the Q coins for sharing, while others sought to engage her in conversation. She disregarded the latter, creating a separate group for those wishing to recharge their Q coins. For half an hour, her fingers flew across the keyboard as she responded to messages, even taking a few calls, all inquiries. Finally, after a brief respite, she rubbed her wrist and pouted at Bai Mo. "I want some water. Consider it done." Bai Mo chuckled, thinking that even if she asked for the stars, he would find a way to grant her wish. "Take a moment to rest. One's strength is ultimately limited. I've enlisted a few classmates to assist with this endeavor, and there is no need for you to use your QQ for further messages." Jiang Luohan accepted the cup of water, but shook her head. "I find this quite enjoyable. Her gaze towards Bai Mo held a hint of admiration. This method of earning money was something she had only witnessed in financial case studies. Yet here was Bai Mo, genuinely putting it into practice. Although it was merely the beginning and the outcome remained uncertain, she believed that the results would undoubtedly be promising. Bai Mo, how did you conceive of this approach? Bai Mo, naturally, would not divulge that his ideas were derived from future experiences, so he nonchalantly replied, it was merely a desperate attempt. Jiang Luohan wanted to continue the conversation, but her phone rang. Hello, who is this? Hi, I saw your promotion on QQ Space. If I can't sell the goods, can I return them? Hearing this, Jiang Luohan sprang to life. Of course, you need not worry. We have our own clothing factory and will sign a formal contract with you. That's wonderful. May I collect the goods now? Absolutely. I will send you the address shortly. Just come find me. After hanging up, Jiang Luohan was positively elated. Where's the address for collection? Let's go now. Bai Mo opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish, Jiang Luohan's phone rang again. Hello, may I collect the goods now? Yes. No. Bai Montak. I can't manage this. The virality of QQ Space among the youth was astounding. In just over an hour, her post had been shared thousands of times. Even if each share garnered just 10 reads, that would amount to tens of thousands of exposures. Ultimately, Jiang Luohan found herself overwhelmed. Why did I even leave my phone number? I had no idea so many would be calling. She pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. Quick, think of a solution to help me. Otherwise, I'll be buried under the pressure before my salary even arrives. Bai Mo, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Luohan's youthful distress, snapped back to reality when she poked his arm. You can enable call forwarding in your settings, directing all unknown numbers to this landline. While Jiang Luohan replied to messages, Bai Mo used the landline to contact He Tsong, arranging for him to handle incoming orders. He Tsong readily agreed, organizing for a professional operator to be available 24 hours a day to take calls. As Jiang Luohan completed her settings, Bai Mo added, this number isn't suitable for personal use. When you have time, we should choose a new number. Bai Mo felt a twinge of guilt, recognizing that she had exposed her number in an effort to help him. Jiang Luohan, understanding his concern, replied without pretense, let us do it in a few days. I'll inform my family first. Once I get a new number, this one will be decommissioned. What do you propose as a way to express my gratitude? Bai Mo initially thought Jiang Luohan was merely being whimsical, but he was genuinely surprised by her earnestness. He pondered, smirking. I can think of no better way than to offer myself in return. Police, that would only benefit you. Well then, I suppose we'll have to save it for the next life. Bastard. Absolutely not. Chapter 16, The Garment Factory. Jiang Luohan's emphatic rejection was somewhat louder than intended. Shortly after, Old Bai knocked on the door, carrying a plate of unwashed fruit. Bai Mo, it's time for fruit. In the throes of adolescence, the solitary male and female found themselves in the same room, leaving Old Bai's heart hanging in suspense. Though he was undeniably fatigued ever since Jiang Luohan's arrival, slumber had evaded him completely. Especially after hearing the phrase not allowed, his anxiety heightened, fearing that Bai Mo might act recklessly. However, it became apparent that his worries were unfounded. As soon as he knocked, Bai Mo opened the door. Old Bai, Jiang Luohan just received a few orders. We're heading to Uncle's garment factory, so we want TV eating. You should rest a bit longer. You look pale, as if you've been startled. Seeing that Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan exhibited no unusual behavior, both dressed appropriately, Old Bai sighed in relief. The earlier, the better, he remarked before departing without a backward glance. Once downstairs, Bai Mo intended to hail a taxi outside the community, but Jiang Luohan called out to him. I drove here. Bai Mo's face was a canvas of confusion. Here. Jiang Luohan waved the car, keys in her hand, the 4 rings glinting conspicuously. Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, muttering under his breath, at 18, while I'm fretting over making ends meet, with scarcely enough for cigarettes, some are already driving Audis. Indeed, the disparity among individuals is even greater than that between man and dog. Jiang Luohan, unable to hear clearly, inquired curiously, what are you mumbling about? Bai Mo regarded her seriously and said, could you kindly ask Uncle Jiang if I can call him Dad? No need for a luxury car. Just a second-hand Santana would suffice. After a moment's reflection, he added, if my surname seems inappropriate, I can always discuss changing it with Old Bai. Jiang Luohan, lost in thought, suddenly blushed. What are you saying? Let us go. With that, she scampered away like a bashful young girl. Seated in the passenger seat, Bai Mo observed the focused Jiang Luohan and asked, when did you obtain your driver's license? Typically, high school students acquire it only after the college entrance exams. Logically, you shouldn't have had the time. Jiang Luohan replied calmly, just 2 months ago, in the final semester. My mother halted my piano and dance lessons to prepare for the exams, which freed up a lot of time. So, I took the opportunity to get my license. Bai Mo realized he had spoken out of turn. One cannot generalize about people. Jiang Luohan had been taking various high-priced extracurricular classes since childhood, mastering everything from music to calligraphy. Her demeanor was poised and graceful, a reminder of why he had admired her for so long. "Why are you silent?" she asked. Tired. In the year 2004, the streets of Hanjiang City were not overly congested. The journey was smooth, and within 20 minutes, they arrived at the garment factory. Hitsung was already waiting at the entrance. Initially, he thought the Audi was merely passing by, paying it little mind. Upon seeing the car pull up in front of him and Bai Mo step out, he was taken aback. This car was one he could scarcely afford. Bai Mo had mentioned he would arrive with a classmate, but had not disclosed Jiang Luohan's identity, hence his astonishment. Jiang Luohan drove steadily, and Bai Mo, having dozed off for a brief moment, felt no bumps at all. After disembarking, he stretched and asked the dazed Hitsung, "Uncle, what's the matter?" Hitsung snapped back to reality and shook his head. "Nothing, nothing. Who is this?" Jiang Luohan, having turned off the engine, stepped out gracefully, approaching Bai Mo with a sweet smile. "Hello, uncle. I'm Bai Mo's classmate, Jiang Luohan. You may also call me Luohan or Xiao Jiang." Hitsung nodded, somewhat stunned. "Hello, Xiao Jiang. All right, uncle, let us head to your storage room," Bai Mo urged. "Oh, right this way." Hitsung, though curious about Bai Mo as classmate and their relationship, knew it was not the right moment to inquire. As they walked, he introduced Bai Mo to the key personnel in the factory. "This is the financial officer. Henceforth, all financial matters should be coordinated with him. Sister Zhang. In the coming days, Xiao Mo will be responsible for clearing out the inventory, so financial support must be maximized. Provide him with whatever he needs." Sister Zhang, a woman in her 40s, was attired in professional attire, her short hair lending her an air of competence. "Understood, Manager He." Bai Mo and Sister Zhang exchanged nods as a greeting. "This is Su Zhang from the business department, my old partner. He oversees the warehouse. Just notify him regarding all incoming and outgoing goods." The veterans of the garment factory, aware of the current predicament, were eager to lend a hand but felt powerless. Now that they heard Bai Mo had solutions, their curiosity piqued, but more so, they felt hopeful. After all, Hitsung had never treated them poorly. If the factory were to collapse, finding such good jobs again would be impossible. "Xiao Mo, we met when you were little and came to play at the factory. I can hardly believe how much you've grown," Su Zhang said, extending his hand to shake Bai Mo's. This gesture of recognition did not belittle him due to his age. "Hello, Uncle Su. I appreciate your support during this time." "Not at all. It's my responsibility." After the two acknowledged each other, Hitsung turned to introduce another individual. "This is Lu Li. You can call her Sister Lu. She was previously in charge of our reception, and we brought her in specifically to establish the marketing department as per your request. The hotline is now operational, and Sister Lu has arranged for personnel to work in shifts around the clock." Lu Li, the youngest among Hitsung's group, was in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, dressed in a professional skirt with a sweet smile. "Hello, Xiao Mo. I look forward to your guidance." "Guidance is too much. We'll learn from each other." Once the two were acquainted, Hitsung continued, "There are a few more departmental heads I haven't called in. For now, these are the key personnel you need to engage with. I've instructed them to fully support your work." Seeing Bai Mo nod in acknowledgement, Hitsung, concerned about potential pressure on him, added reassuringly, "Xiao Mo, Uncle has run out of options. Don't feel burdened. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Regardless of the outcome, Uncle is grateful to you." Even without Hitsung's words, Bai Mo felt no pressure. It was not that he lacked confidence in his abilities. He merely believed that even if his uncle went bankrupt, it wouldn't necessarily be a calamity. At least it would afford him time to recuperate. "Uncle, don't worry. I'm not stressed. After all, even if there's a loss, it's not my money at stake." With a laugh, Jiang Luohan couldn't help but chuckle. She understood that Bai Mo's remark was no jest. Hitsung awkwardly chuckled in response. That is good. This is the storage room. Come, let's take a look." As they entered the storage area, the distinct scent of new clothing enveloped them. The previous storage space was not large, but had evidently expanded recently. Otherwise, it would be nearing capacity. This was a staggering 60,000 pieces. "This is the style area. We store the clothes according to product numbers. After the clients select their desired styles here, we simply need to locate the corresponding numbers on the shelves. Once we enter the warehouse, the guide transforms into Su Zhang." Bai Mo nodded, holding a sample in hand for inspection. "The material of the sample is identical to that of the genuine article, correct?" "Indeed, it is." Hitsung's garment factory is not particularly large and lacks a plethora of professional designers. The styles are merely imitations of current trends, crafted with a copycat approach. Therefore, even in retail, there is no concern about unsold inventory. Take a look and see if you find something you like. I'll gift it to you, Bai Mo suggested, holding up a dress and gesturing in front of Jiang Luohan. Jiang Luohan appeared somewhat conflicted, unsure of how to respond, but Bai Mo preemptively dismissed the notion. Never mind. I'll talk about it when I have money. This was merely an excuse Bai Mo concocted. It only dawned on him afterward how thoughtless he had been. After all, this was Jiang Luohan. Most of her clothing was custom-made, so how could she possibly be interested in these inexpensive items? The reason she did not decline was purely out of concern for her pride. Persisting further would seem ungrateful. Jiang Luohan said little more, as the clothing here indeed did not meet her standards. However, she was genuinely pleased by Bai Mo's offer of a gift. Even if it was an item from this place, she intended to keep it with care. Mr. He, we have guests arriving. Luli had just received a phone call and approached He Song and Bai Mo. Just have someone bring them over to select directly. Old Su, I'll leave the subsequent matters to you. Su Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Bai Mo chose not to depart, instead continuing to inspect the warehouse while awaiting the arrival of the first batch of distributors. He Song had already briefed them on all procedures. They were seasoned professionals, and after a single explanation, they comprehended the details. By the way, Xiao Mo, how do you promote your products? It's truly impressive. I just overheard the sister on the phone complaining. The call's Haven Tea stopped. Yuli approached by Montauk, ingratiatingly inquiring. Curiosity was one aspect, but more importantly, she sought to establish a closer rapport with Bai Mo. Although he bore the appearance of an 18-year-old, his insight surpassed that of many. He immediately recognized Lu Li's intentions, but felt no displeasure. After all, who would wish to flatter others if not driven by necessity? Not everyone possesses the privileged background of Jiang Luohan. Initially, he too had struggled with how to proceed, but it was her idea to use QQ space for promotion. Lu Li was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Luohan, initially mistaking her for a mere decorative presence accompanying Bai Mo. It was only later that she realized her error. Setting aside Jiang Luohan's innate elegance, even the car keys she held indicated that she was no ordinary person. Thus, her smile grew warmer as she regarded her. Luohan, you are truly astute. Jiang Luohan maintained a polite smile, softly responding with a thank you. I merely had a fleeting thought. I never anticipated it would prove effective. While the group engaged in conversation, Su Zheng entered with the first batch of distributors. Observing the mountain of new garments stacked on the shelves, they appeared somewhat apprehensive. Is it really possible for me to order just 50 pieces? Previously, he had only sold from street stalls, acquiring goods from second-hand vendors. Not only were the prices significantly higher, but the styles were also limited. Even then, if he ordered too few, they would refuse him. The prospect of acquiring directly from the factory was something he had never imagined. The best part was that there was no restriction on quantity. Even if he could not sell everything, he could return unsold items. What a blessing for someone in his line of business. Of course, it's absolutely possible. Su Zheng was exceedingly courteous, not looking down on him for placing a smaller order. According to Bai Mo's plan, individuals like him often wield the greatest influence. If this collaboration proves successful, he will undoubtedly share the news with others. Gradually, the number of people coming to procure goods will increase. Even if the quantities requested are small, it does not matter, as the foundational customer base is substantial. You can determine how much stock you wish to take if, after 2 weeks, you Haven Tea sold them or decide not to continue this business. Just let us know a day in advance, and you can return them. Su Zheng said, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Mo. His background in marketing had left him awestruck by this sales model. Should this endeavor succeed, it would not only benefit the garment factory, but also enhance the entrepreneurial landscape of Hanjiang City. With such a contribution, he would become a strong contender for the title of Outstanding Youth in Hanjiang City. The first batch of goods was transferred smoothly. The individual who initially intended to order 50 pieces to test the waters, upon seeing the plethora of fashionable styles, bit the bullet and ordered 100 pieces instead. Each piece was priced at 30 yuan. Although 3,000 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket for the factory's current financial woes, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Mo, Mr. He has instructed that henceforth, all funds must be deposited into a new account. This account can only be accessed with your signature. Here is the account key. Please keep it safe. Sister Zhang, now in work mode, altered her address for Bai Mo. As she spoke, she handed him a USB drive. This is the account key. Any transfers involving substantial amounts will require this key. He Song had placed all his hopes on Bai Mo, entrusting him with financial authority. Simultaneously, he communicated a message to Bai Mo. If they could weather this storm, no matter the profit, it would belong entirely to Bai Mo, and he would not inquire further. Bai Mo accepted the key without hesitation, pocketing it with ease. At that moment, Su Zheng re-entered with more people. Upon seeing the order confirming a 15-day return policy, he eagerly placed an order for 200 pieces. Bai Mo observed them packing the items when Lu Li approached once more. Xiao Montak, a few of your classmates have arrived. So soon? Bai Mo was somewhat surprised, although they had confirmed their arrival via QQ. He had expected them to be so prompt. Where are they? In the reception room. I'll take you there. All right, Bai Mo replied, glancing at Jiang Luohan, who was engaged in a pleasant phone conversation and decided not to interrupt her. Bai Mo, over here. Inside the reception room, several freshly turned 18-year-olds sat on the sofa. Appearing somewhat shy, disposable cups of water were placed before them, though the cups remained full. Upon seeing Bai Mo, they excitedly stood up. Bai Mo was met with an unexpected familiar face. Aren't you supposed to be tutoring? What are you doing here? Lu Chang inquired, clearly disgruntled and resentful. How did you manage to convince Luohan to help you with the promotion? Initially, he had no intention of coming, but upon witnessing Jiang Luohan assisting with the promotion, he became agitated. What is going on here? Chapter 18. It was just a dream. Convince? She asked right here. You can ask her later. Upon hearing Bai Mo mention that Jiang Luohan was present, Lu Chang's expression became even more intriguing. Just as I was about to speak, I caught sight of Jiang Luohan sprinting towards me. Bai Montak, she called out, and only then did she notice that several classmates were nearby. Oh, you are here too? A girl beside her inquired, puzzled. It was unexpected for them to see Jiang Luohan and Bai Mo together after graduation. Even if Jiang Luohan had helped with some promotional work, it was merely out of goodwill for their years of camaraderie. Hence, their surprise upon seeing her was quite justified. I came along to join the fun. Are you here to collect your clothes? After receiving affirmative replies from the group, her smile blossomed even brighter. That's wonderful. I also plan to take some to set up a stall. Where are you heading? Let's split up so we don't compete for business. As their conversation grew increasingly animated, Bai Mo could no longer bear to watch. He promptly interjected, all right, let us head to the storeroom first. Shally, please take them there. I need to have a word with Bai Mo, having just finished a phone call. Jiang Luohan realized Bai Mo was missing and hurriedly made her way to the reception area to discuss something important with him. Lu Chang watched as Jiang Luohan seemed to want to speak several times, only to swallow back his words, letting out a sigh instead. Bai Mo kindly patted his shoulder. Young man, the road ahead is long. Keep pushing forward. After all, Lu Chang was the head of his future department and could not afford to lose his zeal. I miss your former rebellious spirit. Lu Chang brushed Bai Mo's hand away. Scoffing, get lost. Bai Mo, unperturbed, chuckled, exactly like that. Once Lu Chang departed, Jiang Luohan leaned closer. What's wrong with him? Bai Mo shook his head, sighing. I don't know. Perhaps he has experienced a heartbreak? Heartbreak? That shouldn't be the case. I've never heard of it, and besides. Jiang Luohan fell silent at that point, refraining from continuing her thought. In truth, even without her saying more, Bai Mo could guess the rest. After all, Lu Chang had recently written her love letters. How could he suddenly be heartbroken? Bai Mo chose not to elaborate. In high school, Lu Chang, much like Bai Mo, had been among Jiang Luohan's admirers. However, while Bai Mo pursued her with relentless tenacity, Lu Chang maintained a semblance of dignity. It was hard to determine who was better or worse. Nevertheless, Jiang Luohan seemed to have a more vivid impression of Bai Mo. By the way, what did you need to discuss with me? Jiang Luohan suddenly recalled her purpose for approaching Bai Mo. She quickly added, my cousin just called me, saying he saw my post and is very interested in this project. He wants to participate as well. However, he asked in the provincial capital and asked if he could send something via express. Bai Mo scrutinized Jiang Luohan intently, inwardly reflecting on how he had underestimated her influence. It was astonishing that her reach extended beyond Hanjing City so swiftly. Of course, moreover, we can cover all shipping costs. Jiang Luohan nodded and continued. However, my cousin wishes to come in as an agent. He will handle the market development in the provincial capital while we provide the goods. For each item, he wants a profit of 5 yuan from us. Do you think that that's acceptable? Bai Mo felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, though he kept it concealed. The most challenging part was developing the market, and now someone was already eager to assist in expanding into the provincial capital. This was undoubtedly a tremendous stroke of luck. The total cost of each garment was merely 20 yuan, with a selling price of 30 yuan, yielding a net profit of 10 yuan. Even after giving away 5 yuan, the profit remained substantial. Plus, as productivity improved, the cost per item would only decrease further. Is that not feasible? Jiang Luohan cautiously inquired, noticing Bai Mo deep in thought. I also feel that 5 yuan is too generous. I'll discuss it with him and negotiate a lower price. Bai Mo shook his head. What does your cousin do? Well, he is in university, graduating next year, and is currently starting his own business. I believe he is venturing into e-commerce, though I'm not entirely sure. At Jiang Luohan, as reminder, Bai Mo recalled that e-commerce platforms had begun to emerge steadily over the past few years. Jiang Luohan, noticing Bai Mo's peculiar expression, asked, "What is wrong? Is there an issue?" "It's nothing," informed her cousin that it's a go. "However, he must ensure our market share. Otherwise, we won't easily relinquish the provincial capital agency. After all, in just a few months, I should be heading there for my studies." Jiang Luohan showed no signs of surprise and quickly agreed, "No problem. By the way, are you really considering applying to a finance school?" During a meal with Old Shu, he had overheard the conversation between Su Wan and Bai Mo, but at that moment, he felt a pang of jealousy and remained silent. Now, with only the two of them present, he sought confirmation. "Yes." Bai Mo nodded without hesitation. The support for entrepreneurs at finance schools is unparalleled by other institutions. Besides, there are many beautiful girls studying finance. Once I'm in college, I also want to experience a few romantic relationships. When Bai Mo articulated his first reason, Jiang Luohan found herself admiring his determination. However, upon hearing the second reason, her temper flared. "Is that all you think about, dating?" "Why not?" Bai Montauk replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I'm starting a business for what purpose? To earn money and enjoy life. Dating is part of that enjoyment. Once I have money, how wonderful it would be to find a few gentle and obedient girlfriends who will dote on me." The more Jiang Luohan listened, the angrier she became, yet she felt helpless. She stamped her foot and pointed at Bai Mo, exclaiming, "Those kinds of girls would only be after your money. Do you really think they like you?" Bai Mo pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands. "In that case, that would be even better. If they're not after my money, I honestly wouldn't know what to offer them." Seeing Bai Mo's increasingly absurd reasoning, Jiang Luohan felt her frustration peak. "Bai Mo, you're such a jerk." Bai Montauk nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I have never denied that." Seeing his indifference, Jiang Luohan struggled to calm herself, telling herself not to get angry. After taking a few deep breaths, she gradually regained her composure. "Have you never thought about having a genuine relationship that transitions from school uniforms to wedding attire?" Jiang Luohan was surprised by her own words, realizing she was somewhat eager for Bai Mo's response. Bai Mo shook his head and shrugged. "I used to think about it, but later I realized it was merely a dream. Of course, if I happen to meet a girl in college who truly moves my heart, who knows?" Chapter 19. Why are you crying? Jiang Luohan found Bai Mo's words particularly jarring. What do you mean by formally thought about it? Now, just a dream? Was he speaking about her? Before Bai Mo confessed, and even when she rejected him, Jiang Luohan had felt indifferent, confidently believing that despite her rejection, he would always remain by her side, as it had always been after 3 years of companionship. She had long since grown accustomed to the days filled with Bai Mo's presence. Her feelings for him were not entirely absent. Otherwise, she would not have shared a drink with him after rejecting him. That was, after all, her first experience with alcohol. Yet now, it seemed as though Bai Mo was indeed drifting further away from her. Had it not been for that fateful night, her pride would have allowed her to feel sorrow for only a fleeting moment before continuing her life as usual. However, Bai Mo's attentive care had awakened something within her that was altogether different. The sense of security she felt while being carried on his back to the hospital was likely a sensation she would never forget in her lifetime. After a moment of silence, Jiang Luohan slowly lifted her head, her eyes remarkably beautiful, filled with emotions that were difficult to articulate. What if it were not a dream? Bai Mo blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at Jiang Luohan, perplexed by the shyness and anticipation displayed on her delicate face. Nevertheless, all he felt was a sense of trepidation. If it were not a dream, that would be utterly terrifying. Jiang Luohan was taken aback. The answer was not as she had envisioned. Perhaps Bai Mo sensed her confusion, for he composed himself and spoke with an air of profundity. "My future, is filled with stars, seas, poetry, and distant horizons. How could it possibly end before it even begins?" With that, he brushed past her without a second thought, heading toward the storeroom. Such is the nature of humanity. The more easily something is obtained, the less it is cherished. It is only when one is unable to grasp it that regret sets in. Jiang Luohan stood there, frozen, until she could no longer contain her emotions. She crouched down, burying her head in her arms and sobbing uncontrollably. She could not comprehend why, despite her directness, Bai Mo continued to feign ignorance. Was it merely because she had turned him down? Yet, all she had expressed was a desire not to rush into a relationship. She had never denied him an opportunity. In just a few days, the polite distance Bai Mo maintained had filled her with anxiety. Hey, why are you crying in public? Those who are unaware might think I'm bullying you. It's you who bullies me." Jiang Luohan lifted her head, wiped her tears, and shot Bai Mo an indignant glare. "Fine, i concede. I'll treat you to some candy, Bai Mo declared, conjuring a rainbow lollipop from behind him like a magician. Young girls in their teens often require coaxing, though he did not truly believe he was at fault. Now that's more like it. Jiang Luohan snatched the candy but did not consume it. Merely holding it seemed to satisfy her. Bai Mo shook his head, realizing how simple the thoughts of a young girl could be. Wipe your face. Luckily, you're not wearing makeup, or else it would be ruined. Jiang Luohan's cheeks were streaked with tears, her eyes red and resembling a pitiful sight. This time, she pouted and did not reach for the wet wipes Bai Mo offered. Instead, she raised her head, extending her hand toward him, her wide eyes fixed on him. Sigh. Bai Mo sighed, utterly baffled as to why a young lady of privilege would subject herself to such distress in his presence. Though he bore the appearance of an 18-year-old, his soul was that of a man in his 30s, successful and accomplished. He had an uncanny ability to read people. Jiang Luohan, a girl devoid of guile, was transparent in her thoughts. Thus, it was often said in circles of older men that naive young ladies were the easiest to deceive. They sought not wealth or luxury, only romance and ideals. How old are you, and you still can't wash your own face? Bai Mo quipped, wiping away her tear streaks with the wet wipes. He had to admit, Jiang Luohan's complexion was exquisite, fair-skinned, beautiful, and with long legs. She was the epitome of beauty. I'll forgive you this time. Bai Mo rolled his eyes. I truly appreciate your generosity. With that, he tossed the used wet wipe in a graceful arc into the trash can. Though she had felt wronged and had lamented Bai Mo's lack of sensitivity, receiving his thoughtful gift dispelled all her anger, replacing it with a hint of joy. By the way, we're going camping in a few days. What do you think we should prepare? ISNT had all been posted in the group. Tents can be rented on the mountain. Just bring your own clothes. The barbecue grill and food can be purchased collectively once we're there. Lu Chong has already compiled a detailed plan. Bai Mo glanced over the arrangements, finding them reasonably sound. Even if there were minor issues, they were trivial enough for him to address later. It was impressive that a group of youngsters under 20 could organize themselves so meticulously. Speaking of Lu Chong, Bai Mo's thoughts began to wander. Such a valuable resource, laboring for a mere 20 yuan an hour, seemed a worthwhile endeavor. What are you pondering? Jiang Luohan noticed Bai Mo had fallen silent and tugged at his fingers, inquiring. Bai Mo snapped back to reality, responding, I was wondering if my poor grades necessitate hiring the class monitor for tutoring. Tutoring? The college entrance exam is already over. Why would you need that? Bai Montak, uninterested in elaborating, offered a nonchalant reply. What if I do poorly? I need to prepare for a retake. All right, let us go. Jiang Luohan felt increasingly perplexed by Bai Mo, yet the more enigmatic he became, the more compelled she felt to understand him. Hey, wait for me. In the storeroom of the garment factory, the number of people coming to collect goods was steadily increasing. Heeding Jiang Luohan's advice, Bai Mo had sought out individuals to post information across various forums in addition to his QQ space. Word spread rapidly, as information often does. Bai Montak, upon seeing him approach, several high school classmates waved excitedly. This time, each of us has taken 20 pieces to test the waters. What do you think is a reasonable price, and where should we sell them? Before seeing the garments, they harbored some concerns regarding the style and quality. However, once they laid eyes on the actual items, all their worries dissipated. The designs were innovative, the quality impeccable, and they rivaled those found in specialty stores. This was understandable, as Hitsong was known for his integrity. With a large order in hand, he would never compromise on quality. His aim was for long-term collaboration. Though he had not anticipated being taken advantage of, Bai Mo felt no embarrassment being scrutinized by the group. Drawing from his own experiences, he patiently analyzed the situation for them. These clothes were originally intended for a boutique. They simply lack branding at this point. The suggested retail price is indicated on the shipping documents, generally over 100 yuan. Considering our actual costs, we can sell each piece at 50 or even 40% of the suggested price. Of course, we should quote based on the tag price and negotiate from there. Target demographics should focus on university students and factory workers. As Bai Mo continued, some attentive listeners had already taken out paper and pens to jot down notes. For them, the significance of selling clothes had transcended mere profit. Whether or not they made money was secondary. Accumulating experience was invaluable. Compared to aimlessly searching for a summer job devoid of skill, attempting to run a business would undoubtedly broaden their horizons and hone their abilities. Bai Montak, I've noted everything down. Thank you this time. If I truly make a profit, I shall treat you to a meal, remarked a girl with short hair. Closing her notebook and smiling at Bai Mo, I could not recall her name and could only respond politely. Keep it up. Only if you all earn will I have the opportunity to make money. If everyone performs well, we could even embark on a business venture together once we reach university. Upon hearing the term entrepreneurship, Everyone's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Those who could so readily cast aside their concerns to stand here were undeniably planning for future entrepreneurial endeavors. Then it settled. The short-haired girl clenched her fist, rallying herself. My father has come to pick me up. He is very supportive of me. I'm heading to the university district now, so everyone, do your best. With that, she waved goodbye to the group and departed. This decisiveness already bore the semblance of a formidable woman. Once she had left, Bai Mo quietly inquired, who was she? The remaining few rolled their eyes in unison. It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten a classmate from 3 years of high school? Zhao Qin exclaimed. Lu Chang chimed in sarcastically. You're just trying to make a point in front of Luohan, aren't you? Is your next statement going to be that you only remember her from all of high school? Jiang Luohan felt a twinge of jealousy. Why did Lu Chang have to say that? He was so lacking in subtlety. She wanted to hear Bai Mo say it, even if she knew it was a self-deception. She yearned for it. Now that it had been exposed, what could Bai Mo possibly say? The remaining few stifled their laughter, occasionally glancing at Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan. Just as everyone assumed Bai Mo would let the matter rest, he shook his finger at Lu Chang and said, It seems you know me well, but you're mistaken about one thing. It's not just her. There's also Su Wan. As Bai Mo spoke, Jiang Luohan felt a flicker of happiness, but upon hearing Su Wan's name, her heart plummeted. Not Su Wan again. Lu Chang's mouth twitched. Ugh, you truly are no good, coveting what's in your bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Bai Mo remained unperturbed, slinging an arm around Lu Chang's shoulder. Look at you, class monitor, what words are you uttering? Is what's in the bowl more delectable than what's in the pot? Lu Chang and the others expected Bai Mo to defend himself further, especially with Jiang Luohan present. However, Bai Mo spoke with an admirable candor, showing no hesitation because she was there. Originally, it was thought that Jiang Luohan would develop a distaste for Bai Mo upon hearing this, but a glance revealed that she was merely pouting, slightly displeased. Anyone with a modicum of insight would sense the underlying tension. Bai Montak, wishing to avoid lingering on this topic, continued, By the way, class monitor, why haven't you gone to your tutoring session yet? An hour is worth 20 yuan. That is nearly the profit from selling a piece of clothing. Quite impressive. Upon hearing Bai Mo praise him, Lu Chang initially wore a proud expression. But this pride was short-lived. Tutoring suits you. Selling clothes, on the other hand, you might not sell a single item in a day. Keep at it. Lu Chang's face flushed crimson. He had always had a competitive spirit and could not tolerate Bai Mo's taunts. Clenching his fist, he glared at Bai Mo, saying, Who is incapable of selling? Who are you underestimating? Bai Mo covered his mouth apologetically. Oh, I'm sorry if my words upset you. I apologize. However, at this, Bai Mo raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the case? If you're too afraid to even try, it's best to stick to your tutoring. Without waiting for an explanation, Bai Mo turned and walked away, waving goodbye over his shoulder. As Bai Mo strolled, he counted, knowing that Lu Chang would stop him before he reached 3. Bai Mo, stop right there. Lu Chang could no longer contain himself before he even reached 3. Bai Mo smiled, but quickly composed his expression and turned around, puzzled. Is there something else? Seeing Bai Mo's expression, Lu Chang let out a cold laugh and regained his composure. You're just trying to provoke me, aren't you? Almost fell for it. After being exposed, Bai Mo showed no embarrassment, shrugging nonchalantly. If you think that way, there's nothing I can do. I'm leaving now. Enjoy yourself, Lu teacher. The more indifferent Bai Mo acted, the more uncomfortable Lu Chang felt. Don't look down on people. It's South just street vending. Who can't do that? Bai Montak feignet surprise. Oh, can you do it? Lu Chang scoffed disdainfully. Just wait and see. Lu Chang departed, taking 100 pieces of clothing with him. He claimed he would sell them within a week. Whether that was true remained to be seen. I just realized how wicked you are. Outside the storeroom, an unusual calm settled, leaving only Jiang Luohan and Bai Mo. What constitutes a bad person? In my understanding, as long as one does not violate the law, they cannot be deemed bad. Me? I can only say I am not a good person. Jiang Luohan pondered Bai Mo's words, finding increasing validity in them. The definition of a bad person seems to be bound by law, whereas morality merely serves as a guideline. Those who break the law are bad, while those who lack virtue can merely be considered not good people. Bai Mo, I also want to try street vending. It must be so much fun. Jiang Luohan, a little heiress, viewed street vending merely as a playful venture. This was determined by her upbringing. I can't envy that. I want to go. Bai Mo rejected her outright, his refusal resolute. The weather in June was sweltering. Even at night, it offered little relief. Such weather was suitable for retreating indoors to enjoy air conditioning. If you don't go, I'll pester you. I'll be a nuisance. Jiang Luohan, abandoning her usual aloof demeanor, clung to Bai Mo's arm, chattering incessantly. If you like it, that is fine. I simply want to go. Seeing that Bai Mo remained unmoved, Jiang Luohan pouted and, in a somewhat spoiled manner, said, "Oh, just go with me, please." Just as the two were on the verge of hanging onto each other, a sudden, ill-timed cough interrupted from behind. Jiang Luohan realized the inappropriateness of the situation. Her cheeks swiftly flushing with 2 shades of crimson as she hurriedly released Bai Mo's arm. Bai Mo sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. Being pursued by a stunning beauty was quite a delightful experience, especially in summer. He couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Ikon. Why did he have to arrive now? Sorry, should I let you continue? Jiang Luohan felt too embarrassed, lowering her head and drawing circles with her hands. Bai Mo remained unfazed. What is the matter? Chapter 21, Corporate Branding. I have followed your suggestions and arranged for the next batch. The clothing we produce will primarily focus on sportswear, and all items will feature a logo. I've also reached out to the athletes you mentioned. Hee-sung paused momentarily before curiously asking, "Are you so certain they will shine in this Olympic Games? Furthermore, is it truly necessary to establish our own brand with a logo without having a physical store?" Despite harboring a sense of skepticism, Hee-sung complied with Bai Mo's request. He had merely come to inquire. As Bai Mo made his way toward the office, he patiently elucidated, "Once our current model achieves success, it will undoubtedly attract numerous imitators. After all, the cost of imitation is significantly lower and poses less risk compared to innovation. Should a multitude of imitators emerge, even as the originators, we cannot guarantee our survival. The only way to secure our position is to establish our own brand, to forge a reputation ahead of time. Thereafter, any imitators will merely be regarded as counterfeit. The logo serves as the most immediate representation of a brand, while clothing may lack a brand name. It cannot be devoid of a logo." Observing Hee-sung nodding thoughtfully, Bai Mo continued, "This year marks the Olympics, and in 4 years, we will be the host nation. This athletic trend will endure for a considerable time, and it will never go out of style. Although we currently lack a physical store, it doesn't imply we will always remain without one. The list of athletes I provided you has been meticulously researched, considering their recent performances. They possess a remarkable chance to shine at the Olympics. They are all engaged in niche sports, such as the 110-meter hurdles, table tennis, and diving, which currently command low advertising endorsement fees. If they achieve commendable results, they will garner significant domestic exposure." Bai Mo added, "At present, the best spokesperson would be Yao Ming, but we can't afford him." Engrossed in his discourse, Bai Mo had unknowingly arrived at Hee-sung's office. Hee-sung, seated behind his desk, had a bookshelf that Bai Mo opened, only to find it covered in dust. After blowing off the dust from a book on politics and economics, he remarked to Hee-sung, "Uncle, you really ought to read more." Hee-sung nodded earnestly. "Once I'm done with my current tasks, I will." Jiang Luohan was also surveying the office, noting how much more modest it was compared to Jiang's. At that moment, Hee-sung poured a cup of water in a disposable cup and handed it to Jiang Luohan. "Xiao Jiang, have some water. Don't stand on ceremony. Make yourself comfortable." Jiang Luohan accepted the water, politely thanked him, adjusted her skirt, and sat down on the sofa. Hee-sung then approached the desk, gesturing toward the boss's chair. "Why not try this seat?" Bai Mo, unembarrassed, plopped down and adjusted the chair to a more suitable height. "Not quite comfortable. Uncle, once we have some funds, let us replace these chairs with better ones." Hee-sung shot him an exasperated glance, already complaining. "Are we? All right then. If you have any further instructions, spill them. If not, kindly take your leave. Young people should be out enjoying themselves. What business do you have lingering around with an old man?" As Hee-sung spoke, he glanced at Jiang Luohan, his intent clear. He was suggesting they spend time together. It was evident he had misinterpreted their relationship. Bai Mo indeed had little to occupy himself with. Rather than micromanaging every detail, he preferred to take on the role of a hands-off manager, ensuring all arrangements were made and then allowing events to unfold naturally. "You two carry on. I'll step outside for a call." At that moment, Jiang Luohan's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, she excused herself to Hee-sung and Bai Mo before exiting the office. Once she left, Hee-sung quickly leaned in and asked in a hushed tone, "Xiao Mo, be honest with your uncle. Could she be your girlfriend?" Upon witnessing Bai Mo's astonished expression, he promptly clarified, "Rest assured, I'm not as rigid as your mother. At 18, dating is perfectly normal." Bai Mo, feeling exasperated, realized that no matter how he responded, Hee-sung would remain unconvinced, so he opted not to explain further. "If you say so, then so be it. But if I claim she's not, would you believe me?" "Not a chance. Then why even ask?" Hee-sung chuckled sheepishly. He then murmured, "Xiao Mo, as a seasoned uncle, allow me to offer you some advice. This girl clearly hails from a well-off family. Just look at that car. Many people spend decades striving for it. I'm not being pragmatic, but facts are facts. Marrying someone wealthy will certainly ease future burdens, especially since Xiao Jiang is not only beautiful, but also possesses a lovely disposition. As Hitsong's remarks grew increasingly absurd, Bai Mo could no longer tolerate it and swiftly interjected, "All right, should I ask if she has any aunts or cousins available for you to meet?" Hitsong nodded earnestly. "Really? Are you serious?" "Of course not." Hitsong, at 30 years of age and still unmarried, would respond to inquiries about his single status by claiming he had yet to find the right person. Though he appeared honest and straightforward, he was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. Those he desired were unattainable, and those who pursued him were primarily after his wealth. Hitsong recognized Bai Mo's jest and feigned disappointment, sighing, "Ah, my dear nephew, you show no consideration for your uncle whatsoever. But I do advise you to ponder this seriously. Most individuals have only 3 chances to alter their fates: birth, college entrance examinations, and marriage." Hitsong was eager to continue, but at that moment, Jiang Luohan returned after finishing her call. He promptly swallowed the words he had nearly uttered. Bai Mo was well aware that his uncle spoke the truth, yet he held a pride that was uniquely his own. A gentleman does not accept unsolicited gifts. Xiao Montak. Uncle has a reception to attend shortly, so I won't keep you two any longer. Go enjoy yourselves. With that, Hitsong playfully nudged Bai Mo toward Jiang Luohan, discreetly slipping 200 yuan into his pocket. "Xiao Jiang, have a great time. Remember to return home early." After seeing Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan out of the office, Hitsong firmly closed the door behind them. Bai Mo, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "What were you two discussing just now?" "After I walked in, your uncle's gaze shifted, as if he were examining a nephew." Walking closely beside Bai Mo, Jiang Luohan noticed his silence and sought to break the ice. Bai Mo turned to her, his expression earnest yet playful. "My uncle is perpetually single and was inquiring if you had any suitable aunts or older relatives to introduce." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Luohan shook her head. "It seems I don't have anyone." "What a pity." There was not a trace of anger, merely a determination to block his path, refusing to let him pass. "No way." After a brief stalemate, Jiang Luohan pouted in a manner reminiscent of a petulant child, coaxing, "Just agree to my request this once. Will you? As long as you say yes, I shall be your chauffeur for the summer. Just tell me where you wish to go, and I shall be there in an instant." Bai Mo felt a flutter of excitement, not for Jiang Luohan herself, but rather for the prospect of having a driver. Currently, purchasing a vehicle was beyond his financial means, and he had yet to obtain a driver's license. It was indeed inconvenient. The idea of having a personal chauffeur with an Audi was simply splendid. Jiang Luohan observed Bai Mo's changing expression, sensing his wavering resolve, and continued, "Consider this. You will undoubtedly be making frequent trips between the clothing factory and your home. Without a vehicle, how inconvenient that would be." In truth, she harbored her own ulterior motives. By offering to be his driver, not only would they spend more time together, but she could also keep tabs on his whereabouts. The old Jiang Luohan would never have imagined herself in such a humble position, yet now, all she desired was to remain by Bai Mo's side. This yearning was not merely a fleeting infatuation typical of adolescence. Rather, it stemmed from recognizing in Bai Mo a confidence akin to that of her father. Someone who orchestrated affairs with assuredness. Such confidence wielded an overwhelming allure for a young girl. After all, who hasn't he read a few tales of a domineering CEO falling in love? Bai Mo found himself devoid of further excuses to refuse her. Gazing into Jiang Luohan's sparkling eyes, he replied earnestly, "Am I the type to take advantage? I merely wish to experience life through setting up a stall." With that, he declared, "Let us go. We need to procure supplies." A radiant smile instantly brightened Jiang Luohan's face. Regardless of Bai Mo's words, what mattered was that he had agreed. "Oh yes, let us go." In her excitement, she inadvertently grasped Bai Mo's wrist and began to jog toward the storeroom. Jiang Luohan's hand was icy yet felt delightful against the skin, but Bai Mo paid it no mind. This scene did not escape the notice of Hitsong in the third-floor office, who chuckled until his eyes nearly closed. "Bai Mo, where shall we set up our stall?" Bai Mo rifled through the clothing, selecting a few couple-style outfits before responding, "Couple Street." Couple Street was a bustling commercial avenue lined with hotels, KTVs, bars, and food stalls. Its true name was not Couple Street. That moniker was merely a whimsical title bestowed upon it by the locals, one that had far surpassed its original name in popularity. Bai Mo could only recall it by that name. Jiang Luohan was filled with curiosity about the place, yet, as a well-behaved girl, she had never ventured there. Upon hearing they were going, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, tinged with a hint of nervousness. "If we go there, can we engage in some fun activities? Perhaps by matching outfits and roses?" Some individuals are truly blessed by the heavens, particularly in business. It is remarkable to see someone who appears to possess an innate talent for it. In a later era, such concept would not raise eyebrows, but this was 2004, an age where sales relied heavily on sheer vocal prowess. After casting an appreciative glance at Jiang Luohan, Bai Mo inquired, "That sounds fine. But where shall we acquire the flowers?" "I have no money." Jiang Luohan nearly blurted out that she had funds, but reconsidered, fearing it might bruise Bai Mo's pride. Ultimately, she underestimated him. Had she expressed her intentions, he would undoubtedly have acquiesced. "I have a cousin who runs a flower delivery service." "Wait a moment. I shall ask her." In Hanjiang City, it seemed there was nothing Jiang Luohan could not accomplish. A single phone call resolved the issue of the flowers, and the other party assured her they would deliver directly to the designated location. Since the order was modest, they did not require Jiang Luohan to pay. All done. After hanging up, Jiang Luohan wore a triumphant expression, eagerly awaiting Bai Mo's praise. Sometimes, it is beneficial to indulge a young girl's sense of pride. After all, compliments that are merely spoken carry little weight. As expected of Jiang Luohan, "Truly impressive," Bai Mo exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Jiang Luohan beamed with delight, no longer dwelling on the multiple instances he had annoyed her that day. "Let us start with 100 pieces to test the waters," Jiang Luohan declared, clutching the invoice as she prepared to check out, only to be halted by Bai Mo. "Forget it. I'll cover the costs. If we sell them, we can split the profits." 100 pieces of clothing would only amount to 3,000 yuan at checkout, a trifling sum compared to the vast financial hole he was in. Bai Mo was not a miser and had no intention of taking her money. However, Jiang Luohan was not having it. She raised her index finger and shook it before him. "This is my business. You're merely accompanying me as a worker. Let us be clear." Seeing her determination, Bai Mo wisely chose to remain silent, recognizing that this little heiress had the means. With a chuckle, Jiang Luohan proceeded to finalize the payment. The cashier, casting a glance at Bai Mo, awaited his nod before issuing the receipt. "Let us move this to the car." 100 pieces filled 2 cardboard boxes to the brim, and Jiang Luohan struggled to lift them, calling out for Bai Mo's help. Boys are meant for this kind of labor. Bai Mo, having already agreed to accompany her, readily assisted, pushing the cart to load the items into the trunk. "Bai Montak, when will you take your driving test?" Jiang Luohan asked, glancing at him as they drove. Bai Mo had already planned to help his uncle streamline operations at the factory during this period before finding time to take the test. In this era, obtaining a driver's license was far less complicated than in later years. With the right connections, a single phone call might suffice. However, Bai Mo was a law-abiding citizen and held no desire to bypass the system. Yet, he intended to keep this knowledge to himself, as revealing it to Jiang Luohan would only lead to her demanding he be her driver, which would complicate matters. "Focus on driving and speak less." Jiang Luohan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "You're becoming increasingly indifferent toward me." "I apologize," Bai Mo said, bewildered by the sudden apology. Just as Jiang Luohan was taken aback, Bai Mo continued, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made my feelings so apparent that you noticed." Suddenly, an abrupt halt sent the car screeching, tires leaving black marks on the pavement. "Bai Montak, can't you treat me a little better? Even a little white lie would suffice." Chapter 23, The Joy of Street Stalls. Bai Mo patted his chest in relief, shaken by the sudden stop. Thankfully, the roads were relatively clear at that moment. "Are you out of your mind? Can't we have a proper conversation? Doing this while driving is reckless." Jiang Luohan had been furious moments ago, but upon witnessing Bai Mo's anger, her own intensity diminished. Perhaps she truly was at fault. "Em sorry, but you can be quite infuriating." Looking at Jiang Luohan's expression, Bai Mo found it impossible to continue his scolding. After all, she was just a child. "All right, let us continue driving." After adjusting his seat, Bai Mo pulled up the armrest, as though that alone could provide him with the safety he sought. "Bai Mo, could you possibly be a bit kinder to me?" "Just a little will do," Jiang Luohan said, her voice tinged with grievance, having grown up as the cherished jewel of her family and a celebrated figure among her peers. The stark contrast in her experience with Bai Mo was profoundly jarring. Logic dictated that since Bai Mo was so unappreciative, she should simply walk away. Yet, she found herself incapable of doing so. Luohan, Bai Mo's tone softened. Upon reflection, he realized that his attitude towards Jiang Luohan had indeed been influenced by the prejudices of his previous life. This seemed grossly unfair to her. Perhaps out of guilt, Bai Mo earnestly advised, "Once you enter university, you will encounter many people who will pursue you. They will employ all manner of sweet words and insincere flattery to win your favor. Thus, you must learn to discern. Those who treat you well often harbor ulterior motives. The ones who genuinely care for you are like me, forthright and unafraid of angering you, for I have no designs upon you." With tears brimming in her eyes, Jiang Luohan furrowed her brow and slowed the car to a stop by the roadside. Turning her head, she looked at Bai Mo with a pained expression. But I want you to have ulterior motives, just like before. Bei Montag seid exasperatet. This child is beyond saving. I'm doing my best, you know. Oomph. Is it really that difficult? Jiang Luohan pouted, her demeanor adorably playful. Seeing Bai Mo's disinclination to respond, she huffed and resumed driving towards Couple Street. Where do you think is a suitable spot? Jiang Luohan inquired as they neared the bustling street. After parking, she glanced at Bai Mo looking around. Bai Mo noted the absence of stalls in such a crowded area. He pondered whether setting up a stall was even permissible here and if they might be chased away. Upon hearing Jiang Luohan's question, he casually pointed to a nearby intersection. How about over there? It seems quite busy. Whatever happens, if we need to, we can always make a run for it. Unbeknownst to Jiang Luohan, Bai Mo's thoughts were wandering. Once they decided on a location, she began to gather her supplies. Setting up a stall was straightforward. All it required were a few racks for hanging clothes. She had even purchased extendable rods that fit perfectly in the trunk. Bai Mo felt a twinge of guilt and worked with unusual vigor. After half an hour, the stall was ready. The roses Jiang Luohan ordered. Over 200 individually wrapped stems had also arrived. Bai Mo, what do we do next? Should I start shouting? This was Jiang Luohan's first time setting up a stall, and her enthusiasm was her sole source of perseverance. However, amidst the throngs of bustling pedestrians, she found herself anxious and unsure of how to begin. Bai Montag, lacking experience himself, recalled his days of market research during his entrepreneurial ventures. You should go to the stationery store nearby and buy some A3 paper and highlighters. Write by clothes. Receive roses, starting at 30 yuan. Make the word starting smaller. Huh? Oh, Jiang Luohan quickly responded, eager to follow his instructions, grasping the essence of his guidance. Is this how it should be? With her elegant handwriting, once finished, she felt the paper looked too plain and added some doodles around the edges, rendering it quite pleasing to the eye. Perfect. Just hang it on the rack, Bai Mo encouraged. While Jiang Luohan busied herself, Bai Mo took the opportunity to shout. Choose freely, everything must go. Unbeatable prices, don't miss out. Buy now and receive a rose. Jiang Luohan stared, wide-eyed. Her personality did not lend itself to such boldness. However, after a flurry of Bai Mo's enthusiastic calls, a crowd began to gather, drawn in by the trendy styles that appealed to the youthful crowd of Couple Street. How much for this piece? Is it 30 yuan? Asked a girl in her 20s, holding a cup of milk tea and perusing the racks. Jiang Luohan smiled sweetly, though her face bore a hint of nervousness. This one is 80 yuan, she stammered, her voice quivering at the price Bai Mo had set, feeling it was rather steep for a garment that cost 20 to produce. 80, the girl murmured, holding the garment up to her own figure before checking herself in a full-length mirror. Could you lower a bit? How about 30? But you wrote 30. Jiang Luohan was stumped, while Bai Mo interjected with a charming smile. Miss, would you dare wear a 30 yuan outfit? The ones at that price are over there, poor quality and outdated styles. Though you would look lovely in anything, this piece suits you much better. You're our first customer, and I sense a good rapport. How about this? I'll give it to you for 64 yuan, an 8% discount. Though she understood Bai Mo's intentions to encourage her sales, the girl's interest was piqued by his persuasive charm. She twirled before the mirror, contemplating her decision. Bai Mo seized the moment, continuing, you have a discerning eye. You can tell the craftsmanship and materials here are of brand quality. If it were labeled and placed in a boutique, it would fetch a much higher price. Today, if you purchase, you'll also receive a rose. All right then. The girl relented, handing over her money. Your boyfriend is quite the charmer. Be careful, or you might attract a host of admirers. She whispered to Jiang Luohan as she paid. Huh? Jiang Luohan's cheeks flushed deeper at the remark, stealing a glance at Bai Mo, who was busy showcasing clothes to another customer. Thank you for the warning. Chapter 24. Out of breath. Setting up a stall has a phenomenon known as the gathering effect. If a stall remains deserted, even those interested in the goods are unlikely to approach. Conversely, if a crowd gathers, passers-by, regardless of their interest, will often join in just to be part of the excitement. Bai Mo understood this principle well, so he greeted pedestrians warmly while calling out for attention. And he freely distributed roses. Even if it didn't buy clothes, some left with a rose after a pleasant chat, which drew more people to their stall. Brother, we've taken so many roses from you. It wouldn't be right not to buy any clothes, would it? A woman in her 30s, adorned in vibrant makeup and flamboyant attire, laughed brightly as she approached. She was accompanied by two young women in their 20s, who appeared rather naive and innocent, clearly lacking worldly experience. Each held a rose in their hands, looking quite awkward. Sister, if you truly feel embarrassed, why not purchase a few items? One suggested. 2 pieces at a 70% discount. and, given your grace, no one would suspect they are merely from a street stall. The woman chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You have quite the tongue. Huan, Tian. Why don't you both select 2 pieces you fancy? I will take care of the bill. As she spoke, she brought the rose to her nose and inhaled its fragrance. In the future, when you encounter someone who gifts you flowers upon meeting, keep your distance. This brother merely seeks your money for those few garments. As for others, their intentions may be less than pure. Upon hearing the elder sister's words, Huan and Tian exchanged glances and went off to pick out their selections. For pieces for 300, I'll forego the discount and just give you 300, the elder sister said, pulling money from her purse. You may call me Sister May. I work at Ding Tian. Feel free to visit anytime. When Bai Mo first encountered Sister May, he suspected she was a woman of the world. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret for Huan and Tian. But what did it concern him? All right, Sister May, I shall mention your name when I visit next, he replied. Very well, goodbye, little brother. Ding Tian was known as the largest entertainment venue in Couple Street, even throughout Hanjing City. Bai Mo was aware of this, recalling that during the early 2000s, the establishment offered both legitimate and dubious services, essentially a paradise for the affluent. As he watched Sister May lead the 2 women inside, he shifted his gaze back to his own business, harboring no disdain for Sister May. After all, who would he wish to live with dignity if not for the pressures of life? Is it beautiful? Jiang Luohan asked, finding a rare moment of leisure to approach Bai Mo. Do all boys fancy long legs and black stockings? She inquired, recalling that Sister May and the 2 girls had been clad in professional, form-fitting skirts, their slender legs adorned with black stockings, indeed a sight to behold. It varies from person to person. I personally do not share that preference, he replied. Jiang Luohan sighed in relief, only for Bai Mo to make an untimely comment. I prefer nude stockings. Ugh, you rogue, she retorted, then continued, by the way, today has been quite good. We've sold over 50 pieces in just 2 hours. After we close up, shall we go for some barbecue? Bai Mo was aware of the booming business, but had not kept a precise count of the sales. Most of his time had been spent chatting with the single ladies, while Jiang Luohan tended to the couples. Over 50? Does that mean we can close early? No, I'm not finished having fun yet. Selling over 50 pieces and netting nearly 2,000 yuan in profit was considerable for most people. Yet for Jiang Luohan, it was merely a pastime. However, it seemed closing up was unavoidable. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Jiang Luohan asked, puzzled, what is wrong? Bai Mo had yet to provide an explanation when a group of individuals in security uniforms approached with an intimidating presence. Is this your stall? Who permitted you to set up here? The leader's gaze flickered with astonishment upon seeing Jiang Luohan, but this was quickly overshadowed by his arrogance. Stalls are not allowed here. A fine of 1,000, he declared, kicking over a nearby clothing rack. This time it's just a fine. Next time, it won't be so simple. Jiang Luohan had never witnessed such a scene and was momentarily paralyzed with fear, unable to speak. Bai Mo had initially planned to flee, but found his feet unwilling to move, not out of fright, but because reason told him that confronting a hostile crowd was unwise. Yet, the sight of their arrogance provoked his tongue. Do you think you're a policeman? Do you have the authority to enforce laws and impose fines? Did no one teach you how to speak properly? Were you raised by wolves? Do you have to seek validation this way? The leader was momentarily taken aback by Mo's words. Kid, if you want to impress the ladies, you ought to assess your own worth. He retorted. In this Couple Street, my word is law. Pay the 1,000 and you can leave. Otherwise, I suggest you summon your guardian. The crowd began to swell, with some recognizing the security man and hastily creating distance. It seemed he was indeed notorious. Young man, quickly call your family. Let's resolve this matter amicably, someone advised. Yes, that's Chenggu, the captain of the security team in Couple Street. He oversees the safety here. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Chenggu wore a smug expression, having grown accustomed to wielding power with the backing of a wealthy boss. Naturally, he regarded Bai Mo with disdain. Bai Montak, Jiang Luohan, who was sheltered behind Bai Mo, spoke with a tremor in her voice. After squeezing his hand, she said, why don't we just give them the money? Having been pampered her entire life, her encounters with ruffians had been limited to Bai Mo fearing a confrontation. Her instinct was to yield. This was not due to weakness. She merely wished to protect Bai Mo. Absolutely not. Bai Mo's rare stubbornness emerged. Damn it, they're robbing us. You should run to the car and call the police. I'll provoke them into taking the first swing. I've noticed the surveillance cameras. As soon as they act, I'll let old Bai handle the rest. Just take care of yourself. Consider this a fortunate encounter. Before Bai Mo could finish, Jiang Luohan stepped out from behind him, unwilling to listen further. I can pay you. Isn't that enough? Huh. It's no longer about the money. Chenggu sneered, then turned to Jiang Luohan. If you wish to leave, you can stay and drink with us. Smack. Before he could finish, Bai Mo's palm landed sharply across his face. After delivering the blow, Bai Mo sighed. Why couldn't I hold back? The force of the slap knocked Chang-gu to the ground, and, as he cradled his face in pain, he glared menacingly at Bai Mo. Get him. Bai Mo, unfazed, shouted back at Jiang Luohan. Run. Jiang Luohan, who had appeared frightened moments ago, now exhibited a calm demeanor. She shook her head. Why don't you all join in? Chang-gu, seeing his subordinates hesitate, shouted again in frustration, but they remained unmoved. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? A commanding voice rang out. Chang-gu trembled, quickly scrambling to his feet. Suzong, what brings you here? This is a trivial matter I can handle. Handle what? Is this how you buy a few roses? Suzong chided Chang-gu before approaching Bai Mo with a cordial smile. He nodded at Bai Mo and then turned to Jiang Luohan. Luohan, I apologize for scaring you. Uncle Su is sorry. It's my failure to manage the situation properly. After speaking, she cast a cold glare at Chang-gu. Come over and apologize to Luohan. You just said something you shouldn't have, so slap yourself. At this moment, Chang-gu realized that this beautiful young lady was someone he could not afford to offend. Trembling in fear, he nearly collapsed to the ground. I'm sorry. It was my oversight. Please forgive me for my petty transgressions. As he spoke, he struck his own face with great force, leaving everyone around him utterly astonished by the scene. Enough, Jiang Luohan said coldly, turning her gaze towards Mr. Su. Uncle Su, you can handle this yourself. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for arriving just in time. After such a commotion, Jiang Luohan had lost all desire to remain. She then turned to Bai Mo. Fool, gather your things. We're going home. It was only then that Bai Mo snapped out his daze. Huh. Chapter 25. Terrifying. The entire street is your father's project? That Mr. Su just now is the head of this area? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Luohan said in a flirtatious tone. I was startled at first. Besides, I've never encountered such a person before. After saying this, her gaze towards Bai Mo softened considerably. The way you stood in front of me just now was really impressive. Bai Mo trembled under her gaze, quickly explaining, please don't misunderstand. I was merely too frightened to move. It had nothing to do with you. A beautiful smile formed at the corners of Jiang Luohan's mouth. It would be foolish to believe Bai Mo's words. If he were truly afraid, he would not have stepped up to slap Chang-gu when he insulted her. Today's events were likely to be etched in Jiang Luohan's memory forever. Bai Mo, in the future, you must not be so impulsive in such situations. The opponents are numerous. It's unwise to act recklessly. If necessary, we can settle the score later. Bai Mo understood this principle better than anyone. Initially, he had even contemplated abandoning Jiang Luohan and fleeing alone. Yet, when faced with such a scenario, he found himself unable to do so. Nevertheless, he stubbornly insisted. Don't worry, next time I'll definitely run faster than you. Jiang Luohan pressed her lips together, genuinely pleased. By the way, today's business went quite well. Let's continue tomorrow. We'll see about tomorrow. Can't you spend a little more time with me? You're not my girlfriend. Why should I accompany you? An eerie silence enveloped the car. After a while, Jiang Luohan gathered her resolve and muttered softly, if you don't ask me, how can I become your girlfriend? Bai Mo's lips twitched, yet he continued to stare out the window, pretending not to hear, fearing that Jiang Luohan would continue her probing. Bai Mo pointed to a traffic light. Just drop me off there. I remember I need to buy something for old Bai. Jiang Luohan replied. I'll go with you. No need. It's inconvenient for a girl to accompany me while buying personal items for men. I'm leaving now, Bai. See you next time. As he spoke, Bai Mo waved and shut the car door. Watching Jiang Luohan gaze at him through the window, Bai Mo quickened his pace, muttering to himself that this world was far too chaotic, entirely different from his previous life. Upon returning home, it was already past 9 in the evening. Old Bai and his wife were sitting on the sofa watching television. Bai Mo initially thought they would scold him for returning so late, but to his surprise, they remained calm. Have you eaten? Upon hearing Hime's question, Bai Mo realized he hadn't had dinner yet. He had intended to eat barbecue with Jiang Luohan after selling the clothes. But her words in the car had frightened him so much that he had forgotten to eat. I have, just as he was about to deceive Hime. His stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. All right, I'll go cook you some noodles. Jiang Luohan called earlier and specifically mentioned you hadn't eaten dinner. Sit for a moment. Hime stood up and headed to the kitchen. Once Bai Mo sat down, old Bai lowered the television volume. Jiang Luohan's father called me too, specifically to express his gratitude. He also mentioned that the two families should get together sometime. What do you think? Old Bai spoke loudly enough for Hime to hear in the kitchen. Lowering the volume was also to allow her to eavesdrop. Bai Mo noticed old Bai's actions and raised his voice accordingly. A big boss like him is so busy, We shouldn't add to his troubles. If others found out, they might think we're trying to climb the social ladder. Bai nodded in agreement and didn't linger on the topic. Before long, Hime emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles. I don't know what your relationship with Jiang Luohan is, and I don't want to pry too much. From the bottom of my heart, I do prefer you not to start dating so early. But if you truly like her, I won't oppose it. If you don't, then make sure to clarify things with her sooner rather than later. Given how frequently Jiang Luohan, called Bai Mo, Hime, as someone with experience, could hardly be oblivious to the young lady's feelings. You're right. We're not in a suitable position to socialize with her family, after all. As Bai Mo slurped his noodles, he gave Hime a thumbs up. Well said, Mom. Hime rolled her eyes and continued. The results of her teacher's checkup have come out, and the condition isn't too good. Teacher Ho prescribed some medication and advised rest. If you have time, you should visit him more often. Bai Montak nodded, even if she hadn't mentioned it. You have gone to see old Shu. Perhaps he could even bring along some wine. Eat slowly, don't choke. Hime sat beside Bai Mo, watching him eat. After swallowing a mouthful, Bai Mo recalled something. Without lifting his head, he said, "When are you free? Shall we go visit Grandma? Grandpa and Grandma would like to see us too." Hime smiled softly. It's good that you still have a conscience and remember them. Bai Mo felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled. Actually, it's not much. I'm just about to start university. So the elders should at least give a little red envelope, right? Should we visit those aunts and uncles too? Smack. Hime abruptly slapped the table and stood up, glaring at Bai Mo, her breath visibly quickening. How did I end up with such an ungrateful child? Unlike Bai Xing Xue, she meant business when she said she would hit. Bai Mo hastily set down his bowl and backed away. Calm down. It's bad for your health. I advise you to relax. Relax? You come here, and I'll calm down. Go over? Bai Mo would be crazy to do that. Then perhaps it's better if you don't calm down. I'll just head to my room and sleep. Old Bai, I'd appreciate it if you could wash a bowl or two. I'd be immensely grateful. As he spoke, Bai Mo dashed into his room and promptly locked the door behind him. His room had an independent bathroom, so there were no issues with washing up. Seeing Bai Mo enter his room, Hime's anger dissipated almost instantly. After a moment, she couldn't help but chuckle. This little rascal is becoming increasingly slick. So, I could catch him, I didn't. Now he is out of reach. He. Old Bai stood aside, collecting the dishes and muttering. Who would have thought time would pass so swiftly? Just look at how obedient and adorable he was as a child. He merely chuckled. Bai Mo has always been a little rascal. This child longs for his grandparents, but, unwilling to express it directly, has sought an excuse instead. In a few days, let us take him to visit the elders. Hime nodded in agreement, confident in her understanding of her own child. All right, I shall take a few days off. Also, please give Jiang a call to inform him that we shall forego the gathering. In the future, if the opportunity arises, we can invite them for a meal. Mo might not comprehend Jiang's intentions, but you surely do. Our families have never been aligned. Such gatherings are merely reminders of our disparities, to prevent us from harboring unrealistic aspirations. Hime and Bai Xing Xue were no fools. They quickly surmised Jiang's ulterior motives behind the invitation, realizing that if it were simply a matter of gratitude, a quick phone call would suffice. Neither of them sought to leverage this situation to forge a connection with the wealthy entrepreneur Jiang Jia. Understood. Chapter 26. Breakfast. After being reborn, there were many adjustments to make, particularly at night when a profound sense of emptiness would wash over him. Bai Mo had intended to go straight to bed after freshening up, yet found himself tossing and turning, unable to drift off. After enduring an hour of restless contemplation, he finally sat up and approached his computer. Habitually logging onto QQ, he was greeted by a flurry of messages. As he observed the animated avatars, he methodically opened each one, discovering that most were inquiries regarding his supply orders. He simply copied and pasted a response. For any matters, please consult via phone. The class group chat was as lively as ever, predominantly discussing the entrepreneurial ventures of setting up stalls. Several classmates had ventured out that very night, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. The least successful had sold 2 items, while the most successful had sold 7, with profits ranging from 10 to 30 yuan per item. This was far superior to those working summer jobs in restaurants or factories for a fixed monthly wage of 700 or 800. It was no wonder so many were inquiring. Bai Mo muttered to himself, suddenly recalling something and cursing under his breath. Damn it, with business booming tonight, how could I forget to ask Jiang Luohan for my share? Frustration mounted as he contemplated this oversight. Opening the chat with Jiang Luohan, he was reminded of her words in the car and shivered momentarily, but decided to suppress it. Despite her current demeanor resembling that of a pampered little girl, deep down, she possessed an innate pride. Such a person was suited to be a goddess, but not quite for the role of a girlfriend, unless one had the means to fully captivate her. As it stood, That was a daunting prospect. After all, she had been born into privilege. Forget it. It's as if I'm feeding the dogs. If Jiang Luohan were to learn of Bai Mo's thoughts, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. At that moment, she was lying in bed, counting her money, muttering to herself, 1,680. A mobile phone costs 4,005. Almost there. Just a few more days of selling, and I'll be able to buy him one. With a phone, we can stay in touch at all times. Jiang Luohan had contemplated using her own money to buy Bai Mo a phone, but reconsidered, knowing his strong sense of pride during their high school years. If she did so, it would feel like charity to him. Thus, she resolved to earn money together to help him purchase a phone. However, this rascal clearly had no intention of going back out. How could she entice him? Jiang Luohan also found herself sleepless, her mind wholly consumed by thoughts of Bai Mo. How is Boss Bai faring in business? After a brief time online, Bai Mo was busy slashing the Zumut demon lord in a game, eagerly awaiting the drop of the dragon-slaying blade, when he heard a string of notification sounds. Upon opening the message, he saw it was from Suwon. Not too shabby. At this rate, you should become the wealthiest in Hanjiang City in the near future. Listening to Bai Mo's boastful claims, Suwon sent a sly smile emoji. Best of luck. I have some resources with TV stations and newspapers. Feel free to reach out if you need assistance. Suwon and Jiang Luohan had contrasting personalities. Jiang Luohan, accustomed to being assertive, readily acted on what she deemed right without hesitation. Conversely, Suwon would seek the opinions of those involved. Even if she faced rejection, once someone said they did not need help, she would not pursue it further. Thus, there was no need for politeness. I don't require anything at the moment, but I'll let you know if I do in the future. Many thanks. Suwon's reply was succinct. Feel free to contact me in advance. After sending her message, her avatar turned gray. Bai Mo indeed needed to connect with the television station. Once his sportswear brand was established, he required an aggressive advertising campaign to swiftly elevate brand awareness. Furthermore, he was already tired of the incessant ads about the upcoming holiday season. Yearning for change of pace, early the next morning, Bai Mo was roused from his slumber by a series of knocks on the door. Old Bai, go to your job. What do you need from me? Bai Mo had stayed up late the previous night, and, at just past 8, it was still prime sleeping time. He groggily complained, his panda-like eyes barely open. Jiang Luohan is here, and you're still asleep. Huh? Bai Mo quickly glanced into the living room, where Jiang Luohan was indeed sitting on the sofa, smiling sweetly at him. At that moment, Bai Mo thought of 4 words, haunting presence. I want to disturb you. Why do you come to find me? Hurry and freshen up. Old Bai was impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, complete with gold-rimmed glasses, clearly intending to head to the office. However, with Jiang Luohan's unexpected arrival, he had no choice but to abandon his original plans. Is something going on? After taking some time to wash up, Bai Mo approached Jiang Luohan, his tone slightly impatient. Early morning disturbances hardly pleased anyone. I'm here to take you to the garment factory, remember? I'm your driver today. Jiang Luohan was unfazed by Bai Mo's demeanor, maintaining her cheerful smile. Old Bai, glancing at the newspaper delivered that day, occasionally stole glances at the two. His mind was awash with confusion. He knew his son had harbored feelings for this girl throughout high school, even having been called in for a talk by Old Shu regarding it. He had specifically advised Bai Mo on the matter. Yet, judging by their current attitudes, it seemed quite different from what he had heard before. Who truly had feelings for whom? Are you serious? Bai Mo asked, astonished. He had assumed she was merely joking yesterday, never expecting her to be sincere. A wealthy young lady offering to be his driver? What else would it be? Jiang Luohan blinked innocently. Boss, when do we depart? The moment she referred to him as boss, Bai Mo felt a flutter of exhilaration. Such a sensation was delightful. He glanced at old Bai, sensing his discomfort, and decided not to waste any more of his time overseeing them. Let us go. We ought to check the business data from yesterday. Jiang Luohan's car was parked downstairs, and Bai Mo, with a sense of propriety, took his seat in the passenger position and fastened his seatbelt. After Jiang Luohan entered the vehicle, she inquired, "What would you like for breakfast?" In his previous life, Bai Mo had seldom developed the habit of having breakfast, often sleeping in until noon. If not for Jiang Luohan's reminder, he might have completely forgotten about it. Have you eaten? She continued. There is an aunt at home who specializes in making breakfast. I ate before coming over. Noticing Bai Mo's silence, Jiang Luohan turned to him and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Mo sighed, "It's nothing. Let's just head straight to the garment factory. I can't eat anymore." He grew increasingly frustrated, recalling that in his past life, he hadn't been fortunate enough to have a dedicated cook. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Jiang Luohan ceased her inquiries, and, upon reaching the entrance of the community, parked the car by the roadside. Without further ado, she walked to a nearby breakfast shop and purchased 2 steamed buns and a bag of soybean milk. Skipping breakfast, is bad for your stomach. You should eat something, she advised. Seeing Bai Mo still in a daze, Jiang Luohan added, just try it. If it doesn't taste good, let me know, and I'll bring you something from home tomorrow morning. Slowly, Bai Mo accepted the food, feeling an indescribable emotion stir within him. You are so kind to me. You and T be hoping to monopolize my affection, would you? Jiang Luohan's cheeks flushed, and she pressed down on the accelerator. You talk too much. Even eating can't silence you. Chapter 27. The wealthy Mr. Bai, you're here. Jiang Luohan drove directly into the garment factory. After they disembarked, Su Zheng approached with a group of people to greet them, his smile noticeably broader. Uncle Su, has yesterday's data come in? This was what Bai Mo was most concerned about. Although it appeared that many people were present and goods were moving, his heart remained unsettled until he received accurate data. With just 7 days to collect over $1 million in payments, the timeline was tight and the task daunting. Here are the detailed figures. Take a look, Su Zheng said, handing Bai Mo a data report. As Bai Mo examined the figures, he noticed Jiang Luohan was also peering over, so he lowered the paper slightly for her convenience. From the first order placed at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon to the final order at 11 o'clock that night, they processed a total of 17 orders comprising 582 items, yielding a cumulative income of 17,460 yuan. This data was already quite impressive. Su Zheng continued to explain, this is just yesterday's data. Many people are only just beginning to understand our model. Those who called to confirm didn't have time to come over. We are sure to see a surge in orders today. Moreover, if this trend continues, the number of customers coming in for supplies will only increase. He then posed a question, should we consider setting a threshold? Perhaps delegate smaller orders to agents and focus solely on larger clients? The issue of increasing order volume had also surfaced. The factory had never operated under this model before, and manpower was limited. Currently, those taking orders were essentially doing the work of two, tirelessly laboring day and night. In the short term, this was manageable, but it would become unsustainable over time. Bai Mo had contemplated this issue, but shook his head in response to Su Zheng. Let us endure this for a while. Once we've dealt with this batch of goods, we won't need to operate under this model any longer. What? Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd and the factory. This model clearly had immense potential. If they continued, profits would undoubtedly soar. Why abandon it? Bai Mo offered no further explanation, merely stating, once this model gains traction, it will soon be emulated. Our costs are high, and we cannot compete. We must pivot instead. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Mo resolutely addressed the crowd. When the transition is successful, you will all be the founding heroes of this factory. I will allocate a portion of the profits as dividends to you, ensuring that as the company thrives, you all will reap the rewards. Really? That would be wonderful, exclaimed the group. Su Zheng's team comprised mid to senior level leaders within the factory, who had initially looked down upon Bai Mo, seeing him merely as an inexperienced youth. However, upon hearing about the dividends, their eyes sparkled with excitement. In 2004, the average salary was quite low. Earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month was already better than most. With the added company dividends, they would certainly be considered part of the high-income bracket. Let us all work hard. Opportunities abound in the market, and there is no shortage of ways to earn. In just a few sentences, Bai Mo ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. Once Su Zheng dismissed everyone to return to their posts, Jiang Luohan tugged at Bai Mo's arm and asked, are you planning to pivot? What about the promise you made to my cousin? Don't worry, there are other arrangements. As long as your cousin isn't foolish, you can sit back and enjoy the profits, Bai Mo reassured her. Jiang Luohan felt an inexplicable trust in Bai Mo and decided not to probe further. After all, if what Bai Mo said was true, then if her cousin failed to earn money, it would only reflect poorly on him. Bai Mo, what are your plans for today? Are you staying at the factory, or? Bai Mo had only come to the factory to review the data analysis. Having seen it, he felt there was little else to do. This was the advantage of owning a factory. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. As the boss, one merely needed to issue directives and steer the course, leaving the rest to the employees. Bai Mo had already organized the factory's affairs for the past week, creating a detailed plan that he entrusted to Hikong. With him overseeing things, there would be no issues. Consequently, Bai Mo found himself with ample free time. Noticing Bai Mo deep in thought, Jiang Luohan tentatively suggested, how about we set up a stall? Perhaps because he had nothing better to do, and out of gratitude for breakfast, Bai Mo did not outright refuse this time. However, he glanced at the weather. The sun was shining brightly, and even before 10 o'clock, the heat was already causing discomfort on his skin. Never mind, it's too hot. Yet, Jiang Luohan shook her head. It's fine. My dad gave me a suggestion last night, saying we could set up in the central commercial square. In 2004, The Central Commercial Square was the only large shopping mall in Hannan City. At that time, Wanda and Wang Fujing had yet to establish their presence in this third-tier city. Bai Mo shrugged his shoulders in resignation. He too wished to enjoy the air conditioning, but lacked the means. I can't afford the rental for the space. After saying this, he realized he might have spoken too soon. Jiang Luohan beamed. No worries, it won't cost anything. I know the owner. Bai Mo was taken aback. He knew Jiang's enterprise was substantial, but had still underestimated it. Whether at the Couple S Street last night or the Central Commercial Square, both were iconic commercial hubs in the city. In 2004, when property prices had yet to skyrocket, these areas were already considered prime real estate. Observing Jiang Luohan's exuberance, Bai Mo felt an increasing weight of pressure. The empire Jiang had built for her was vast, with such a formidable family business backing her. No matter whom Jiang Luohan marries, she could always hold her head high as a matriarch. What are you staring at? Is my face disfigured? Noticing Bai Mo's unwaffeling Gaza, Jiang Luohan assumed it was something about her. Hastily, she retrieved a compact mirror from her bag to check, but found no fault. No, I merely think you are exceptionally fortunate in your rebirth. Jiang Luohan wrinkled her cute nose. Even if my father were impoverished, I would not disdain him. Bai Mo could not argue with this sentiment, just as he had never looked down upon Elder Bai's financial struggles. Others might be oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely scoff. Is old Bai truly impoverished? Perhaps when compared to Jiangja, he might seem so, yet he is undoubtedly better off than most. A learned intellectual studying law, he possesses his own law firm, with a promising future ahead. However, due to the frugality of Hime, who meticulously manages the finances, Bai Mo lacked the awareness typical of a young heir. Chapter 28, Blackball Luchang. For 3 consecutive days, Bai Mo followed Jiang Luohan to set up a stall in the bustling marketplace. Occupying a prime location with high foot traffic, their business flourished during this period. The same garments sold in the marketplace were priced higher than those at street stalls, and in these 3 days, their net profit had reached a substantial 7,000 to 8,000. Bai Mo did not inquire about the exact figures, well aware that Jiang Luohan would not divulge them regardless. Typically generous, Jiang Luohan had recently adopted an unusually frugal demeanor, showing no intention of sharing profits with Bai Mo reclining in a chair. Bai Mo leisurely enjoyed the air conditioning while Jiang Luohan attended to customers alone. Such tranquil days were blissful, but an unexpected visitor soon disrupted the peace. Bai Montag, I toil under the sun every day, and you have the audacity to lounge in comfort, leaving Luohan to handle everything by herself? Can't you act like a decent person? Upon hearing that voice, Bai Mo finally opened his eyes. Oh, who is this? He exclaimed incredulously. Standing before him was a rotund figure, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine. After a brief moment of scrutiny, he suddenly realized, oh, it's the class monitor. Did you just return from Africa? Damn. Lu Chang, usually well-mannered, could not suppress a curse. Jiang Luohan, noticing Lu Chang's arrival, approached after completing a transaction. What has happened to you? Lu Chang glanced at the busy Jiang Luohan and then at the idle Bai Mo, growing increasingly agitated. He could not comprehend where he had gone wrong. I want goods. Give me a better price. The quality must not be lacking. Lu Chang was direct. He had come to the marketplace precisely to obtain goods at a lower price. Are you dreaming? 31 pieces are already a bargain. Although the production cost per garment was under 20, the minimum selling price of 30 was non-negotiable. It was futile to argue otherwise. By Montag, this time, Lu Chang softened his tone. He removed his ice sleeves, revealing his arms, causing Jiang Luohan to cover her mouth in surprise, while Bai Mo was taken aback. Lu Chang paid no mind to their reactions, slowly covering his arms with the sleeves and continuing. In this weather, one could lose their skin to the sun. Can you imagine a group of children younger than us cutting wheat under such scorching rays? I must be foolish. Initially, I thought the quality and styles of clothing sold in the town were subpar, so I took a bus to a more remote township to sell my wares. They sold well. The styles were fresh and appealing, far superior to what they wore. In just 2 days, I sold over 70 pieces. At first, I was quite pleased, but yesterday, a girl no older than 10 approached me with a handful of crumpled bills, declaring that it was all her money and she wished to buy her sister a new dress. That was when I broke down. I then realized that, aside from children, the town was filled with elderly folks. Upon inquiry, I discovered that the younger generation had all gone out to work, returning only for a few days during the new year. Bai Mo did not interrupt Lu Chang. If that were all he had to say, it wouldn't explain the sorrowful expression of such a talented young man. He waited for Lu Chang to continue, discreetly signaling Jiang Luohan to fetch a bottle of water. After calming himself, Lu Chang resumed. Those left behind are only able to buy clothes during the new year. My selling clothes this time felt like a crime. They have little money. Some elderly folks, feeling pity for the children, would buy them clothes, while others thought purchasing clothes was wasteful and would refuse. In their youthful ignorance, some children resorted to stealing money from home to buy clothes, and when caught, no one came to seek refunds from me. They merely scolded the children. Upon learning of this, I felt compelled to return the money, and on my way, I saw those children in the wheat fields, some boys without shirts, enduring the blazing sun as they cut wheat. When I asked, I found out they were afraid of tearing their clothes while working, as patched clothes would look unsightly. Lu Chang came from a well-off family. Both his parents held leadership positions in state-owned enterprises. Previously, he had thought the world's hardships were merely about wearing cheap clothes and having meat to eat twice a week. Yet, witnessing this reality made him understand that it was not just about having no clothes to wear, but also about being unable to fill their stomachs. One must read a myriad of books and traverse countless miles to truly grasp the world. Lu Chang shook his head, filled with profound reflection. By the time he finished speaking, his eyes were moist. Wiping them, he turned to Bai Mo. Did I just deliver such a poignant speech? Have you nothing to say? Give me a better price for the clothes. Consider it a charitable act. Bai Mo conceded that Lu Chang's words were indeed moving, yet he still shook his head. You. Lu Chang pointed an accusing finger at Bai Mo, intending to scold him for his heartlessness, but was interrupted by Jiang Luohan. First, drink some water. Bai Montak, what are you thinking? After Lu Chang took a large gulp from the bottle, he looked at Bai Mo. Although he was displeased with Bai Mo, he understood he was not the type to prioritize profit over morality. Are you considering that I should give you a low price, so you can sell them cheaply to those children? Lu Chang stated as if it were a matter of course. What else could it be? Fool! Hearing Bai Mo's insult, Lu Chang was furious but restrained himself. Do you have a better idea? If not, even if Luohan stops me, I will still punch you. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, seemingly indicating that he was not joking. Bai Mo remained unfazed, continuing, if you lower the price now, what will those who previously bought clothes from you think? Especially those who stole money from home to make the purchase? Lu Chang was momentarily rendered speechless. He had not considered this angle. After thinking for a moment, he tentatively asked, how about refunding them? Bai Mo shook his head. It's a solution, but not a good one. Don't blame me for thinking poorly of your character. If you do that, you might attract even greater trouble. Lu Chang, puzzled, furrowed his brow at Bai Mo, asking how so. In any situation, there are unscrupulous individuals. If you proceed this way, someone will surely come to you for a refund with old clothes. Will you refund or not? If you do, you will clearly be taken advantage of. If you don't, they will stir up a commotion, and who knows, they might even resort to violence. Upon hearing Bai Mo's reasoning, Lu Chang's frown deepened. No way. Could there really be such people? Lu Chang was raised in a greenhouse, sheltered from the treachery of human nature, while Bai Mo had experienced it firsthand. The concept of shamelessness truly knows no bounds. If you don't believe it, you might as well test it. The mere thought sent a shiver down Lu Chang's spine, shaking his head vigorously as if to dispel the fear. Perhaps it was better to refrain from such trials. He urged Bai Mo to share her thoughts instead. Some individuals, despite their own dissatisfaction with life, cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Bai Mo recognized that she was not in a position to bestow charity, as she could barely sustain herself. However, upon hearing Lu Chang's account and noticing Jiang Luohan's eager gaze, her heart softened. Yet, as a businesswoman, she knew that matters must be viewed through a commercial lens. Charity, at times, is merely a form of business. It hinges on the conscience of those who engage in it. Bai Mo believed she possessed a modicum of that conscience. The issue of left-behind children is prevalent in society and particularly acute in rural areas. Our personal capabilities are ultimately limited, and even if we wish to assist, the scope of our help is constrained. However, Bai Mo paused, prompting Jiang Luohan to eagerly inquire, however what? Chapter 29. A Failed Negotiation. Bai Montak, I await your good news. Bai Mo bid farewell to Lu Chang, repeatedly assuring him that she would provide a response. At that moment, Jiang Luohan also concluded her phone call and approached Bai Mo. My father said he is available now. Let us go. Indeed, Bai Mo had longed to meet Jiang Zhe for a singular purpose, to secure investment. Among her acquaintances, Jiang Zhe was the wealthiest, with Jiang Luohan serving as a bridge. There was no reason to forego this opportunity. Even if the negotiation faltered, it would still be a chance to forge connections for future collaboration. Meeting a mogul who recognized the potential of the real estate sector back in 2004 was certainly not a wasted endeavor. Why must we go to the office? My home would suffice, she pondered aloud, perplexed. Jiang Luohan, driving, expressed her confusion. Bai Mo, however, refrained from divulging that personal matters and business should be kept distinct. Her home was not an appropriate venue for such discussions. Instead, she casually deflected, "My mother says boys should protect themselves when outside and avoid visiting girls' homes." Jiang Luohan wrinkled her nose in response, clearly unimpressed by such brazen reasoning, yet she found herself oddly unperturbed by it. In silence, Jiang Luohan drove them to Jiang's company, where the imposing skyscraper exuded an air of opulence. "Luohan, you've arrived, and this must be Bai Mo." A well-dressed woman approached them with a warm smile. It was evident she had been waiting for some time. "Follow me. The chairman has postponed another engagement just to meet with you." With a melodious voice and impeccable manners, Fei led them to a private elevator, ascending directly to the 28th floor, the pinnacle of the building. This entire floor was dedicated to Jiang's office, accessible only with his authorization. Once they arrived, Fei knocked on the office door. "Chairman, Luohan and her companion have arrived. May we enter?" Jiang, momentarily pausing his work, replied affirmatively, "Come in." In contrast to the refined demeanor of Bai Xingxue, Jiang radiated a commanding presence. Despite nearing 50, he appeared to be in his 30s. His physique honed through regular exercise, the contours of his muscles accentuated by his shirt. After seating the two visitors, Fei discreetly excused herself upon receiving a gesture from Jiang. He poured them both a glass of water and positioned himself between Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan. "I've heard from Luohan that you're seeking an investment," he stated, directing his attention to Bai Mo. She took a sip of water and nodded lightly. "I understand you are quite busy, so I won't take up too much of your time. 10 minutes will suffice. Here is our proposal for your review." Bai Mo had no expectations of Jiang granting her additional time out of courtesy. It was essential to maintain a respectful distance. Jiang glanced at the proposal and checked his watch. "Let us begin." Aware of the value of time, Bai Mo wasted no words. "We have established our own athletic apparel brand, and our manufacturing facility is undergoing transformation to commence full production of sportswear in the upcoming batch. The market potential is vast." She elaborated for several minutes, focusing predominantly on market analysis. Jiang listened intently, but eventually interrupted her. "You've outlined the market, but what about your competitive advantages?" "You have 4 minutes left." Bai Mo smiled, having anticipated this inquiry. If Jiang had not asked, it would have indicated a lack of interest, rendering further discussion unnecessary. His question signified genuine engagement, undeterred by her youth. "With the Olympics approaching, I've selected several lesser-known, yet promising athletes as our brand ambassadors," she continued. Jiang nodded, considering her proposal. A small investment for potentially substantial returns is worth exploring, especially with the aggressive advertising strategy you've outlined. At this juncture, Jiang shifted the conversation. "However, if it's only this, it may not suffice." Bai Mo, acknowledging his point, added, "Indeed, prior to today, I was contemplating additional strategies until a classmate approached me." She paused for effect. "Uncle Jiang, I know you engage in philanthropy annually, albeit without much publicity." Jiang adjusted his glasses, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Everything I possess is derived from society. I merely wish to give back." "What relevance does this have?" "Quite significant." Bai Mo succinctly summarized Lu Chang's sentiments before delving into the crux of her proposal. "Initially, I wrestled with crafting the perfect slogan, dismissing many ideas until I realized that the best advertisement is charity. Upon launching our dedicated stores, our primary focus will not be on quality or style, but rather on the promise that for every piece of clothing sold, we will donate one to children in mountainous regions. If this message resonates, numerous celebrities and athletes will likely partner with us to enhance their public personas." Jiang regarded Bai Mo with a discerning gaze, though he remained silent. The 10-minute mark had arrived. "Luohan, I'm out of tea. Please fetch a box from Fei," he requested. Jiang Luohan, who had been quietly listening throughout, wished to remain, but recognized she could not refuse Jiang's request. After affirming her compliance, she exited the room. Once the door clicked shut, Jiang turned to Bai Mo. "What is your relationship with Luohan?" Bai Mo instinctively considered replying classmates, but the intensity of Jiang's gaze compelled her to reconsider. "What do you believe our relationship to be?" While others typically bowed and scraped before Jiang, Bai Mo's unyielding yet respectful demeanor was distinctly unusual. "I have never interfered in Luohan's life, as I have always provided her with rituals and surprises to cultivate her high standards." This was to ensure she would not be easily swayed by emotions. Bai Mo deeply empathized with the mindset of an old father. If his precious daughter were to be easily abducted, it would surely break his heart. He was aware of Jiang's intentions to communicate something, yet chose not to address it directly, preferring to wait for Jiang to voice it himself. "Observing by Mus Unchinging Dimianoa, Jiang. Despite his calm facade as he continued sipping water, could no longer contain himself. Even if you hadn't come looking for me today, I planned to invite you out for a meal. Before meeting you, I had presumed you to be a mere callow youth. However, upon our meeting, I was struck by your surprising sophistication that belies your age. Jiang emphasized once more, it's not maturity, it's sophistication. His current achievements were undeniably linked to his discerning eye for talent. Bai Mo smiled appreciatively. Thank you for your affirmation. Jiang reciprocated the smile. Investing this sum is feasible, even with the potential for doubling it. However, I have a stipulation. Bai Mo had a general idea of what it might be, but out of respect, he addressed Jiang. Please proceed. Maintain some distance from Luohan. It would be best if you refrain from any contact until after her university graduation. Jiang did not firmly close the door on future interactions, at least not entirely. In front of Jiang Luohan, he had always maintained the image of a doting father, always acquiescing to her requests. Yet as a father, he could not accept the notion of his daughter engaging in romantic entanglements at such a tender age. After witnessing Bai Mo's sophistication, he even began to harbor doubts about whether Bai Mo was purposely trying to ingratiate himself with Jiang Luohan. Bai Mo quietly folded the project proposal on the table, his expression largely unchanged. To Jiang, his current self seemed utterly inconsequential. What more could he say? He wished to separate his personal life from business. He found himself caught in the overlap. The discussion was evidently at an impasse, with both parties unequally matched. Frustrated, Bai Mo felt a sense of helplessness. Uncle Jiang, I apologize for taking up your time. Rest assured, I had originally planned to travel alone after submitting my applications. After saying this, Bai Mo prepared to leave. Just as Jiang Luohan entered with tea leaves in hand. Bai Mo, are you leaving? Yes. President Jiang has matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude. Jiang Luohan noticed the shift in Bai Mo's address towards Jiang, instinctively frowning. However, Jiang smiled and said, Luohan, go see Bai Mo off. Bai Montak, you're always welcome to visit. Chapter 30, Discontent. Did my father not agree? Once outside the office, Jiang Luohan asked urgently. Bai Mo, however, felt considerably lighter. Securing financing would undoubtedly be ideal, allowing him to circumvent many obstacles. Yet, even without it, he remained unperturbed, for he could foresee the market trends and broader environment for the next 18 years. He even knew the championship teams of the upcoming World Cups. It would be challenging to avoid prosperity. As for Jiang's request to maintain distance from Jiang Luohan, he did not take it to heart, having never seriously considered what their relationship might entail. He had acquiesced, but the conditions he requested were beyond his reach. What conditions? Jiang Luohan probed, eager for clarity. But Bai Mo clearly did not wish to elaborate further. He hailed a taxi and climbed in. This would do, thank you. Your father works hard. Spend more time with him. Once inside the vehicle, Bai Mo rolled down the window and waved. Head back. I have matters to attend to. By the way, you need not pick me up during this period. I plan to return to my hometown to visit my grandparents. After saying this, he instructed the driver to depart. Bai Mo was unsure why, but he felt inexplicably unsettled. Jiang Luohan stood at the intersection, her gaze lingering until the taxi vanished around the corner. An instinctual feeling told her that she might have truly lost Bai Mo, never to find him again. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. After hastily wiping her eyes, she rushed to Jiang's office. From the floor above, Jiang observed the scene through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his expression remaining unchanged. He turned and brewed himself a cup of tea, awaiting Jiang Luohan's entrance. What conditions did you propose? Nothing at all. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Jiang Luohan had many questions to ask, yet upon seeing Jiang's expression, she knew that even if she inquired, he would remain reticent. With a slight shake of her head, she chose silence. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and fixed her gaze on Jiang. Dad, you're busy. I'll take my leave. Rather than waste time with Jiang, she preferred to seek out Bai Mo, even though she had no idea where he had gone. However, just as she intended to leave, Jiang called out to her. Where do you think you're going? Sit down for a moment. Your mother will be here shortly, and you can go home with her. How long has it been since you practiced the piano? Jiang rarely displayed sternness towards Jiang Luohan. She shuddered at his tone, caught in indecision between departing and staying. Yet Jiang did not grant her the luxury of choice. You played enough. It's time to get serious. Starting tomorrow, you will attend classes in the morning and come to the company for internship rotations in the afternoons. Jiang Luohan felt a pang of distress, wanting to argue, but Jiang's glare silenced her. Always the obedient daughter, she could manage a playful demeanor but lacked the courage to defy her parents. With negotiations having fallen through, she realized she would have to pursue an alternative path. After leaving Jiang's office, Bai Mo headed straight to the garment factory. He slouched in Hee-sung's office chair, visibly displeased. Hee-sung was not surprised by this demeanor. Ever since you told me that Luohan is Jiang's daughter, I knew it was a lost cause. The disparity is simply too great. However, do not despair. You are still young, and your future is limitless. Bai Mo shook his head. I'm not disheartened. I'm just a bit frustrated. Frustration is a good thing. You must channel that into motivation. Bai Mo shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the issue further. By the way, Uncle, what did the bank say? Uncle Hee-sung wore a proud expression. As long as we repay this current loan, our next loan limit can be increased to 1 million. Moreover, as a special fund for enterprise support, there will be no interest for the first year. Observing his uncle's expression, Bai Mo refrained from dampening his spirits. While 1 million still had significant purchasing power in this era, it was rather meager for a newly established brand eager to penetrate the market. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. He would take it step by step. He was still young and could endure it. In 2 days, we must repay the loan and issue salaries. How is the cash flow? Bai Mo had not been closely overseeing the garment factory's affairs lately. Efforts depend on people, but success is ultimately in the hands of fate. Hee-sung tossed a pile of reports in front of Bai Mo. Take a look. The original plan was to complete a cash inflow of 1 million in 7 days. But at the current pace, we could finish today. Aside from the first day, where we only made a few thousand, the rest of the days have seen revenues exceeding 200,000. We really owe a debt of gratitude to Luohan. Many came after seeing information in her space. Moreover, I heard there are people promoting us on forums. Who knows who they are? The online community is indeed convenient. Bai Mo pouted. What use was gratitude now? Whether they would meet again in the future was uncertain. Noting Bai Mo's low spirits, Hee-sung realized he had misspoken. After chuckling awkwardly a couple of times, he departed, claiming he was going to inspect the production line. Bai Mo opened his computer and logged into his QQ account. The influx of messages overwhelmed him, and he felt too lethargic to respond. Jiang Luohan had also sent numerous messages, inquiring about the unfolding events, questioning why Bai Mo had left and why Jiang forbade anyone from seeking him out. Bai Mo chose not to reply. He could empathize with Jiang's actions. Had he been in Jiang's position, he might have acted even more ruthlessly. Demanding one's own cotton-padded jacket was akin to demanding one's very life. The class group chat served as a sanctuary where no one's negative emotions could infiltrate the lively atmosphere. Aside from discussing entrepreneurial ventures, the most fervent topic was the upcoming camping trip in a week. The 2-day, 1-night excursion had been organized, with Lu Chong arranging for a bus to gather everyone at the school gate. All necessary supplies had been procured, and adhering to a principle of convenience and economy. It was estimated that each person would need to contribute approximately 60 yuan. A detailed table outlining the specific costs was prepared for anyone who had queries. Those intending to join should hand their contributions to him. Bai Mo greatly appreciated Lu Chong's foresight in clarifying payment matters before departure, as it would mitigate potential complications. Shouldn't you be shopping with Luohan? What brings you online? While perusing the group messages, Bai Mo suddenly received a message from Suwon. They exchanged casual remarks daily, keeping their conversation light. This manner of interaction was the most comfortable. It ensured their relationship remained warm without the risk of it becoming overwhelming. Bai Mo typed a response. After a few days of toil, without a penny to show for it, I'm on strike. I'm done. Suwon replied with several emojis of suppressed laughter. After a span of over 10 minutes, she sent another message. Luohan just asked me about you. What's going on? Did you have a disagreement with Uncle Jiang? Bai Mo would never admit to such a thing, replying instead, not at all. I share the same worldview as Jiang's own, and our conversation was quite enjoyable. Suwon refrained from pressing further and sent a motivational message. Though the road is long, it will be traversed. Though the task is difficult, it will be accomplished. Keep pushing forward. If you find yourself bored, feel free to reach out to me. She added, don't worry, my family doesn't have the vast enterprises that Luohan's family does, so I'm easy to get along with. Bai Mo felt a warmth in his heart. Suwon was truly a remarkable person. Reflecting on their 3 years of high school together, he realized that their interactions had been rather limited. Yet, he vaguely recalled that the first time he got into a fight outside of school was somehow related to her. What had sparked it? Bai Mo couldn't quite remember. Certainly, it wasn't a matter of jealousy. Chapter 31. Payday. For the workers at the garment factory, payday was the most joyous occasion, especially this month. The factory had expanded production last month, resulting in mandatory overtime, with overtime pay exceeding regular wages. Consequently, the total salary for this month was expected to be quite substantial, having worked an additional 5 or 6 hours each day last month. I'm anticipating nearly 3,000 yuan. I'm similar. My child is about to have summer vacation, and once this paycheck arrives, I'll have their mother take them to the amusement park in the provincial capital for a couple of days. Hey, well, what about you? You're not planning to chase after Xiaoli again, are you? The individual known as Hey Wah flashed a mischievous grin, rubbing his hands together. Xiaoli calls me daddy too. It's quite thrilling. Laughter erupted around him. The workers were primarily focused on the wages they earned after a month of hard labor. The factory's financial issues were of little concern to them before payday. All they cared about was receiving their due. If payment didn't materialize, their only recourse would be to raise a ruckus. Production team, go collect your wages. Don't panic. Approach one group at a time. In 2004, most companies paid wages in cash, requiring individuals to sign for their earnings. Upon hearing the news about the salary distribution, the workers, although still engaged in their tasks, found their thoughts drifting elsewhere. The factory's finance department had long since calculated each worker's pay, neatly placing it in envelopes ready for distribution. Once counted, it would not be held responsible for discrepancies. Any excess was yours to keep, and any shortfall should not cause a fuss. Upon receiving their envelopes filled with wages, the first group of workers eagerly tore them open to check their amounts. However, as they counted, an unsettling realization dawned upon them, and silence fell over the group. Bai Mo, observing their expressions, chose not to intervene. If there are no issues, you should return. Others are waiting. During this time, Bai Mo had been present in the factory, and the workers were quite familiar with him. Some cunning individuals quickly scurried away, fearful of being detained for lingering too long. With one person leading the way, the rest followed suit, heads down. Yet, a few seemingly honest individuals lingered, their expressions conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, one ventured forth. Gathering his courage to approach Bai Mo, Mo, my salary this time seems incorrect. Bai Mo glanced at him. The man was only slightly older than him, yet wore a youthful countenance that suggested he had exhausted all his bravery in speaking up. Bai Mo, intrigued, inquired, what seems to be the issue? Did they underpay you? No. He shook his head, they overpaid me. Accounting for overtime, I should have received 2,780 yuan, but they gave me 3,000. Bai Mo did not respond directly, instead asking, why haven't the others left? It's too much. I can't accept it. Bai Mo sighed, realizing that there truly were honest individuals among them. Had he been in the same situation, he would have already fled. This is a bonus for this month. As long as the company meets its profit targets, there will be dividends in the future. After patiently explaining, he made sure to ask for the man's name before he departed. Such individuals might not be suited for business, but they were undoubtedly reliable workers. Wow, why is this month's salary so much higher? After the salary was distributed, the workers in the production workshop displayed expressions of astonishment. Initially, they thought they were the only ones to receive more, suspecting a calculation error in the finance department. However, upon inquiring, they discovered that everyone had received extra. Haven't you heard? This is the bonus that Xiao Mo has given us. Xiao Mo is truly generous. I had planned to quit after this month, but now, I wouldn't leave even if you paid me. Indeed, 3,000. Even my brother-in-law, who is a teacher, doesn't earn that much. Now let us see if he still looks down on me. I'll tell my wife I only got 2,500. The rest, haha. As the crowd continued to chatter about their good fortune, Bai Mo entered the workshop under the guidance of Yikong. Surrounding workers greeted him warmly, their faces beaming with smiles. Please pause your work. I have something to share with everyone. The garment factory was divided into 3 workshops, each housing around 100 workers. Once Hitsong finished announcing with a megaphone, all activity ceased, the clatter of machines fading into silence as the entire workshop became still. Bai Montak, taking the megaphone without a hint of trepidation, positioned himself on a raised platform to ensure he could see everyone. I believe most of you are quite satisfied with today's wages. Very satisfied. Thank you, Xiao Mo. After Bai Mo concluded his remarks, a chorus of agreement swiftly arose from the audience. Bai Mo continued, this is merely the beginning. In the future, there will only be more to come. From this moment forth, in addition to your fixed hourly wage and overtime pay, you will also receive a bonus share, as long as the factory meets its profit targets. Everyone will receive a share every month. Many may promise grand visions, but few actually deliver tangible benefits to the workers. Bai Mo is unafraid to pave the way. As he wrapped up, he added, of course, if you feel the salary is still insufficient, there are other avenues to earn more. What avenues? Xiao Mo, please tell us. Is it legal? The crowd buzzed with inquiries, and Bai Mo discerned their apprehensions. After signaling for silence, he continued, of course, it's legal. If you have connections, seek out clothing stores in the area that are struggling and looking to transfer ownership. As long as they're within the city limits, it's acceptable, regardless of the city. For every legitimate lead you provide, there will be a reward of 50 yuan. Bai Mo's words detonated like a bomb, stirring excitement among the crowd. What once seemed daunting was now simplified. Wasn't it just a matter of browsing the shops? With numerous clothing stores in the streets, many were indeed on the verge of closing down. 50 for one lead. That could sum up to 5,000 for 100. Bai Mo, are you serious? Absolutely. With Bai Mo's confirmation, everyone began to buzz with eagerness. Free money was too good to pass up, concerned that some may not have heard or remembered. Bai Mo had several display stands set up at the workshop entrance for all to see. Upon returning to the office, Sung cheerfully brewed a cup of tea for Bai Mo and then pulled a chair to sit beside her. Bai Mo, what is our next step? Bai Mo had dispensed nearly 100,000 yuan in wages today, which caused Sung some distress. After settling loans, goods, and wages, only about 200,000 remained. The thought of having to reclaim unsold garments in a few days sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 32. The Hermit Crab. Next, we must find someone to take over, Bai Mo stated. Haven't you noticed that our orders have begun to diminish? Other factories have started to imitate our model. Sung was well aware of this, which was a source of his concern. Competitors were offering lower costs and higher buyback prices, clearly aiming to seize market share. Bai Mo's suggestion of finding someone to take over seemed easier said than done. Bai Mo, quit beating around the bush. Before Bai Mo could respond, Su Zhang's voice echoed from outside the office. Bai Mo, the conference room is ready. Everyone is waiting. All right, I'll be right there. Bai Mo stood to adjust her attire, then addressed Sung. Let us go listen and you'll see. Sung hadn't seen Su Zhang for 2 days. Knowing that, Bai Mo had assigned him tasks, so he refrained from inquiring. Now that Su Zhang had returned, it appeared the matter was resolved. Inside the conference room sat over 20 individuals, and Sung noted the unfamiliar faces. Although puzzled, he quietly took a seat beside Bai Mo. President Bai. The leader of the group called out in disbelief upon seeing Bai Mo. After receiving a nod from her, he broke into a smile. You are indeed youthful and accomplished. Before meeting you, I thought you. Bai Mo laughed in return. You thought I was a middle-aged man, didn't you? Ha! Please don't take offense. Your ideas are quite bold. I suspected you were young, but didn't anticipate just how young, he replied. Bai Mo interjected, if you wish to flatter me, let us discuss that over drinks at a nightclub another day. Today, we must focus on business. Nodding, she continued, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Ying, and this is my team. We are here to discuss the specifics with you. As she spoke, an assistant next to her handed over 2 documents to Bai Mo and Kong. This is the plan tailored to your requests. Please review it and let us know if any adjustments are needed. After examining the documents, Sung grasped Bai Mo's intentions. She aimed to collaborate with those clothing stores on the brink of closure. They would provide the inventory while the stores handled sales, subsequently sharing the profits. If sales targets were not met, they would cover the operational costs and compensate an additional 2,000 to 3,000 for losses. A typical gamble agreement. No wonder Lu Ying deemed the idea audacious. Yet, it significantly reduced the costs of opening a store, not just financially, but also in terms of time. Opening a clothing store typically required over a month from leasing to launch. Time was of the essence, and Bai Mo's approach allowed them to bypass that lengthy process. In Lu Ying's proposal, her team would liaise with businesses and spearhead market expansion. Failure to negotiate would incur no charges, but success would yield a fixed commission of 1,000 yuan plus 3% of the storefront's revenue for 1 year. Of course, this wouldn't be without cost. It would also handle a portion of the store's marketing. Upon reading that line, Sung frowned. He had experience with market teams, and this offer was evidently steep. He wondered where Bai Mo found such personnel. However, to his surprise, Bai Mo nodded in agreement without hesitation. I am quite satisfied with this proposal. Let us proceed with it. Lu Ying was taken aback. Aren't you going to think it over? Her pricing was indeed above market rates, and she had prepared numerous arguments to persuade Bai Mo, but she hadn't anticipated such a swift acceptance. All her preparations had gone to waste. Bai Mo casually tossed the document onto the conference table and reclined on the sofa. Rather than directly answering Lu Ying's inquiry, she posed a question of her own. I have great confidence in your team's capabilities, but I have one concern. Why did you leave Teacher Du's team? In the realm of marketing, Bai Mo's first thought was of Bei Jia and Hao Ji Xing, unforgettable names from an era long past. Lu Ying was one of the core members of Teacher Du's team, yet she had recently departed to form her own. Bai Mo, in need of talent, had asked Su Zhang to reach out to her. Lu Ying smiled and shook her head. Different philosophies, I suppose. Recognizing Lu Ying's reluctance to elaborate, Bai Mo wisely chose not to press further. Trusting her choices, she resolved to believe in Lu Ying completely. To a fruitful collaboration. I have mobilized resources to penetrate the market. I trust the list will soon be in your hands. To a fruitful collaboration. After both signed the agreement, they shook hands, marking the conclusion of the meeting. Bai Mo firmly believed in one principle. Entrust professional matters to professionals. He is capable of navigating the market himself, yet he does not believe he will surpass them significantly. His advantage lies in his vision and grasp of future market dynamics. There is no need to squander time on market expansion. After bidding farewell to Lu Ying and her team, Bai Mo remained seated on the sofa, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. He felt at ease in trusting market matters to Lu Ying's team. His current focus was on advertising placement. Bai Mo envisioned initiating a pilot project in Hanan City, gradually radiating to surrounding municipalities and ultimately conquering the national market. While other companies typically devise 3-year plans or 5-year strategies to proceed gradually, Bai Mo was not inclined to adopt such a leisurely pace. To swiftly secure a foothold in the provincial or even national market, one must seize opportunities with audacity, akin to a hermit crab occupying another's shell. However, this approach carries considerable risk. Should the business falter and fail to generate sufficient profit, he could swiftly find himself ousted, left with nothing. Thus, the significance of advertising placement becomes paramount. Bai Mo felt fortunate that the athletes he had previously engaged had already signed endorsement agreements and filmed promotional videos, with costs surprisingly lower than anticipated. The total expenditure for the 5 amounted to less than 300,000. The priciest, Lu Xiang, charged only 100,000 for the endorsement. Although the advertisements were complete, now was not the opportune moment to release them. Patience was required until the eve of the Olympics. What strategies should be employed for advertising before the Olympics? Teacher Du relied on parental concern for their children. But what could sportswear leverage? Xiaoma, someone is looking for you. Bai Mo's reverie was interrupted by a knock at the door. The factory director's office was now his exclusive domain, requiring even Heatsong to knock before entering. Upon regaining his focus, Bai Mo extinguished his cigarette and called out, "Gumin, Director Bai, it's been a few days, and you seem to be exuding even more charisma." Su Wan's voice was soft, and she stifled a giggle as she spoke. "What brings you here? Please have a seat." Bai Mo was somewhat taken aback, although they had been chatting on QQ. He had not seen Su Wan since their last encounter at the arcade. Su Wan pouted slightly, expressing a hint of helplessness. "I was entrusted with bringing you something." "Huh?" Chapter 33, The Mobile Phone. Bai Mo gazed in astonishment at the mobile phone box in Su Wan's hands. "What is this?" "It's a mobile phone." Su Wan replied matter-of-factly before adding, "Oh, this is from Luohan. She asked me to bring it to you. It's the profit share from our recent market stall." Su Wan appeared contemplative. It seems like the stall business is quite lucrative. Bai Mo grasped the situation and did not refuse, as he indeed needed it. Just as Jiang Luohan had said, it felt reassuring to possess something earned through his own efforts. While discussing the stall, Bai Mo remarked, "Indeed. Just look at the class monitor. He's turned as dark as a charcoal briquette." Uft. Su Wan chuckled at the thought of Lu Chang's appearance, having seen his photo in the class group. Well, let's leave that aside. While conversing with Su Wan, Bai Mo had already taken out the mobile phone. It was a Nokia 7610, the first camera phone to boast a 1,000,000-pixel resolution. The feel was quite pleasant. After fiddling with it for a moment, he noticed the SIM card was inserted and Jiang Luohan's number was already saved in the contacts. Su Wan also noticed and commented, "By the way, Luohan asked me to convey a message to you, saying see you in college." Bai Mo seemed to ignore her words, using the phone to call the office landline. Upon seeing the caller ID, he jotted it down. The number was quite appealing, differing from Jiang Luohan's new number by only the last digit. "What is your number?" "I'll jot it down." Su Wan came from a well-to-do family. Her father was a university professor, and her mother held a leadership position at the provincial television station. A quintessential example of an intellectual lineage. In her senior year of high school, her parents provided her with a mobile phone for ease of communication. Su Wan did not mind, and after sharing her number, she inquired, "I see you've been writing advertisements on your desk. Are you planning to create an advertisement?" Bai Mo had a bad habit of jotting down keywords on paper while contemplating matters. He knew this habit was unwise but found it difficult to change, so he had no choice but to keep others out of his office. He had not anticipated Su Wan's visit and had not tidied up. Nodding, he candidly admitted yes. "Is it an apparel advertisement?" "Yes, but I'm unsure where to begin." Su Wan hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Can you share it with me?" "Of course. This is the specific content. I do appreciate your input on how best to approach it. Issues involving business secrets are typically kept confidential." Yet Bai Mo did not perceive Su Wan as a spy from a competing firm. Thus he felt at ease. Moreover, she was a bright student from Capital University, and he was eager to hear her perspective. "The main selling point is charity?" Bai Montak nodded. "Exactly." After receiving confirmation, Su Wan reviewed the entire proposal. Closing the planning document, she regarded Bai Mo with a penetrating gaze, one that even he could not decipher. "Do you watch variety shows?" Bai Mo might have watched some in 2004, but since his rebirth, he had rarely turned on the television, finding it uninteresting. Seeing Su-won's inquiry, he shook his head. Su-won, unfazed, continued, their SA variety show called Extraordinary 61. Have you heard of it? I have. Why? Do you want me to advertise on Central TV? I wish I could, but there's no budget. Bai Mo shrugged, feeling helpless. If there were more funds, who would have these worries? What he needed now was the best promotion for the least expenditure. However, Su-won shook her head. In a previous episode, there was a guest from a small town in our city. His family was not well off, and he had 3 younger siblings to support. Bai Mo began to grasp Su-won's implication. Are you suggesting I get in touch with him? Su-won nodded. After returning home from the show, he dedicated himself to aiding impoverished children left behind, garnering significant social attention. In the near future, the provincial television station will conduct a special interview with him. If he could mention your clothing brand during the interview, Su-won did not elaborate further, believing Bai Mo would grasp the rest. However, Bai Mo still had some reservations. Wouldn't the television station prohibit such advertising placement? They can be quite stingy if a business is not their own. They even obscure bottled water with thick mosaics to avoid any unfair advantage. Su-won, however, flashed a cunning smile. As long as it's not too overt, it should be fine. You can always invite the television station's executives out for a meal. After hearing this, Bai Mo stared blankly at Su-won. Her display of maturity was hardly characteristic of an 18-year-old girl. How could a young woman, fresh from her college entrance exams, possess such acumen in social intricacies? What's wrong? Noticing Bai Mo's unwavering gaze, Su-won felt a bit flustered, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Nothing, thank you. After Su-won's gentle reminder, Bai Mo recalled that back in 2004, it was quite prudent to present his superior with some rather substantial local specialties. Su-won pouted slightly, casting a knowing glance at Bai Mo. The gratitude he expressed seemed somewhat insincere. This predicament left Bai Mo in a bit of a quandary. He had merely spoken casually. Was it truly necessary to offer something more? As he noticed Bai Mo's gaze wandering over her, coupled with a mischievous grin, even Su-won found it slightly unbearable. She raised her hand to obscure his view. Indeed, Luohan was right. He was nothing short of a rogue. Bai Mo felt wronged. Had he not maintained decorum in front of Jiang Luohan? How could he have left the impression of being a scoundrel? Did she genuinely say that? Su-won nodded, her voice bright and clear. Yes. She even advised me to keep my distance, lest I be led astray by you. What do you think? Su-won pretended to ponder, and upon noticing Bai Mo's interest, she playfully winked. Me? What do you care? Bai Mo was momentarily stunned. Among his scant memories from high school, Su-won had always been the quintessential model student, quiet, obedient, and reticent. He had never imagined she possessed such a playful side. All right, let's change the subject. What shall we have for lunch? I traveled a great distance to deliver something to you. Is it too much to ask for a meal in return? Chapter 34, The Guest. Jiang Luohan sought Su-won's assistance in delivering items to Bai Mo. Harboring her own intentions, she wished for Su-won to understand that her relationship with Bai Mo had blossomed considerably. Su-won, being more mature than Jiang Luohan, readily discerned this underlying motive. Nevertheless, she did not decline and promptly delivered the mobile phone Jiang Luohan had purchased for Bai Mo. Having delivered the items, a meal seemed a reasonable expectation, did it not? Su-won felt quite justified in this regard, and Bai Mo agreed wholeheartedly. The garment factory was located on the outskirts, where dining options were scarce. Having missed the mealtime, the cafeteria remained closed. Thus, Bai Mo found himself compelled to cook. Inside the factory, apart from the 6-person employee dormitories, there were several suites designed for those leaders reluctant to return home. Bai Mo requested one, fully equipped with furniture and appliances, making cooking convenient. They say a boy's room is always a mess. What on earth is this? Su-won felt a twinge of nervousness as she entered Bai Mo's room. It was her first time sharing a space with a boy. To ease the tension, she sought a topic of conversation. Bai Mo, however, paid little heed to the thoughts of the young girl. After securing his apron, he retrieved some vegetables from the refrigerator, all purchased that morning by Hikong. Without turning his head, he queried, "Do you prefer the truth or a falsehood? Then, perhaps you should start with a falsehood." The falsehood is that I am an orderly person who cannot abide a messy home. Su-won burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What about the truth?" The truth is that there is a dedicated cleaning lady here, so it's not my concern. If I were living alone, it would be a different story. After he finished speaking, Bai Mo added, "Just keep this between us, otherwise it might hinder my chances of finding a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Su-won's laughter grew even more radiant. At least you have a modicum of self-awareness. So, are you planning to find a girlfriend who can help you tidy up? Bai Mo nodded, stating, "That is indeed my plan. I intend to find a girlfriend in college, rent an apartment together. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it?" Bai Mo felt unusually relaxed in Su-won's presence. speaking freely without concern for appropriateness. Perhaps this ease stemmed from their long conversations on QQ, as they had already begun to regard each other as friends. Upon hearing this, Su-won quipped, "So you truly are a rogue, contemplating cohabitation before marriage?" Bai Mo scratched his head, realizing that, in truth, it did seem a bit scandalous. All right, you watch some television while I prepare dinner. Go ahead. Let me witness the culinary prowess of Chef Bai. In his previous life, Bai Mo had grown accustomed to living alone, disliking dining out, and thus had honed his cooking skills. However, he had only ever prepared meals for himself, not even for his own mother, because he didn't trust his cooking abilities, fearing he might set the house ablaze. For the two of them, Bai Mo opted for a simple 3 dishes and a soup, not wanting to make anything overly complicated. When he finally brought the dishes to the table, Su-won, who had been watching television, was rendered speechless. "You actually can cook? Males of your age who can prepare meals are exceedingly rare. Hand me some chopsticks. I'll give it a try. Rest assured, even if I end up with a stomachache, I won't tell you." After handing her the bowl and chopsticks, Bai Mo shot her a glance. "You talk too much." "Huh." Su-won accepted them with a sweet smile. "I'm digging in." Clearly, Su-won was quite pleased with Bai Mo's cooking. She finished all 3 dishes and the soup, frequently praising him during the meal. She remarked that even if he couldn't find a job after graduation, he needn't worry about starving, as he could always sell stir-fried dishes on the street. Dining together allowed Bai Mo to witness another side of Su-won. Despite her mature thoughts, she exuded a playful innocence. "Bai Mo, I'm done. Hurry and wash the dishes." After finishing, Su-won naturally wiped her mouth and expressed a request. Little did she know, Bai Mo simply tossed the apron at her. "Refusing to wash the dishes is my final line. I advise you to think wisely." Su-won appeared taken aback, picking up the apron to examine it. "Are you implying that I should wash them? Since you're already aware, why aren't you moving? Is this how you treat your guests?" "I never did before, but now I do." Su-won pouted, and despite her myriad of grievances, she ultimately found herself pushed into the kitchen by Bai Mo unbeknownst to him. After he turned away, Su-won smiled, a genuine, joyful smile. What was ostensibly a mundane task became something she approached with extraordinary seriousness. Finished? After approximately half an hour, Su-won emerged from the kitchen, tossing the apron back to Bai Mo while rolling her eyes. "Had I known I would have to wash dishes after dining here, I would have never come. All right, I've delivered the items and eaten. I'll be leaving now. No need to see me off." Su-won emphasized the last few words with particular force, for she realized that after indicating her intent to depart, Bai Mo had no inclination to rise and accompany her. At that moment, she recalled Jiang Luohan's earlier complaints. Indeed, he was quite the rogue. Bai Mo pretended to be oblivious, engrossed in his television show. After a while, he turned his head. "Oh, why haven't you left yet?" Su-won, exasperated, stamped her foot and hurled the pair of slippers she had just changed into at Bai Mo. "Let's talk nicely. No need for such actions. I wish to converse amicably too, but my hands seem to have a mind of their own." As she spoke, she threw the other slipper as well, finishing with a clap of her hands. After collecting the newly unwrapped slippers, Bai Mo glanced at Su-won. "Shall I escort you?" "Sure." The distance from the dormitory to the garment factory's entrance was not far. It took only a few minutes to arrive. Along the way, they encountered several workers, all of whom greeted Bai Mo with warmth. The respectful demeanor of the workers struck Su-won as peculiar, yet she refrained from inquiring further. Inside the room, the day seemed unremarkable, but upon reflection outside, she felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Silently, they reached the entrance, and Bai Mo showed no intention of accompanying her to the car. As Su-won walked toward the roadside, she turned back just as Bai Mo was about to depart. "Bai Mo, do you think I would be better suited for Capital University or Jiangsu University?" Hannan City, a small town in western Jiangsu province, is situated adjacent to the Jiangsu region. The distance from there to Suzhou and Hangzhou is even shorter than that to the provincial capital, Yuzhong. Thus, many candidates from Hannan choose to attend universities in Jiangsu, where options are more plentiful compared to Yuzhong. Bai Mo was taken aback by Su-won's question. He had always understood that Capital University was her dream. Bai Mo was not merely an uncomprehending man of steel. He was simply someone accustomed to avoiding certain matters. Without any bias or personal inclination, he responded directly, "Capital University." After a brief pause, he added, "You may regret it for a year or two if you go. But if you don't, you might regret it for a lifetime." Su-won discerned the implication behind Bai Mo's words. After a moment's contemplation, she turned away with a smile, raising her hand in farewell to him. Capital University, what an elusive dream for so many. Yet, Su-won felt that there were matters of greater significance than this aspiration. If she had hesitated before, today had solidified her resolve. Regardless of Bai Mo's opinions, she had made up her mind. Watching her enter the taxi, Bai Mo then made his way to the office. Su Wan had just provided him with the phone number and name of the guest from her previous experience on Very 61. The remaining tasks were for him to pursue. Chapter 35, A Betrayal from My Biological Father. Mr. Bai, after 3 days of communication, 7 clothing stores have expressed their willingness to collaborate with us. We have arranged for advertisements to be placed in all the city's newspapers and television stations. Our advertisement will air tonight on television and will appear in tomorrow's newspapers. Su Bing has agreed to partner with us. His requirements are straightforward, aside from financial compensation. He simply wishes for us to establish a library in the village school of his hometown. There are 3 days remaining until the refund deadline for the first batch of goods. We have conducted a preliminary assessment and anticipate that approximately 30% of the merchandise will be returned. However, there is no need for concern. Although our shipping speed has slowed, we can easily manage the 30%. During the Monday morning meeting, Bai Mo sat at the head of the table, listening to reports from various departments. He had arranged everything meticulously. All that remained was to follow through with their plans. Starting today, he intended to employ an aggressive advertising campaign to ensure his clothing brand reverberated throughout Hannan City. Once successful in Hannan, he would replicate this strategy to swiftly capture markets in other cities. I understand that these past few days have been arduous for everyone, but let us persevere for the future of the company. After Bai Mo implemented a profit-sharing bonus system, both the frontline workers and the departmental leaders in the conference room felt a heightened sense of belonging to the garment factory. Striving for success is sometimes not merely words. Tangible efforts yield visible results. Now, the moment had arrived to witness the fruits of their labor. The 7 stores must complete their signage change today. I expect to see the new signs tomorrow. The grand opening ceremony is scheduled for 3 days from now, and there must be no room for error. During these 3 days, the promotional discount activities must be publicized, ensuring that at least 50% of Hannan's residents are aware of our opening. Please double-check the franchise phone lines to ensure they can handle at least 10 simultaneous calls. All prior work has been geared towards the opening ceremony in 3 days. The results on opening day will largely determine the brand's potential. If the performance is commendable, the attention will only amplify its success. Conversely, poor results may cause potential partners to reconsider. Moreover, most individuals possess a herd mentality. Witnessing a crowd of buyers encourages further purchases, whereas a lack of customers breeds hesitation. To this end, Bai Mo devised a few strategies, including arranging for some actors to mingle among the crowd to stimulate consumption. These are merely minor tactics. The true impact will depend on the strength of their promotion. After the meeting concluded, He Tsong and Su Zheng lingered. They had additional matters to confirm with Bai Mo. This is the invitation list for the opening ceremony. Please review it for any necessary additions. Bai Mo took the list and perused it. The most prominent figure was the Deputy Director of the Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce, along with leaders from various other departments, many of whom had a close relationship with Econ. There were also several entrepreneurs on the list, though it remained uncertain whether they would attend. Uncle, you can handle these arrangements. I'm not well acquainted with them. If possible, please try to bring in some influential leaders to lend support. He Tsong understood this principle, but lacked the resources to make contact. Bai Mo recognized He Tsong's predicament and offered a reassuring word. Having these individuals present is already quite commendable. He Tsong nodded, looking toward Bai Mo, Xiao Mo. Were the upcoming work arrangements? After spending these few days together, He Tsong had come to regard Bai Mo as a pillar of strength. Initially, he had merely hoped that Bai Mo would help recoup some funds to navigate the immediate crisis. Yet, Bai Mo not only resolved the crisis, but also expanded their endeavors. Moreover, as he progressed, he brought the entire garment factory's workforce along with him. Now, everyone held high hopes for the Dongxiang brand. It could be said that the garment factory was experiencing its strongest sense of unity. I'm fine now. For the next 3 days, I plan to focus on resting. I haven't had a peaceful night's sleep in quite some time, Bai Mo stated, stretching. Uncle, you and Uncle Su will need to take care of the upcoming matters. Unless something urgent arises, please refrain from contacting me. I will await the results in 3 days, whether it be luxury cars or bicycles. It all hinges on these next 3 days, Bai Mo declared as he stood up and departed. As the critical moment approached, he remained increasingly composed. Rather than anxiously awaiting the outcome, he preferred to clear his mind and temporarily refrain from thinking about it. After all, everything that needed arranging had been arranged. As the saying goes, man proposes but God disposes. Bai Mo left without a trace of hesitation. Upon returning home, he lay down and drifted into sleep. When he awoke again, it was already nearing evening. He Mei and Bai Xing, Shui had returned some time ago, but chose not to wake him. They were seated beside the television watching a program. At this moment, it was just about time for Hannan Television to broadcast the weather forecast. Before the weather report, several advertisements played. Bai Mo had not yet stepped out of his room when he heard the advertisement blaring. Love life, love sports, enjoy the world. Dongxiang, filled with endless possibilities. Rush never gives up. The logo of Dongxiang subtly reveals the letters N and G, symbolizing an unwavering spirit. When promoting the brand, Bai Mo did not immediately associate it with charity. Instead, he first aimed to familiarize the public with the brand before enhancing its image. With an all-encompassing and relentless advertising blitz in Hannan City, it is believed that within these 3 days, every resident is now aware of this brand. What is going on today? Whether on the streets or on television, everywhere is this Dongxiang advertisement. Complained Yimei. The main issue is that the slogan is incredibly catchy. Bai Mo had not mentioned the establishment of Dongxiang to Yimei. Yitsong had also been preoccupied lately and hadn't communicated with her. Naturally, Yimei was unaware of this matter. Bai Xingxue knew a bit, as he had organized all the contracts, but he chose not to disclose the information to Yimei. After all, a mother's worries are endless, and her constant nagging would be better avoided. Dongxiang? What a delightful name. The slogan is also quite impressive. I wonder which genius came up with it. Truly remarkable. Bai Mo sat down next to Hime and casually picked up a watermelon to nibble on. Hime shot him a glance. Although her eyes reflected concern, her words were unyielding. Whoever thought of it is none of your business. You hardly ever show up. Have you forgotten what home feels like? Indeed, with newfound independence, he could soar. Bai Mo let out an awkward chuckle, then leaned over to help massage Hime's shoulders. I cannot soar alone. I still rely on your maternal protection. Hime rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Humph. Bai Mo, unfazed by her demeanor, continued. Mother, look. Dongxiang is opening in a couple of days, and the launch event seems splendid. How about helping your son buy a couple of outfits? Ahem. Bai Xingxue, unable to bear it any longer, coughed twice to signal Bai Mo to cease. Otherwise, Hime would surely retaliate once she found out. Yet Bai Mo feigned ignorance. What is wrong, old Bai? Do you want 2 outfits as well? Let us go together and have a look. Hime turned a glance at Bai Xingxue. Since when did you take a liking to sportswear? I had no idea. Bai Xingxue sighed and resumed reading the newspaper. You two carry on. Don't mind me. My throat just feels uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Hime swatted Bai Mo's hand off her shoulder, stood up to fetch a glass of water, and even brewed some fat tea. I told you to smoke less, but you wouldn't listen. Just smell it. Even the child reeks of smoke. From now on, no more smoking. Bai Xingxue looked slightly innocent, casting a glance at Bai Mo, pleading for assistance. Bai Mo blinked in acknowledgement, understanding that they were united in their plight. Mom, if you stop old Bai from smoking, you might as well take his life. We can negotiate about quitting, can't we? Don't worry. My body is the kind that gets better with more smoking. Old Bai wanted to give Bai Mo a thumbs up secretly, but before he could make the gesture, Hime appeared with a broom. What did you say? Dad, smoking is harmful to health. It must stop from now on. Old Bai set down his teacup and turned to Bai Mo, directly asking, You're not coming back tomorrow night, are you? Have you prepared everything for the camping trip? There are female classmates going, right? Bai Mo's mind went blank. This was it. It was all over. He had previously mentioned the camping trip to Hime, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Later, while smoking with old Bai, he had mentioned his determination to go and asked him to keep an eye on Hime. Little did he know he had been betrayed. Upon hearing this, Hime immediately dismissed the matter of old Bai smoking. With an unfriendly tone, she turned to Bai Mo. Bai Mo, care to explain? Chapter 36, On the Road. Mom, if you wish to strike me, then do so. Do you see me frowning? He retorted, realizing that any explanation he offered would be construed as mere excuses. Bai Mo straightened his posture and faced Hime defiantly. At 38, he lacked the courage to argue with his mother, but at 18, he certainly had it. Hime was merely venting. She had no intention of actually hitting him. She couldn't bear to. With a resigned sigh, she continued, I don't want you to go because there are many snakes and insects in the mountains during the summer. It's unsafe. If you insist on going, I have no choice. Just make sure you prepare your medications. Rest assured, the camping base will take care of everything, Bai Mo replied. Noticing that Hime's gaze remained fixed on him, he added, All right then, I'll bring your first aid kit with me tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Hime reluctantly nodded. Remember, whatever you do, ensure you take proper safety precautions. Hime's words were laden with double meaning. As a doctor, she had witnessed too much. Bai Mo could only feel a wave of exasperation. What on earth was his mother thinking? I got it. By the way, is Jiang Luohan going? Hime suddenly recalled Jiang Luohan and casually inquired. Bai Mo shook his head. I don't know. She has been grounded lately, so she probably can't go. That's good. What a pity, though. Their conversation was stilted, and Bai Mo, feeling disinterested, retreated to his room. Before leaving, He mentioned that they should call him when it was time for dinner. If he weren't genuinely hungry, he wouldn't even want to come out for a meal. Back in his room, Bai Mo picked up his phone to check for messages. So annoying. I want to go tomorrow too, but my dad won't let me. I just want to hurry up and get to college. The sender was Jiang Luohan. Ever since he gifted her a phone, she had become accustomed to texting him. Occasionally, Bai Mo would reply to her messages, but on QQ, his responses were like drops in the ocean. No worries. When we take pictures tomorrow, I'll leave a space in the middle for you, and later, we can edit you in. As soon as Bai Mo hit send, he quickly received a reply. That's boring. Let us go together again once we're in college. Bai Mo chose not to respond this time. According to Jiang Jia, he would likely still be keeping an eye on Jiang Luohan until she graduated from college, even if they moved to a different city. Bai Mo never made empty promises. The next morning, Bai Mo was awakened by the shrill ring of his phone. Groggily uttering a hello, he was met with a loud outburst from the other end. Aren't you up yet? Are you coming or not? Do you want us to wait for you? The caller was Lu Chong, who, to ensure everything went smoothly, had contacted everyone attending the camping trip early in the morning. While he spoke kindly to others, his tone was different with Bai Mo. Bai Mo didn't mind. He simply hung up. Glancing at the time, it was only a little past 8. What was Lu Chong's deal? After getting up and washing up, Bai Mo noticed a note left by He Mei on the coffee table in the living room, along with 200 yuan. Although she verbally opposed Bai Mo's endeavors, once he was determined to pursue something, she would support him. With money in hand, Bai Mo stepped out into the bright June day, the sun shining fiercely above. He had anticipated this, donning a duck-billed cap, ice sleeves, and sunglasses, along with He Mei's medical kit. How's business been lately, Bai Mo? Recently, he had become quite the sensation in the class group, with discussions ranging from gossip to entrepreneurship revolving around him. The inquiry came from a short-haired girl who had accompanied him on a previous merchandise pickup, and while he vaguely recalled asking for her name back then, it had unfortunately slipped his mind. It's going all right, all thanks to everyone's support. After responding, Bai Mo casually draped an arm around Lu Chong's shoulders. Class monitor. It's been ages since we last saw each other. You've gotten noticeably darker. Following their excursion to the small town to sell clothes, Lu Chong had ventured further down the path of tanning, making it unlikely for him to return to his former complexion. Yet, he remained optimistic about it. Not your concern. Bai Mo found Lu Chong's words oddly familiar, and upon noticing Su Wan stifling a laugh nearby, he recalled that he had previously uttered something similar to Lu Chong when visiting old Shu. Lu Chong, feeling quite pleased with himself, seized the opportunity to gather everyone and usher them onto the bus without allowing Bai Mo another word. At this point, questions began to arise. Class monitor, didn't Jiang Luohan say she would come? Why haven't we seen her? A few had decided to join based on her promise to attend, and naturally, they felt a twinge of disappointment in her absence. Lu Chong gestured towards Bai Mo. You should ask him. Bai Mo shrugged, adopting a serious demeanor. She hasn't been feeling well lately. The doctor advised her to rest at home. Thank you all for your concern. I will convey your well wishes to her. Lu Chong could hardly contain himself and retorted, Bai Mo, you really have no shame. Although some were a bit let down by Jiang Luohan's absence, it did not significantly dampen the overall mood for the outing. Perhaps out of sense of revenge, Lu Chong had positioned Bai Mo at the back of the bus during the boarding process. While it ensured there would be a spot for him, it certainly wasn't the most comfortable. Just as he reveled in his cleverness, he was swiftly proven wrong when Su Wan waved at Bai Mo, who was the last aboard. Over here, Su Wan had been the first to find her seat, and many had hoped to sit beside her, but were met with polite refusals. Curiosity piqued as they speculated whom she had saved a spot for. None had anticipated it would be Bai Mo. Those with sharp memories began to recall her previous social media post, which seemed trivial until they noted Bai Mo's comment and her reply. Why do I feel like everyone is staring at me? After sitting beside Su Wan, Bai Mo remarked with a hint of exasperation. Su Wan blinked playfully and replied, guess. Su Wan, if you keep looking at me like that, I can't promise I won't do something outrageous. If it had been Jiang Luohan, she would have likely cursed him under her breath, flushed with embarrassment, and turned away in mock anger, only to recover moments later. But this was Su Wan. After Bai Mo's comment, she continued to gaze at him with a mischievous expression, as if beckoning him to make a move. Feeling a mix of boldness and hesitation, Bai Mo averted his gaze. The journey to the camping base took over an hour, with classmates chatting animatedly. Besides discussions about college, the recent buzz surrounding Dongxiang was a hot topic. There's a specialty store downstairs. When I checked their stock, the styles looked quite decent. I plan to buy a couple of sports outfits when they open. Are they expensive? Well, the original prices are steep, but they'll have discounts on opening day. All right, let's go check it out together then. I heard there's a lottery for customers that day with a top prize of phone. Forget it. Do we look like the lucky type? Who knows? Maybe we'll stumble upon luck. As Bai Mo listened to their conversation, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he felt a weight on his shoulder and opened his eyes to find Su Wan had fallen asleep against him at some point. Chapter 37. What to do with money when the bus arrived at the mountaintop parking lot. Su Wan was roused by a cacophony of noise. Rubbing her neck and squinting, she asked, "Did you sleep well?" The moment she heard Bai Mo's voice, her drowsiness evaporated. Noticing strands of her hair on his shoulder, her face flushed a deeper shade of red. "Not bad, just a bit stiff," Bai Mo replied, palms raised in mock innocence. Clearly, Su Wan preferred to change the subject, pushing him playfully and insisting, "Let's go." Once they disembarked, Lu Chong promptly began organizing tasks. "First, we need to set up the tents. The owner mentioned no one would be here for the next couple of days, so we can use any tents we like. You can pair up or go solo. It's up to you." He paused for emphasis, but generally, no mixed-gender accommodations. His remark elicited laughter among the group. However, Lu Chong was overly cautious. Most of their classmates were well-behaved and studious. Even if there were mutual affections, they would likely remain at the innocent level of shy hand-holding, with little chance of progressing further. Lu Chong merely intended to remind them not to interfere with their choices. He continued, "The firewood for cooking and the bonfire has already been prepared. Once the tents are up, the boys will fetch the firewood, and the girls will handle the cooking and washing." The group accepted Lu Chong's arrangement without objections, each taking on their respective duties. Bai Mo was no stranger to pitching tents, having enjoyed camping and fishing in his previous life, often spending 4 to 5 days by a river alone. While most were still struggling with the tent setup, he had already completed his. Though situated beneath the trees, offering some shade from the sun, it still felt quite stifling. Fortunately, Bai Mo had the foresight to bring a small battery-operated fan, which provided a welcome breeze inside the tent. "Bai Mo, could you help me set up mine?" The short-haired girl initially aimed to tackle it herself, but upon realizing her lack of knowledge, sheepishly approached Bai Mo for assistance. After all, he had completed his setup the fastest. Bai Mo had learned her name was Zhao Qin during their ride, and as the first person he had successfully charmed, he had heard her business was thriving at the stall. She certainly had a knack for commerce. "I can teach you, but helping you set up is another matter. Easy gains can lead to bad habits." Had it been anyone else, Bai Mo would have flatly refused. "Who do you think you are? In this sweltering heat, sweating without a place to wash up isn't worth it." His favorable impression of Zhao Qin was the only reason he entertained the thought of helping her. "What are you so smug about? We should help each other out as classmates," Zhao Qin retorted. "Ignore him, I'll help you." Another classmate, who typically held a grudge against Bai Mo, approached him, visibly irritated by his comment. Lu Chong frequently engages in verbal sparring with Bai Mo, largely due to the presence of Jiang Luohan. Aside from this factor, their relationship is fairly amicable. However, this individual is different, harboring a simple disdain for Bai Mo. Bai Mo gazes at him with a face full of youthful naivety, struggling to recall his name, and chooses not to burden himself any further with such thoughts. "Do as you please." He flatly declined the other person when it came to Zhao Qin. "Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to do things myself. I've never quite managed to learn when others assist me. However, when I do it myself, even if the outcome is subpar, I can discern where the problem lies." Bai Mo chuckled lightly, a teachable soul. The individual, rejected, stormed off with a countenance that fluctuated between anger and disappointment. While Bai Mo assisted Zhao Qin in setting up the tent, Su Wan had already erected her own. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she approached Bai Mo. Upon noticing the fan inside his tent, she exclaimed, "You actually brought a fan?" Her tone was tinged with envy, lamenting her own oversight. "How about I share my tent with you?" Bai Mo's tone was playful, yet was endearing rather than annoying. Su Wan rolled her eyes in response. Fanning herself, as she declared, "I choose to suffer in the heat. Are you not reconsidering? Should I contemplate it?" Their banter became so distracting that even Zhao Qin interjected. "Could you two find a more secluded spot for your conversation?" "I'm still here." Bai Mo shrugged, feigning an apologetic demeanor. "My apologies, I forgot." Su Wan chuckled, finding it amusing, and decided it was time to leave, waving her hand as she went. "I'll go see what ingredients we have." Once she departed, Zhao Qin, now nearly finished with her tasks, wiped her brow and regarded Bai Mo with a wary expression. "Your expression just now made me think of a phrase." "Oh, lecture." Bai Mo did not contest her claim. Instead, he replied, "Seeing you reminds me of another term." Zhao Qin, puzzled, was about to inquire further when Bai Mo interjected. "Ungrateful wretch." Zhao Qin, incensed, gritted her teeth, but seeing Bai Mo's nonchalant demeanor left her powerless. After a moment, her irritation subsided, and she curiously asked, "Aren't you fond of Luohan? What is your relationship with Su Wan?" Curiosity is an innate trait among girls, and she was no exception. Not long ago, I saw you with Luohan and confidently told him you were together. Bai Mo evaded a direct answer, instead asking, what prescription do your glasses have? 300 Y? Then you must be somewhat blind. With that, Bai Mo turned and walked away. Adjacent to the camping site was a vast observation deck, offering a panoramic view of much of Hannan City. Leaning against the railing, Bai Mo gazed upon the ancient city with a sense of nostalgia. The tallest building in sight was the office tower of Jiang's company, a standout in this era. This old city held countless memories. Yet the tides of change and progress dictated that memories must remain just that. The familiar streets of his childhood would soon be demolished, replaced by towering skyscrapers. And that office building would eventually fade into obscurity. The real estate industry, a byproduct of the nation's economic rise, indeed generated wealth, but losses were equally real. Developers unconnected to the state found themselves burdened with debts in the billions, with abandoned projects sprouting like weeds. It was not a lack of desire to build, but a lack of funds. A single broken funding chain could trigger a cascade of repercussions. A billionaire one day could wake up bankrupt the next, drowning in debt. This was the inevitable trend, inescapable. Jiangzhou was no exception. Though Bai Mo had not lived in Hannan City in his previous life, he had closely followed its development. Jiang's company took over a decade to reach its zenith. It fell from grace in less than a month. What are you daydreaming about? Here. Suwan's voice jolted Bai Mo back to reality. She handed him a bottle of chilled mineral water. Tell me, if you became very wealthy in the future, what would you do? Suwan was puzzled by Bai Mo's sudden inquiry, but after some contemplation, she replied, eat, sleep, read, and play games. Chapter 38, The Pursuit of Profit. No aspirations. Suwan was not angered by Bai Mo's dismissive attitude. Instead, she retorted, and what about you? What do you plan to do with your wealth? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Mo replied, first, I'd de-pinch myself to see if I'm dreaming. Suwan, exasperated, slapped her forehead, turned, and walked away, likely feeling that conversing with Bai Mo was a waste of her time. I just recorded that. I'll send it to Luohan when I get back. I told her you're not a good person, but she wouldn't believe me. Shortly after Suwan departed, Lu Chang arrived with his Canon Pro, eager to show Bai Mo the photos he had just taken of him conversing with Suwan. Bai Mo examined the images. The lighting and angle were quite commendable. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a verdant hue. Rays of sunlight fell perfectly upon Suwan, who was looking up at Bai Mo in the picture. This is quite well taken. Be sure to send me a copy. Is that all? Should you have asked me to help keep this from Luohan? Lu Chang slowly came to a realization. In Jiang Luohan's eyes, Bai Mo might hold more significance than himself. Nonetheless, he was someone who could let go of things easily and had come to terms with it. University will offer better opportunities. Why keep a secret? Seeing Bai Mo's feigned ignorance, Lu Chang expressed his distaste. Aren't you worried she'll get upset if she sees this? Why should I be? She has been angry before. Lu Chang fell silent, unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer for fear of being driven to madness. By the way, have you made any progress on the issue we discussed last time? I promised them. Bai Montak sight, pulling out a cigarette, but hesitating to light it when he noticed Lu Chang watching him. Care for one? A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Chang's eyes. He thought it might not be appropriate. Then never mind. As Bai Mo tucked the cigarette back into his pocket, he lit one for himself and took a couple of puffs, his movements exuding a certain nonchalance. Lu Chang's mouth twitched. He too wanted to try one, but realized Bai Mo had genuinely withheld it. He could only contemplate buying a pack after descending the mountain. Bai Mo was well aware of Lu Chang's intentions, but chose not to address them. I've already arranged for someone to contact the local school. All their uniforms will be provided by me free of charge, in addition to 2 sets for winter and summer. Each student will receive an extra cotton coat for the winter. However, our factory is under considerable pressure, and accommodating one school is already our limit. Lu Chang nodded, expressing his gratitude. He felt that Bai Mo's efforts were commendable. Bai Mo, suppressing his playful demeanor, turned to Lu Chang. If gratitude were of any use, I would express it daily. Oh, what do you mean? Class monitor, I donated the school uniforms for your sake. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Upon hearing this, Lu Chang instinctively took 2 steps back, his face a picture of shock. What do you want? Just to clarify, I am not fond of men. Coughing. Bai Mo was taken aback by Lu Chang's unexpected reaction, accidentally inhaling a few puffs of smoke. Are you trying to disgust me? Observing Bai Mo's expression, Lu Chang realized he had overthought the situation. With an awkward chuckle, he sheepishly asked, so what is it that you want from me? What could I possibly want from you? You have nothing of value. Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he was an only child and had no sisters. If you have something to say, just say it. I'll help if I can. With the objective achieved, Bai Mo decided to cease the jesting. Turning to face Hannan City, He spoke leisurely. The issue of clothing is easily resolved, but the more pressing concern is the word poverty. Lu Chang nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. However, he felt powerless to effect significant change, as Bai Mo was the one truly assisting with the clothing issue. Noticing Lu Chang's silence, Bai Mo continued. It is due to poverty that we have the issues of left-behind children and the elderly. Those who venture out for work may not earn much, but to them, it seems more hopeful than remaining in the village to farm. The earnings from farming pale in comparison to what they can make working. Lu Chang, perceptive and quick-witted, began to grasp Bai Mo's point. So, you're suggesting that as long as we can provide those young people with a glimmer of hope, they won't seek to leave? And that hope is the opportunity to earn money. Bai Mo nodded affirmatively. Class monitor, if you truly wish to assist them, I have a proposal. Go ahead. Let's explore what local specialties can be processed into products. I define myself as a businessman, profit-driven. If there is a profit to be made, I wouldn't mind establishing a factory, even at a lower margin. After articulating his thoughts, Bai Mo patted Lu Chang on the shoulder and departed. He refrained from inquiring why Lu Chang was so invested in helping a small town. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and it isn't necessary to pry. Yet, it was evident that a pure-hearted 18-year-old, with limited societal experience, was overwhelmed by compassion for the suffering of others. If he were surrounded by a few charming young ladies, gazing at him with admiration, it would be even more remarkable. Bai Mo's generous offer to Lu Chang stemmed from his own aspirations. While doing good is one aspect, he was likely more interested in the future development prospects of rural areas and Lu Chang's personal capabilities. Providing him with an opportunity for growth might yield unexpected rewards. Behind every successful individual lies a network of support. Bai Mo also sought a group of trustworthy individuals to bolster his endeavors. At present, Lu Chang was one such individual, with Zhao Qin being a tentative ally. The road ahead was long and arduous. As noon approached, the fire was already lit. Several classmates, skilled in cooking, busied themselves at the stove, preparing the ingredients. Others engaged in conversation or lent a helping hand. As Bai Mo approached, someone inquired, "What were you two discussing? When did you become so chummy?" The class was well aware of the tumultuous relationship between Bai Mo and Lu Chang, often sparring verbally. Witnessing such a harmonious interaction was indeed rare. They spoke of life aspirations, the vastness of a universe, and how to contribute meaningfully to society. "You're nuts." Suwon chuckled at Bai Mo's retort. After a moment, she regained her composure. "The boss has a fish pond. Shall we go fishing this afternoon? There are also crayfish in the nearby fields, and we could catch crabs in the creek." Bai Mo would undoubtedly choose fishing, yet his focus lay elsewhere. "Crayfish? Yes. This kind," Suwon exclaimed, presenting a large crayfish to Bai Mo. Late June to early July is the prime season for enjoying crayfish. "Do you want to try spicy crayfish?" "Absolutely." Chapter 39, A 1T Go. In this era, crayfish had yet to gain popularity in the Jianghan region. Many had merely heard of them without ever tasting them. As Bai Mo and Suwon cleaned a large basin of crayfish, others joined in to help. As recent high school graduates were still earnest and unfamiliar with the concept of shirking responsibility, with everyone's assistance, over 10 kilograms of crayfish were cleaned in less than half an hour. "Here are the hot pot ingredients and beer," Lu Chang announced, arriving with two boys carrying a pile of supplies. "Just set them down over there." Bai Mo pointed to the freshly assembled stove. The fire was ablaze, steam rising from the pot. As the spices sizzled in the hot oil, bystanders instinctively stepped back, wary of being splattered. Bai Mo, unfazed, operated with practiced skill. He can actually cook? Many were incredulous. In their minds, Bai Mo was merely someone used to being served. "It's quite delicious," Suwon remarked instinctively. This revelation sent ripples of curiosity through the crowd. Zhao Qin squinted, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "Have you tried it?" Suwon realized she had misspoken and quickly sought to change the subject. "I'll go buy some water." With that, she hurried off. Zhao Qin watched her retreating figure, her chin resting thoughtfully on her hand. There is definitely something going on here. What a pity for Luohan. No, that's not right. It's not a pity since she rejected Bai Mo. The fire blazed fervently, and it didn't take long for a pot of crayfish to be ready. Bai Mo sampled the dish first, finding the flavor satisfactory. Though it lacked the finesse of a restaurant's offerings, it was still quite tasty. "Care to try?" Bai Mo offered a second crayfish to Suwon. She accepted without hesitation, disregarding the oil on her hands, and eagerly peeled the shell before savoring the meat. After finishing, her eyes lit up as she licked her fingers clean. "Not bad." With Suwon's approval, Bai Mo felt a swell of pride. He transferred all the crayfish into a large basin. "Let us dig in." The midday meal was abundant. Although it lacked visual appeal, everyone was quite satisfied. "Bai Montak, if Luohan knew of your culinary skills, she might not have turned you down." It's fine. She can find a chef in the future. But it's a shame. Those who cook better than me aren't as handsome, and those who are handsome can't cook. Cut it out. You're reveling in the compliments. Honestly, while Luohan is beautiful, her privileged background creates too much pressure. Being rejected might be a blessing. Bai Mo shook his head. You don't understand. Have you ever heard of soft rice being hard to eat? But it's a bit of a regret. The group shot him incredulous looks. Shameless. The crayfish were the first to be devoured, with some even suggesting that Bai Mo prepare another batch for the evening, this time in larger quantities, considering their numbers. Bai Mo didn't mind. Rare moments of leisure were worth indulging their taste buds. Lu Chong remained focused, engrossed in his meal. A few times he wanted to speak, but upon seeing Bai Mo engaged in conversation with others, he wisely chose to remain silent. Bai Mo did not notice his unusual behavior. However, Su Wan, seated beside him, was observant. It seemed that the class monitor had something on his mind. Only then did Bai Mo cast a glance at him before taking his bowl and sitting down next to him. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Upon Bai Mo's approach, Lu Chong, without hesitation, spoke directly. In that small town, there are plenty of these crayfish, but they are treated as pests. They love to burrow, causing many embankments to collapse, and they also feed on rice roots. Ever since Bai Mo had mentioned the potential economic value of local specialties, Lu Chong had been pondering this matter. Crayfish appeared to be an excellent option. Although raising them would preclude the cultivation of rice, it was evidently a more lucrative endeavor. Moreover, it required neither spring plowing nor summer sowing. I thought it was something serious. Raising crayfish is indeed a good choice, but the peak season for consuming them is in summer. What will you do in other seasons? Lu Chong pondered aloud. Aquaculture is not limited to aquatic farming. There's also livestock farming. Bai Mo patted Lu Chong on the shoulder, inadvertently wiping off the grease on his hand. After all, he was wearing black clothes, which were resistant to stains. You can look up relevant aquaculture information online, as long as you can inspire them to get started. Don't worry about the market. I'll handle that. Noticing Lu Chong lost in thought, Bai Mo added, once you've formulated a plan, just present it to me. By the way, you can write a proposal. Can't you? If not, then never mind. Who do you look down on? Lu Chong retorted. Just wait. I'll have it for you in a couple of days. High school students generally lack experience with proposals, and Bai Mo was subtly guiding him in this regard. Then good luck. After Bai Mo finished, he returned to his own seat. Does the class monitor also wish to start business? Su Wan inquired while eating. What does he know about entrepreneurship? With his temperament, he would be lucky not to be swindled out of his undergarments, came Lu Chong's response. What were you discussing? Bai Mo glanced around, noticing that others were engrossed in their own conversations, and he leaned closer to Su Wan. I plan to have you work for me as free labor. He seemed quite pleased with himself. Su Wan rolled her eyes at Bai Mo. You're truly a bad person. Then, with a hint of caution, she added, you won't try to deceive me one day, will you? Bai Mo generously nodded. Oh, I will. Before Su Wan could change her expression, he quickly added, but rest assured, I will definitely inform you in advance and follow your suggestions. Now that's more like it, Su Wan said, satisfied. After a moment, she asked, what do you think I should pursue if I want to start a business during the summer vacation? Bai Mo pondered before replying. Gather a few teachers to establish a training institution, then promote it publicly. You can claim that your excellent exam results are due to this training. This summer, you could just sit back and collect money. Su Wan's astonishment grew as she listened, ultimately leading her to set down her bowl and chopsticks. What you said has me a bit tempted, but on second thought, it feels somewhat unethical. Bai Mo chuckled knowingly. He understood that Su Wan would not engage in such actions. Yet, his words were not mere jest. Excelling in the college entrance examination was inherently an advantage and an effective marketing strategy. In later times, it would even become a standardized model. Few people possess principles as strong as Su Wan's. Bai Mo, on the other hand, lacked such scruples. If it were him, he would have acted long ago. Don't ask. The answer is that principles are worthless. After finishing their meal, those who had not been busy cooking voluntarily went to wash the dishes. Su Wan received a phone call, and after hanging up, approached Bai Mo with a serious expression. Bai Mo, she said, and seeing her grave demeanor, he was uncertain of what had transpired. What happened? Su Wan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I just received a call from an admissions officer at Capital University asking if I would like to attend their school. If I agree, they will come this afternoon to sign the agreement with me. Bai Mo blinked in surprise. They're already trying to recruit before the exam results are even out? You should accept. Isn't that your long-held dream? Su Wan's breath quickened, and her excitement was palpable. Yet, she smiled and shook her head. I declined. I suddenly feel that there are things more important than that dream. Chapter 40. Is it good looking? Upon Su Wan's revelation of her refusal of Capital University's offer, Bai Mo was left in a state of shock. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. Have you thought this through? Su Guan nodded firmly. Yes. Jiangsu University is also a good choice, at least it's close to home. Bai Mo felt as though the world had gone mad. One Jiang Luohan was not enough, and now Su-Wan seemed to have lost her senses too. Su-Wan wished to continue chatting with Bai Mo, but her phone incessantly rang. It appeared that not only Capital University was aware of her results. After answering several calls, including those from her parents and old Shu, they all inquired why she had declined the offer from Capital University, attempting to persuade her otherwise. Everyone knew how hard Su-Wan had worked to gain admission there. Yet, now that she had one foot in the door, she simply decided to withdraw. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. I just feel that the capital is too far from home, and commuting is inconvenient. I have no regrets. After hanging up, Su-Wan noticed that Bai Mo had not left and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. It's just that I'm not going to Capital University. Is it necessary to be so surprised? Bai Mo nodded emphatically. The fact that your parents haven't come to drag you off to sign the agreement with Capital University is already quite restrained. Not at all. They have always respected my opinions. Bai Mo could only give her a thumbs up. Su-Wan smiled, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Aren't you curious why I'm not going? Bai Mo paused, then tentatively asked, is it because the cuisine in Jiangsu suits your palate? Su-Wan laughed, her eyes sparkling. That's how I convince myself. Bai Mo patted his chest, exhaling in relief. That's good, that's good. Observing Bai Mo's look of relief, Su-Wan regarded him curiously. I thought you were not going for my sake. That would have startled me. The guilt would have been overwhelming. It's good that it's not, he replied. Su-Wan shot him a sidelong glance, snorting softly. Feeling so self-satisfied, are we? Bai Mo shrugged. It's not about self-satisfaction. Mainly, I simply don't want to go to the Jiangsu region. Staying in Jianggan is quite fine. If you're going just for me, I would indeed feel embarrassed not to follow. Su-Wan's expression suddenly shifted, revealing a tumult of emotions. Even she, who is usually unflappable, could not help but display a hint of panic. Are you serious? Bai Mo was pleased with her reaction and nodded. That's how I feel, but he trailed off, observing Su-Wan's anxious demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. Realizing Bai Mo was teasing her, Su-Wan could not help but give him a playful shove. You're such a rascal. After saying that, she walked away, clearly flustered by Bai Mo's words and needing a moment to compose herself. After she departed, Bai Mo sighed. How wonderful it would be if he were a decade younger. Yet, after this moment of reflection, he suddenly realized something amiss. Am I not 18 years old now? What should one do at 18? One should frivolously squander youth, loiter beneath the girls' dormitory, whistling at passing maidens, and later seek a companion for a midnight stroll through the school's grove. If one wished to skip class, a simple word to a roommate would suffice to cover attendance. Sleepless nights could be spent enjoying a few drinks and reveling in the night. Suddenly, Bai Mo felt an overwhelming anticipation for this second youth. Watching Su-Wan's flustered retreat, he refrained from pursuing her. Some shadows, once etched, are difficult to erase. The afternoons in the mountains are considerably cooler than those in the city. A small stream meanders through the hills, its waters crystal clear and refreshingly cool. Bai Mo, can this crab be eaten? Su-Wan, very fit, pried open a rock and captured a crab, gleefully displaying it to Bai Mo. He held a bucket filled with small fish and shrimp, the fruits of Su-Wan's labor. He felt a sense of helplessness at her inquiry. Other girls would typically exclaim how adorable the crab was and express a desire to take it home. Why was it that for her? The question was merely whether it could be consumed. Su-Wan blinked at the crab, then asked, is this creature truly adorable? After casting a glance at Bai Mo, she added, if you find it cute, I shall give it to you. Bai Mo promptly extended the bucket towards her. It would taste delightful when battered and fried with flour. Do gather more. Not far from the pair, several individuals sat on a large stone, soaking their feet in the stream. Observing Bai Mo and Su-Wan's jovial interaction, they could not help but murmur. Do you truly believe these two when they say everything is fine? Zhao Qin was among them. She longed to catch crabs as well, but felt that her presence would be superfluous. Hence, she endured, watching them play. The others shook their heads in resignation. I'm trying hard to convince myself, one girl lamented. If only I could persuade myself that I, too, could shamelessly catch crabs. Another chimed in with a sarcastic remark. Bai Mo is such a flirt. Just a few days ago, he was inseparable from Luohan, and now he is entangled with Su-Wan. Truly, the old adage holds, good cabbage is always ravaged by pigs. After a comment, someone else added, but Bai Mo is undeniably handsome, and he cooks exceptionally well. The key is he also knows how to earn money. If he pursued me, I would undoubtedly agree. A little flirtation is acceptable, regardless of age. Whenever a group of girls congregates, the gossip flows endlessly. Bai Mo, unaware of their chatter, would surely have sought the phone number of the girl who just spoke if he had known. Such girls, regardless of their flirtations, are simply too charming. Su-won exclaimed as she stepped into the stream, suddenly calling out. What's wrong? Bai Mo asked, only to see a splash of crimson in the water beneath her feet. Su-won furrowed her brow and sighed, expressing her frustration. How could there be glass in such a place? Although she had been cut, she displayed no signs of delicacy. She waded to the bank, unbothered by the dirt, and sat down to inspect her wound. It hurts a bit, she noted, revealing a gash of 2 or 3 centimeters, quite deep, with blood oozing from it. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Without awaiting her response, Bai Mo dashed back to the campsite, relieved that he had heeded his mother's advice to bring along her medical kit. Upon noticing Su-won's injury, their classmates gathered around to assist. However, aside from some tissues, they had little else of use. Just as they debated whether to take her to the hospital, Bai Mo returned, breathless, clutching the medical kit, sweat glistening on his brow. Su-won, upon seeing his appearance, could not suppress a chuckle, disregarding the astonished looks of those around. She then extended her injured foot toward him. Isn't it pretty? The previously tense atmosphere lightened with her playful comment. Do you think I'm a pervert, or do I have some peculiar fetish? Chapter 41. I wish you bankruptcy. I don't care. I just want to ask you, is it pretty? Su-won stood at around 163 centimeters, her feet a delicate size 30. They were petite and flawless, with no hint of imperfection. Bai Mo could not utter any insincere praise. It's beautiful. Su-won potif. What shame. It'll look unsightly with a scar later. Bai Mo placed her foot on his thigh, first disinfecting the wound, then applying ointment, and finally wrapping it with gauze. It's just a minor injury. It won't leave a scar. You might just have a slight limp for a while. Su-won was unconcerned, as long as there was no scar. A little limp was acceptable since no one was asking her out anyway. Bai Mo found himself at a loss for words, and chose to remain silent for the moment. After the simple bandaging, Su-won stood up and brushed off the grass from her backside, testing her ability to walk. Your skills are quite good, she remarked, but then stumbled slightly and nearly fell. Fortunately, Bai Mo was nearby and caught her just in time. Oh dear, it's too much for the eyes. Everyone disperse. Don't disturb them. The onlookers turned away with a mix of amusement and pity, hastily retreating. Su-won's ears flashed crimson. Usually composed, she revealed a bashful side. Once she regained her composure, she murmured, Aren't you going to let go? Bai Mo seemed not to hear her, showing no intention of releasing his grip. Don't make it hard for yourself. I'll support you as we walk. Su-won attempted to break free a couple of times, but, realizing her futile struggle, resigned herself to his assistance, allowing him to hold her arm while wrapping the other around her waist. After walking together for a while, Su-won halted. Bai Mo looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Perhaps I should walk on my own? The summer heat was stifling, and being so close only heightened their discomfort. Moreover, walking this way was quite cumbersome. All right, then do your best. Bai Mo felt the heat too, and was uncomfortable as well. When he suggested letting go, it caught Su-won off guard, causing her to lose her balance and fall. Bai Mo, you jerk. Bai Mo shrugged helplessly. You said you wanted to walk on your own. Su-won took a few deep breaths, attempting to suppress her anger. However, when she noticed Bai Mo taking pictures with his phone, her irritation flared anew. No photos, she exclaimed, rising to snatch the phone from him. Bai Montak, concerned about her injury, did not flee but allowed her to retrieve it. As Su-won checked the album, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she pressed the answer button and handed the phone to Bai Mo. Bai Mo stared at the screen, momentarily stunned. Bai Montak. The voice on the line jolted him back to reality. Is there something you need? What are you all up to? Is it enjoyable on the mountain? Jiang Luohan's voice carried a hint of melancholy. She longed to join them, but was confined by Jiangja. Her mornings were consumed with piano, dance, and painting lessons, while afternoons were dedicated to interning at various departments of the company. Aside from eating and sleeping, she was perpetually occupied. The call to Bai Mo was a rare moment snatched from her hectic schedule. Bai Mo glanced at Su-won, who was smiling softly beside him, and felt an inexplicable uplift in his spirits. Of course, I'm delighted. I heard the crawfish you made for lunch was delicious. When can you prepare a portion for me? You actually know we had crawfish for lunch? Uh-huh. They texted me. Only you were too busy to share any news. Jiang Luohan's tone bore a trace of grievance. Su-won, hearing this through the speakerphone, cast a teasing glance at Bai Mo, eager to see how he would respond. You know I'm busy, yet you still call? Well, I just wanted to hear your voice. It was easy to imagine Jiang Luohan blushing on the other end of the line. To utter such words required considerable courage. When Bai Mo fell silent, she probed further. What are you busy with? Busy looking for a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Su-won lifted her head and met Bai Mo's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushing as she stumbled away, half-heartedly calling him a rogue. The line fell into silence. Bai Mo had no desire to clarify, and just as he was about to hang up, Jiang Luohan finally spoke again. Bai Mo, I have a rough idea of why you parted ways with my father so unhappily that day. But he is who he is, and I am who I am. I will strive to persuade him by the time we reach college, all right? Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, his thumb hovering over the hang-up button before he pressed it down again. What did you say? Hello, the signal is poor. I can't hear you. I'll hang up now. After saying this, he disregarded Jiang Luohan's attempts to continue the conversation and abruptly ended the call. Habitually, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. In his past life, Bai Mo never imagined that Jiang Luohan would one day speak to him in such a humble manner. However, he felt no need for excessive reflection. Jiang Luohan had always been pampered, a princess cherished by many. Bai Mo believed he was incapable of providing her with the warmth and comprehensive protection she was accustomed to, so he chose not to dwell on it. He had let go of past grievances. In this life, he merely wished to live it well. Finished? Didn't you leave? Bai Mo was surprised to see Su-wan, who he thought had already departed, return. She approached him, asking, "Need help lighting that?" When Bai Mo did not respond, Su-wan confidently took his lighter from him and ignited the tip of his cigarette. Observing him smoke, she commented, "Since Luohan has been so straightforward, saying it'll be fine when we reach college, why did you turn her down?" Feigning ignorance, Bai Mo replied, "What are you talking about? The signal was bad, just now." Su-wan shot him a disdainful look. "Do you think I'm deaf or foolish?" Realizing he could not deceive her, Bai Mo sighed. "I must be insane to agree." Noting Su-wan's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "The hardest debt to repay is that of emotions. If I consent, my beautiful fantasies about college life will end before they even begin. What if I meet someone even more attractive than her in college? That would be a tremendous loss." Su-wan stifled a laugh, saying, "Then you could at least agree to her now. That way, you have a safety net." "Am I that type of person?" Bai Mo initially retorted, but after a moment's reflection, he smacked his forehead. "Wait, I seem to be just that kind of person. Why didn't you remind me sooner?" "Ugh, you heartless rogue." Bai Mo nodded, acknowledging the truth. "Oomph." Su-wan huffed. "With that mindset, even when you reach college, you won't find a girlfriend." You are mistaken." Bai Mo shook his finger. "As long as I have money, it should be no problem to find a few attractive girlfriends who are only after my wealth." Su-wan recognized his jest, but could not summon any cheer. She could only sigh deeply. "In that case, I can only wish you a quick bankruptcy. Good luck. Thanks for the well wishes." Chapter 42, Who Knows? In 2004, the night sky over Hannan City was still adorned with countless stars, occasionally graced by a shooting star. Bai Mo had borrowed a lounge chair from his boss. Reclining and leisurely counting the stars, a group of high school classmates gathered around a bonfire, their laughter ringing out intermittently. "Are you not going to join the conversation?" Su-wan approached with a slice of watermelon, handing it to Bai Mo as she casually inquired. Bai Mo shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. "I'm debating whether Fifth Brother is truly passionate or merely irresponsible. When they couldn't win against my arguments, they just chased me away." The popularity of my fair princess had ignited many discussions, with various plot points woven into their conversations. Bai Mo had extensively debated the Fifth Brother and Xiao Yinzi issue in their class group, nearly earning himself an eviction from it. "If it were you, what choice would you make as Fifth Brother?" Bai Mo's expression grew contemplative. "Do you think this is a straightforward choice? Even if it were, why couldn't it be a multiple-choice question?" After a moment of thought, Su-wan nodded. "That's true. Well, I consider it this way. He does seem a bit foolish." Bai Mo smiled in appreciation, glad to find someone who hadn't been brainwashed by Qiong Yao. "You are indeed the top scholar. Your mind is far sharper than theirs." Speaking of top scholars, Su-wan suddenly recalled something and asked Bai Mo, "I've always been curious. How did you know I would be the top scholar right after the exam?" Before the teacher from Capital University contacted her today, she had thought Bai Mo was merely joking. After all, being the top scholar was a monumental achievement. Among thousands of candidates, there was only one. However, upon receiving the confirmation from the Capital University teacher, she accepted the reality, especially since she learned from Lao Shu that she was the only one in the city to receive such treatment. There's bound to be a surprise. But I'm more curious about how you figured it out. Guesswork, what else could it be? You're not trying to play tricks on me, are you? You promised that if you were the top scholar, you would treat me to dinner. For a moment, Su-wan could not think of any other reason and could only trust Bai Mo's word. Tricks? Why would I? It's just dinner. If you like, I could treat you every day. That one tea do. Bai Monta counted. The doctor said my stomach is fine. I don't need to rely on others. In the dim moonlight, Su-wan's expression was obscured, but a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed her eyes. "If you don't want to eat, that's fine. By the way, what do you plan to do over the upcoming summer vacation? Continue managing the clothing factory?" Bai Mo was oblivious to the shift in Su-wan's demeanor and continued munching on his watermelon as he replied, after these couple of days. I'll need to get busy. Currently, Dongxiang is only piloting in Hannan City. If it proves successful, I'll expand to surrounding cities and counties. This summer vacation will be my time to market and seek agents. A trip to the provincial capital is still necessary. Jiang Luohan's cousin has been in constant contact with me regarding matters of the provincial market. Suwan is aware that Dongxiang is a brand established by Bai Mo, and she contributed several ideas during the initial advertising campaigns. However, this information has remained undisclosed thus far. As Bai Mo elaborated on the future development plans and implementation steps for Dongxiang, Suwan found herself momentarily stunned. Despite her maturity surpassing that of her peers, she is, after all, merely an 18-year-old girl. Terms like strategic planning and foresight are concepts she has only encountered in literature. Yet Bai Mo is actively embodying these very principles through his actions. After Bai Mo finished speaking, he noticed Suwan gazing at him in a daze and couldn't help but jest. "What's this? Are you starting to admire me after hearing my plans?" Suwan nodded, candidly admitting just a little. Then, with a playful wink, she added, "But I still wish you failure." With that, she turned on her heel, hands clasped behind her back, and walked away with a cheerful stride, only faintly hearing Bai Mo mutter behind her, "Humph, if I fail, I'll just mooch off you." Suwan continued forward without turning back, concealing her sweet smile in the shadows. Her lips moved all right then. Regrettably, Bai Mo could not hear her. Originally, they had planned to enjoy a 2-day, 1-night excursion, but the following morning, just as dawn broke, a group of them clamored to descend the mountain. It was unavoidable. Although they had enjoyed themselves, the mosquitoes on the mountain were overwhelming. Neither floral water nor mosquito coils proved effective. They could only tighten the tent, depriving the insects of entry. Yet, in the sweltering summer heat, even the nights were stifling. Being cooped up in a tent for an extended period was quite uncomfortable. Why does everyone have dark circles under their eyes? Suwan, on the other hand, had slept soundly. Upon exiting the tent, she stretched and surveyed the weary faces of Bai Mo and the others. "By the way, this is for you. It's quite nice. I'll buy one too." As she spoke, she returned Bai Mo's little fan to him. The night before, she had stealthily taken the fan, and when Bai Mo attempted to retrieve it, she had shouted "pervert." Even Bai Mo's thick skin faltered under the gazes of the onlookers, forcing him to withdraw in defeat. "Forget it. It's yours now. I'm off to catch up on sleep." Since Bai Mo no longer wanted it, Suwan was more than happy to keep it. This was the first gift Bai Mo had ever given her. "Are you upset?" On the bus ride home, Suwan continued to sit beside Bai Mo, yet he kept turning to look out the window, ignoring her presence. Bai Mo was feeling vexed. What on earth was happening? The usually gentle and serene Suwan had suddenly transformed into someone quite quirky and a bit mischievous. "Don't be angry," Suwan cooed, playfully pulling at Bai Mo's arm and whispering in his ear. Bai Mo, of course, was not angry. He was simply recalling the disapproving glances from the group when Suwan had called him a pervert. If he had indeed acted inappropriately, he would accept it. But he hadn't done anything at all. Turning to face the beaming Suwan, he said, half seriously, "Do you think I resemble a pervert?" Suwani nishchadi nadif. But upon meeting Bai Mo's gaze, she quickly realized her error and shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no." Bai Mo suppressed his teasing expression and regarded her earnestly. "No, you're mistaken. I truly am a pervert." After uttering this, he leaned in and gently pecked Suwan on the cheek, leaving her momentarily stunned. As she regained her composure, her breath quickened and 2 blushes swiftly spread across her cheeks. She turned away, unable to face Bai Mo any longer. For a fleeting instant, she contemplated screaming, but couldn't muster the courage. Bai Mo smirked, thinking, "If I'm a pervert, then let me show you." Fortunately, most of the passengers on the bus were asleep, and those who were awake were absorbed in their own activities, thus missing the scene. Otherwise, there would have been a commotion. With Bai Mo's antics, Suwan lost all courage to speak. Throughout the journey, she kept her head down, playing with her fingers. Once the bus reached its destination and halted, she hurriedly grabbed her belongings and dashed away. Lu Chong was still reminding everyone to check their items to avoid leaving anything behind, but Suwan had already run far ahead. What is going on with her? Bai Mo shrugged. Who knows? Chapter 43. This is impossible. Love life, love sports, enjoy the world. Dongxiang, brimming with infinite possibilities. Rush, never give up. In the commercial plaza at the city center, a massive screen loops the advertisements for Dongxiang. On weekends, the streets are bustling with shoppers. This marks the opening day of Dongxiang's offline store. Under the bombardment of pervasive advertisements, the brand has skyrocketed in popularity overnight. Even 6- or 7-year-olds are heard shouting, "Never give up," as they walk by. If you were to ask them what it means, they might not even know. "Why are there so many people?" He Mei remarked with a frown as she entered the boutique. This flagship store, meticulously crafted by Bai Mo, spans over 800 square meters across 2 floors, and aside from the shelves, the rest of the space is filled with people. The sales associates designated to assist customers in purchasing clothing have transformed into safety officers, shouting to ensure everyone has safety rather than promoting sales. Bai Mo's face was beaming with joy, although he had anticipated good business, given that there were not many sports brand boutiques in Hannan City. He had not expected it to be this overwhelming. He had just received news that the other 6 stores opening concurrently were also performing exceptionally well. This success was undoubtedly due to the marketing strategies executed by Lu Ying's team in recent days, along with Bai Mo's preliminary arrangements. 70% of the initial influx of customers were hired actors. When there are many people, it tends to incite a collective reaction, whether they are merely curious onlookers or genuinely intending to make purchases. Seeing others rushing to buy prompts them to join in. Once the momentum builds, the rest becomes easy. "Let us come back tomorrow," He Mei declared, unable to endure the chaos any longer. Just as she was pulling Bai Mo toward the exit, they encountered a familiar face. "Oh, Dr. He, you're here too." Bai Mo turned along with He Mei. Upon seeing the person, Bai Mo's expression turned slightly peculiar. "Sister Zhao, are you also here to buy clothes?" Zhao Fengying, a robust woman with a round face, beamed, her eyes squinting into slits as she smiled. "The results of my child as college entrance examination are out, and he exceeded the admission line by over 70 points. I thought I'd bring him to buy a few decent outfits for college." After spotting Bai Mo, Zhao Fengying continued, "Little Mo, how did you do? It must have been quite good, right? I heard the top student in the city, Su Wan, is attending your school." Bai Mo had a strong impression of Zhao Fengying. They had been neighbors in the same alley, but his family had moved away when they bought a house. The reason she left a lasting impression was simply due to her incessant chatter. Much of the neighborhood gossip revolves around her. This individual possesses a peculiar penchant for ostentation. Even when fully aware that her words may pierce others' vulnerabilities, she remains unabashed if it allows her to appear impressive. He Mei, of course, understands Zhao Fengying's intentions, which are merely to flaunt her son's academic achievements. Choosing not to dwell on it, she continues to smile and replies, "Su Wan is indeed in the same class as him. However, this lad's priorities lie far from his studies. He barely scraped through the university entrance threshold." Zhao Fengying wears a smug expression, yet her words are laced with admonition. Alas, what a pity. It is rather challenging to manage the thoughts of children at this age. Yet, he cannot afford to squander his time idly. If he neglects his studies now, how will he earn a living in the future? He Mei can only respond with a forced smile. Bai Mo feigns ignorance, dismissing her as a nuisance. Upon hearing that Su Wan and Bai Mo are classmates, Zhang Xiaoshu lifts her head in curiosity. Perhaps due to her habit of burning the midnight oil, her dark circles are pronounced, even obscured by her thick glasses. "You know Su Wan?" On the day Bai Mo and the others descended from the mountain, it coincided with the release of the examination results. Su Wan, the top scorer of the city, was immediately interviewed by the local television station. To promote her success, the school plastered banners and congratulatory notices throughout the streets. Su Wan's name has become widely recognized. Today's bustling event owes part of its success to her. When asked about her summer plans during the interview, she mentioned her love for sports. She intends to purchase some athletic wear and learn to play tennis during the summer break. Upon realizing that Zhang Xiaoshu was addressing her, Bai Mo can no longer pretend to be oblivious and merely nods in acknowledgement, internally muttering, "Is being the city's top scorer such a big deal? She is still timid after I kissed her. Could you share a QQ with me?" Zhang Xiaoshu inquires. "I heard she declined an invitation from Capital University and wishes to attend Jiangji University. I want to go there too." Before Bai Mo can respond, Zhao Fengying interjects. "Xiao Mo, having grown up together, why not share that girl's QQ with Xiaoshu? Consider it a small favor." Bai Mo shakes his head, about to decline when Zhang Xiaoshu presses on. "You can't possibly not have it, right? With Su Wan's impressive grades, how could she refuse to share her QQ? I'll ask someone else then," she concludes. Bai Mo, not wishing to argue with the child, simply smiles, thinking, "It's not that I lack it. I simply do not wish to share. If you want it, ask her yourself." While Zhang Xiaoshu speaks, Bai Mo spots Su Wan approaching, clutching several pieces of clothing that seem to have just been selected. Upon seeing Bai Mo, she weaves through the crowd, jogging towards him, and promptly hands over the clothes. "I picked these, do as you see fit." Zhang Xiaoshu is taken aback, as is He Mei. Zhao Fengying, unfamiliar with Su Wan, immediately concocts a dramatic narrative upon witnessing their familiarity. "Dr. He, could it be that Xiao Mo's disinterest in studies is due to early romance?" Her voice is coarse and carries loudly. Su Wan finally registers the presence of others, and upon seeing He Mei, she freezes momentarily. "Hello, Andy." He Mei nods, her expression complex. "Su Wan?" Zhang Xiaoshu tentatively calls out. "Huh, Who are you? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoshu becomes tongue-tied with nervousness, having just sought her QQ moments before. I'm a former classmate. You did well on the exam and are likely going to Jiangsu University. I wanted to get you QQ. Suwan, sensing Bai Mo's cold demeanor, realizes he is not familiar with her and shakes her head in refusal. I'm sorry, I don't use QQ. What about your phone? I'm sorry, I don't have a phone. Bai Mo discreetly gives Suwan a thumbs up, to which she playfully winks back. Clearing her throat, Hime interjects Xiaowan. Do you like this outfit? Let me buy it for you. Although unsure of the nature of Bai Mo and Suwan's relationship, the manner in which Suwan handed the clothing to Bai Mo suggests she was not joking. To avoid embarrassing Bai Mo, she resolves to cover the cost. However, upon returning, she intends to have a serious discussion with him about the expensive clothing choices. Surprised by Hime's offer, Suwan responds, Huh? You want to buy it for me? Seeing her expression, Hime grows perplexed. Could it be that her assumptions were incorrect? Only Bai Mo comprehends the gravity of the situation. It's all over now. As Suwan looks at him, Bai Mo decides to reveal the truth. Manager Chun, please charge these items to my account. Manager Chun is the proprietor of this establishment, and he has been shadowing Bai Mo since he entered, refraining from interrupting. Now that Bai Mo has called for him, he approaches with a jovial demeanor. Certainly, Mr. Bai. After Manager Chun departs with the clothing, Hime turns to Bai Mo. He asked the manager here? I thought he was a pickpocket, following behind with such stealth. And what exactly is going on? Bai Mo can only manage a sheepish smile. Well, the legal entity of Dongxiang is Bai Mo, as in Bai from Bai Mo, and Mo from Mo. This brand belongs to you? Hime, still in shock, is interrupted by Zhao Fengying's exclamation. Impossible. How can this be? You're so young. Chapter 43. I'm already 18. What is impossible about that? And Zhao, I'm 18, just like your son. If he can get into Jiangsu University, what is so remarkable about me starting a brand? Zhao Fengying's expression fluctuates, ultimately leading her to abandon the clothing and storm off, evidently struggling to accept this reality. In her eyes, Bai Mo is merely any ne'er-do-well, unworthy of comparison to her son. Yet now, she has been thoroughly confronted with the truth. Keep flaunting. Let's see how long that lasts. Observing the flustered retreat of Zhao Fengying and her son, Bai Mo finds it amusing until Hime's voice reaches his ears. At that moment, his amusement dissipates. Turning to her, he says, Mom, it's a beautiful day. Let us bask in the sun. The weather is indeed pleasant, a scorching 38 degrees. You go bask in it thoroughly. No returning until you've soaked up the sun, while the mall's air conditioning renders the heat negligible. The brilliant sunlight streaming through the glass makes Bai Mo reconsider. No way, I'll end up as dark as a charcoal ball. He realizes that Hime is upset with him for keeping her in the dark. Her current remarks are merely expressions of her frustration. Thus, he chooses not to linger on the topic. If I get sunburned, it will be your concern. Never mind. Do you see any clothes you like? I'll buy them for you. Just as Bai Mo suspected, Hime's display of anger stems solely from his concealment of the truth. Setting aside this matter, she felt a sense of comfort in her heart, even going so far as to say she was quite pleased. Her son, merely 18 years of age, had established a brand renowned throughout Hannan City. This was undoubtedly more practical than any examination score. Suwan also realized the implications. Casting a slightly apologetic glance at Bai Mo, acknowledging that without her influence, this situation might not have occurred. Although Bai Mo seemed indifferent, she still felt a pang of guilt. Thus, she picked up a piece of clothing and said, Auntie, I believe this garment would suit you splendidly. Would you care to try it on? Hime took the clothing, examined it, and even held it against herself for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. Forget it, it's merely youthful sportswear. It doesn't befit me. But you are still young. This outfit would exude vitality on you. It would be wise to have a few on hand for outings in the future. As she said this, Suwan flashed a cunning smile and whispered, Moreover, Bai Mo will cover the cost, so why not take advantage? Hime hesitated, but upon hearing those words, she pondered for a moment. She first shot an incredulous glance at Bai Mo, and then smiled at Suwan. Very well, I shall take this one. Suwan seemed intuitively aware of what middle-aged women favored, and their conversation flowed effortlessly throughout their outing. After leaving the boutique, they entered another shopping mall. Bai Mo carried several large bags filled with their purchases. Halfway through their shopping, Suwan excused herself to the restroom, providing Hime the opportunity to pull Bai Mo aside and inquire, Bai Mo, if I recall correctly, the Jiangsu Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics you applied to is right across from Jiangsu Zhejiang University, isn't it? I've never been there. How would I know? You truly don't know? Bai Mo met Hime's gaze and shrugged. Do you think I ought to? Hime was about to press further when Suwan returned, prompting her to pause her questioning, planning to resume it when they returned home. Reflecting on this, She sighed inwardly, thinking that having a daughter was indeed preferable, like a warm, caring companion. Parents often express such sentiments, with those who have daughters claiming that raising sons is less burdensome, while those with sons argue the opposite. Ultimately, however, every parent believes their own child is the best. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo nodded earnestly. Shall I have her call you, Mom? You would gain such a wonderful daughter for free. Ime, who had just been sipping water, sputtered in surprise. What did you say? I said I love you, my dear mother. Ime was both exasperated and amused. Bai Mo's wit was unmistakable. I warn you, do not speak foolishly. Mind your boundaries. Rest assured, I understand. I want to allow you to become a grandmother at such a young age. Ime could only sigh, recognizing that her child had grown to an age where she could no longer impose strict control. She once thought to limit Bai Mo's freedom through allowances, but now realized that was a naive notion. Auntie, I apologize for making you wait. Shall we continue our shopping? Ime smiled and shook her head. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. This was merely a convenient excuse. She felt that her presence might render the two of them uncomfortable, and she preferred to avoid any awkwardness. By the way, Xiao Wan, please give your phone number to Annie. Ime had a favorable impression of Su Wan, setting aside her academic achievements. Their brief interaction had been delightful. She had also heard that this girl had turned down an invitation from Capital University to attend Jiangsu University. Previously puzzled as to why someone would decline an offer from such a prestigious institution, she now understood, which only enhanced her satisfaction. Suwan nodded and took out her phone to record Ime's number, dialing it and hanging up after 2 rings. All right, I must be off now. If Bai Mo bullies you, do let me know, and I shall take care of him. Once Ime departed, Bai Mo finally felt a sense of relief. Shopping with her mother had been rather stifling. She turned to Su Wan and asked, do you have anything else to do? If not, I shall take my leave as well. Su Wan shook her head. I have no plans. Where are you headed? Back to the company, to count the money. I shall accompany you. The headquarters of Dongxiang had recently relocated from the garment factory to another office building not far from Jiangxia Company. They had temporarily leased half a floor. Although the working environment was still quite rudimentary, it was well equipped. All major functional departments, including finance, operations, marketing, business, and human resources, had been established. Sales data from 7 stores was being updated in real time. Upon entering the office area, Bai Mo was immediately struck by the hustle and bustle around her. Some were managing inventory, while others were compiling information. It finally resembled a proper establishment. After a brief moment of reflection, someone finally noticed her presence and greeted her warmly. They genuinely admired this young leader. President Bai has arrived. Here are the latest sales figures as of 10 minutes ago. Please take a look. Sister Zhang, the former financial officer from the garment factory, was now the financial director of Dongxiang. She managed all financial data single-handedly and approached Bai Mo with the figures. Bai Mo reviewed the information. In just 4 hours since opening, they had processed over 1,300 orders, generating a staggering sales figure of 150,000. This was merely the beginning. Although Bai Mo felt satisfied with these numbers, she was acutely aware that it was not yet time to celebrate. The initial promotional costs alone had amounted to 300,000, while the sales revenue reached 150,000. After deducting various expenses, the profit amounted to less than 50,000, which would soon be reinvested into the next market. Fortunately, the business at the garment factory had seen a resurgence, with daily revenues in the tens of thousands. Otherwise, Bai Mo's ambitious endeavors would have been unsustainable. Clothing, although a necessity, has a low turnover rate, especially sportswear. Many individuals purchase only 1 or 2 pieces annually. The initial days of business might thrive due to filling a previously unmet market demand, but once saturation occurs, a drastic decline is inevitable. What they needed to do was expand into other regions before saturating the Hannan City market. The strategy remained unchanged, to pave the way with advertising, regardless of the cost. Sister Zhang nodded, understanding Bai Mo's grand vision. He sought not just the market in Hannan City, but also the entire province, the nation, and even international markets. It was precisely this foresight that inspired them to work tirelessly. There's one more thing, Sister Zhang said after a moment's contemplation. Many have been inquiring about franchise opportunities. Besides Hannan City, several surrounding areas have expressed interest. Would you like to initiate contact? The franchise policy was devised by Bai Mo to rapidly capture the national market. Reliance on franchising was essential. Others would invest in opening and operating stores, while Bai Mo would provide the products and branding rights, thus securing a significant portion of the profits. As the Olympic Games approached, with just 2 months remaining until Lu Xiang aimed for gold, Bai Mo had already formulated a plan. In the days leading up to Lu Xiang's anticipated victory, she would commence broadcasting the advertisements featuring him. In addition to Dongxiang's standard promotional phrases, she would include a tagline to cheer on the Olympic athletes. With the sensational effect brought by Lu Xiang's victory in the 110-meter hurdles, it is undoubtedly challenging for Dongxiang to avoid becoming a trending topic. Chapter 44. You must take responsibility for me. Let Lu Ying and their team first engage in discussions with these franchisees, negotiating the terms on a higher note, and consider signing a betting agreement. Before October, we guarantee that Dongxiang's market awareness will exceed 50%. A 50% awareness rate is the baseline for Bai Mo. Under the relentless bombardment of promotions, failing to achieve even this would render any further efforts unnecessary and would be a source of embarrassment. Only with increased awareness can sales be elevated. When it comes to identical clothing styles, people invariably gravitate towards brands they are familiar with. Sister Zhang felt that signing a betting agreement was somewhat risky. However, out of trust in Bai Mo, she refrained from further comment and nodded before making arrangements. After Sister Zhang left, she thoughtfully closed the door, leaving only Bai Mo and Su Wan in the office. What major do you wish to pursue in university? Bai Mo inquired, pouring a glass of water for Su Wan and taking a seat beside her. I was considering electronic information. What do you think? The prospects for development are excellent. It mainly depends on your interests. Su Wan nodded in agreement, indeed. However, I have decided to pursue digital media instead. I believe the future of internet finance holds great promise, and under these circumstances, digital media seems more advantageous. Bai Mo looked at Su Wan in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. What is the matter? Is it not good? Bai Mo quickly shook his head. It's not that it's not good. It's simply remarkable. At 18, I could only see what was in front of me, with no conception of the future, merely daydreams. The fact that you can already comprehend internet finance at this stage is truly genius. Bai Mo continued, as you mentioned, in the future economic landscape, traditional industries will face significant pressure from the online economy. Shopping from the comfort of one's home is an inevitable trend. If you're interested, you could try running a website, sharing updates like on social media. I already have a name in mind. Let us call it Weibo. You could also create a ranking list, naming it trending searches. Your mother has a wealth of resources within media companies. Perhaps she could assist in contacting some celebrities to join. Ultimately, employ all means to boost traffic. With increased traffic, you can start inserting product advertisements and online purchase links. Internet finance is also a sector Bai Mo holds in high regard. It is arguably the most promising industry aside from real estate. The real estate sector is too treacherous. One could easily drown in its depths. Internet finance, on the other hand, remains relatively untainted in the domestic market. The primary issue lies with a multitude of online scams. One could easily find themselves in a relationship with someone who, after years of chatting on QQ, turns out to be a burly man stronger than oneself. This has led traditional moguls to view the virtual market with skepticism. It is precisely for this reason that Teacher Ma from Suzhou and Hangzhou encountered numerous obstacles during their entrepreneurial beginnings. Nevertheless, Bai Mo remains optimistic and encourages Su Wan to test the waters. Is it really feasible? It was evident that Su Wan still harbored some hesitation. Not daring to try is certainly not an option. You won't know until you give a shot. Here, I will provide you with a sponsorship under the name of Dongxiang. Go ahead and pursue your venture. If it fails, consider my loss. Su Wan's ascension to the top of the city's rankings and her fierce competition for talent in the capital is attributed not solely to hard work, but also to her above-average intelligence. Her moment of hesitation was fleeting, and she soon nodded in agreement. All right, Bai Mo smiled reassuringly. Go for it. You will undoubtedly succeed, and perhaps even become a leader in the future internet landscape. Su Wan pouted, but what if I don't? Don't? Bai Mo pondered for a moment before replying. Then let us just say I never said anything. Seeing Bai Mo's playful demeanor, Su Wan could only sigh. I should have recorded this. If I fail, I'll hold you accountable and shift all the blame onto you. Bai Mo grimaced, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. If you succeed, then it's because of your exceptional management, right? Su Wan nadie de. Exactly. To deal with a rogue, one must employ rogue tactics. Bai Mo plopped down beside Su Wan, the faint scent of his shampoo wafting through the air. What are you doing? Su Wan regarded him warily as he leaned closer. After being forcefully kissed in the car, it took her quite some time to regain her composure. Bai Mo wore a devilish grin, speaking with ulterior motives. What do you think a lone man and a woman would do alone in a room? Upon hearing this, Su Wan relaxed her tension, reverting to her serene, introverted demeanor. Just be gentle, okay? Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed. Shouldn't she be putting up some resistance? Su Wan smiled bluffily. You're just all talk, aren't you? A thief has heart, but no courage. Damn it, Bai Mo muttered, feeling provoked. It was as if he had lost his senses. Leaning in closer, before long, he let out a pained yelp. Are you a dog? After distancing himself from Su-won, he hurried to the mirror to check his lips. Thankfully, there was no blood, just a bit of pain. She had bitten down with great force. Su-won's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she maintained a facade of calm. I'm a tiger. Don't provoke me. You're a tiger? Then I'm Wusong. Bah. Wusong wouldn't act so lewd. Bai Mo sat down again, and despite the bite, at least she hadn't run away, indicating that their conversation could continue. I can't be bothered to argue with you, you old tigress. Bah. You are the old tigress. I'm merely a little tiger. Then tell me, how does a little tiger sound? Roar. Su-won exclaimed, attempting to bite him again, but this time targeting his hand instead of his lips. She wasn't as shameless as Bai Mo. After a playful tussle, they finally settled down. Su-won's hair was somewhat disheveled, primarily due to Bai Mo having held her head down to prevent her from biting wildly. At this moment, Su-won glared at Bai Mo, still fuming from not having gained any advantage. Bai Montak, you must take responsibility. You kissed me twice. Seeing Su-won assert her point with conviction, Bai Mo remained unfazed. Consider it a debt I owe you. Otherwise, why don't you just kiss me back to even the score? You jerk. How dare you think so? Then how do you expect me to take responsibility? Su-won was momentarily stunned, finally realizing she had gotten a bit carried away. However, the words were already out, and there was no taking them back. She merely looked up at him, her expression earnest. Crying was out of the question. She simply continued to gaze at him until he couldn't bear it any longer. Why don't you tidy up your hair first? Bai Mo suggested, concerned that someone might walk in and misconstrue the scene. Especially with Su-won's messy hair paired with her pitiful expression, a classic case of a lovesick girl encountering a rogue. Su-won was aware that they were in an office, and if anyone were to walk in, it could lead to misunderstandings. She retrieved the comb from her bag, yet she had no intention of using it herself. Instead, she handed it to Bai Mo. You do it. Chapter 45. Showing off in public, Bai Mo had never styled the girl's hair before, and upon receiving the comb, he felt somewhat flustered. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, What bother, this is all on you. Su-won shot him a triumphant glance and teased, What's wrong? Reluctant? Not all. I'm more than willing. Bai Montak it. Though his words contradicted his actions, he pushed his boss chair over, signaling Su-won to take a seat. Then, he positioned himself behind her and began to gently smooth her hair. Su-won's tresses were remarkably silky, a testament to her diligent hair care. Although Bai Mo's movements were a tad clumsy and inexperienced, he was particularly cautious, afraid of causing her discomfort. Su-won beamed with delight, swinging her feet as she hummed a tune. Once her hair was styled, she stood before the mirror to admire Bai Mo's handiwork, finding it quite satisfactory. With a smile, she turned to him and said, Not bad. I won't hold this against you this time. I know you're busy, so I won't take up more of your time. I'll check on the website setup. Su-won had her own ambitions and aspirations. Though she enjoyed Bai Mo's company, she understood the virtue of moderation and wouldn't cling to him incessantly. All right, once you have clarity, let me know and I'll transfer the funds, Bai Mo replied, having plans for the afternoon and not wishing to keep her. He added with a hint of seriousness, but remember, this is not pro bono. Once the Weibo account is established, you'll need to provide free advertising and public relations support for Dongxiang. Su-won waved her hand dismissively. I know. We're not even at the starting line yet, and you're already worrying about future matters. Bai Mo reassured her. Isn't this a sign of my trust in you? If you're determined to pursue it, I'm sure it will work out. Su-won smiled, but chose not to respond further. She simply waved goodbye and made her way towards the door, this time opting not to have Bai Mo see her off. After watching Su-won leave, Bai Mo glanced at his hands, which still bore the lingering scent of her shampoo. The franchise fee is 30,000 yuan, the brand usage fee is 20,000, and the deposit is 50,000, with an initial order of at least 70,000. According to your specifications, only 5 individuals expressed interest in the franchise, all demanding to sign a betting agreement. By October, the market awareness must reach 50%. If we fail to meet this target, we owe 50,000 in compensation and must buy back any unsold merchandise at the listed price. Lu Ying, dressed in a professional outfit, her pencil skirt accentuating her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, was a sight to behold. She turned her gaze towards Bai Mo and asked, Do you find this arrangement suitable? The terms of the betting agreement are excessively harsh, Lu Ying continued. Setting aside the compensation, the requirement to buy back at the listed price is absurd. It is unreasonable on both emotional and practical grounds. However, Bai Mo nodded without hesitation. It's fine. Lu Ying was taken aback, but accustomed to Bai Mo's penchant for surprises. Since this company belonged to him, and she was merely a collaborator, she refrained from pressing the matter further. All right, I'll contact the business department to draft the contract, and we can finalize it this afternoon. After discussing the franchise matters, Lu Ying continued, The market expansion in the surrounding counties of Hannan City is progressing well. We are still employing the hermit crab model, having signed contracts with 15 stores across 4 counties. Advertising efforts are underway, and we expect to open within a week. Just a week after the opening of Dong Xiang's first offline store in Hannan City, revenue had already surpassed $1 million. Although the original store owners could only receive a 20% commission, they were ecstatic, as their previous monthly profits had never reached such heights. This was merely the beginning. However, their earnings would be dispersed a month later, during which Bai Mo would have complete control over the funds. The 20% revenue share would cover the costs of the store and renovations, leaving Bai Mo feeling it was a worthwhile venture. After all, it was only a short-term contract for a year, and any renewal thereafter would not come at the same price. Under their promotion, this mutually beneficial hermit crab model quickly spread, even reaching neighboring counties. Thus, Lu Ying and her team were able to conduct their work with such efficiency. By the way, there's one more thing. After finishing her report, Lu Ying felt it necessary to bring up another issue with Bai Mo. What is it? Bai Mo was quite pleased with Lu Ying's business acumen. Were it not for the current financial constraints preventing him from supporting their entire team, he would have considered signing her on as a dedicated employee. Seeing Lu Ying's serious demeanor, Bai Mo also grew solemn. The garment factory's output is currently struggling to keep pace with Dong Xiang's growth. Although Mystery claims to be addressing it, there's been no progress. If we don't resolve the production issue, expanding our market will be futile. Once Bai Mo acknowledged her concern with a nod, Lu Ying exited, knowing this was not her responsibility. She merely hoped to remind him due to her high expectations for both the Dong Xiang brand and Bai Mo himself. Bai Mo understood that production was indeed a significant issue. Following the previous round of factory expansion, the monthly output hovered around 100,000 pieces, which could satisfy Dong Xiang's demands. However, to ensure financial stability, Heatsung continued with the consignment model. The first batch of returns had gone smoothly, even yielding some compensation, which enhanced the factory's reputation. Small vendors from various counties flocked to them, realizing that even if they did not sell, they could recoup some money upon return. It was a win-win situation. Heatsung had tasted success, prompting him to persist with this approach. Offering 60% of the output to Bai Mo was already a considerable concession. As Heatsung put it, he was not overly concerned about the money or the output. He primarily wanted to provide Bai Mo with an exit strategy. He believed Bai Mo was taking excessive risks. Bai Mo understood his perspective. If he were in Heatsung's position, he too would find the current course of action perilous. Despite appearing prosperous and thriving, the reality was a treacherous quagmire lurking beneath the surface. Any misstep could trigger a chain reaction that might lead to irreparable consequences. After all, the source of goods belonged to his uncle, while the stores were owned by the store owners. The money he invested was spent on advertisements that might never yield returns. Yet, Bai Mo did not dwell on these concerns. Setting aside his grasp of the market and foresight, even if he were to fail, it would be manageable. Dong Xiang was his own brand, and if necessary, he could apply for bankruptcy and liquidation. He was still young and could endure the trials. What he feared most was choosing to remain complacent at an age when he should be taking risks. Bai Mo picked up the phone, intending to contact Heatsung, only to find that Heatsung had called him first. Xiao Mo, I've contacted a garment factory willing to take on contract manufacturing. They will produce the items, and we can simply label them. Chapter 46, Yet Another Jiang. Old He, you truly are impressive. You've devised such a clever solution. At the banquet table, a group of individuals engaged in a lively exchange of cups and laughter. After consuming a modest amount of alcohol, inebriated, they began to speak nonsensically. You'll be enjoying the finer things in life from now on. Do save a drop for us old friends. Heatsung was in high spirits today, having indulged generously. Recently, he had been troubled by a financial crisis that had turned his hair gray with worry. Now, not only had the issue been resolved, but he had also carved out a new market. The future looked promising. Upon hearing another clothing factory owner flatter him, his face nearly split from smiling. Ha ha ha, rest assured. After all these years as brothers, if I have a morsel to eat, you shall never go hungry, he added. Isn't that why I'm looking out for your business? Old He, this is my nephew, my own flesh and blood. By Montak, it is through him that my garment factory has risen from the ashes. Heatsung expressed immense pride when mentioning Bai Mo lacking children of his own. He had always regarded Bai Mo as his own. Now that the boy had achieved success, his joy was palpable. He when looked at Bai Mo, his smile revealing the wrinkles on his cheeks. Young Mo, splendidly poised, truly a promising youth. Bai Mo humbly replied, Uncle He, you flatter me. I merely consider myself fortunate. Fortune is indeed a part of strength. Uncle He will be following your lead from now on. In the business world, seasoned players are like cunning foxes. When profits loom, they bow and scrape, disregarding any sense of hierarchy. Once the profit diminishes, they part ways without a second thought, indifferent to relationships. That S when the birds are gone, the bow is stored comes to mind. When Tsung faced difficulties, he had reached out to them. Yet they had made every excuse to evade him. Now that he had weathered the storm, they resurfaced. Bai Mo naturally dismissed their words. In dealing with such people, one only needed to focus on profit. You jest. How could I, a mere boy, dare to utter such nonsense about you following my lead? We're merely here to share in the wealth. Initially, he would have thought Bai Mo easy to deceive due to his youth. However, after a lengthy conversation, he realized the young man was impervious to manipulation. Yet, he continued to cheerfully affirm, well said. Indeed, let us all profit together. After several rounds of drinks, Tsung set down his cup and moved to sit beside He Wen. Old He, I have fulfilled your request. The outsourcing matter is settled. What about your promise to me? He Wen's character was well known to Tsung, and the reason he agreed to collaborate was because he sought information from him. He had consulted Bai Mo on this matter, and Bai Mo had consented. He Wen, still somewhat tipsy, shook his head and sipped a cup of tea. Old He, I know that what my brother did was underhanded. You must look down on me from the depths of your heart. As he spoke, he produced cigarettes, distributing them before continuing. I have my own struggles. To be honest, I didn't expect you to pull through. Tsung, with a somber expression, did not interrupt him. He Wen leaned back in his chair, exhaling a ring of smoke, and continued. Have you ever wondered why the bank and suppliers pressed you so tightly at the most critical moment? Tsung nodded. In the past, if bank loans and settlements with suppliers could not be resolved quickly, they would merely impose a fine for breach of contract. Yet this time, they showed no leniency whatsoever. He had sought many avenues for communication, but had been met with closed doors. Even when offered a wry smile, his expression complex. Someone clearly wanted to see you fail. In today's society, relationships and connections are paramount. It was evident that the opposing party's influence surpassed theirs. Thus, they had no hesitation in siding against Ikon. After speaking, the woman looked at Ikon. Do you wish to know more? Xiaomo, go out and buy me a pack of cigarettes. In Tsung's eyes, no matter how capable Bai Mo appeared, he was still a fledgling, and he wished to shield him from the darker truths of society. He feared that if Bai Mo learned of these matters, he might act impulsively. However, Bai Mo simply pulled 3 packs of cigarettes from his pocket. Huazi, Tianzi. Jizun, take your pick. Don't be shy. Tsung wanted to say more, but Bai Mo interjected, rest assured, I am deaf and cannot hear. Seeing Bai Mo refuse to leave, Tsung had no choice but to caution him. Regardless of the situation, do not act impulsively. Bai Mo sat cross-legged, engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to everything. Tsung, feeling helpless, turned to He Wen. Speak freely. The more He Wen observed Bai Mo, the more he found the young man intriguing. With a smile, he continued, the reason I dare to sit here drinking with you today is partly due to your orders. But more importantly, now that you have the Dongxiang deal, you will no longer consider being a Kappa agent, thus eliminating any conflict of interest. You may not be aware, but Kappa plans to establish the largest production facility in Asia here, with initial investments reaching several billion. Tsung's expression turned to one of astonishment. He was aware that Kappa intended to seek agent factories in Hannan, but he had not anticipated such grand ambitions. He furrowed his brow, about to speak, but He Wen seemed to anticipate his question and directly stated, the government is now enforcing strict controls on foreign businesses. To establish a factory on the mainland, one can only do so through joint ventures. They are not interested in your current equipment, merely your qualifications. With this explanation, Tsung began to comprehend. You are a naive lad, daring to pursue such a substantial opportunity. He Wen's tone carried a hint of mockery, but also a sense of resignation. Tsung, despite his boldness, felt unworthy of even contemplating such matters. Half a year prior, Lao Lu's garment factory had been acquired by someone with connections to the head of the Dajiang group, who also had ties to city officials. He Wen ceased his commentary, climbing onto the table and murmuring, how did I suddenly get so drunk? Dajiang Group's Jiangzhe. Tsung muttered to himself, his face darkening. Jiangzhe. He is an insurmountable giant in Hannan City. His relative certainly possesses the means to orchestrate such underhanded schemes. Sighing, Tsung pondered what could be done. Even if he wished to take action, it would be akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. By Montag Izozite, contemplating how they had circled back to Jiangzhe, yet he continued to play with his phone, as if he had heard nothing. Mr. He is quite inebriated. Please assist him home. During the earlier conversation, He Wen had dismissed the surrounding onlookers. Tsung approached the door and called his driver inside. After making arrangements, he departed with Bai Mo. As soon as they left, He Wen broke free from the driver's assistance, his gaze fixed intently on the direction they had vanished, showing no signs of intoxication whatsoever. Chapter 47. The Heart of a Parent. Upon exiting the restaurant, Hee-sung refrained from mentioning the evening's events. His primary concern was for Bai Mo, fearing that the young man might act rashly upon learning the truth. However, upon seeing Bai Mo continue to maintain an indifferent demeanor, he shook his head, realizing he had been overly worried. By the way, have you been in touch with Luohan recently? Hee-sung inquired of Bai Mo while driving him home. Bai Mo, engrossed in playing Snake on his phone, replied without turning his head. What is the point of contacting her? Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Without a second thought, he pressed the hang-up button upon seeing the incoming call. The game was not yet completed, and he simply did not have the time to answer. However, shortly after, the persistent caller tried again. After several attempts, Bai Mo, losing interest in the game, finally answered the phone with an irritated tone. If you have something to say, just say it. Could you not be a bit nicer to me? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat aggrieved. Yet Bai Mo remained oblivious to any notion of tenderness. If that's all you wanted to ask, I might as well hang up. No, despite the somewhat brusque demeanor, at least I answered, Jiang Luohan consoled herself. She quickly conveyed her purpose, for she knew that Bai Mo would indeed hang up if she lingered. My father has been exceptionally busy lately and has no time for me. May I come to find you tomorrow? It had been nearly a month since her confinement began, and one would think she would have grown accustomed to the absence of Bai Mo by now. Yet, curiously enough, she often found herself thinking of him, reminiscing about the time he carried her to the hospital and those days they spent together at the market. Even if his attitude towards her had become rather indifferent, she stubbornly believed that all this was merely due to their prolonged separation, convinced that once they reunited, everything would return to normal. However, it was evident that this was merely her own wishful thinking. Tomorrow won't work. I have to sign contracts with franchisees and arrange the opening of new stores. I'm quite busy. This was not merely an excuse from Bai Mo. He truly had a plethora of responsibilities. As the business continued to expand, the issues of insufficient follow-up support became apparent. The most glaring problem was the lack of personnel, with most of the key staff in the company's various departments having been transferred from the clothing factory. While they were well-versed in the factory's operations, they struggled to adapt to the dynamics of running a sports brand. Bai Mo recognized the efforts of his team, but some matters could not be resolved merely through hard work. He was not devoid of compassion, allowing them time to grow. During this period, many tasks fell solely upon him. After hearing Bai Mo's explanation, Jiang Luohan's excitement surged. I've been learning in our company's business department recently. I could help you. Bai Mo acknowledged her good intentions and recognized her capabilities, especially since Jiang had been grooming her as a successor. Nevertheless, he declined her offer. Focus on your father's company and give it your best effort. My small enterprise doesn't require your considerable talents for now. Undeterred, Jiang Luohan was determined. She could not let this opportunity slip by now that Jiang had loosened his grip on her. I'll wait for you downstairs at your company tomorrow morning. It's settled then, goodbye. She ended the call without affording Bai Mo a chance to refuse. Luohan, have you finished your call? Jiang Luohan's home was a standalone estate. Apart from her family of 3, only a few servants resided there. She had ensured that no one was around before making the call. Jiang appeared unexpectedly behind her, startling her greatly. Dad, when did you come back? Weren't you at a meeting? I returned right after the meeting, Jiang replied as he settled onto the sofa. In the vast living room, only the father and daughter remained. After a moment of silence, Jiang Luohan braced herself for a lecture from Jiang. She had even prepared her rebuttals. However, his tone was unexpectedly calm. Do you not understand why I don't want you to associate with Bai Mo? Do you think I favor the wealthy over the impoverished? Jiang Luohan knew she should shake her head in denial, but this time she remained silent, gazing at Jiang, waiting for him to continue. Noticing her tacit agreement, Jiang spoke again. The first time I met Bai Mo was that night. To this day, I have yet to uncover who was responsible for drugging you. Without evidence, I can only deduce who stands to gain the most from your being drugged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luohan furrowed her brow, uncertainly asking, you don't think it was Bai Mo, do you? But he appears to have gained nothing, right? Jiang interjected, smiling slightly. Initially, I thought the same, but consider this. Since that incident, your perception of him has changed significantly. Your previous attitude towards him was not at all like this. When I first entertained such thoughts, I felt guilty for judging a child through the lens of a schemer. Yet, his performance in business lately has been so impressive that even I am taken aback. I cannot afford to gamble, for you are my only daughter. Jiang Luohan felt a swirl of confusion in her mind. However, after Jiang's words, she realized that her change in attitude towards Bai Mo, or rather his towards her, began after that night. After contemplating for a moment, she lifted her head, her large eyes slightly reddened, but her tone resolute. He is not that kind of person. Jiang nodded. I hope he isn't. Until I have a definitive answer, I cannot allow you to seek him out. Each individual possesses a unique way of thinking, and perceptions of the same event can vary widely. Regardless of how he appeared to others, in front of Jiang Luohan, Jiang was simply a father. He would not permit her to suffer or be taken advantage of by those with ulterior motives. He had witnessed too many plots and schemes. As a father, he had no qualms about scrutinizing every individual who sought to get close to Jiang Luohan with the most discerning eye. If Bai Mo were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly agree, even if he himself was the object of suspicion. If the roles were reversed, he might even be more stringent. However, Jiang Luohan was uncharacteristically steadfast this time, not swayed by Jiang's words. What reason do you think Bai Mo has to harbor ill intentions towards me? Is it because of money? Jiang hesitated, taken aback, and did not rebut this time. Jiang Luohan continued. I have reviewed the initial planning and marketing strategies for Dongxiang. There are 4 development plans, and financing is merely one of them. The majority focus on how to build from scratch. He has accomplished that. At this point, Jiang Luohan took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Dad, I respect your opinion, but I ask that you also respect my feelings. I reiterate, Bai Mo is not that kind of person. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she smiled. Not long ago, I gifted him a phone purchased with the money we earned together. That feeling was truly wonderful. Dad, I will go tomorrow, rest assured. I want to take my bank card. I never sought your wealth. What I desire is simplicity and companionship, rather than the dynamics between you and your mother. Chapter 48. The Reputation Fee. 500. Early in the morning, when Bai Mo encountered Jiang Luohan at the office entrance, her eyes were still swollen. Bai Mo's first inquiry was whether she had been weeping due to someone's violence. Of course not. It's not my fault. Jiang Luohan snapped back, attributing her distress to Bai Mo himself. She briefly recounted her conversation with Jiang from the previous night, and then turned to Bai Mo, asking, You're not that kind of person, are you? Originally, she expected Bai Mo to be moved and earnestly declare his innocence. However, Bai Mo wore a look of vexation and regret instead. Let me tell you, I am indeed that kind of person. It's a pity I didn't think of this solution sooner. Jiang Luohan glared at him, pouting. Even if you were that kind of person, it doesn't matter. I told my father that I no longer want his assets, nor will I spend his money. I want to earn my own. What are you doing? Jiang Luohan's sentence was interrupted as Bai Mo reached out to touch her forehead, leaving her bewildered. After she swatted his hand away, Bai Mo pinched his chin, frowning and muttering, It's not like you have a fever. How did you become such a fool? You are the real fool. Jiang Luohan was unwilling to pursue that topic any further and extended her hand toward Bai Mo, saying, I sent it time for my salary to be settled. This is for the advertising expenses of the clothing factory. Bai Mo had nearly forgotten about this matter, only recalling it when prompted. He had indeed mentioned paying her, but it had merely been a casual remark, and he hadn't anticipated she would remember it so diligently. Realizing Jiang Luohan seemed quite serious about this, he thought, Just apologize to your father, admit your mistake, and go somewhere cool and quiet. Bai Mo had no time for idle chatter with Jiang Luohan, focusing instead on getting her to leave. Regardless, you need to pay up. Cough, cough. Sister Zhang from the finance department, aware that Jiang Luohan was in Bai Mo's office, had initially hesitated to interrupt. However, as the meeting time approached, she forced herself to cough twice at the door. President Bai, everyone is waiting for you. Understood. Jiang Luohan replied, I'll accompany you. Seeing that Jiang Luohan had no intention of leaving, Bai Mo reluctantly allowed her to follow. Her presence proved to be of considerable value. The meeting primarily revolved around signing franchise agreements with several partners. Although the general terms had already been discussed, there would inevitably be some fierce debates regarding profit issues when it came time for signatures. President Bai, could the franchise fee be reduced a bit? Of course. Bai Mo replied with unhesitating decisiveness, leaving everyone present in shock. According to the first cooperation model, there would be no franchise fee. They would have nothing to worry about while still receiving a share of the profits. Bai Mo's first model was the hermit crab model, where he would provide a ready-to-use venue, while he would handle the rest. This model involved high initial costs and lower profit shares, making it suitable only for struggling clothing stores, which did not apply to these individuals. Once the others regained their composure, they exchanged awkward smiles. Haha, you must be joking. The franchise fee is a given. It's just that the first batch of goods seems a bit excessive. Could you possibly? That's also negotiable. If we don't sign a bet agreement, everything is up for discussion. Since President Bai is so straightforward, we can't be indecisive, can we? Gulme, let us finalize this. The reason this group was willing to pay such a hefty sum to join a currently obscure brand like Dongxiang largely stemmed from the presence of the bet agreement. Achieving a 50% market awareness within a few months would incur penalties if they failed, an incredibly advantageous arrangement with no apparent downside. Isn't this bet agreement a tad risky? Jiang Luohan, seated next to Bai Mo, took Zhang Jie's former spot, as Zhang Jie had wisely vacated it. She was aware that Jiang Luohan was the daughter of Jiang Zhe, and sitting here was quite an honor. Risks must be taken. Otherwise, how can we assure everyone? Bai Mo's voice was loud and unapologetic in front of the attendees, prompting laughter from the franchisees. President Bai was clearly a person of great stature. Already confident in his plan, Bai Mo shook his head, pondering the uncertainties of the future. Just like I never expected this individual to show up here today. He glanced at Jiang Luohan, leaving her somewhat perplexed as to his meaning. The others, seasoned negotiators, began to grow curious about Jiang Luohan's identity upon hearing Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo signaled to Zhang Jie and, after signing the documents, departed with Jiang Luohan. Zhang Jie and the others would handle the remaining matters. Zhang Jie, who is that? As soon as Bai Mo left, curiosity sparked among the group. She is the beloved daughter of Chairman Jiang from the Jiang Group. I didn't realize President Bai had such connections. Despite the bet agreement, the number of people choosing to franchise was still limited. Without employing some unique tactics, it was indeed challenging to expand the market. Bai Mo recognized that the optimal promotional opportunity would occur during the Olympics, especially following the medal wins. Adding a line to the advertisement, stating that Lu Xiang found the clothing comfortable, would surely entice the public. Hence, market expansion must be accomplished before the Olympics. Otherwise, once the advertisements aired, potential customers might find no stores available to purchase from. While the hermit crab model was swift, the company's growth rate could not keep pace, lacking sufficient personnel to follow through. Thus, collaborating with franchisees was the best course of action. After all, he merely needed to provide the goods and the rights to the brand, while they would handle the rest themselves. Bai Montak, is this what they call leveraging someone else's power? Bai Mo felt a twinge of guilt and proactively peeled an apple for Jiang Luohan. Really? I don't think so. However, Jiang Luohan was relentless, insisting, you clearly do. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Bai Mo acknowledged, fully aware of his misstep. Apologizing was one thing. If this strategy proved effective, he would employ it again in the future. No need to apologize, Jiang Luohan interjected, shaking her finger. Just pay up. Let us call it a reputation fee. 500. Bai Mo was taken aback, and, upon regaining his composure, quickly dialed Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie, please inform them that this Jiang Luohan is an imposter, not the chairman's daughter. Bai Mo, you scoundrel, Jiang Luohan exclaimed, lunging for his phone. However, upon taking it, she discovered he hadn't even dialed yet. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she glared at Bai Mo in indignation. Bai Mo, unfazed, merely remarked, 500 is quite exorbitant. Hearing this, Jiang Luohan's bravado faltered. Tentatively, she proposed, how about 300? 200 will do. Chapter 49, Unblemished. Once a pristine heiress, Jiang Luohan found herself haggling over a few hundred yuan. Bai Mo felt a pang of sympathy as he emptied his pockets, counting the cash before handing it all over. It was neither too much nor too little, exactly 250. Bai Montak, are you mocking me? Jiang Luohan initially appeared pleased, but after counting, her expression soured. Bai Mo shrugged nonchalantly, if you don't want it, then return it. Jiang Luohan hurriedly stowed the money into her bag. So what if they scold me? As long as they pay, she muttered under her breath. It was rather absurd for a prominent businessman to haggle with a mere woman over a few $100s. A mere woman? One who drives an Audi just after finishing her college entrance examinations? Bai Mo had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Jiang Luohan now appeared utterly fixated on money rather than people. Before long, Sister Zhang entered the office after concluding discussions with the franchisees. Surprised to see Jiang Luohan still present. Nevertheless, she addressed Bai Mo, Mr. Bai, they have completed the payment. 6 franchisees have transferred a total of 1.02 million. Including the previous revenue in the account, the total now exceeds 2 million. Typically, a company's financial statements should not be disclosed in front of outsiders. Yet, Sister Zhang considered Jiang Luohan might not be an outsider at all, and assumed she wouldn't be concerned about such sums. However, Sister Zhang was mistaken. The previous Jiang Luohan might have been indifferent, but the current version of her was entirely consumed by the allure of wealth. 2 million. Upon hearing that figure, Jiang Luohan shot up from the sofa. Bai Mo, did you rob a bank? Bai Mo cast her a disdainful glance. Robbing a bank wouldn't be this lucrative, would it? After a moment of silence, Jiang Luohan dazedly nodded. I suppose that's true. Seeing that she had no further business, Sister Zhang bid them farewell and exited, feeling somewhat awkward staying there. Once the coast was clear, Jiang Luohan approached Bai Mo, her large eyes filled with a pitiful expression. Bai Montak, you sponsored Su Wan with 100,000 for her startup. Jiang Luohan had always kept in touch with Su Wan and was aware that Bai Mo had invested in her venture under the guise of Dongxiang. Knowing this, she had resolutely sought out Bai Mo despite Jiang's objections. Bai Mo ignored her, engrossed in revising a proposal on her computer. Jiang Luohan, undeterred, continued, what about me? I want to give it a try. Bai Mo set her cup down and took a sip. What do you wish to do? First, present me with your proposal. And after I assess the risks, I shall consider whether to invest. Currently, Bai Mo had some spare funds and was willing to invest in dreamers, provided they did not take her for a fool. The proposal she was revising had been sent by Lu Chang concerning rural investment and construction. Although the immediate profits were modest, the advertising effect for the Dongxiang brand was invaluable and could not be measured in monetary terms. Upon hearing Jiang Luohan's intention to start a business, Bai Mo had not dismissed her outright. They were classmates after all. Good ideas deserve support. Jiang Luohan pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. Did Su Wan provide you with a proposal? No, she didn't. Bai Mo replied generously. The proposal was mine. What about you? Jiang Luohan attempted to voice her thoughts, but Bai Mo interrupted. Though she didn't give me a proposal, she offered me something far more precious. The disposable cup Jiang Luohan had just picked up fell to the floor, her gaze turning vacant as her mind echoed the words. Something more precious was given to Bai Mo. What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch a mop to clean up. Bai Mo was oblivious to the impact her words had on Jiang Luohan. She merely recognized that Jiang Luohan had spilled tea everywhere. After Bai Mo's shout, Jiang Luohan snapped back to reality, her expression flustered. Oh right. She reflexively acknowledged and headed toward the office door. Where are you going? The mop is right behind the door. Huh? Oh, you silly. Jiang Luohan backtracked to retrieve the mop and clean up. Once she completed the task, she regained her composure and, biting her lip, gazed at Bai Mo with a troubled expression. What if she is pregnant? Bai Mo looked up bewildered. What did you say? Pregnant? He furrowed his brow. That can't be possible just from a kiss. After muttering, Bai Mo realized that his earlier comment had led Jiang Luohan to overthink. With an exasperated sigh, he added, what are you thinking? Su Wan and I are completely innocent. It was merely a peck on the lips. Jiang Luohan, for reasons she could not fathom, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet her lips remained pursed. A peck on the lips is still considered innocent? So, your implication is that a kiss transforms into something scandalous? Moreover, it was a bite, not a kiss. Pay attention to your wording. Jiang Luohan fell silent, her face drooping, making her discontent unmistakable. Is there really a difference? Quite a significant one. One is proactive, while the other is reactive. Then who initiated the kiss? So one? Surely not. Bai Mo paused, then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was her. After a moment of silence, Jiang Luohan raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears. I want to bite you. Bai Mo shivered under her gaze, unwilling to engage further on the topic. Su Wan was optimistic and mature, fiercely independent. The crucial point was that she would assert herself. And even if a kiss necessitated responsibility, it wouldn't be a loss. Jiang Luohan, on the other hand, was different. Any action taken against her, regardless of her indifference, would provoke Jiang to demonstrate the true meaning of cruelty. A kiss could indeed lead to a lifetime of consequences. It was simply not worth the risk. Perhaps we should first discuss financial matters. Jiang Luohan's expression grew bittersweet. Why discuss finances with you? You delve into emotions. When I touch upon emotions, you shift to finances? 50,000? Bai Mo inquired tentatively. Despite her current plight as a fallen heiress, she still had considerable resources. As Jiang's daughter, her entrepreneurial endeavors would unlikely result in losses, given the wealth of resources at her disposal, unless she took overly ambitious strides and signed too many wager agreements, akin to certain internet celebrities. Clearly, Jiang Luohan lacked the audacity of those individuals and would only manage small-scale ventures. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000, Jiang Luohan felt a flicker of temptation, though she masked it well. Bai Mo continued. 70,000? Jiang Luohan shook her head. 100,000. No more, no less. Chapter 50. Some matters cannot be treated as business. Jiang Luohan placed her notebook on her lap, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Similar to a job recruitment platform, she envisioned creating a resource-sharing site with a focus on local mutual assistance. Beyond resolving employment issues, it would also encompass housing rentals and the sale of secondhand items. Such a website would require minimal initial investment and could be piloted in one city before broader expansion. However, there would be no immediate profit. Only with a growing client base could they begin charging merchant membership fees and advertising costs. As Bai Mo spoke, Jiang Luohan diligently took notes. After finishing, She nodded in agreement. The current recruitment methods were indeed somewhat outdated. Many individuals struggled to find suitable employment, while desirable positions lacked qualified candidates. In an era where internet users were on the rise, her concept was undoubtedly viable. But I have another question, Jiang Luohan said, turning to Bai Mo. Go ahead. Given that the job recruitment platform has developed quite well, how can we seize a share of the market? Monster. This company warrants your investigation. As it stands as the largest recruitment platform globally, they harbor intentions to penetrate the Chinese market, but have yet to discover a suitable opportunity. Collaboration could be worth exploring. They are likely to establish contact with China. Leaving it to you to seize the initiative. Were it another individual, Bai Mo would not divulge so much for, at present, few possess the privilege of engaging with foreign enterprises. However, Jiang Luohan is a different case. Although she claims to eschew Jiang's financial support, she does not hesitate to utilize his resources without the slightest burden. As she puts it, if it's free, then why not take advantage of it? Jiang Luohan nodded, mentally noting the name of the company. Once the official matters were concluded, she closed her notebook and turned to Bai Mo, inquiring, "Are you leaving Hannan City in a couple of days?" Bai Mo, engrossed in signing documents, merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum. "Your cousin has completed the market layout in the provincial capital. I need to go there to establish contact with him. The provincial market is vast, and many matters necessitate face-to-face discussions. I have entrusted him with the agency rights for the provincial capital." Bai Mo had conversed with Jiang Luohan's cousin multiple times over the phone, and they had collaboratively devised the specific business expansion plan. From their previous exchanges, Bai Mo found himself reasonably satisfied with his capabilities, prompting his desire to meet in person. Jiang Luohan was aware of this. Initially, she clamored to accompany him, but was firmly rebuffed by Bai Mo. Her cousin had mentioned that he had prepared a complete sauna and wellness package in anticipation of Bai Mo's arrival, cautioning that Jiang Luohan must not find out, lest she inform her father. With such a candid admission, bringing Jiang Luohan along would seem rather ungracious. Jiang Luohan remarked, "You won't be in the provincial capital for long, will you? After visiting there, you still need to conduct an investigation in the countryside." Lu Chang's proposal is quite detailed. But as the saying goes, desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. His perspective is too naive. I won't feel at ease unless I see it for myself. After hearing Bai Mo's explanation, Jiang Luohan appeared even more perplexed. "When did you two become so close? Is this really something you need to worry about?" Bai Mo shook his head. "I wish I didn't have to, but everything I do now is aimed at establishing a reputation for Dongxiang. The agricultural processing plant is being constructed under Dongxiang's name. If anything goes awry, it will be troublesome. Once a dispute arises with the villagers, regardless of who is in the right, many will instinctively blame the enterprise. It's simple for villagers to seek prosperity, but they must first pass the test of character. My intention in formulating the rural revitalization plan is for the sake of reputation, not for their profit." Bai Mo realized he had perhaps said too much. After taking a sip of water and noticing Jiang Luohan still gazing at him intently, he casually inquired, "Do you think I'm rather pragmatic? That I only speak of fame and fortune?" Jiang Luohan nodded. "Indeed, to some extent, but you are far better than those sanctimonious hypocrites." Bai Mo chuckled. "In truth, I could deceive you by claiming my heart overflows with compassion for the suffering of humanity, but I can't bring myself to utter such falsehoods. I'm afraid that if I tell too many lies, I might start believing them myself." Jiang Luohan pouted at him. "Why don't you just tell me a little lie? What would you like to hear?" Jiang Luohan pondered for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she said, "Then say you don't like me." Bai Mo, taken aback, stared at her in shock. "How did you know? Am I that obvious?" "Bai Mo, you're such a jerk." "Thank you. I shall take that as a compliment." Jiang Luohan deemed Bai Mo to be rather inscrutable and chose not to hold it against him. She settled down on the sofa, engrossed in her own affairs, intending to linger in Bai Mo's office a little longer. However, a comment from Bai Mo abruptly unsettled her. Suwon is already aware of where to establish her office. You don't know? After securing sponsorship, Suwon promptly founded her own online company. Though it currently comprises only a handful of individuals, she has already drafted a developmental plan and is progressing methodically. Furthermore, her mother has assisted her in connecting with major media firms, ensuring that numerous artists will register and authenticate their accounts on Weibo on the day of launch. With the star power behind it, I believe the user base will grow rapidly. Jiang Luohan found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to refute this assertion. Indeed, Suwon was already moving forward. Why did she stubbornly wish to remain here? After a prolonged silence, she finally lifted her head, blushing. "I just enjoy being with you." By Montak Shivat. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Who turned on the air conditioning? The temperature is so low. Initially, Jiang Luohan thought Bai Mo was genuinely cold and hurried to the air conditioning unit, intending to raise the temperature a notch. "It's not even on," she muttered, realizing her misunderstanding. "Bai Montag, you're changing the subject." Yet when she looked over, she found that Bai Mo had already exited the office, closing the door behind him. "Jerk, you're playing with me." Jiang Luohan had never anticipated that after mustering the courage to express her feelings for Bai Mo, he would feign ignorance and even leave the room. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-doubt. Was it that frightening? Bai Mo certainly found it rather alarming. How could such a fine young lady have such peculiar thoughts? Exiting the office building, Bai Mo made his way directly into the adjacent parking lot. "Mr. Jiang, is there something you need?" His departure from Jiang Luohan was not solely motivated by fear of her bold declarations, but rather by a message from Jiang Zhe requesting a meeting. Being adults, Bai Mo understood Jiang Zhe's somewhat off-putting behavior, yet he held no grudges against him. As a younger counterpart, he felt it appropriate to respond to the summons. "I believe the Dongxiang proposal is quite commendable. We should find time to discuss it further." After Jiang Zhe spoke, Bai Mo did not display the expected surprise, instead calmly gesturing for him to continue. Jiang Zhe, realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, felt a bit awkward but maintained his usual commanding presence without revealing his discomfort. Luohan can be a bit stubborn. Be sure to take care of her. Only someone with a paternal bond could render Jiang Zhe typically so assertive, so helpless. "Mr. Jiang, some matters cannot be treated merely as business transactions." Chapter 51 Care? Jiang Zhe departed feeling considerably relieved. Although Bai Mo had declined his investment, he had assured him of his commitment to look after Jiang Luohan. However, he remained uncertain about the capacity in which to fulfill that promise. Jiang Zhe did not delve further into the specifics, for in his view, the only appropriate role was that of a boyfriend. He endeavored to accept this notion, though he was reluctant to voice it. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. What role could possibly care for her? A mentor? At this thought, Bai Mo felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Since he had promised Jiang Zhe to look after Jiang Luohan, it was only natural that he treat her with greater kindness. Upon returning to the office, he thoughtfully procured a cup of milk tea. Still upset? Initially, Jiang Luohan had been a bit miffed, but upon receiving the milk tea, her irritation dissipated. "Hello, Bai Montag. It has been quite some time since you last treated me to milk tea." "Indeed, it seems like ages." Bai Mo nodded. "It should be nearly 20 years, I suppose. This beverage is brewed, and excessive consumption is detrimental, easily leading to weight gain." Jiang Luohan had just inserted the straw when she paused momentarily upon hearing this remark. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Whatever you give me, I shall drink." Saying this, she took a large sip. "I'll accept being fat if it comes to that." Bai Mo nodded approvingly, a teachable child indeed. "How does your father usually take care of you?" "Huh?" Jiang Luohan shot Bai Mo a puzzled glance. "What did you say?" Bai Mo, lost in thought, unconsciously spoke his mind. "I was suggesting, how about I call your father bro from now on? That way, you could call me uncle." After uttering this, Bai Mo was still processing the words when he suddenly felt a sharp pinch in his arm. "What are you doing?" Bai Mo looked at his arm, where Jiang Luohan had just pinched him quite hard. "You really have the nerve to do that." Jiang Luohan glared at him, her milk tea losing its appeal. "Who told you to speak so recklessly?" "What did I say that was reckless?" "You." Jiang Luohan, exasperated by Bai Mo's feigned ignorance, stamped her foot and declared, "Who would want you to be my uncle? Then what should I be?" Jiang Luohan walked away, her face covered, leaving Bai Mo behind, reminding her to drive safely. After watching Jiang Luohan drive away through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office building, Bai Mo's smile faded. During his earlier conversation with Jiang Zhe, they had also touched upon the incident from that night involving the drugging. Having experienced many adversities, Bai Mo does not shy away from casting a darker gaze upon the world. Was drugging Jiang Luohan a means to ensnare himself? Or was he merely caught in the crossfire? Who truly stands to gain in the end? Despite Jiang Zhe's extensive connections yielding no results, what more could he do? Yet, relinquishing the pursuit was not an option he relished. "Mr. Bai, tomorrow a total of 15 stores will be inaugurated. Do you think there is anything else that needs arranging?" Su Zheng inquired while knocking on the office door. Without Bai Mo's permission, they would not enter his office. "Let us stick to the plan," Bai Mo replied. "I will be heading to the provincial capital in a few days. I will leave the matters of Dongxiang to you." As the market in Hannan City had become saturated, Dongxiang's expansion had begun to encroach upon surrounding cities and counties. The provincial capital of Ganshi, in particular, was of utmost importance. This trip had been in the works for quite some time. "Understood, Mr. Bai," Su Zheng affirmed with a nod. After a moment of thought, Bai Mo added, "If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, feel free to reach out to Jiang Zhe." This was Jiang Zhe's promise to him. Although Bai Mo had not sought his investment, he had not rebuffed his goodwill either. Su Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. All right. Previously, there had been much speculation regarding the relationship between Jiang Luohan and Bai Mo, though no one dared to confirm it. They believed Jiang would never allow a newcomer like Bai Mo to harm his daughter. Yet, it was unexpected to hear such words from Bai Mo himself. With Jiang's influential connections, as long as one did not break the law, it seemed that no problem in Hannan City was insurmountable. A millionaire businessman would not be unwilling to afford a car, would he? Old Bai was on his day off, but had been roped in by Bai Mo to act as his driver. On the way, he couldn't help but complain. Can I just say, I don't have much money on me right now? Bai Mo felt somewhat helpless as well. He too wished to buy a car, but his funds were dwindling. Most of his money had been invested in the next phase of operations. Keeping cash on hand would only lead to its devaluation. 2 million. All spent. Bai Xingxue was taken aback. This was 2 million, not merely 200. Surely you must have at least 10,000 left? What about salaries and commissions for partners? And what about those payments? Despite his familial ties to Bai Mo, certain matters still needed to be delineated clearly. In contrast to Bai Xingxue's tension, Bai Mo remained quite at ease. Isn't there still half a month left? Bai Mo did not delve into further explanations. Bai Xingxue might understand, but his temperament might not be able to accept it. A diligent office worker sees immediate returns from their labor, yet they must wait until the end of the month for their salary, or even until mid-next month in some cases. During this interim, the ownership of those earnings belongs to the company, and all generated profits are likewise the company's. Bai Mo's 2 million. A portion was allocated toward expanding into other cities and counties, while a larger share was spent on celebrity endorsements and television advertisements. To put it bluntly, the quality of the garments is not of paramount concern to the public, as long as they do not fall apart. However, having a celebrity endorsement elevates the brand's prestige. Thus, Bai Mo exerted considerable effort in the advertising realm. It is commendable to have your own thoughts, but at times, one must be mindful of moderation in their actions. Bai Xingxue advised as he dropped Bai Mo off at the train station. Bai Mo understood that old Bai meant well, as he often took risks that could easily brush against the boundaries of legality. As a lawyer, old Bai dreaded the thought of such a day arriving. Rest assured, I don't possess any extraordinary virtues. If I had to name one, it would be my adherence to the law. I would never engage in illegal activities. Chapter 52, Jiangzuan. The green train of 2004 is not as comfortable as modern high-speed trains. The narrow carriage was crowded with a variety of people. The summer heat exacerbated the less than pleasant odors within the compartment. Beside Bai Mo sat a middle-aged man, while across from him was a rather attractive girl. With her hair styled in 2 braids, her skin bore a slight tan, likely due to her laborious lifestyle. She clutched a bag tightly, nervously surveying her surroundings. The middle-aged man intermittently attempted to strike up a conversation with her, wearing a friendly smile. Is this your first time traveling far? Are you headed to the provincial capital? I'm from the provincial capital myself, and know it quite well. Are you looking for work or someone? Upon hearing that the man was from the provincial capital, she hesitated for a moment before cautiously responding, I'm looking for my brother. Do you know how to get to Ganshi Financial University? The Financial University. I know that place well. As it happens, I'll be passing by there, the man replied, a seasoned conversationalist who quickly eased the girl's apprehensions. After a few exchanges, she had already agreed to follow him once they exited the train station. However, it was clear that the man had ulterior motives. As he then turned his attention to Bai Mo, he had observed Bai Mo making a phone call and deduced that someone of such a young age possessing a mobile phone must come from a wealthy background. After all, the man himself was using an outdated model. Young man, what are your plans in the provincial capital? Bai Mo, squinting his eyes and resting, had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. But if someone were taking interest in him, that was a different matter altogether. With a yawn, he opened his eyes and cast an expressionless glance at the man. What is it to you? Do you really think I can be easily deceived like her? Bai Mo's voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of the girl across from her. After a moment of shock, she gripped her bag even tighter, her wary gaze fixed on the older man. The man's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he pointed at Bai Mo, bellowing, "What are you saying? Don't slander me." Bai Mo, unfazed, responded, "Why the rush? She hasn't even mentioned which campus of Finance University she's heading to, yet you claim familiarity? If you are so well acquainted, enlighten me. What school is located across from Finance University?" The man fell silent, caught off guard. He had merely been attempting to extract information from a naive girl, fully expecting she would be oblivious to his deceit. Enough. Why trouble a fellow unfortunate? Bai Montauk concluded, dismissing him. The train station, though chaotic, maintained strict security checks, alleviating fears of the man resorting to any desperate measures. The only concern that lingered was whether retribution awaited them outside the station. With that thought, Bai Mo took out her phone and messaged Jiang Luohan's cousin, requesting, Bring a few strong individuals who are skilled in combat. Initially met with a few question marks, a swift reply soon followed. Got it. The man, unable to endure the peculiar stares from the crowd, departed, casting Bai Mo one last menacing glare. Thank you, the girl murmured shyly after the man left. Bai Montauk nodded, acknowledging the gratitude. Indeed, it warrants a thank you. However, I'm not a good person. The girl appeared puzzled, prompting Bai Mo to elaborate. I too have my eyes set on the money in your bag. Is it for your brother's tuition or living expenses? At this, the girl clutched her bag tightly to her chest. Bai Mo chuckled softly, choosing to ignore her further. While the world may harbor a multitude of good souls, those who truly embody goodness seldom claim it for themselves. Conversely, those with ill intentions often masquerade as virtuous. This naive girl was far too easy to manipulate. Bai Mo refrained from speaking to her again until the train reached its destination. There was no need for familiarity. That pink shirt you're wearing? Bai Mo inquired, dialing Jiang Luohan's cousin. What do you think? Handsome, right? Once assured, she ended the call and approached him. Whether handsome or not, I cannot say, but it certainly exudes flair. Jiang Ziwen chuckled awkwardly, extending his hand. Jiang Ziwen, a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance, Bai Zong. You jest. It is you who should be guiding me, Bai Mo replied politely. Prior to her arrival, Jiang Luohan had mentioned that Jiang Ziwen's family, while not as prosperous as Jiang Zhe's, maintained a stable business with numerous tobacco shops across the province. Certainly a golden opportunity. Did something occur on the train? Jiang Ziwen whispered, having anticipated Bai Mo's message and quickly made arrangements. Just a minor incident, merely precautionary, he noted, not pressing for further details. Let us proceed. I'll take you to the hotel to settle in, then we can grab a quick lunch before heading to the company. He paused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. I've arranged a welcome dinner for you tonight. It will be a delightful gathering. Jiang Ziwen quickly reassured, do not worry. I want to mention this to Luohan. Bai Mo raised her hands in mock surrender. Do you believe I can convince you that I have no connection with her? Jiang Ziwen scrutinized her, shaking his head. I do not believe you. After all, my uncle specifically instructed me to take good care of you. Jiang Zhe, the fourth son in his family, was whom Jiang Ziwen referred to as his uncle. Dismissing the matter, they continued walking through the bustling train station, engaged in conversation as they made their way to the parking lot. Excuse me, the girl from the train approached timidly. Biting her lip, she hesitated before asking, do you know how to get to Finance University? Bai Mo shrugged. I'm afraid I do not. Jiang Ziwen glanced at her, then turned back to Bai Mo. Do you know her? Bai Mo shook her head, just a fellow passenger. Jiang Ziwen nodded in understanding, not contemplating further, as the girl appeared rather unremarkable compared to Jiang Luohan. The campuses of Finance University are scattered across different locations. Which campus are you trying to reach? The girl looked bewildered. I'm not sure. Well, you must know whom you're looking for, right? What's your major? Feng, my brother. He enrolled last year. Should be in his second year now, but I'm not sure what his major is. Jiang Ziwen took out his phone and made a call, swiftly inquiring. Could you check how many second-year students named Feng are at your school? Within a minute, he received confirmation. There's only one at the old campus. And here is the contact number of their class advisor. After jotting down the details, he handed them to the girl. That's the phone number of their advisor and the school address. You can take a taxi there. Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked away with Bai Mo. Bai Mo didn't dwell on the incident, but Jiang Ziwen's connections indicated his considerable capability. The student council president at Finance University is my ex-girlfriend. It makes gathering such information quite effortless, Jiang Ziwen explained. Bai Mo raised an eyebrow. Your ex-girlfriend? You still maintain contact? Jiang Ziwen looked at her quizzically. Why wouldn't I? My ex-girlfriends are scattered across various schools, and we occasionally meet for meals. Observing Jiang Ziwen's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Mo suddenly thought of a term. Playboy. Wealthy and charming. He certainly fit the mold. She sensed a hint of boasting in his words and chose not to linger on the topic. Just then, they spotted the older man from the train, flanked by 4 or 5 individuals striding toward them. Unfazed, Bai Mo turned to Jiang Ziwen. Didn't you say to bring more people? Where are they? Jiang Ziwen pointed to a Santana parked by the roadside. Just as Bai Mo prepared to flee, Jiang Ziwen's finger shifted, indicating a Wuling van behind the Santana. Chapter 53. Truly a good brother. Well, you were quite impressive on the train, weren't you? Always eager to help, right? So why not assist me? Hand over your money. The man's demeanor had transformed from the amiable figure on the train to one exuding menace. His eyes glinted with malice as his companions encircled Bai Mo and Jiang Ziwen. Bystanders hurriedly averted their gaze, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Jiang Ziwen remained unfazed, casually producing a cigarette and offering one to Bai Mo. Are you still smoking? Just as the burly man was about to strike Jiang Luohan and extinguish the cigarette in his mouth, a strong grip seized his wrist. With a pained gasp, he looked up to confront the imposing figure before him, a man towering around 2 meters, broad-shouldered, and adorned with a menacing scar that hinted at a formidable past. It was evident that this was not someone to be trifled with. Ouch! 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 The uncle cried out thrice in agony before the muscular man finally released him, pushing him to the ground in the process. As the uncle attempted to rise, Jiang Luohan's voice, calm yet commanding, pierced through the tension. "Did I permit you to get up?" The uncle, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze only to meet the fierce glare of the burly man. Panic set in as he noticed several of his companions being restrained as well. One of them, trembling in fear, quickly squatted down, hands clasped over his head, a gesture clearly born from repeated practice. "My lord, I was in the wrong," he stammered. Jiang Luohan, however, paid him no heed and turned to Bai Mo, inquiring, "Has he offended you? How do you wish to proceed? As long as he remains intact, we can discuss it." The uncle's heart raced at these words, acutely aware of the icy disapproval emanating from his companions, who clearly blamed him for their predicament. "My lord, I was blind to your stature. Please spare me. I have elders above and children below." "Enough. You can explain that to the police," Bai Mo interrupted, cutting off the uncle's pleas as he noticed the station's officers approaching. Casually, he slipped his wallet into the uncle's pocket, a scene that Jiang Luohan observed with growing intrigue. Once finished with his act, Bai Mo walked directly to the police officer and spoke before he could utter a word. "Officer, my wallet has gone missing. My friends witnessed him taking it, yet he refuses to admit it." The uncle felt wronged and wished to protest, but upon catching the burly man's gaze, he swallowed his retort. "Is that so?" the officer queried, directing his attention toward Jiang Luohan and the others. Jiang Luohan nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, indeed. I saw him take it, and it's still on him." The officer frowned as he approached the uncle. "Please present your ID." Trembling, the uncle retrieved his identification from his bag and handed it over. The officer scrutinized it, noting, "You're 19 years old?" The uncle was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that his ID had been purchased from someone else, likely a young individual. He nodded hastily. Yes, that's correct. I simply look older. Enough with the explanations. Accompany me to the station," the officer declared, clearly unconvinced as he apprehended the uncle. Meanwhile, he activated his body camera and rifled through the uncle's pocket. "Promptly uncovering by Montag wallet. Is this yours?" "Yes. You will also accompany us to provide a statement." "Officer, we have other matters to attend to," Bai Mo began. But Jiang Luohan interjected, "You can clearly see this man is a habitual offender. He deserves a thorough interrogation." The uncle's voice dwindled, his protest lost in the air. Yet the officer merely smiled, patting Jiang Luohan on the shoulder. "Should we require your cooperation, I will be in touch." "Certainly. I would be more than willing to assist in ridding society of its nuisances," Jiang Luohan replied. The officer escorted the uncle and his companions into a police vehicle, leaving the rest unharmed. "Brother Jiang, we shall take our leave now. Please feel free to contact us anytime," the burly man said, suddenly humble before Jiang Luohan. A stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. Jiang Luohan nodded and produced a red envelope. "This is a personal matter. I appreciate your efforts in this endeavor." The burly man accepted it without hesitation. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. We are off now," Bai Mo observed as the group of roughly 10 people squeezed into a vehicle. This incident deepened his impression of Jiang Luohan. Resourceful, resolute, and well-connected. "Let us go and check the hotel," Jiang Luohan said, his demeanor ever cheerful. He patted Bai Mo's shoulder and entered a Santana. With a resident population exceeding 4 million, the provincial capital offered vast market potential, contingent upon strategic execution. A significant portion of my resources is concentrated in the university district, and I initially considered mobilizing students for street retail, akin to the model Luohan proposed. However, since you have a superior method, let us pursue that. Bai Mo nodded, curiosity piqued. "Your so-called university resources, you aren't suggesting enlisting your former girlfriends to rally the students, are you?" Jiang Luohan's expression turned slightly awkward, but he readily admitted, "Well, yes. Thus, matters of romance can be set aside for now. I must first ascertain what they can contribute to my endeavors." He added with a smirk, "Just don't mention this to Luohan, lest she think I've led you astray." Bai Mo found Jiang Luohan to be quite the character, and, at that moment, he began to believe the claims of numerous ex-girlfriends still in contact with him. While Jiang Luohan drove, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and switched to speakerphone. "Miss, what can I do for you?" "Brother, you picked up Bai Mo, right?" "I tried calling, but he didn't answer." Yes. Rest assured, I will safely return him to you." "Good. And remember, no mischief." "What was that?" "I'm driving. Can't hear you well. Must hang up now. Jiang Luohan decisively ended the call and remarked, as an older brother, I should advise you to maintain your integrity from Luohan's perspective, but as a man, I find it hard to adhere to that myself. I suppose I will just turn a blind eye. Bai Mo chuckled, unable to resist teasing. You truly are a commendable brother. Sometimes I think so too. Chapter 54, The Cat with a Story. When Bai Mo arrived, he bore nothing but empty hands, having brought no luggage. At the hotel, he merely collected the room key and, without even entering the room, followed Jiang Luohan to the university district. His startup was located in a residential building not far from the university, with rooms serving as dormitories and the living room functioning as an office and conference space, an all-too-familiar scene for many budding entrepreneurs. I initially considered relocating to the city, but a few of my team members are still in their third year, and commuting would be inconvenient. Bai Mo nodded, unperturbed, and plopped down onto the sofa, only to discover it covered in cat hair. At that moment, he noticed a beautiful American short hair perched atop the computer's casing, gazing at him quizzically. Jiang Luohan walked over and scooped it up. This is Ice Cream, our company's lucky cat. Bai Mo inquired, You keep a cat? Jiang Luohan didn't appear to be the type, as not a single cat hair adorned his attire. Jiang Luohan's expression grew slightly peculiar, a half-smile gracing his face. The story is rather long. I'm not inclined to share it. As Bai Mo reached out to stroke Ice Cream's chin, he continued to question, Does a cat not have a story to tell? Indeed, it possesses more than just a tale. This narrative is quite extensive. When Bai Mo entered, Jiang Luohan instructed someone to fetch him a glass of water. At that moment, the person approached holding the cup and chuckled, This is a token of affection, or perhaps a parting gift. As he shook his head with a sigh, another colleague, who had been typing, set aside his work and approached, delivering a playful punch to him. Damn it, do you tell everyone that? I'm sorry, I was mistaken. The apology was quick, but the barely suppressed laughter on his face revealed it to be merely a verbal concession. He would undoubtedly continue his jesting in the future. Jiang Luohan paid no heed to their playful banter and turned to introduce Bai Mo. This is Zhao Cheng, the cat belongs to him. And this is He Wei. They will be responsible for marketing and promotions. Hello, Mr. Bai. I'm also from Hannan, and I've heard much about Dongxiang recently. I'm delighted to collaborate with you, Zhao Cheng said, extending his hand. Ah, another fellow townsman. Greetings. Zhao Cheng's face bore signs of exhaustion, with long bangs failing to conceal his pronounced dark circles. It seemed his hair had not seen a wash in quite some time, appearing greasy and unkempt. Mr. Bai, don't mind his current disheveled state. He's just heartbroken and hasn't yet moved past it. Once the new female students arrive, he'll be fine, He Wei explained, concerned that Bai Mo might form a poor impression due to Zhao Cheng's appearance. Though they frequently bickered, their bond was strong. Observing Zhao Cheng's state, Bai Mo was suddenly reminded of a song. Does the passionate heart not suffer at the hands of the unfeeling? Alas, he could not recall the lyrics to borrow from. All he could offer was a form of consolation. In truth, it's for the best. Soon you'll realize that the fleeting thrill of earning money far outweighs that momentary turmoil. Zhao Cheng was taken aback, and so was He Wei. Even Jiang Luohan began to stroke his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he reacted to Bai Mo's words with an approving thumbs up. A skilled one indeed. Bai Mo brushed his hand away. All right, let us proceed to dinner. Are there others? Before arriving, Bai Mo had learned from Jiang Luohan that around 10 individuals, all university students, had gathered. Yet, he had only seen 2 thus far, prompting his inquiry. They've gone to explore the market and conduct research. Jiang has invested significant effort into this venture, and no one dares to be lax, He Wei explained. Jiang Luohan muttered under his breath, a bunch of fools. He hadn't orchestrated such arrangements. Enough of them. Let us eat first and regroup later this evening. Bai Mo had no objections, as he was already quite hungry. Prior to this, he had inquired about the funding Jiang Luohan intended to invest. Initially, he had mentioned 300,000, the entirety of his earnings from years of entrepreneurial endeavors during university. However, upon learning of Bai Mo's accomplishments in Hannan, he voluntarily increased it to 1 million, funds he had solicited from his family. To pursue this endeavor, he had even consulted Jiang, and only after Jiang expressed confidence in Dongxiang did he approach his parents for assistance. From a moment, Bai Mo met Jiang Luohan. He sensed the profound respect those around him held for him. Whether it was the burly man at the train station or these fresh-faced university students, the sentiment was unanimous. In 2004, the area surrounding Yuzhong University was still quite desolate, devoid of other projects, yet there was no shortage of food. Let us grab a quick bite for lunch. I'll treat you properly tonight. As they indulged in spicy hot pot, their faces flushed from the heat, they voiced their enjoyment. While Jiang Luohan took a sip of water, He turned to Bai Mo and inquired, "By the way, didn't you mention a friend was in the provincial capital recently? Should we invite her to join us tonight?" "I'll check if she is free," Bai Mo replied, setting down his chopsticks. He promptly called Su Wan. She had been busy coordinating celebrity engagements on Weibo lately. Her mother was very supportive and had helped her arrange meetings with several media companies in the provincial capital. "Have you arrived in the provincial capital? Where are you now?" Bai Mo had only informed Su Wan of his intent to visit the provincial capital, not the specific timing, so she was unaware of his arrival before receiving his call. It wasn't that Bai Mo wished to withhold information. Rather, without mobile ticketing, he himself was uncertain about train schedules. "I'm currently in the university town. Do you have plans for tonight?" "None." "All right, let us have dinner together then." "Sure." Just as they were about to hang up, Bai Mo faintly heard Su Wan's mother's voice on the other end. "Xiaowan, don't forget, your sister Qin invited you to join her tonight." Bai Mo barely caught that before the line went dead. Su Wan had hung up too quickly. Glancing at his phone, he hastily tucked it away. "Whatever." She said she had no plans anyway. "A girl?" Jiang Luohan, sitting beside Bai Mo, caught a hint of Su Wan's voice. Bai Mo generously nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes. A high school classmate. She is in the same class as your sister." Jiang Luohan, with a strand of instant noodles hanging from his mouth, stared at Bai Mo in astonishment. "You're impressive. I only dare to pursue girls from different schools." After saying this, Jiang Luohan slurped the noodles into his mouth. "You're quite bold to admit that to me, aren't you?" "Not worried, I'll tell Luohan." Bai Mo remained unfazed, continuing his meal. He tossed his phone toward Jiang Luohan. "If you mention Su Wan's presence, trust me, your sister will come running." Jiang Luohan paused, contemplating. "Then perhaps I'll pass." Chapter 55. "Handsome guy, may I have your QQ?" Xian. "Look, isn't that Qin? It truly is her." In a restaurant at the center of Yuzhong City, a group of youthful students whispered excitedly upon spotting Qin. "Xian, weren't you hoping to break into the entertainment industry? Hurry and get acquainted. She is the big boss of 2U Media." After the turn of the millennium, many artists from Hong Kong and Taiwan transitioned to the mainland, spurring the growth of the entertainment market there. 2U Media was at the forefront of this wave, boasting numerous artists and a wealth of reputable film and television copyrights. Qin was the visionary behind 2U Media. Upon hearing the encouragement, a girl named Xian approached without hesitation. "Hello, Sister Qin." At just 27 years old, Qin exuded an air of authority. Only after someone greeted her did she turn her gaze. "Who are you?" Luohan. "I was fortunate to be invited by a talent scout from your company." "Greetings, Xian." Qin appraised Xian with a discerning eye. With light makeup and large, expressive eyes, she appeared particularly innocent and charming. She certainly possessed the potential to be discovered. "I may be developing with your company in the future, so I hope you'll look out for me." Xian faced Qin's scrutinizing gaze without a hint of trepidation, presenting herself with remarkable poise. She felt that merely having Qin remember her name would be a success. Evidently, she had achieved that. "If the opportunity arises, I certainly will." As the two were engrossed in their delightful conversation, a group of individuals entered the scene. Wei, leading the pack, abruptly stepped back upon spotting Yashuan and her companions, hastily clasping Zhao Cheng's shoulder. "Old Zhao, let me advise you, do not get overly excited." "Huh?" Jiang Luohan and the others quickly lifted their heads in curiosity upon hearing this. "What a coincidence. Should we change locations?" Bai Mo, still unaware of the situation, observed as Su Wan approached him with a playful demeanor. "Hey, handsome, could I have your QQ?" Su Wan feigned ignorance of Bai Mo, winking mischievously at him. Jiang Luohan and the others were astonished, even momentarily forgetting about Zhao Cheng. "Are my eyes deceiving me? This stunning girl is actually asking for QQ? Go ahead and give it to her. If you don't, we certainly will." Their astonishment deepened when Bai Mo surprisingly declined. Sorry, but I'm not that kind of person." The others chimed in weakly. "We'd all be more than willing to be that kind of person." "So one chakith. Cover her mouth. It's better to not be too casual. If you want to give your QQ, how about joining us for a meal instead?" Upon witnessing the glances Su Wan directed at Bai Mo, Jiang Luohan sighed. His cousin was quite exceptional, yet Su Wan seemed to hold her own as well. It was truly frustrating for him. "All right, could you two refrain from flaunting your chemistry? I'm getting full just watching you without having eaten." Jiang Luohan jested, and the others soon realized they had been playfully teased by Mo and Su Wan. One of them chimed in, "I knew it. This beauty isn't blind. How could she not see I'm the most handsome one here?" "So you two are already acquainted?" Su Wan nudged Bai Mo's shoulder, her voice laced with curiosity. Bai Mo wore a befuddled expression. "I'm completely in the dark." Although uncertain, he deduced that the attractive girl must have abandoned her college boyfriend for her dreams of stardom. "So you're Bai Mo? Indeed, quite the dashing figure," Yashuan remarked. a smile gracing her lips. No wonder Xiaowan wanted to divert my attention today. Did I? Suwan inquired, her gaze fixed on Hu Yashuan. Hu Yashuan, taken aback by her expression, almost doubted herself. Didn't you? Hu Yashuan chose not to press the matter further and turned her attention back to He Qin, her tone softening once more. Sister Qin, there seems to be some misunderstanding regarding them. I'll take my leave now. I'll be awaiting your call. He Qin maintained a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement as Hu Yashuan departed. As she brushed past Zhao Cheng, there was a noticeable pause, albeit brief. Do you two know each other? Suwan inquired, nudging Bai Mo again. Bai Mo, still puzzled, replied, I have no idea. Yet, he surmised the underlying story. A girl, attractive yet ambitious, had likely sacrificed her college romance for the pursuit of fame. You must be Bai Mo. You certainly present an impressive figure. He Qin said with a smile. No wonder Xiaowan aimed to steer me away. Sister Qin, did I? Suwan asked, peering at He Qin. Seeing her expression, He Qin nearly questioned her own judgment. Didn't you? Rather than clarify, He Qin welcomed everyone. All right, everyone, let us find our seats. In the presence of He Qin, the young college students appeared somewhat restrained. Jiang Luohan, unperturbed, nudged Bai Mo and said, Aren't you going to introduce us? However, Suwan interjected, Suwan, a classmate of Luohan. Hello, cousin. On their way, Suwan had inquired about the attendees. Knowing Bai Mo was in the provincial capital for business and unlikely to be alone. Upon discovering Jiang Luohan was Luohan's cousin, Suwan exhibited little reaction, which left Jiang Luohan bewildered. Hello, this is my sister, He Qin. She is probably older than everyone here, so you can call her Sister Qin. Suwan tentatively remarked, only to receive a sharp glare from He Qin. Are you implying I'm old? Suwan calmly retorted, you said it yourself. It was evident that He Qin harbored a mixture of affection and exasperation towards Suwan, ultimately sighing. Compared to you all, I do feel a tad older. No worries. Spend more time with us, and you'll feel young again, Bai Mo interjected at the opportune moment. This only deepened He Qin's discomfort. So they're all saying I'm old now. He Qin, wishing to pivot away from the topic of age, quickly shifted the conversation. I heard your company, Dongxiang, plans to expand nationally. Would you be interested in a collaboration? Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at He Qin. What is wrong? He Qin queried, puzzled by his reaction. You bear an uncanny resemblance to my long-lost 18-year-old sister. Chapter 56. Does our sister prefer young boys? He Qin erupted into laughter, her amusement reminiscent of a goose's honk. She had endured countless flattery, yet Bai Mo's earnest absurdity was a refreshing surprise. Once she composed herself, her eyes sparkled with warmth as she regarded Bai Mo. Then I shall address you as my younger brother. Very well, sister, Bai Mo replied. As for the collaboration, shall we discuss it over coffee sometime? Bai Mo had planned an extensive promotional strategy for Dongxiang, incorporating advertisements featuring sports stars alongside charitable endeavors. The concept of charity was not merely a slogan. It was an unwavering commitment. Engaging in benevolent acts could remain anonymous, yet visibility was crucial. When a moment arose, exposure could yield unexpected benefits. However, Bai Mo had yet to devise the most effective approach. Announcing that for every item sold, a donation would be made was feasible. Yet it risked creating a moral dilemma. While it might elevate his reputation, it could jeopardize the standing of other clothing brands, turning Dongxiang into a target for the entire industry, a situation that could prove counterproductive. Thus, Bai Mo had been contemplating a more nuanced strategy that would achieve his goals without inciting backlash from competitors. As fortune would have it, He Qin presented an opportunity. Suwan had mentioned during their phone conversation that He Qin would be accompanying them and briefly described her background. Her intention was to devise a strategy to divert He Qin's attention, yet Bai Mo had resolutely asserted that such tactics were unethical. Upon learning of He Qin's identity, he had formulated a comprehensive plan, but was uncertain how to broach the subject, until she introduced it herself. Sister, how about we find a cafe after dinner to discuss this further? He Qin rolled her eyes at his rapid change in demeanor. Your flattery is indeed sweet, and your thoughts are rather intricate. Bai Mo graciously nodded in acknowledgement. However, that largely depends on the individual. You wouldn't expect that I could naturally call everyone sister, would you? He Qin chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and then turned to Suwan. Little Wan, it's not the liar that is frightening, but rather those who are fully aware of the deceit, yet still choose to believe. Suwan nodded in agreement. I concur, yet sometimes, lies can be more melodious than the truth. Bai Mo felt a pang of embarrassment, scratching his nose awkwardly, though the discomfort did not linger long. After dinner today, I'll see Little Wan home, and we can discuss the collaboration tomorrow. Suwan looked at He Qin in confusion. Did I ask you to see me home? He Qin blinked playfully. You didn't tea at first, but now you do. But I never said so, Su Wan protested. I said it, and that's enough. Bai Mo sensed that his seemingly affectionate sister harbored some prejudice against him. While conversing with Su Wan, she often cast wary glances in his direction, as if to warn Su Wan, be cautious, he is not a good person. Fortunately, Bai Mo possessed enough shamelessness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure the situation. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat stifled due to the presence of He Qin and Su Wan, and the group, led by Jiang Luohan, felt somewhat constrained. They dined in silence, having scarcely touched their drinks, aside from Jiang Luohan occasionally uttering a few words. The rest remained as mute as clams. He Qin's commanding presence effectively subdued the entire gathering. So, you all know that Xian Xian? He Qin broached the topic. At the mention of the name, Zhao Cheng involuntarily shuddered. Seizing the moment before others could formulate their responses, he spoke up. I know her, but we're not close. He had discerned that Hu Yashuan's presence was merely an attempt to curry favor with He Qin. Though we parted ways, we did love once. There's nothing else to wish for, so I hope she finds success in her career. She has a lovely singing voice. Jiang Luohan and the others wished to speak, but held back upon noticing Zhao Cheng's pleading gaze fixed on them. However, their subtle gestures were not lost on He Qin, who had witnessed such scenarios far too often. Perhaps due to a blend of boredom and newfound mischief, she inquired, how well do you sing? Zhao Cheng was puzzled by her question and could only reply, this is so. Surely you jest. He Wei interjected excitedly. So, Qinjia, let me tell you. He won first place in our school's singing competition. It's a pity there's only supergirls and no superboys now. He sang his way into her heart. Realizing he had misspoken, He Wei quickly changed the subject. Let us just eat. He Qin seized upon the key point. Singing well is commendable, and even if one doesn't it's not a problem. Tomorrow, you should contact him and mention that I recommended you. As she spoke, she handed over a business card. Zhao Cheng was taken aback, but accepted it nonetheless. Xingye, are you trying to steal my talent? Although Jiang Luohan feigned reluctance, he couldn't help but feel elated. This was clearly He Qin's intention to elevate Zhao Cheng's status. Is that so? He Qin responded, resuming her meal. Eat more vegetables. A space separated Bai Mo from He Qin, occupied by Su Wan. At that moment, Bai Mo turned to Su Wan and inquired, does our sister have a penchant for cute boys? Su Wan chucked it, coveting Hermot. Now that you mention it, it does seem quite possible. Do you think she would fancy someone like me? After a moment of contemplation, Su Wan offered, shall I ask her for you? Sure. Without hesitation, Su Wan turned to He Qin and called out, Qinjia, Bai Mo wants to know if you like boys like him. Her voice was loud enough for not just their table, but also those at adjacent tables to hear, drawing a flurry of curious glances. Wow. Even with Bai Mo's thick skin, he felt a sudden urge to find a hole to hide in. Su Wan, you've gone bad. Su Wan's expression was one of triumph, a smirk playing at her lips as she winked at Bai Mo. You asked me to ask. Bai Mo, catching the glint in He Qin's eye, hurriedly interjected, sister. Let me explain. He Qin, not one to take joking remarks to heart, merely set down her chopsticks and regarded him. Go ahead, start your defense. Bai Mo wasted no time and spoke directly. I heard Su Wan say you don't have a boyfriend yet, so I wanted to ask what type you prefer. I have an uncle, tall, kind-hearted, and good-tempered. Su Wan, recalling Bai Mo's uncle, chuckled at the thought. I can vouch for that. He really is tall. Tall is a descriptor that can also imply imposing. A tall figure with a big belly, two distinct phrases. Coincidentally, He Tsung fits that description perfectly. He Qin was not the type to blush over a mere jest. With her hands propped under her chin, she displayed a neutral expression. Well, that might be worth a meeting. Chapter 57. Nostalgic charm. As He Qin prepared to leave, she casually settled the bill and exchanged contact information with Bai Mo before getting into her red BMW. Although Su Wan was reluctant to part ways, she realized that if she didn't leave, He Qin would follow her, making the entire group uncomfortable. Thus, she reluctantly climbed into the car. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Bai Mo, she rolled up the window. Driver, let us go. He Qin rolled her eyes but pressed the accelerator. On the way back, He Qin suddenly asked, so that day, the one who blocked your way was him? Jis, Su Wan nodded. He was even more handsome back then. He Qin remained silent, continuing her inquiries. So you went to Jiangsu and Zhujiang because of him? Su Wan gazed out the window, a smile gracing her lips. Because the food there is delicious. Upon hearing this, He Qin wisely refrained from pressing further. Su Wan had always possessed a strong will, once she made a decision. No one could sway her. After He Qin's departure, Jiang Luohan and his companions felt an immediate sense of relief. They had inexplicably enjoyed a free meal, and that sensation was delightful. After Jiang Luohan spoke, he casually draped an arm around Zhao Cheng's shoulders. Old Zhao, if you make it big in the future, don't forget your brothers. Zhao Qing managed a bitter smile. We're still a long way from that. Ever since he had seen Hu Yaxuan at the restaurant that day, his spirits had remained low. Jiang Zuan was accustomed to Zhao Qing's demeanor and simply remarked, "All right. Since Bai Mo is here today, let us all unwind. Clover Bar. Fei Fei and her friends are already waiting for us. Go. There's a saying that the bright lights and flowing drinks forge a man's ambition, while fickle hearts reveal a woman's charm." Bai Mo was indifferent to the notion of ambition. He was more intrigued by the local customs and culture. In the dim light, amidst the pulsating and cacophonous music, a throng of revelers danced wildly in the center of the dance floor, occasionally punctuated by the shrill screams of women and the laughter of men. Bai Mo's perception of bars can be distilled into two words: release and romantic encounters. The lonely seek companionship, the curious yearn for pleasure, and the disheartened seek solace. In his previous life, he had little need for such outlets, nor did he desire fleeting affairs. He only ventured into such establishments when necessary to entertain clients. However, the conspicuous Maserati key in his hand rendered him uncertain of whether he was the hunter or the prey. "Brother Jiang, over here, please." Jiang Zuan was a regular patron of this bar. Upon entering, he was immediately approached by a heavily made-up middle-aged woman who linked her arm with his. "Your friends have been waiting for you." Jiang Zuan nodded in acknowledgement, occasionally brushing against the woman's prominent curves, eliciting her continuous giggles. "Brother Jiang, you're quite insufferable." Bai Mo mused, which contributed to his aversion towards bars, particularly those of this era. The thought of being addressed as brother by someone over a decade his senior made him cringe for days. At that moment, he began to dread the prospect of encountering those so-called Fei Fei's friends. Thankfully, it appeared he was overthinking. The matron led the group to a spacious booth already occupied by a dozen young women, all of whom were quite attractive despite the flickering lights. "Brother Jiang." A girl in a short skirt leaped to her feet upon spotting Jiang Zuan, bouncing over to him. "You finally made it." As she spoke, she nestled against him like a little bird. After affectionately ruffling her hair, Jiang Zuan gestured towards Bai Mo. "You met everyone else. This is my brother, Bai Mo. A wealthy tycoon, so treat him well." Fei Fei nodded and flashed a smile at Bai Mo. "Hello, Mr. Bai." After exchanging pleasantries, she beckoned one of her friends from the back. "Cece, take good care of Mr. Bai." The girl named Cece exhibited a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Yet, upon being called, she rose to her feet. "Hello, Mr. Bai." Bai Mo scrutinized her, finding no trace of the sultry demeanor often associated with women of the night. Jiang Zuan, noticing this as well, leaned closer to Fei Fei. "Which school is she from?" "Communications." Fei Fei seemed to anticipate his question, responding before he could voice it. She volunteered. "Her family is struggling, and she has encountered some difficulties." Jiang Zuan nodded in understanding. While they conversed, Cece awkwardly linked her arm with Bai Mo's. Despite the cacophony surrounding them, he could distinctly hear her rapid breaths, which ignited a pang of guilt within him. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Even if he weren't there, someone else would be, which made the situation more bearable. At that moment, Cece tremulously raised her glass towards him. "Mr. Bai, I toast to you." Bai Mo merely intended to sip from his glass, but was taken aback when Cece gulped it down in one go. This was Louis XIII, specifically ordered by Jiang Zuan for Bai Mo. It was astonishing that she finished it in one swig. Afterward, her discomfort was evident as she squinted, attempting to maintain her composure. Bai Mo pondered for a moment before setting his glass down. She merely sought a bit of courage from the drink. He had no need to interfere. "Perhaps you should stick with this." Bai Mo offered a bottle of mineral water, handing it to her. "Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Just lean on me. You needn't do anything else, and your compensation will remain intact." Cece, feeling slightly dizzy from the alcohol, gave a gentle shake of her head. But Sister Fei Fei said, "I'll make the calls here." Bai Montauk replied, "Oh." Cece nodded and leaned against him. The effects of her rapid drinking soon took hold, and she succumbed to sleep while leaning against him. Throughout the evening, Jiang Zuan and the others intermittently sought Bai Mo for drinks, sharing knowing smiles at the sight before them. "Bai Mo, enjoy yourself. Rest assured, I won't spill any secrets," Jiang Zuan declared, having consumed a few drinks himself, and began boasting about his prowess. "This collaboration will surely yield mutual benefits. Leave the Yuzhong market to me. My network earned me 300,000 in 3 years. Bai Mo, unable to bear his self-aggrandizement, quietly interjected, "I made 2 million in 2 weeks. Jiang Zuan fell silent, while Fei Fei gaped at Bai Mo in astonishment. After a moment, Jiang Zuan spat, "Damn, you're truly a freak. Thank goodness you're not coming to Yuzhong. Otherwise, each encounter would be a torment." With that, he slumped against Fei Fei. "Mr. Bai, Brother Jiang is intoxicated. I'll take him to rest. Please feel free." Bai Montauk nodded, preparing to leave as the others had already vanished, leaving only He accompanying Zhao Cheng in their drunken stupor. Noticing their solitude, He staggered to his feet, grumbling, "Damn it, I still have to babysit you. When you become a big star, you owe me a few beautiful girls." Zhao Cheng, eyes closed, struggled to raise his hands but failed. "No problem." Chapter 58. The fragrance of darkness. Wake up, everyone is gone. After the last patron had departed, Bai Mo gently nudged Cece. As she rubbed her eyes, he stood up and made his way toward the bar exit, not forgetting to remind her, "You should head out too." Still groggy, Cece took a moment to regain her senses and discovered over 1,000 yuan and a note mysteriously added to her bag, instructing her to find a hotel for the night. Setting aside the fact that the city center was far from her school, it was perilous for an attractive girl who had consumed alcohol to return home alone. Even if she made it back, her entrance to the campus would be barred. Bai Mo did not wish to jeopardize someone's safety due to a minor oversight. The night air was thick with heat as he stood at the corner, smoking and waiting for a taxi. Late at night, the streets were littered with various flyers. Although curiosity tugged at him, he refrained from investigating further, aware of the potential dangers they posed. Arriving at the hotel, he did not ascend immediately, but instead sought out a nearby internet cafe. The cafe was bustling, populated largely by gamers, though a few girls were watching television, each accompanied by a male companion. It was only during his school days that he had encountered girls willing to spend an entire night with him in such a venue. Bai Mo was not there to play games. He opened a document and began to draft plans, for since He Qin had afforded him this opportunity for collaboration, he would naturally provide a satisfactory proposal. "Where's Dad? The life of yearning? Run fast, brother." He Qin gazed at the various proposals in her hands, then at the fatigue Bai Mo, exclaiming in surprise, "Did you write these overnight?" Bai Mo yawned and nodded in affirmation. "Yes." He Qin felt increasingly perplexed. "Did you all not go out last night?" "We did," Bai Mo interjected, "and we even engaged in a bit of altruism." He Qin had no desire to delve into the nightlife of the youth. However, the proposals laid out before her did catch her attention. By 2004, domestic variety shows had gained considerable momentum, and He Qin was keen to venture into this realm, though she had yet to find a suitable plan. "Are you suggesting that while producing a variety show, we could simultaneously incorporate charity and advertising?" "Precisely," Bai Montauk replied. "After all, you are my sister. I cannot allow you to incur losses. This way, your program will flourish, and the artists will enhance their reputations. A quintessential win-win scenario." As Bai Mo spoke with He Qin, Suwon handed over a freshly brewed cup of coffee. "I find it quite feasible, Qin. Why not give it a try?" He Qin set aside the proposal and turned her gaze toward Suwon. "Did it not occur to you to make me a cup?" Suwon blinked innocently. Then, she promptly called out towards the entrance, "Sister Ho, please prepare a cup of coffee for our boss." Upon receiving an affirmative response, "Certainly," He Qin could only sigh, choosing not to elaborate further. "I suppose we could give it a shot. However, let me clarify. I won't be investing significantly in the first season of the variety show. As for the charitable donations you mentioned, I can agree to that." He Qin's swift agreement delighted Bai Mo, who naturally did not dare to ask for more. "Excellent, sister. Here is to a pleasant collaboration. All right, I have several meetings to attend. You may return to your tasks. Someone will be in touch with you shortly." He Qin was indeed quite busy. The time spent with Bai Mo was carved out of her hectic schedule. Once the matters were settled, she wasted no time in ushering Bai Mo out. However, Bai Mo took no offense and left with a cheerful demeanor. "Take care." Suwon also departed, conversing with Bai Mo about the progress on Weibo. "We have already contacted top-tier influencers like Hua Gu and Fa Gu to join. Their impact will undoubtedly attract a large number of stars to follow suit." Bai Mo was taken aback upon hearing these names and stared at Suwon in astonishment. "You managed to reach out to them?" Bai Mo realized he had underestimated Suwon all along. Although he was aware of her capabilities, he had not anticipated her possessing such an extensive network. Suwon smiled, satisfied with Bai Mo's reaction. "Much of this is thanks to Qin. Her family's connections in the entertainment industry are quite remarkable." Bai Mo nodded in acknowledgement. He was curious about the relationship between Suwon and He Qin, but did not get the chance to inquire further. "Are you busy this afternoon?" "Busy," Bai Mo answered without hesitation. This response was evidently anticipated by Suwon, who was not disheartened. She continued playfully, "What? Busy?" feeling her hand on his waist. Bai Mo pondered for a moment and rephrased, "Not busy anymore." Upon hearing this, Suwon nodded in satisfaction. "Oh, that's good. I visited Qing City many times. The only time I went to Qingshan Lake Amusement Park was when my mother took me there as a child. It was quite enjoyable." As Suwon spoke, she looked up at Bai Mo, waiting for him to complete her thought. Bai Mo, fully aware of her expectations, decided to indulge her this time. "In light of the coffee, the amusement park, I happen to want to go. Would you like to join?" "Sure, but you can retract your hand first, right?" Suwon naturally withdrew her hand behind her back, skipping ahead while humming a tune. Bai Mo recognized the melody as the theme song from a popular drama, Dark Fragrance. It struck him as quite a solemn song, yet she sang it with such joy. Bai Mo was none the wiser as to what brought her delight. Qingshan Lake Amusement Park held countless memories for the residents of Yuzhong, and even Bai Mo, who had seldom visited, knew of its illustrious reputation. Unfortunately, over the years, it had gradually fallen from grace, even facing neglect. In 2004, before Yuzhong Star was established, the park was still frequented by many, predominantly parents accompanying their children, along with a few young couples. Suwon and Bai Mo appeared perfectly at ease together. She even offered the cotton candy Bai Mo had just bought her, bringing it to his lips. Just as he was about to take a bite, she abruptly pulled it away. Go buy your own if you want to eat. I just bought that. Now it belongs to me, Suwon retorted, glancing at Bai Mo. Is there a problem? As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Chapter 59. I have a friend. I gave you the full amount, and you tell me you went to an internet cafe last night? Jiang Luohan looked at Bai Mo in disbelief, feeling a pang of regret for the extra money spent. Bai Mo remained unfazed. However, seeing Jiang Luohan's expression, he tentatively suggested, shall we call her back again today? Jiang Luohan sighed, realizing he was the one playing the villain. Forget it. I'll be more careful next time. With that, he sat down at the conference table and tossed a representation contract across the surface. Take a look. Bai Mo was not in Yuzhong for leisure. His focus was on the market here. Yesterday, Jiang Luohan had been insistent, and he had not declined, but today it was time to discuss serious matters. Suwon understood this, so she did not linger at the amusement park for long, finding an excuse to leave early. She did mention that she would return with him to Hannan. Bai Mo perused the contract, noting that most of the content had already been agreed upon. However, Jiang Luohan had surprisingly made some concessions regarding profits. Jiang Luohan was straightforward, addressing Bai Mo directly. Your target is the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai area. I will not compete with you. If your venture in Yuzhong proves successful, I wish to expand into other regions of East China. Bai Mo gently set the contract down and regarded him quietly. Although it was merely a verbal promise, Bai Mo was not one to speak lightly. Familiarity did not equate to mixing business with pleasure. Once the Dongxiang brand effect took hold, many would likely be eager to seize the opportunity to become agents. Noticing Bai Mo's demeanor, Jiang Luohan adopted a more serious tone. I firmly believe that online shopping is the future. I have already begun to establish contacts in this area. I will take care of the other regions in East China outside of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, while you can focus on establishing an online store for Dongxiang. In 2004, domestic online shopping platforms were just beginning to take shape, yet the total transaction volume had already soared into the 8-digit range. This was merely the beginning. In 2005, online shopping transactions would experience explosive growth, with subsequent years yielding geometric increases. Bai Mo was also inclined to develop in this direction. However, one's capabilities are ultimately limited, and he found himself unable to manage everything at once. Jiang Luohan's willingness to take on this task was welcome, though he needed to maintain an air of nonchalance. Last year, a new online shopping platform called Taobao was established. Although it only facilitates secure transactions for now, it will undoubtedly continue to improve. So you might want to look into it. If possible, investing it would be wise. Jiang Luohan had originally intended to pursue an online platform and was aware of this emerging website. However, upon hearing Bai Mo's words, he shook his head. Becoming a merchant is relatively straightforward. However, their website currently lacks a retail clothing store. As for equity investment, Jiang Luohan let out a sigh at the mention. His transaction volume had already exceeded 30 million last year, yet the capital requirements for investment are exceedingly high now. Bai Mo refrained from further comment, saying, consider it as if I never mentioned it. Just ensure you don't regret it later. Jiang Luohan felt somewhat swayed by Bai Mo's words. However, upon reflecting on his financial constraints, he reluctantly decided to abandon the idea for the time being, thinking it might be better to revisit it in a few years. How about the contract? Bai Mo wasted no time, signing his name and affixing a seal to the agreement. The dining utensils were all carried with him. Let me be clear. If Yuzhong fails to achieve the desired transaction volume, I will not grant you the rights for the East China region. Jiang Luohan smiled awkwardly. Just watch and see. The marketers had already been in discussions. Once you grant me the agency rights, I can approach them for funds tomorrow. Just wait for the money to roll in. Upon hearing the phrase, collect money, Bai Mo's spirits lifted considerably. It seemed that this month's wages for the employees and the payment for his uncle's goods were finally secure. Bai Mo had made no interventions in the entire Yuzhong market. Having handed it over, he intended to do so entirely. After receiving the agency contract, Jiang Luohan set his plans into motion. Passion is what university students lack the least. a quality Bai Mo himself did not possess. While others gambled everything, he had no burdens whatsoever. Even bankruptcy did not faze him. After all, the World Cup was just 2 years away. Though he could only recall the champion and runner-up teams, that was sufficient. Bai Mo lingered in Yuzhong for a couple more days, primarily because Su Wan mentioned that a Hong Kong Taiwanese star she admired was coming. With nothing else to do, Bai Mo decided to wait alongside her. Jiang Luohan. He Qin nodded. Yes, our company has some business collaboration with her, and she happens to be available. So we extended an invitation. Bai Mo did not have a deep impression of her, only remembering that she was the sole torchbearer from Taiwan during the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Aside from that, a song lingered in his mind, Invisible Wings. He pondered whether it was this song that made her famous or if she had elevated the song itself. She likely hadn't composed it yet at that time. If this song were to serve as the theme for a poverty alleviation MV, Bai Mo's ideas began to spark anew. Do you like her too? Su Wan inquired, noticing Bai Mo lost in thought. He shook his head, admitting he only knew she sang beautifully. Afterward, he turned to He Qin and asked, by the way, sister, for your business collaboration, are you hoping to sign her to develop in the mainland? He Qin nodded generously. Indeed, she sees potential in the development of the domestic entertainment scene, and I see potential in her. Sister, a friend of mine wrote a song that I believe would suit her perfectly. You have a friend who writes songs? Su Wan expressed her surprise. In her memory, Bai Mo's social circle, while complex, consisted solely of peers. It was implausible that he knew someone who specialized in songwriting. Bai Mo shrugged. I have another friend who left the capital to attend a university in Jiangsu in Zhejiang. Isn't that even more incredible? Su Wan turned to gaze out the window, adopting an attitude that suggested it was none of her concern. The weather is truly lovely. He Qin, feeling somewhat helpless, diverted the conversation. Do you have a lyrics? Let me see. Of course, please make some space. Bai Mo said as he approached He Qin, indicating she should move a bit. He intended to print the lyrics using her office computer. He Qin hesitated, as her computer was off-limits to others due to the abundance of sensitive information stored within. The internet connection had even been disabled for security. However, upon noticing Su Wan nearby, she acquiesced. Bai Mo recognized that this was not entirely appropriate. After all, who knew what sensitive material a media person's computer might contain? He merely wished to test her attitude. Although he addressed her as sister, it was driven by self-interest. To his surprise, He Qin actually moved aside, even neglecting to assert that she should not touch her files. Sister, if you encounter difficulties in the future, I will truly assist you. He Qin shot him a glance, sensing a shift in his tone. What? Were your earlier offers of help insincere? Chapter 60. The quota for Bai Mo, while typing on the keyboard, expressed his confusion. Did I ever say that before? I don't believe so. Without allowing He Qin a moment to ponder, he swiftly changed the subject. Sister Qin, I only have the lyrics. I cannot compose the melody. However, I do know the melody. You have a dedicated teacher for that, right? Yes, He Qin replied, reaching for the phone to call the front desk. Please, I want you to come to my office. No sooner had she hung up than a short-haired girl in her 20s entered the room. Sister Qin, did you call for me? Take a look at his lyrics and determine how to compose the melody. Wang Yi glanced in the direction of He Qin's pointing finger, and upon seeing Bai Mo leaning against He Qin's executive chair, she initially appeared taken aback. However, she soon nodded and approached. All right. As she examined the lyrics, Wang Yi felt a spark of inspiration. Bai Mo then suggested, shall I hum the general melody for you? Although Bai Mo was not particularly adept at singing, humming the melody posed no issue. All right, just a moment. I will get the recorder to document it. Wang Yi worked efficiently, and after Bai Mo hummed it once, she was able to ascertain the melody. She even made some adjustments to the parts that were slightly off-key. Sister Qin, this song is fantastic. Wang Yi exclaimed, handing the first draft to He Qin. While He Qin was not a professional musician, her exposure to music had granted her some level of expertise. After reviewing it, she nodded in satisfaction, returning the draft to Wang Yi and signaling her to continue refining it. She then turned to Bai Mo and remarked, very inspiring. It could serve as the title track. Are you suggesting I present this to Jiang Luohan as a welcome gift? Bai Montak nodded. Yes. However, I intend for this song to be the annual theme song for our initiative. This year, we have donated supplies to numerous schools in remote mountainous areas, and we are currently in need of a spokesperson to shoot an MV. He Qin found it difficult to refuse. This was immensely beneficial news for her. Since learning that Jiang Luohan was interested in entering the mainland market, multiple companies had approached her. She was now in a position to negotiate, and presenting this gift at this juncture would indeed give her an advantage. This was far more credible than merely painting grand visions without substance. I will first communicate with her and gauge her interest. If she is unwilling, I cannot do anything, especially since she is not yet an artist under our company. With the song now on the table, Bai Mo found it hard to envision a scenario where it could fail. He smiled at He. Success is a matter of effort. I await your good news. By the way, how is Zhao Cheng doing? Bai Mo suddenly recalled that Zhao Cheng was still with He's company and casually inquired. He pondered for a moment before recalling who Zhao Cheng was. However, she still shook her head, indicating she was unaware. At that moment, her sudden whim was merely a mischievous fancy, hardly warranting much attention. She had merely instructed her subordinates to keep a watchful eye. She was curious to see if her words could indeed alter the course of someone's destiny or salvage a relationship. He should presently be engaged in study at the company. If you wish to know, I could summon him for a brief inquiry. Bai Mo quickly shook his head. Let it be. He did not wish to disturb him. After speaking, he cast a peculiar glance at He. Sister Qin, you didn't actually bring in that Huyashuan, did you? He chuckled lightly. Why not? It's a splendid gimmick. Bai Mo couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Indeed, she was a media person, adept at creating news even in the absence of it. He, wishing to avoid entangling herself in this topic further, continued speaking to Bai Mo. I had the team review your proposals, and considering the current market trends, everyone seems inclined towards competitive shows like Running Man. It appears to be quite suitable. What do you think? Bai Mo understood that He and her team were undoubtedly more knowledgeable about the television variety market than he was. Since they deemed it favorable, there should be no issues. He replied directly to He. I have no objections, as long as we can visit some impoverished areas during filming. He acknowledged with a nod, as this was already part of the plan. It would not only promote Bai Mo, but also enhance the artist's reputation, while simultaneously aiding the people in those regions, a win-win situation. Do you have any suggestions for guest selections? Or is there someone you wish to see rise to fame? I could offer you a guest slot. After pondering for a moment, Bai Mo responded, I'll need to think it through. Although I haven't interacted with any celebrity artists yet, I wouldn't mind holding on to this slot. Just because I haven't now doesn't mean I won't later. There is still ample time from planning to inviting guests and then filming. If some oblivious young star were to approach me and was willing to make sacrifices, I wouldn't be averse to that. Sister Qin, you're attempting Bai Mo to err. Su-Wan interjected from the side, pouting as she teased He. Initially, when Bai Mo and He were discussing serious matters, she had chosen to remain silent. However, she hadn't anticipated that He would use a variety show slot to entice Bai Mo. Though she was not part of this circle, she understood the lengths to which individuals would go for exposure. Not to mention, even those seasoned individuals in their 30s or 40s could be swayed by such temptations. He retorted, how can this be termed as temptation? The choice is reciprocal. He can refuse, after all. Turning to Bai Mo, she asked, Brother, will you decline? Bai Mo replied, Sister, I find it hard to utter the word decline to you. With his suave demeanor, he had made his choice clear, prompting Su-Wan to refrain from further comments. However, she still offered a reminder, Bai Mo. Your venture will undoubtedly thrive, perhaps even become a national brand. In such circumstances, your reputation is paramount. You must avoid excessive scandal and gossip. This was Su-Wan's primary concern. A slot is trivial, but reputation is monumental. The standing of an entrepreneur can significantly influence the trajectory of their business. Bai Mo understood this all too well. He was acutely aware of the power of public opinion. Guanxi was a prime example. Someone whose promising career was overshadowed by a scandal, forcing him from the public eye. Yet, Guanxi's journey had its merits. Currently, Dong Xiang was not yet successful, and Bai Mo remained relatively unknown, thus escaping scrutiny. However, once Dong Xiang gained nationwide recognition, the narrative would shift. As the youthful owner of Dong Xiang, his story would surely captivate media attention. One could speculate that even his high school math scores would be scrutinized. Should any rumors of him being involved with a young star emerge, it would be challenging for that star not to gain fame. Chapter 61. The Wasted Youth. Ignored by Bai Mo. On the train, Su-Wan sat beside Bai Mo, wearing headphones. Upon hearing a new song, she removed one earpiece and placed it in Bai Mo's ear. Jiang Luohan recorded this song, though it's not yet publicly released. You should give it a listen. It's truly beautiful. She mentioned that the song resonated deeply with her, and she wanted to arrange a meeting with him. When Jiang Luohan met with He, she was still undecided about which company to sign with, but upon receiving the lyrics from He, she nodded without hesitation. As she put it, the song evoked an inexplicable familiarity. Bai Mo initially felt drowsy, but the moment Su-Wan inserted the headphone, he was instantly invigorated. Jiang Luohan's voice was ethereal and enchanting, delivering a profound impact through the song. By the way, who composed this piece? Su-Wan waited curiously. Bai Mo turned his head and found himself locking eyes with Su-Wan. Their proximity intensified as he tilted his head. and Su-won's gaze sparkled with an indescribable emotion, unbothered by the ambiguous closeness. She continued to gaze intently at Bai Mo. He distinctly remembered turning to respond to her question, but upon meeting her eyes, he forgot entirely. What did you say? I asked what you'd like to eat tonight. I still owe you a meal. Bai Mo considered momentarily before tentatively suggesting, how about spicy hot pot? Just the 6 yuan one will suffice. Su-won, unaware of the inside joke, assumed he genuinely wanted that dish and nodded enthusiastically. Sound good. At that moment, Bai Mo's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, initially reluctant to answer, but Su-won unexpectedly looked at him and pressed the answer button. After doing so, she reclaimed the headphone from Bai Mo's ear and resumed her own listening. You don't need to take it. I have other plans later. What? You've arrived at the train station already? You should head back. I'll return with Su-won. After Bai Mo's words, Jiang Luohan fell silent. After a brief pause, she replied softly, wherever you go, I'll drive you. Once Bai Mo heard the busy signal on the line, he removed Su-won's headphone. Upon wearing it, he realized there was nothing playing. Su-won's Maid Slaidi. It's time for an upgrade. Why is there no sound? Let me treat everyone to dinner tonight, shall I? Su-won murmured quietly, almost regretfully. What did you say? Bai Mo asked, having not caught her words. Su-won sighed deeply and said to Bai Mo, how many years of youth do we have? Wasted moments occupy half. What does that mean? Bai Mo questioned, but Su-won remained silent, placing her palm against the train window, gazing at the sunlight streaming through her fingers. Youth has squandered half its time. It is now time to revel in the other half. Su-won shook her hand and then returned. Here, I haven't given you your graduation gift yet. This is for you. As Su-won spoke, she retrieved a beautifully wrapped box from her backpack. Bai Mo was taken aback, never having expected a day when he would receive a gift. Although he was curious about its contents, he hesitated to open it in her presence. After handing the gift to Bai Mo, Su-won closed her eyes and began to rest. Not long after, Bai Mo felt a gentle weight on his shoulder. Su-won had leaned against him, her lips curling into a slight smile as she nestled her head more comfortably against his arm. It was uncertain whether she had fallen asleep or remained awake. She only opened her eyes when they reached their destination, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks. She nudged Bai Mo and urged, let us go. The afternoon sun blazed brightly, and the station exit was particularly stifling without any shade. Su-won brandished an umbrella, initially intent on shielding Bai Mo from the sun. But upon spotting Jiang Luohan waiting under the sun at the exit, she abandoned Bai Mo without a second thought. There's no need to wait. You could have stayed on the bus. Jiang Luohan cast a lingering glance of reproach at Bai Mo before pouting at Su-won and saying, I was afraid I would find you on the bus. Bai Mo approached just then, immediately feeling the heat of the sun. He wondered how long Jiang Luohan had been standing there. All right, let us move. Jiang Luohan nodded, then linked arms with Su-won, cozying up to her umbrella, disregarding Bai Montag entirely. Xiaowon, when are you heading to the provincial city? How long will you be there? Su-won understood Jiang Luohan's unspoken question and answered directly. I went before him and spent a few days with my mother while also attending to some promotional operations. Oh, I see. Su-won's parents were separated, and her mother resided in the provincial city, a fact Jiang Luohan was well aware of. Upon reaching the parking lot, Jiang Luohan insisted that Su-won sit in the front passenger seat to chat while she herself took the driver's seat, ignoring Bai Mo entirely. Xiaowon, where to? To the snack street outside the school. A Haven Tea had spicy hot pot there in ages. All right. Bai Mo felt as though he were an invisible presence. Once in the car, the sensation intensified. The two in front laughed and chatted, and every time he attempted to interject, he was met with disregard. Gradually, Bai Mo grew indifferent. He took out his phone and called Su Zhang. During this period, Dongxiang had expanded rapidly. In addition to operating specialty stores under the hermit crab model, 2 new direct stores had opened, and markets in neighboring counties were being developed. With Bai Mo's investment of 2 million, the market had been fully opened. Franchisees were flocking in, and even merchants from other provinces were drawn to the buzz. They were preparing to air advertisements featuring several sports stars on television. I negotiated a business collaboration in the provincial city. Soon, a few first and second-tier celebrities will visit the school we sponsor to make donations. We'll be shooting some MV segments, so please prepare the publicity department. After hanging up, Bai Mo realized the car had already parked. Su-won and Jiang Luohan had exited the vehicle to place their orders. Bai Mo glanced at the shop's name, Street-Side Spicy Hot Pot. As Bai Mo entered, he noticed a bottle of open beer sitting in front of Jiang Luohan. Su-won cast a pleading glance at him, subtly gesturing for him to intervene. In Bai Mo's memory, the last time Jiang Luohan had consumed alcohol was during their hotel visit, and he dared not let her drink again, aware of the dangers of drinking and driving. Can I have a sip? Bai Mo approached and took the beer, enjoying a refreshing gulp. It was cold and pleasant for summer, paired with spicy crayfish. It would be even better. Spicy hot pot, however, was too harsh on the stomach. Jiang Luohan merely shot him a glance, unfazed, and called out to the waiter, "Bring me another bottle." With a provocative look, she turned to Bai Mo and asked, "Bai Mo, would you dare to drink with me again?" After standing under the sun for a while, Jiang Luohan had perspired profusely. Although the sweat had dried, it left her hair slightly clinging to her face, accentuating her striking features with a touch of melancholy. The glimmer of tears in her eyes added a heartbreaking aura to her beauty. The provocation might have worked on the 18-year-old Bai Mo, but now he remained unfazed. "My mother says the outside world is too dangerous, especially for boys. We must learn to protect ourselves, and drinking is a strict no, particularly with girls." Jiang Luohan was momentarily taken aback, tears welling in her eyes. After wiping them away, she stubbornly replied, "Then I'll drink by myself." Bai Mo chose not to stop her this time and simply asked, "How much money did you bring today?" Uncertain of his intent, Jiang Luohan pulled out her wallet to check. "Over 200, why? Just lend it to me." "Oh." Jiang Luohan, not questioning his reasoning, intended to hand over her wallet for him to take what he needed. However, she suddenly spotted a photo tucked in the compartment, the only picture they had together, and quickly withdrew her hand, extracting only the cash. Bai Mo pocketed the money and said, "I'll only cover the meal, and maybe this bottle of beer. If you want to drink more, call your dad to come settle the bill." Jiang Luohan was bewildered, staring blankly at Bai Mo. At that moment, the waiter arrived with the beer and asked if it should be opened. "Forget it. Let us hold off for now." She certainly didn't want to mention her drinking to Jiang Jia. Once the waiter left, Jiang Luohan's expression turned even more pitiful. "Do you only know how to bully me? And do you think I bully others?" Su Wan, overhearing, kicked Bai Mo under the table, rolling her eyes before continuing to snack on seeds. Bai Mo shot her a glare before turning his attention back to Jiang Luohan. "Say what you need to say. Are you hoping that alcohol will give you courage?" Jiang Luohan, now exasperated, pouted at Bai Mo and retorted, "You're the coward." After a moment of hesitation, she took a deep breath and finally resolved, "Bai Mo, you like Xiao Wan, don't you?" Su Wan's hands, busy with the seeds, came to a halt. Before Bai Mo could answer, she quickly glanced at Jiang Luohan. "Luohan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Luohan rebutted, "I'm not talking nonsense. Bai Mo, you tell us. Is it true or not?" Now, both Jiang Luohan and Su Wan were tense. Su Wan, too, was curious, but merely for the sake of curiosity. She understood all too well that while friends could last a lifetime, once they became lovers, they could never return to being friends. Hence, she had never considered confessing to Bai Mo, nor had she ever thought of wanting him to confess to her. If Bai Mo were to do so, she would find it impossible to utter the word no, yet she feared even more the prospect of saying yes. To remain together without confessing, even if only as friends, is a notion that Su Wan finds solace in. She does not mind watching him with his girlfriend, experiencing the sweetness and the turbulence of their relationship. She is content to be a spectator, deriving happiness from Bai Mo's joy. Even during his moments of sorrow, she finds ways to comfort him. While a romantic relationship may offer more intimacy and shared experiences, the aftermath of a breakup could irrevocably sever their connection. The thought of drifting apart from Bai Mo fills Su Wan with dread. "Bai Mo, don't mind me." She intended to interject as he prepared to respond to a question, but he simply smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing." With that, he grinned and turned his gaze toward Jiang Luohan. "Would you like to know?" Jiang Luohan nodded eagerly. "Yes, very much." At that moment, Su Wan swallowed nervously, her hands instinctively clenching. Bai Mo, however, remained composed. "Perhaps some boys may not be fond of beautiful girls, but clearly, I am not one of them. Why would Ti like someone as stunning as Su Wan?" Jiang Luohan pondered Bai Mo's words, sensing a disconnect between her question and his response. Yet Su Wan, with a smile, remarked, "So what you mean is, you like all beautiful girls, right?" Bai Mo's answer was already satisfying to her, at least indicating he had an affection for her. It was a type of liking that did not necessitate an urgent confirmation of their relationship. Bai Mo stroked his chin, musing aloud, "One could say that, but I hold a rather high standard for beauty. At the very least, one must be as lovely as Jiang Luohan." Jiang Luohan shot her a wistful glance. "What do you mean by at least like me? Am I not good enough? Did I inconvenience you?" Despite her teasing tone, her feelings of resentment began to dissipate. If he preferred beautiful girls, and she fit that description, did that not imply he liked her as well? Upon learning from Bai Mo that he had returned with Su Wan, Jiang Luohan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. It was not merely a fixation, but an unattainable longing. "Eat more vegetables and speak less," Bai Mo advised, taking a sip of beer before pouring a bit of vinegar into Jiang Luohan's bowl. Frustrated, she wanted to retort, but words failed her. leaving her to stomp her foot in exasperation. Suwon couldn't suppress a chuckle. After finishing her meal, Suwon wiped her mouth. All right, I should head back now. Are you two continuing to play? Jiang Luohan's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation, but Bai Mo yawned and shook his head in refusal. There's nothing to play outside. I need to return and grind for the dragon-slaying blade, then get a good night's sleep. The dragon-slaying blade in the game has always been Bai Mo's obsession, yet acquiring it proved elusive, with work awaiting him at the company after a few days' absence. Numerous documents awaited his signature. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Luohan's eyes, but she refrained from persuading him further. Instead, she linked arms with Suwon and said, Xiaowan, let me walk you back. She then turned to Bai Mo. Are you coming with us? Not on the way. You two go ahead. After watching Bai Mo hop into a taxi, Jiang Luohan sighed dreamily. Xiaowan, I really like him so much. Suwon merely smiled. Then good luck. Chapter 63. See you at university. After 3 months of development, complemented by endorsements from several champion athletes during the Olympics, Dongxiang has become a household name in the realm of sports brands. Beyond clothing, it has expanded into various athletic shoes and outdoor gear. Its flagship stores are now ubiquitous in provincial capitals across the nation, and even in some prefecture-level cities, the brand's presence can be felt. Another significant factor contributing to Dongxiang's popularity is the theme song performed by Zhang Xiaowan. The year 2004 saw fierce competition in the Chinese music scene, with numerous hit songs emerging. Upon the release of Invisible Wings, it soared to prominence, maintaining a top position in Mandarin music charts for an extended period. Its success is attributable not only to its melodious tune, but also to its iconic music video featuring a group of ragged, emaciated children, with an angel donning transparent wings appearing among them. Her sweet voice not only brought joy to the children, but also inspired them to grow. This song has become particularly popular in schools. I finally see all my dreams blossoming. The youth I chase sings so resoundingly. I finally soar, gazing with intent, unafraid. Invisible wings allow dreams to endure longer than the sky. Leave a wish to let the imagination flourish. During the opening ceremony for the first-year students and the senior class pledge, Invisible Wings inspired everyone present. At that moment, teacher Shu glanced at Bai Mo. The lyricist of this song shares your name, Bai Mo. Could be you? Bai Mo shrugged. Are you elevating my status or underestimating yourself? My limited knowledge of language is all thanks to your teachings. Could I possibly reach such heights? Teacher Shu concurred. Bai Mo's academic performance was consistently balanced. He neither excelled nor lagged in any subject. Given his writing skills, producing such lyrics seemed beyond his capabilities. Not lingering on this subject, she turned to Bai Mo and inquired, by the way, you all start school in a week, right? When do you plan to report? The two were leaving the next day to film a promotional video for new students. I'll head over at the scheduled time. Primarily, I don't want to miss you and wish to see you a bit longer. Teacher Shu sighed, somewhat helplessly. Every time you come, it's just to move things. I'd prefer you didn't come at all. The doctor has advised you to avoid smoking and drinking. I'm merely helping you. Should I thank you for that? Ben? No need for thanks. It's simply what a student ought to do. Teacher Shu found it challenging to continue the conversation with Bai Mo and turned her attention to Suwon. Suwon, would you mind speaking a few encouraging words to my class? They greatly admire you as their top student. Suwon ready to agree. Of course. What about me, Teacher Shu? Am I not worthy? Jiang Luohan chimed in. Your scores are commendable, yet you insist on squandering those few extra points, Teacher Shu remarked, casting another glance at Bai Mo. Jiang Luohan's scores could easily secure her a spot in a prestigious university, yet she inexplicably chose to attend Jiangsu and Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics. Teacher Shu attributed all these missteps to Bai Mo's influence. Jiang Luohan playfully stuck out her tongue and fell silent. The classroom remained unchanged, merely filled with a new batch of students. Suwon gazed at Bai Mo's former seat, now occupied by a petite girl. She wondered if any boys would notice the first ray of sunshine that fell upon her each morning. Suwon shared many words of encouragement, concluding with a poetic line for the new students. The sea surges infinitely, the sky as the shore. I stand at the peak of the mountain. The summit is my own. Keep pushing forward, young ones. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Suwon bowed to Teacher Shu and exited the classroom. The 3 leaves you gave me. They wouldn't happen to be from that tree, would they? Bai Mo asked, pointing to the tree outside the window. Upon returning from the provincial capital, Suwon had gifted Bai Mo a beautifully crafted album containing 12 photographs and 3 pressed leaves. The photographs correspond to the 4 seasons of Bai Mo's 3 years at high school, each captured from a distinct angle. One can catch a glimpse of a branch outside the window, changing with the seasons. Souvent candidly nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is that very tree, with its fresh leaves sprouting from the same branch each year. No wonder I felt that branch tremble when you entered. Is that true? Surely not. Luohan, did you see it? Jiang Luohan bit her lower lip, shaking her head. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had also gifted Bai Mo a graduation present, though not with the same thoughtfulness as Suwan. Her mind began to ponder what kind of gift she could present to Bai Mo anew. Before Jiang Luohan could crystallize her thoughts, the group had already exited the school gates. Bai Mo, are you truly not coming with us? Both Suwan and Jiang Luohan had received invitations from their respective schools to participate in a freshman promotional photo shoot, to which they had agreed. However, they still wished to go together with Bai Mo. Yet Bai Mo shook his head. I can't bear to leave my mother and old Bai. Suwan Chakiv. Very well then, see you in Jiangja. Upon finishing her words, Suwan wasted no time and hailed a cab to depart. Bai Mo had initially intended to take a cab home as well, but he was halted by Jiang Luohan. My father plans to buy me a new car in Jiangja. This one won't make the trip. What kind of car do you prefer? Bai Montak paused it. You don't mean to suggest I become your free chauffeur, do you? Bai Mo had already obtained his driver's license, but he had no immediate plans to purchase a vehicle. Jiang Luohan had mentioned more than once the possibility of letting Bai Missouri drive her car. Yet he had chosen to selectively ignore those suggestions after weighing the pros and cons primarily. The interior space of an Audi is too cramped for comfort. Jiang Luohan remarked, I could be your driver as well. Which car do you find comfortable to ride in? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Mo replied, whatever you prefer. If it were up to me, I would choose a Range Rover. It's quite splendid and suitable for a young woman to drive. Jiang Luohan nodded. Then I shall go for a test drive tomorrow upon arriving in Jiangya. After bidding farewell to Jiang Luohan, Bai Mo returned home. Old Bai and he May had yet to return from work. After Dongxiang flourished, Bai Mo had suggested they retire early and enjoy their lives. Even if they felt restless and wished to work, they could attend small classes at Dongxiang, merely to enjoy the food and drink. However, they were reluctant. Bai Mo, too, had grown weary of their stubbornness. They were nearing 50 and were not open to advice. He returned home with groceries, intending to prepare dinner for them. As he would be returning to university less frequently, he felt compelled to make the most of the time they had together. Bai Mo's wealth had increased significantly, and many of Dongxiang's veterans, including He Song, advised him against pursuing university education. Given his capabilities, they believed it would be wiser to devote that time to developing Dongxiang. Nonateles, Bai Montak declined. In his past life, he had only obtained a high school diploma, which remained an eternal ache in his heart. Even though he had seized opportunities in this life to establish his own company and earn a modicum of wealth, becoming a person of perceived success in others' eyes, he still felt that without a university education and the cultural exposure provided, he was merely a nouveau riche. Can one truly acquire knowledge at university? Bai Mo did not deny this. However, more importantly, it fosters a habit and a cultural refinement unique to educated individuals. Therefore, attending university was imperative. Chapter 64. Old Bai contemplates buying a house. After the commencement of the school year, the business at the arcade plummeted. Huang Mao sat smoking on the steps outside the arcade. Upon seeing Bai Mo approach, he quickly stood up, brushing off his trousers, and greeted him. Montak Ge, you've arrived. Bai Mo nodded, casting a glance at the sign on the door announcing the arcade's transfer, and inquired of Huang Mao, are you planning to sell? Huang Mao responded with a sheepish laugh, primarily because many people now prefer internet cafes, making it increasingly difficult for the arcade to thrive. Selling now would at least recoup some money. After a while, it may be too late. This establishment was funded by his father's compensation for an injury. Although he had not made a fortune over the years, it had sustained his family's basic needs. One could only wonder what determination it took for him to reach this decision. What do you plan to do next? Huang Mao glanced at the arcade, sighing. I suppose I'll find work in a factory. With no education, no skills, and lacking the connections or courage to run a business. Working in a factory seemed to him the best option. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mo asked Huang Mao, you know internet cafes are on the rise. Would you be interested in starting one? Bai Mo felt a particular gratitude toward Huang Mao. In his past life, it was Huang Mao who had selflessly stood in front of him, blocking a deadly blow from a madman. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Thus, he wished to lend him a hand. Though not particularly educated, Huang Mao was steadfast. If treated well, he would reciprocate tenfold. Huang Mao shook his head with a wry smile. I had considered it, but after calculating the cost of opening a store, I decided against it. It's the thought that counts. After saying this, Bai Mo pulled out his phone and called Lu Ying. Under Bai Mo's persuasion, she was now an employee at Dongxiang, holding a significant position and overseeing operations across the Jiangsu-Shanghai region. Boss, what can I do for you? In 1 week's time, I need to open an internet cafe outside Financial University with over 100 computers. Can you manage that? Liu Ying replied straightforwardly, asking Bai Montak, Should I use the company S accounts or count it as my personal expense? Just send me the invoice once it's ready, and I'll transfer the funds to you. All right. After hanging up, Bai Mo patted Huang Mao on the shoulder. Come with me to Jiangzhou. Seeing Huang Mao hesitating, Bai Mo added, if it incurs a loss, it's on me. If it profits, we'll split it 50-50. No need for hesitation. Just tell me if you're in or out. Huang Mao was merely concerned about his ability to succeed and not cause Bai Mo to lose money. With Bai Mo's reassurance, Huang Mao gritted his teeth and agreed. I will. I'll ensure we have 3 rooms set aside in the internet cafe. You and your sister should bring your father along. He shouldn't be left alone with his mobility issues. Huang Mao nodded, his eyes suddenly moist. He looked at Bai Mo, unable to speak for fear that his voice would betray his emotions. All right, I'll take my leave now. Once you have everything sorted, contact Luing. Here, her number. I'll inform her about you. After Bai Mo turned to leave, Huang Mao finally managed to utter a heartfelt thank you. Though his voice was choked with emotion. Though it was still warm now, the weather would turn cold in a month. Make sure to bring some warm clothes. Maintain good relations with your roommates. Living under the same roof, there will inevitably be times when you need their assistance. Of course, if they face difficulties, lend a helping hand if you can. This is a local specialty. Take some to share with your classmates. Don't give anything to the teachers just yet. It feels too deliberate and may come off as annoying if they don't know you well. Once you've established familiarity, then you can consider it. Why have you stuffed the sheets and blankets back into the wardrobe? Aren't you taking them with you? What if you get cold? Bai Mo was encountering He-Mei's loquacious side for the first time, yet he remained unperturbed, gazing upon her with a warm smile. He had no intention of bringing along clothes or bedding, as he planned to purchase new items upon arrival. Wearing high school attire during college would inevitably seem rather juvenile. However, recognizing this was his mother's kind intention, he refrained from voicing any objections. As long as she was happy, that sufficed. He-Mei continued her animated discourse, reminding him that once at university, no one would oversee him, urging him to eat on time and avoid late nights. Furthermore, she encouraged him to pursue any girl he fancied, assuring him that he should prepare his own dowry. Bai Mo lost track of how long He-Mei had been speaking, and even Lao Bai could no longer bear it. Enough already, the child is grown. What is there left to worry about? He-Mei shot Lao Bai a glance. Are you at ease? If you were, you wouldn't be inquiring about housing prices in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Lao Bai fell silent, unable to retort. It was Bai Mo who seized upon the crucial information. Lao Bai, do you have secret funds for buying a house? He-Mei also regarded Lao Bai with a scrutinizing gaze, awaiting his response. Bai Mo's eyes darted around before he instinctively reached for his water cup, only to find none. He-Mei shot him an exasperated look, but chose not to expose him. Bai Mo, however, remarked, if I had the money and wanted to buy, I would do so now, be it in Suzhou, Hangzhou, or Shanghai. Purchasing now would mean that even if I were to face bankruptcy in the future, I could still rely on you for support. You have such faith in real estate. Lao Bai Sudali Inguit. Bai Mo let out a resigned sigh. One must have faith. It is an inevitable trend. Lao Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiangzhou stated the same. He has acquired numerous plots in the Jiangjiang and Guangdong regions. Occasionally, Jiangzhou would invite Bai Xingxue for tea, during which they would discuss such matters. He even inquired if Bai Xingxue wished to invest, claiming it was a surefire profit. However, Bai Xingxue declined, asserting that one should not benefit without effort. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo scoffed. He deserves his fortune. The land will be the most lucrative in the future. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, it will ensure a lifetime of comfort for him and Jiang Luohan. He-Mei approached and gently tapped Bai Mo on the back of his head. Mind your own business. No matter how wealthy others are, is their wealth. Focus on your own little patch of land. I understand, Bai Mo responded. Jiangzhou's business is substantial, seemingly worth billions, yet he has considerable bank loans. This is a common ailment of the real estate industry. If banks cease lending and assets cannot be sold, leading to a break in the cash flow, it spells disaster. Even colossal enterprises can collapse overnight. This is why Bai Mo hesitates to engage in real estate. The capital required is immense, the uncertainties are numerous. The repayment periods are prolonged, and it necessitates extensive networking. Far too troublesome. In contrast, he believes that diligently attending university and embarking on small entrepreneurial ventures is the best choice. He looks forward to his university life, eager to meet a diverse array of individuals. After all, university students should be easy to impress, right? Chapter 65. The most terrifying scene near at the end of August. The sweltering heat was unbearable. The incessant chirping of cicadas was a source of irritation. Upon exiting the train station, Bai Mo took a deep breath, relishing the taste of freedom devoid of He-Mei's constraints. The station was bustling with people, predominantly new students arriving for registration. accompanied by their parents, laden with luggage. Their faces bore the freshness of youth. In contrast, the seniors outside the station welcoming newcomers appeared much more polished, engaging parents and freshmen in casual conversation without any awkwardness. Rest assured, uncles and aunts, our school takes excellent care of new students. It's an hour's journey to the campus. We have arranged transportation that will depart once full. If you have urgent matters, the bus stop is over there, clearly marked for which bus goes to which school. Taxis are also an option, but remember, 15 yuan per person is sufficient. As many drivers wait for this moment to overcharge, don't fall for it. If you need bed linens or a phone card, just let me know. I can assist with that and save you quite a bit. If you're interested in part-time work during weekends and holidays, feel free to reach out. Had Bai Mo been an utterly naive freshman, he would have been touched by this senior's enthusiasm. However, he quickened his pace, bypassing the crowd toward the reception area for the School of Finance. A slender, dark-skinned senior approached him with a friendly smile. Are you a new student in finance? Upon Bai Mo's nod, she took hold of his suitcase. You must be weary from the journey. Come sit for a moment and have some water. She handed him a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Bai Mo replied politely, accepting the water and taking a generous swig. After a lengthy journey, he was indeed quite parched. The senior continued, Are you alone? Planning to take the school-arranged transportation? I'll take the school bus. I'm not in a hurry, he replied. All right, then please wait a moment. While they conversed, several other seniors approached, laughing and teasing. Jia, this freshman is quite handsome. Have you gotten his QQ yet? Upon witnessing Bai Mo chatting with the senior, another girl jested. Jia, with a darker complexion, flushed at the remark. Taozi, stop it. Oh, so that means you haven't tea yet? Taozi winked at Bai Mo. Hey, freshman, you're really handsome. Can I add you on QQ? Taozi was striking, wearing light makeup and exuding a maturity beyond her years. Her boldness was undeniably alluring to a newcomer like Bai Mo. He contemplated requesting her phone number instead of QQ. But before he could voice it, another person interrupted. All right, Taozi, don't scare him. Taozi feigned innocence, casting a pouty glance at the interrupter. How could I scare him? Didn't we agree that pretty juniors belong to seniors, while freshmen are for the seniors? She lamented, there are already several attractive juniors, and even a stunning beauty like Jiang Luohan among them. I finally spotted a freshman I find appealing, and you say I'm scaring him? Taozi rambled on, and the surrounding crowd grew weary, pleading for her to stop. Sorry, Taozi. Please continue. Taozi grinned, pulling up a chair right in front of Bai Mo. So handsome. Where are you from? Annan, Ediplaith. Hanan, exclaimed another senior nearby. ISNT, that where Jiang Luohan is from. Jiang Luohan? Is she famous? Bai Mo inquired curiously. It was surprising how quickly she had become a topic of conversation since her arrival in Jiangsu and Zhejiang just a few days prior. Yes, she is one of the new students featured in our school's promotional photos this year. Very beautiful, the senior confirmed. Bai Mo nodded, never denying her beauty. Yet he continued to ask, but she has only just arrived. How do you all know her already? If it were merely due to her beauty, it shouldn't be such a spectacle, right? Our school ought to have an abundance of lovely girls. But you're unaware of the details. Taozi seamlessly continued the conversation, stating that if it were solely about looks, it wouldn't warrant such attention. The crucial factor was that on the day she reported to school, she arrived driving a Range Rover, a vehicle far superior to our principal's. The striking contrast of a girl driving such a luxurious car is bound to captivate anyone's attention. The key ingredients are wealth and beauty, an irresistible combination. As Taozi spoke, she pursed her lips, and her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. People are saying that whoever manages to win her heart could potentially save themselves 30 years of hard work. Unfortunately, I am fond of men. Junior, why don't you give it a try? We're from the same place, and you're not bad looking. You have a good chance. Bai Montauk nodded seriously. This suggestion genuinely piqued his interest. Upon hearing Bai Mo's remark, everyone laughed, assuming he was joking. Nonetheless, they cheerfully encouraged him. Make sure to put in the effort. You mustn't let her be snatched away by someone from another school. The upperclassmen were quite talkative, and after a while, they became familiar with one another. During this time, several new students joined the gathering. Currently, they were easily flustered by a few teasing comments from the seniors, but this would only last for the moment. Before long, they would be sharing risque jokes, each one more audacious than the last. As the group was enjoying their lively banter, Bai Mo's phone rang with the classic Nokia ringtone, its piercing sound cutting through the air. When Bai Mo pulled out his phone, a fleeting look of astonishment passed among the group. In this era, few people possessed such a device. Even having a simple communicator was quite impressive. I've arrived at the train station and will take the school bus over shortly. No need to come. I've arranged for Lu Ying to reserve dinner nearby. You can contact her. After hanging up, the way everyone looked at Bai Mo changed. What's wrong? Taozi was the first to speak. Bai Montauk, That girl's voice is lovely. Is she your girlfriend? Is she also from our school? The Nokia was not only loud in ringtone, but also in call volume, allowing them to hear Jiang Luohan's voice. Yes, she is from our school, but she is not my girlfriend. Upon hearing Bai Mo's response, the freshman unconsciously sighed in relief. As long as no one else is involved, it's all good. The senior, who had been teasing Taozi and Ming Yuan, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What type of girl do you like? I can help you scout around." He added with a smirk, "Just don't fall for someone like Taozi. Don't let her current allure fool you. She is a real tigress underneath." Taozi, displeased, immediately retorted, "And Ming Yuan? Try saying that again, I dare you." And Ming Yuan wisely fell silent, merely shooting Bai Mo a knowing look. Bai Mo discerned the dynamic between them. It was clear they were engaged in a playful back and forth, neither willing to expose the truth. "Jia, the bus has arrived." A senior jogged over to inform her. Upon receiving the news, Jia stood up and smiled at everyone. "Let us go, board the bus. Taozi and Ming Yuan, wait for the next one. I'll arrange for someone to switch with you." "Jia, please spare me. I don't want to be with her." And Ming Yuan shouted in frustration. But soon after, Taozi pinched his ear. "What is this? Are you feeling wronged? You'd better behave yourself." Chapter 66. The Flavor of Youth in His Past Life. Bai Mo also visited the university town during summer, wishing to immerse himself in the essence of youth. The sight of long, fair legs beneath short skirts and shorts always lifted one's spirits. A gentle breeze would only enhance the experience. "We have arrived." Everyone disembarked in an orderly fashion, paying heed to safety as they followed the directional signs to their respective departments for registration. Once the bus was parked, Jia took the megaphone and called out to the crowd. The new students gazed at the grand entrance, their hearts swelling with excitement. This is where they would spend the next 4 years. Is that a Range Rover? So it must be Jiang Luohan. Indeed, she is stunning. She is looking this way. Is she coming over to greet me? Well, perhaps you should take a moment to check her reflection and see how she appears. Jiang Luohan was clad in a light blue short-sleeved shirt paired with denim shorts, perfectly showcasing her long, fair legs. She wore a baseball cap, and her hair was tied in a simple low ponytail cascading down her back. This is the very essence of youth. Upon spotting Bai Mo getting out of the car, she instantly beamed and trotted over, playfully skipping in front of him and twirling around. "Do I look good?" Jia also stepped out of the vehicle, initially curious about what the crowd was gazing at, only to follow their line of sight and witness the scene unfold. Bai Mo took Jiang Luohan's cap off her head and placed it on his own. "The sun is rather glaring. Wearing this will help a bit. You look great. But without this hat, you'd look even better." Jiang Luohan huffed playfully, handing him her umbrella. "If you think I look good, then do me a favor and hold the umbrella. I wouldn't want to get tanned. That wouldn't be appealing. Such a hassle." Bai Mo rolled his eyes but complied, opening the umbrella. "Getting tanned would only ruin your looks, after all. Look around." Bai Mo gestured toward the entrance. "There are plenty of attractive people." Jiang Luohan naturally linked her arm with Bai Mo's, scoffing, "Huh? Even if they are good-looking, you can't touch them." "What? Are you suggesting that you're fair game?" Jiang Luohan's cheeks flushed, whether from the sun or otherwise, as she muttered softly, "Why don't you try it?" Bai Mo instinctively glanced down, and given the loose summer clothing, he caught sight of fair skin adorned with pink lace, and perhaps even some alluring curves. Initially, Jiang Luohan was oblivious. Yet, when she noticed Bai Mo swallow hard, she realized where his gaze had landed. Quickly, she covered her chest with her hands. "Pervert, you're still staring." Bai Mo feigned composure, dismissing her with a scoff. "There is nothing there. I wouldn't care to look." Jiang Luohan stomped her foot in annoyance. She knew she shouldn't engage with this rogue at such a moment, yet her heart was unwilling to relent. She glared at him, tentatively asking, "Would you like to see? You really want to look?" Bai Mo's heart raced unexpectedly, yet he maintained a poker face and shrugged. "Well, you could give a shot." Jiang Luohan smiled playfully. "Fine then." As she lowered her hands, Bai Mo's disbelief was palpable. "Are you serious?" Jiang Luohan teased, pulling away slightly. Observing Bai Mo's barely concealed disappointment, she couldn't help but whisper, "I'm not your girlfriend. Why should I show you?" Jiang Luohan, having finished her words, made her way towards the reporting area of the finance department. Noticing that Bai Mo had not followed her, she turned back to call out, "Hurry up." Jiang Luohan's allure turned many heads as they walked, leaving Bai Mo feeling somewhat innocent amidst the jealous gazes that scrutinized him. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended a phrase. Indeed, she was a femme fatale. Jiang Luohan playfully winked. "If I were truly a femme fatale, I would torment you daily." Bai Montauk, intrigued, inquired, "How do you intend to do that?" Jiang Luohan mused, raising her fingers to recount her plans. "I will bring you breakfast at 8:30. ensuring you never sleep in. In the afternoon, I'll deliver milk tea to you, running the risk of giving you diabetes. At night, I'll treat you to supper, contributing to your weight gain. Furthermore, I will do your laundry, rendering you utterly incapable of self-care. Bai Mo was taken aback, eventually exclaiming, "You are quite ruthless." Jiang Luohan looked up at him, grinning. "So, are you afraid? Please come and torment me. By the way, are you certain you could do laundry?" Bai Mo questioned, recalling Jiang Luohan's pampered upbringing as Jiang's beloved daughter. With dedicated chefs for her meals, she was the epitome of someone who had never lifted a finger. Bai Mo found himself curious. Had he grown up under such conditions, he would likely be utterly inept, living off others' generosity, a foolproof strategy. Entrepreneurship? Investment? Unthinkable. As long as he steered clear of gambling and drugs, he would never need to worry about depleting his funds. Who do you underestimate? I have washed my own clothes since childhood, Jiang Luohan retorted. Impressive. They continued their conversation until they arrived at the reception area of the finance department. Bai Mo found his class, led by a middle-aged instructor in his 40s. Next to him sat a boy of similar age, assisting with the registration. Bai Mo, hello. I'm Ho Chirue, but you can call me Monkey. I'm also in class 1 of finance. I look forward to your guidance. Monkey, wearing frameless glasses, appeared particularly refined. He seemed introverted at first glance, yet his speech was warm and approachable. "Hello, Teacher Liu," Bai Mo greeted the instructor before turning to Ho Chirue. "How many students have arrived in our class?" Ho Chirue flipped through the manual and responded, "Over 30 so far. Just a few more to go. By the way, your dormitory is on the 7th floor, room 718. Although it's a bit high, it can help you stay fit." Bai Mo had no particular demands regarding his accommodation. As long as it was habitable, he was content. He planned to buy a property nearby, ensuring that even if he returned late during university, he would have a place to go. After finishing his studies, he could sell it at a high price. What a delightful prospect. At that moment, Teacher Liu handed Bai Mo an enrollment manual, stating, "We'll have our first class meeting tonight at 7 in study building 211. Please do not be late." Understood. As Bai Mo prepared to head to his dormitory, Ho Chirue noticed Jiang Luohan behind him and suddenly had a glint in his eye. "Is that your girlfriend?" "She is quite beautiful." Bai Mo caught the look and shrugged. "Oh." Once Bai Mo completed his registration, he headed towards the dormitory building. Jiang Luohan then asked, "What did he say to you just now?" "I didn't catch it." "He said he fell for you at first sight," Bai Mo replied. Jiang Luohan laughed, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. "What did you say in return?" "I said that there is no such thing as love at first sight, merely lust at first glance." Chapter 67. I just want to study. The door to room 718 was ajar, occasionally accompanied by raucous laughter that was somewhat crude. Upon entering, Bai Mo discovered that the other three had already arrived, sitting together on benches, chatting and laughing. Although the floor was littered with sunflower seed shells, it was evident that it had been cleaned recently, gleaming as if new. "Ah, you finally made it," exclaimed a robust figure with a slight northeastern accent, exuding friendliness. The others quickly stood up, clearing the passage for him. A slender boy, about 168 centimeters tall, and wearing glasses, addressed Bai Mo. "We got here first and chose our beds at random. Do you have any objections? If you do, we can switch." Bai Mo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. All 4-person rooms are pretty much the same. I'm Bai Mo. May I know your names?" The bespectacled boy grinned, bringing over a large handful of sunflower seeds. "I'm Ma Liang from Xinzhou. Try these seeds. They're roasted by my family." Bai Mo casually placed down his belongings and accepted the seeds. After tasting a few, he found them quite delightful. "I'm Xiaming Wei, from Shanghai." He introduced himself, maintaining a confident smile. "Let us look out for each other. It should be mutual care," Bai Mo replied. That is true." Xiong Chao, from the northeast. "I might speak a bit loudly. Please don't mind me. I'll try to keep it down." Having completed their introductions, Bai Mo began to make his bed while the others offered to help, which he graciously declined. They then took it upon themselves to tidy the floor. "We have a class meeting at 7. What are the plans afterwards? Should we go out for dinner together?" Xia Mingwei suggested after they finished organizing the dorm. Xiong Chao and Ma Liang nodded in agreement. "Sound good," they said. Bai Mo, having just finished arranging his bed and sitting at his desk, also nodded in approval. "Sure." Although Lu Ying had already arranged a meal at a nearby restaurant, Bai Mo felt it was essential to participate in this first dorm gathering. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to enjoy 2 meals. After all, the timings wouldn't overlap. Bai Mo may not have many strengths, but his ability to eat was certainly one of them. After some more conversation, Jiang Luohan called Bai Mo, inquiring if he was ready. "I'm all set. Coming down now." After hanging up, Bai Mo offered an apologetic glance at the others. Before he could speak, Ma Liang waved his hand. "Let us go. We don't want to keep her waiting. She might get upset with us." Xiaming Wei added, "Exactly. Let us include her for dinner." Four big men dining together is rather dull, Xiong Chao remarked. At this point, refusing would make Bai Mo seem unsociable, so he replied, after the class meeting, I'll see if there is anyone I fancy in class. If there is, I'll invite them. After all, proximity to water allows one to catch fish. He continued, if there is no suitable candidate, I'll arrange something else. Xiaming Wei gave Bai Mo a thumbs up, proclaiming, outstanding. With that, Bai Mo stepped out, and the others shared a laugh. Through this brief encounter, Bai Mo began to form an initial understanding of his three roommates. Xiong Chao, seemingly fierce and difficult to approach, possesses a deep-seated concern for the feelings of others. Ma Yang is a quintessential young man who has just transitioned from high school, lacking guile and exhibiting unreserved openness towards everyone. Xiaming Hui appears affable, but carries with him a distinctive pride typical of urban dwellers. On the whole, he is quite admirable. Bai Mo feels fortunate to have avoided any peculiarities in the dormitory. Have you met your roommates yet? Jiang Luohan has been waiting downstairs in the boys' dormitory for a while. The passers-by occasionally glance in her direction, which makes her feel quite uncomfortable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called Bai Mo. Well then, let us go eat, Bai Mo remarked. Glancing at his watch, it was already 5 o'clock. After dinner, they could return to hold the class meeting and continue their meal. The restaurant was conveniently located just a 5-minute walk from the school. Upon entering the private room with Jiang Luohan, they found Su Wan already present. Since Bai Mo stepped into the room, her gaze had not wavered from him. Only when he intentionally seated himself beside her did she finally divert her eyes. Are you adjusting well? Bai Montak inquirit. Su Wan shrugged her shoulders, letting out a resigned sigh. It's dreadfully boring. We finished taking photos in just 1 day. I don't understand why they called us over so early, Jiang Luohan chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Mo Gu. At that moment, Huang Mao and his sister entered. Greeting Bai Montak. How's the internet cafe coming along? The machines are all set up. Once the billing system is online, we can commence normal operations, Huang Mao responded, appearing particularly reserved at the table. He answered Bai Mo's inquiries, but otherwise remained quietly seated. His sister glanced at Jiang Luohan and then at Su Wan, suddenly feeling a twinge of inferiority. Lu Ying arrived late, accompanied by several regional heads from Jianghu. Boss, you said you were busy, so I want to consider this meal a private affair, right? Bai Mo shot her a sidelong glance and replied, do you really believe I would invite you if it were a private gathering? Lu Ying smiled brightly, revealing dimples on either side. Well then, who would you bring? Certainly not me. Why bother being so concerned? Lu Ying shook her head dismissively, retorting, when I joined the company, I had to flatter and ingratiate myself. Now that I've succeeded, you reveal your true colors? Bai Mo cleared his throat. Succeed? You might want to reconsider that term. Otherwise, people might think I have a penchant for younger women. Lu Ying, disregarding him, turned to the other department heads to vent her frustrations. Look, this is what you call shrewd, resourceful, and daringly ambitious Xiao Mo. How do you find him? Is meeting him not as impressive as hearing about him? The others merely smiled awkwardly, hesitant to speak, as they were all subordinates hoping to benefit from his leadership. Bai Mo, however, was quite amused. See, everyone acknowledges my multitude of merits. It's just you who fails to see them. Lu Ying's grievances were palpable as she complained. What do you expect me to see? You merely tossed the vast Jiangsu market into my lap and claimed you were just here to study? Have some dignity. Bai Mo paid her complaints no mind. Just focus on your studies. I'll handle the profits. Chapter 68, Sponsorship. All right, let us discuss serious matters. The primary purpose of Bai Mo organizing this meal was to discuss the development of Dongxiang. Initially, he had intended to invite only Lu Ying and her team, but upon learning about it, Jiang Luohan insisted on accompanying them, claiming she wanted to learn about Dongxiang's business philosophy, a statement he found hard to believe. Bai Mo had intended to decline firmly, yet she mentioned that she had already invited Su Wan along. Left with no choice, he acquiesced. It had been a few days since he last saw Su Wan, and her presence felt somewhat unfamiliar. With the numbers increasing, Bai Mo also invited Huang Mao and his sister, as he needed him for a task. Lu Ying, in the coming period, various colleges will be organizing welcome parties, and they should all be seeking sponsorships. This is a splendid opportunity for publicity. Lu Ying adopted a serious demeanor as she discussed business, setting aside her playful demeanor to take notes. How many schools are we sponsoring? She asked. The franchise fees from Jiangsu in August are still with you. Use that money to negotiate as much as possible. Lu Ying paused momentarily, then nodded after a brief silence. Understood. In August, Dongxiang experienced rapid expansion in the Jiangsu region, signing over 200 franchisees. Each franchise fee amounted to 50,000, with a brand usage fee of 30,000, a security deposit of 50,000, and 70,000 for merchandise. The total sum from over 200 franchisees was substantial, currently held in the Jiangsu branch's account. Bai Mo set these high fees due to the strict limitations he imposed on the number of stores in each city, based on population and area, ensuring excellent protection for the franchisees. Recognizing this, franchisees flocked to him. A slight delay meant losing eligibility for that city. By the way, Luing remarked as she closed her notebook, I wish to discuss the regional manufacturing agencies in Jiangzhou. We have approached 5 garment factories and conducted on-site evaluations. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. I will send you a detailed report via email tonight. Please review it. Given Dongxiang's current scale, the existing garment factories were no longer sufficient to meet Bai Mo's needs. He had never considered starting his own factory. Finding an agency for production and focusing solely on branding was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Although it seemed the production costs would be higher, it was more advantageous for cost control from a management and transportation perspective. Bai Mo nodded. I'll glance at it tonight. You make the final decision on the specifics. Each region is managed by its respective head, so you can't expect me to take the reins just because I'm studying here. Bai Mo defined his role as one of signing off and making overarching decisions. The development of individual regions depended entirely on their respective heads. If they were unable to resolve an issue, it would escalate to the upper headquarters. When it reached Bai Mo, every decision carried an element of risk. Seeing that Bai Mo genuinely intended to refrain from interfering in the Jiangzhou brand operations, Luing resigned herself to the situation, leaning back in her chair with a sigh. I know you're just being lazy and avoiding management, but it still touches me a little. Bai Montag smedet. Perhaps it's merely because I bestowed upon you ample trust. Luing wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, aren't you afraid of losing everything? Of course I am, Bai Mo admitted. If I weren't, why would I open an internet cafe? It serves as a safety net. Should Dongxiang encounter any issues and face bankruptcy, rest assured, I will be the first to make my exit. The collapse of the company is of no concern to Bai Mo. The people from Dongxiang looked on in astonishment. Today's Bai Mo was somewhat different from the one they had heard about. Lu Ying remained composed. Since their first encounter, he had always maintained this attitude. Ironically, it was this very demeanor that forged a myth surrounding Dongxiang. Bai Mo continued to express himself, unperturbed. Today, I share this with you all merely to alleviate your psychological burdens. Engage in profitable ventures, and I shall distribute dividends to ensure that everyone reaps abundant rewards. However, if losses occur, Bai Mo's countenance darkened, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, he continued, I will ascertain the reasons and identify the responsible party. Rest assured, I will not dismiss them. I will simply inform everyone in the company that it is due to this individual's negligence that bonuses were unattainable. As he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Even Jiang Luohan was taken aback by his tone. Only Su Wan remained composed, sipping her tea. Now that everyone is here, let us have the servers bring out the dishes. Upon her words, the stillness seemed to dissipate, returning time to its natural flow. I'm indeed a bit hungry. Bai Mo, aware of the principle of moderation, quickly softened his stern expression once he achieved the desired effect. Huang Zheng, the internet cafe is about to open. Have you devised any promotional activities? While savoring his meal, Bai Mo inquired of Huang Mao. Huang Mao shook his head vigorously. He could manage a game of billiards or some video games, but when it came to business, he always felt something was amiss. Acknowledging this, Bai Mo opted not to press him further. I suggest this. With military training approaching, the suppliers of bottled water around the school are particularly busy right now. Please reach out to them about placing advertisements on the bottles. They would be quite amenable to it at 50 cents per flyer. Just remember, the ads can only be affixed to the bottles and must not be distributed within the school. Bai Mo harbored a deep disdain for those marketing prodigies who, with bags of advertisements and an array of dubious products, masqueraded as seniors to infiltrate the dormitories for promotions. He vowed never to engage in such practices. The advertisement should simply state that the internet cafe is opening and will host competitions for CS, Warcraft, Shanghai, and StarCraft, with a grand prize of 3,000 yuan. The registration address could be the cafe's location. Huang Mao, not lacking in intelligence, nodded in understanding. I will contact him shortly. Bai Mo felt reassured about Huang Mao, but was still apprehensive about him being misled. Thus, he turned to Lu Ying and asked, Sister Ying, do you have any suitable marketing talent that I could borrow for a few months? Lu Ying nodded. Sure, it's for the internet cafe, right? I will bring someone over tomorrow. Bai Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him at her response. By the way, how is the recruitment for the internet cafe going? It's about to open. You haven't encountered any issues, have you? You need not worry about that. Huang Mao's sister chimed in. My brother created a QQ group, and there are many members. Quite a few are from the Jiangsu area, and upon hearing about our opening, many are eager to come and work. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Bai Mo. In accordance with your request, I've ensured that the girls chosen have both good looks and figures. Upon hearing the word group, Bai Mo momentarily froze. It wouldn't be called Zong AI, would it? Chapter 69, Losing a Phone. If you love, please love deeply. If you abandon me, I shall remain devoted even in death. Those who have lived through this era surely have their share of Martian language and melancholic quotes on QQ. Bai Mo recalled that during the rise of the non-mainstream, his right eye had been sealed and his hair had never been black. The memory of that time sent chills down his spine, leaving him feeling unworthy to face others. Yet at that moment he had reveled in it. How do you know about Zong AI? Huang Ning exclaimed in surprise. Are you part of it too? I can have my brother give you an elder position. No, I could even make you the clan leader. Bai Mo shivered at the thought. Never mind, never mind. I have merely heard of it. You all go ahead and thrive. Bai Mo had never realized that Huang Mao was actually the founder of Zong AI. He had previously only noticed his striking hairstyle, unaware of such an identity. Bai Mo dared not pursue the topic further, fearing that he might inadvertently become the clan leader. I have a class meeting to attend shortly, so I must take my leave. After finishing her meal, Su Wan wiped her mouth with a napkin. She bid Bai Mo farewell and prepared to depart, placing a small box on the table. She discreetly kicked Bai Mo's leg and shot him a glance, signaling him to take it with him when he left. Bai Mo nodded in understanding, knowing Su Wan was not one to be overly sentimental. He waved his hand, saying goodbye, and refrained from continuing his meal as he had another session to attend later and needed to save some appetite. He was also quite curious about what his new classmates would be like. Were there any beautiful girls among them? What truly constitutes beauty? At the very least, someone like Jiang Luohan would suffice. Dining is such that once one person departs, the scattering of the group is imminent. Bai Mo held the box that Su Wan had left on the table, intrigued by its contents. He initially intended to open it, but noticed a sticky note sealing the box, advising him to find a secluded spot to avoid social embarrassment if he wished to take a look. Bai Mo was always one to heed advice. On the way back to school, Jiang Luohan chattered incessantly. Bai Mo, after the class meeting, do you want to stroll around the campus? Her eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation. Walking hand in hand with someone you like on the school playground is a fantasy cherished by many. I don't have time. Bai Mo replied bluntly. I promised the people in the dormitory that I would have dinner with them. Jiang Luohan's disappointment was palpable, yet she managed to say, well, perhaps next time. Jiang Luohan. After a moment, as Jiang Luohan lowered her head, grappling with her disappointment, she heard Bai Mo call her name. Her disappointment evaporated, and she quickly lifted her head, responding, yes? Where's your phone? My phone? Jiang Luohan murmured as she patted her pockets. She felt nothing. Where's my phone? Bai Mo swiftly turned around, scanning for the figure of the girl they had just brushed past, but found nothing. Bai Mo, my phone is missing. Try calling it, Bai Mo suggested, pulling out his phone to dial hers, but all he received was the prompt indicating it was turned off. He tried several times, met with the same result. Jiang Luohan bit her lower lip, looking forlornly at Bai Mo, however, was unfazed. What is the big deal? It's not like you can't afford a new one. Not to mention that Jiang Zhe was a wealthy individual. The local network Jiang Luohan managed was already turning a profit. A phone's worth was negligible to her. But that phone, Jiang Luohan's voice grew softer. It had your high school photos. Did you take candid shots of me? Jiang Luohan's face dropped lower, her ears turning crimson. Bai Mo had taken those pictures openly. It was just that she had not seen them. The two had indeed been quite close during high school. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent half an hour on the phone. Bai Mo had boldly admitted that it was affection, yet Jiang Luohan was reluctant to acknowledge it, perhaps out of the girl's modesty, which had led to that rejection. Well, perhaps we should report it. Just as Jiang Luohan suggested this, a girl carrying a backpack approached. Hello, is this your phone? Bai Mo glanced at the basket on her back, filled to the brim with mountain walnuts. It must weigh at least 20 or 30 pounds. In the instant she looked up, Bai Mo noticed the flicker of panic in her eyes. Indeed, Jiang Luohan was brimming with excitement as she eagerly took it from her. Thank you, she exclaimed, intending to offer a small sum as a token of gratitude. However, Bai Mo stopped her. I just found it by the roadside, she murmured softly, her voice trembling, reminiscent of a child caught in a misdeed. Uh-huh, Bai Mo replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Are you selling these walnuts? Yes. They're all from the mountains and absolutely delicious, she said, setting down the basket to offer one to Bai Mo and the others. The shell was thin, and with a firm squeeze, Bai Mo easily cracked it open. After tasting, she detected a hint of astringency. No wonder they hadn't tea sold. They weren't exactly palatable. Are they not good? Bai Montaxite. How much do you have? Just sell them all to me. Huh? She thought she misheard and looked at Bai Mo in confusion. Perhaps due to her laborious lifestyle, her hands were calloused, and her face bore a sallow hue, indicating malnutrition. Yet, disregarding these flaws, her appearance and figure were quite commendable. Total weight. How much, and what is the price? Do you understand? Oh, she nodded. A total of 34 pounds, so let us say 30 pounds. 120 yuan will suffice. After a moment, she quickly shook her head. Just 100 is fine. Bai Mo cast a glance around and indeed spotted a familiar figure in the corner, deliberately watching them. Observing the panic in front of her, she sighed and relented. Including the basket, 200 yuan, and I'll take it all. She handed over the money. This is a bit heavy. I'll carry it to your dorm. She offered, attempting to lift the basket. Yet Bai Mo was quicker, saying, all right, let us go. Jiang Luohan was bewildered, merely gazing at Bai Mo, who, in her eyes, exemplified the altruistic spirit of doing good deeds anonymously. It's really heavy, Bai Mo complained after a few minutes. Having never done manual labor, this was her first time carrying such a cumbersome basket, and it was understandably taxing. Let's take a break. Jiang Luohan mumbled as she handed over a bottle of water. Want a snack? Feel free to take some. I just ate, Bai Mo rolled her eyes. What use is a snack? Jiang Luohan timidly suggested. I can help you wash your clothes if it's any help. As they entered the campus, the girl selling walnuts was approached by another person. Sister, why get to him? Brother said that someone like him must come from a wealthy family. Losing a phone is no big deal. Her sister's face was etched with concern. You should find something productive to do. Em genuinely worried. However, the younger girl seemed oblivious, responding, just go. You are the only earnest university student from our village. Spend the money I gave you without feeling guilty. They're all wealthy. Her sister frowned, wanting to say more, but the girl waved her hand dismissively. Our clan leader opened an internet cafe nearby. I'll start working there soon. It's a legitimate job, right? Her sister released a sigh of relief, nodding. But you mustn't you can't embezzle, right? I know. Chapter 70. Class meeting: how to ensure everyone remembers you at the first class meeting in university? Bai Mo's approach was to stride into the classroom bearing the heavy basket. By the time she arrived, the classroom was already filled with students. Creating a palpable divide between the boys and girls, each group huddled according to their dorms, engaged in their own conversations without interference. As Bai Mo entered, a hush fell over the room, and curious gazes turned towards her. The trio from dorm 718 had reserved a seat for her not far inside the door. Upon seeing her, Xie Minghui exclaimed, Old Bai, what is this? I didn't bring any gifts for everyone, but these walnuts look good, so I bought some. Bai Mo replied, placing the basket beside the podium. Then, she called to Xie Minghui and the others. Come help me distribute them. Oh. The trio sprang into action, retrieving walnuts from the basket and beginning to hand them out throughout the classroom. Don't be shy. Take as many as you like. Bai Mo encouraged, clapping her hands. Finally, she was rid of the burden. Monkey, this is for you. Ho Chirui, seemingly taking on the role of temporary class leader, was the last to enter, holding a roll call list, evidently intending to take attendance first. Upon entering, he spotted Bai Mo offering a handful of walnuts. Thank you. He accepted the walnuts without hesitation, placing the roll call list on the podium before setting the walnuts on an empty desk. Are these from your family? Listening to the sound of walnuts cracking in the classroom, Bai Mo didn't offer an explanation, simply nodding in affirmation. Yes, give them a try. I can't crack them. How about you help me, handsome? A girl said with a laugh. Bai Mo glanced over. Although the girl was sweet and adorable, she lacked something that appealed to Bai Mo's taste. Meanwhile, Ma Liang was staring at her in a daze. My hands are dirty. He can peel them for you. Bai Mo gestured to Ma Liang, nudging him to make a move. Just as he grinned and approached, the girl effortlessly crushed 2 walnuts in her palm with a sharp crack. While mountain walnuts are easy to peel, it shouldn't be that simple. Thanks. I can suddenly crack them open now. Ma Liang halted his actions, awkwardly chuckling. At that moment, Ho Chirui had already written teacher Lu Jin's name and phone number on the blackboard. Turning back to the class, he called out, All right, thank you, Bai Mo, for the gift. Everyone, please settle down. We'll eat later. My name is Ho Chirui. I'm your classmate. Teacher Lu will be here shortly, so let us take attendance. With that, the classroom quieted significantly. The remaining chatter faded into silence. After taking attendance, Lu Jin entered with a thermos. Teacher Lu, everyone is here. Ho Chirui handed over the roll call list and then retreated to his seat. Unlike the others who clustered in groups, he sat alone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the University of Finance and Economics. After delivering a series of uninspired welcome remarks, Lu Jin invited the students to introduce themselves, starting with the first person at the door, taking turns to speak. At this moment, everyone was intensely focused. The pent-up youthful exuberance from 3 years was finally unleashed. Their desire for the opposite sex was unprecedentedly high. The girl who had asked Bai Mo for help peeling walnuts caught the attention of many boys as she introduced herself. The pure and sweet appearance, coupled with a graceful demeanor, is undeniably captivating. Ho Winya, Ma Liang muttered under his breath. Alas, it's that feeling of infatuation. Xiong Chao shook his head. She is beautiful, but unfortunately, she is too short. Short? Ma Liang questioned, perplexed. She is at least 160 centimeters. How can that be considered short? Xiong Chao, uninterested in further debate, shrugged. Well, forget I said anything. In the class, the number of girls slightly outnumbered the boys. Yet the overall ratio remained quite balanced. The girls possessed considerable beauty, though none had the jaw-dropping allure of Jiang Luohan. However, there were a few girls like Ho Winya who could easily score 8 or 9 out of 10 in looks. Hello everyone, I am Jing, with an meaning peace and Jing meaning quiet. It's a pleasure to meet you all. As Jing introduced herself, Xiaming Hui's eyes lit up. He was not alone. Many boys, upon hearing her voice, instinctively held their breath, fearful that any sound might drown out her words. And Jing's voice was soft and gentle, just like her name. After finishing, she bowed to everyone. Bai Mo truly couldn't catch what she had said, and merely joined in the applause. When it was the boys' turn, their introductions were rather conventional. Although a few displayed humor, it was difficult to remember their names in that moment. Some were too shy to speak, hastily stating their names and hometowns before blushing and stepping down. The first to take the stage from 718 was Xiong Chao. His opening line was, "If anyone bullies you in school, come to me. I may not excel in many things, but I'm quite strong and can take a hit." Cough, cough. Old Lu could no longer bear it, and coughed twice to signal him to tone it down. Laughter erupted from the audience. Xiong Chao quickly stated his name and hurried off the stage, surprisingly shy for someone nearly 9 meters tall. Ma Liang said nothing. His personality was not suited for the spotlight. However, Xiaming Hui began his impromptu performance. I am Xiaming Hui, hailing from Wu City. It's a pleasure to gather here with you all. I just heard that Jing enjoys listening to music, especially songs by Zhang Xiaoan. What coincidence? I do too. Sure. At this, a chorus of sure rose from the crowd. Nevertheless, Xiaming Hui paid no heed and continued, especially that song Invisible Wings. It's simply beautiful. They say a bottle of wine is too little for a true friend. On behalf of our 718 dormitory, I sincerely invite you to dinner after the class meeting. Is that all right? And Jing's face instantly flushed crimson, and her classmates around her began to cheer. Yet, even amidst the excitement, she hesitated to respond. Let us talk later. Despite being declined, Xiaming Hui maintained his composure, and such poise was enough to catch attention. It was easy to surmise that even if he couldn't win in Jing's heart, he would still have opportunities with other girls in the class. Chapter 71, The Resentful Type. Xiaming Hui exuded a refined and cultured charm, contrasting sharply with Bai Mo. Bai Mo's handsome face bore a mischievous grin, instantly revealing his roguish nature, yet he somehow did not evoke dislike. He bore a resemblance to the infamous Qin Shi. If anyone asked you what your first gift in college was, I hope you remember it was Bai Mo who brought you all walnuts from afar. Of course, don't feel too moved, just enjoy them. And once they're gone, don't come asking me for more. With just a few words, Bai Mo concluded and exited the stage. He feared that if he spoke any longer, it might turn into a speech at an employee meeting. Montak Ge. Ma Yang just mentioned he is planning to invite Ho Winya and her dorm mates for dinner. I think in Jing's group would be better. What do you think? As Bai Mo returned to his seat, he felt overwhelmed. Are you making me choose? Huh? Xiaming Hui and Ma Liang both stared at him puzzled. Bai Mo rolled his eyes. Can't we invite them all? Ma Liang hesitated. Would that be inappropriate? True. Then let us not invite anyone, he suggested. However, Ma Liang seemed intent on saying more, only to be interrupted by Xiaming Hui. Let us just listen to Mo Ge. Let us try inviting them all and see if we can manage a date. I'll handle Jing, and you go for Ho Winya. All right? Huh? Ma Liang's face flushed suddenly, and he began to stammer. In front of Bai Mo and the others, he felt bold enough to speak freely. Yet before the opposite sex, he turned shy. Maybe I should just sit this one out. Xiong Chao could no longer bear it. What coward? Ma Liang casually retorted. Then you go. If you're not going, then I won't either. Xiong Chao crossed his arms defiantly, adopting an attitude of indifference. Ma Liang cast a pleading glance at Bai Mo. Xia Minghui noticed and chimed in. Are you letting Mo Ge go? If he goes, you'll be out of luck. Did you not see how the girls looked at him during his introduction? Just like how we gaze at Ho Winya and Jing. Ma Liang looked torn, wanted to go, yet feeling apprehensive. Meanwhile, the self-introductions had concluded. Old Lu instructed the boys and girls to each select a representative to assist him with student affairs during military training. The boys, having always relied on Ho Chirue, chose him without much thought. The girls, however, engaged in a lively competition, resulting in Ho Winya narrowly winning the role. Afterward, Old Lu briefly mentioned some precautions for military training before departing. leaving time for the youth to mingle. Once he left, the classroom buzzed with excitement. By Montag, Ho Winya had somehow approached the group from 718. Nice to meet you. Shall we have dinner together later? Ma Liang and the others were taken aback, as they had been contemplating how to invite others. Yet here she was, extending an invitation. Ahem, sounds good. While Bai Mo remained silent, Xia Minghui eagerly accepted the offer. Even if he couldn't win in Jing over, having Ho Winya was still a win. At this moment, there was no time to consider who had the first claim. What do you all want to eat? It's on me, Ho Winya said with a radiant smile, her demeanor cheerful. Then we want to hold back. After she walked away, Ma Liang eyed Xia Minghui suspiciously. R&T you going to find in Jing? Oh right. Xia Minghui acknowledged absent-mindedly before heading towards Jing. Yet, it was long before he returned, looking dejected. She is not going. That's fine. It's less awkward with fewer people now. Perfectly balanced. Ma Liang Gaimdin. But just to be clear, Ho Winya is mine. Xia Minghui shook his head. It's every man for himself. Ma Liang accused Xia Minghui of being unprincipled, while Xia Minghui called Ma Liang childish. The two argued without reaching a conclusion, eventually turning their heads away from each other in silence. Bai Mo paid no mind. Boys did not dwell on their feelings for long. Emotions flared quickly, but dissipated just as fast. Despite the current tension, it wouldn't be long before things returned to normal. Xia Minghui chose to disregard Ma Liang, yet he still felt compelled to converse with Bai Mo and the others. Mo Gu, would you like to invite your girlfriend to join us? Xia Minghui's intentions were so transparent that even Xiong Chao could discern them. You wish for Mo Gu to bring his girlfriend along, thus extinguishing Ho Winya's delusions, don't you? After all, she did come over to invite him just moments ago. Among the residents of dormitory 718, Bai Mo was the eldest, and everyone referred to him as brother. Upon having his thoughts laid bare, Xia Minghui exhibited no embarrassment, chuckling lightly. That is indeed my intention. However, Bai Mo merely shook his head. When did I ever claim to have a girlfriend? Then who was it that called you today? A high school classmate. Really? Why don't you ask her? Bai Mo replied, placing his vibrating phone on the table, sliding it towards Xia Minghui. The caller ID revealed none other than Jiang Luohan. Jiang Luohan? Xia Minghui muttered, a sense of familiarity dawning on him. After a moment's contemplation, he exclaimed, Holy cow! Is it really Jiang Luohan? Prior to arriving at school, he had already frequented various forums and discussion boards, where Jiang Luohan's name was the most recurrent among the freshmen. Wealthy and beautiful, she drove a Range Rover, an embodiment of allure in any context. Unfazed by Xia Minghui's astonishment, Bai Mo retrieved his phone and pressed the answer button. You speak. Just now, several male classmates wanted to treat our dormitory to dinner. Bai Mo was utterly unfazed, recalling how he had done the same when he first entered high school. And then, Jiang Luohan exclaimed with enthusiasm, my roommates boldly declined. They said those types of people are too goal-oriented, and I should be cautious in the future. They're truly delightful to get along with. As she concluded, her tone shifted to one of cautious inquiry. I'm inviting them to dinner tonight. Would you like to join? Bai Mo responded with calmness. I have prior commitments tonight. One of our dorm's unfortunate souls is also planning to dine with another dorm. Jiang Luohan felt a twinge of disappointment. This marked the second time Bai Mo had turned her down that day. However, that was not her primary concern. Biting her lip in worry, she tentatively asked, is it a girls' dormitory? Indeed, it's easier to familiarize ourselves with the boys, but the girls can be elusive if one hesitates. Jiang Luohan wished to inquire further, but a sudden uproar from the other end interrupted her, with voices arguing about who was the unfortunate soul. Before she could grasp the situation, the call was abruptly ended, leaving only the sound of a dial tone. Luohan, what happened? Why you seem so upset? A girl beside her inquired with concern. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Luohan expressed her distress. Sister Cici, Bai Mo, is going to socialize with another girl's dorm. Dong, she was left in a state of confusion. Is he so fickle? Why are you still interested in him? Upon witnessing Jiang Luohan's distressed expression, she could only offer some comfort. It's merely two dormitories having dinner to get acquainted. It won't lead to anything. Don't worry. Besides, who in our school could possibly surpass your excellence? Be confident. Jiang Luohan shook her head. You may not believe it, but in his presence, I feel utterly devoid of confidence. I can't help but worry about what would happen if he ignored me.